Chapter 941. Bring it all to me. What is 1 million? I have stored 20 million in the hot spring bank. Initially, I planned to cold-bloodedly save up to 50 million to bring my entire family into the formation, but it seems this plan is destined to fail. Undoubtedly, the four leaders are eager for Ye Feng to take charge, rather than Yijian Gorge. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. What is the matter? Niu Decao inquired. Director, we have a visitor, came the reply. A visitor? I believe he is merely seeking warmth. Let him wait outside. Our rooms are limited, Niu Decao replied lazily. No, please open the door. These 3 guests will surely astonish you. Astound me? Niu Decao was about to open the door when it was violently pushed open. A cloaked figure strode in confidently. Chasing horse? I recognize you. Aren't you Feng Ge's personal guard? Could it be that this cloaked guest is? Niu Decao's eyes widened in surprise. Niu Decao, I never expected you to still be alive. As he spoke, Ye Feng removed his hood, revealing a grim visage. Oh, Feng Ge, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly. Niu Decao leaped into Ye Feng's embrace. The other 3 leaders either clung to his legs or wrapped their arms around his waist, their emotions overflowing. All right, enough. I said that's enough. Let go. Ye Feng, amidst punches and kicks, finally managed to extricate himself from the 4. He had not considered the situation from their perspective and remained unaware that he had become the cornerstone for the 4 leaders. Not only did those within the formation harbor gratitude towards Ye Feng, but even those outside felt indebted to him. Without comparison, there is no pain. When Ye Feng was present, although he had them exchange precious crystal pills for food and pest control, at least he ensured they would not starve or fall ill. But now, the 5 clan leaders within the screen not only refused to provide them with frozen fish, but also sought to select formation slaves from among them to supply energy to the formation. Just yesterday, Yijian Gorge dispatched 2 powerful warriors to forcibly seize 40 able-bodied men, all of whom were at the level of strength masters. The previous batch of formation slaves had perished a week ago. From the information they gathered, it was clear that the 5 clans did not regard the formation slaves as human. Once inside the formation, they were required to provide energy continuously for 24 hours. Although Ye Feng had previously possessed formation slaves, they at least had a rotating schedule to allow for recovery time for the strength masters. Please take a seat, Mr. Yi. Adolf quickly vacated the main seat. Ye Feng unreservedly took his place at the head of the table. Do you have any insider information about Hot Spring Island? Ye Feng turned to the 5. Yes, your 2 wives have already jumped into the abyss to martyr the island. I witnessed it myself outside the screen, Adolf replied. Ye Feng sighed deeply. He had no time for sorrow. How many people have survived on Hot Spring Island? He inquired further. There are still quite a few survivors, though they are not entirely citizens. When I last saw them gather at the Hot Spring Square, there were approximately 50 to 60,000, and by the way, Niu Decao and Bai Guogua are among the survivors, Niu Decao suddenly added. Ye Feng managed to force a smile upon his face. At least a few significant figures had survived. Brother Feng, what are your plans? Niu Decao inquired. Plans? At present, I cannot even set foot on Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng replied. Niu Decao, you must have connections on the island, right? Indeed, I do, Niu Decao nodded. He had previously relocated part of his clan to Hot Spring Island, having amassed several million. As for himself, he needed to raise funds outside the sanctuary to facilitate the migration of the remaining clansmen. Please, could you have your kin assist me in dismantling that shield banner, so that I may enter Hot Spring Island? Ye Feng requested. No problem, leave it to me. I will communicate with my people outside the barrier. Niu Decao assured him with a nod. At that moment, various footsteps and human exclamations echoed from outside the sanctuary. Ye Feng hurriedly opened the window to peer out. It was all humans, densely packed, with the crowd seemingly stretching into infinity. Niu Decao also craned his neck, astounded by the scene. Good heavens! Could it be that the entire population of the Great Desert has migrated here? He exclaimed in shock. From within the throng emerged a formidable figure, a sovereign-level powerhouse, who cast a piercing gaze into the barrier. Is Ye Feng inside? I have brought a substantial amount of crystal essence and herbs. Let us discuss how many people I can admit into the grand formation with these herbs, the sovereign declared. His fair visage shone like jade, his eyes radiating a divine light that seemed vaguely familiar to Ye Feng. Suddenly, figures flickered within the barrier, and 5 individuals appeared beside it, silently locking eyes with the sovereign. These 5 were the leaders of the 5 great clans. I see who it is, the disciple of Yulong from Bibi City. Hot Spring Island is no longer under Ye Feng's control, but that is of little concern. Just bring me all your materials, Yijian stated nonchalantly. Not under Ye Feng's control anymore. Yulong pondered, having made an arduous journey to Hot Spring Island. Hoping to utilize all the resources of his clan to permit some elite clansman entry into the Grand Formation. Well, it seems it is no longer his. It has been a while, Brother Rue from Yijian Gorge. Bring the carts over, Yulong commanded. With that, 3 carts were soon brought forth. Yulong approached personally, casually retrieving a burlap sack and pouring its contents onto the ground. A cascade of herbs, all at least 300 years old, spilled forth, distinguishable by their color and aroma. Gulping, Yijian gazed greedily at the materials, aware that in the great desert, herbs over 1,000 years old had become nearly extinct, with the finest available now barely reaching 300 or 400 years. Bring that wretched Baiguagua here, and have her open a breach in the Grand Formation so we can retrieve these materials, Yijian ordered. Understood. Before long, Baiguagua arrived, holding a newly crafted formation plate. However, its function was rather limited, able only to either open a gap in or mend the Grand Formation. How about this? I will lead 500 clansmen alongside the materials into Hot Spring Island, Yulong proposed. His son, Yushir, perished within the temple, which rendered him aged beyond his years. 500 tribesmen. Yijian furrowed his brow. Shixiang, just agree to his request. Let us not forget the formation and the vital energy, Luo Yifei subtly urged. Yijian narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Very well, Yulong Shidi. You may lead 500 individuals of strength above that of a master into the Grand Formation. Upon his words, a half-meter square opening appeared in the array. Shixiang, do you expect me, the esteemed lord of Baibi City, to crawl through that? Yulong felt quite displeased. Alas, this Grand Formation can only open such a small aperture. We had to crawl in as well. Chapter 942. Why can't we enter? Yijian laughed heartily. Ultimately, Yulong nodded, bending at the waist. At that moment, a middle-aged woman with striking features emerged from the crowd. Yulong Shixiang, hold on. This woman was also a first-tier force emperor, and behind her followed a tall young woman, cradling an infant of less than a year. Ye Feng's eyes widened. Lung Yan? It's actually her? Indeed, the young woman with the infant was Lung Yan, with whom he had once teamed up in the temple. He was astonished to learn she was now married with a child, though he wondered about the identity of her husband. Lung Ling Shimmy, why can't we enter? Yulong inquired, turning to face her. Shixiang, come here. I shall speak to you in private. The middle-aged woman beckoned with her finger. Yulong glanced at the crowd within the light curtain before ultimately approaching Lung Ling Shixiao. The surface of Yijian Gorge appears upright, yet it harbors great treachery beneath. Consider this. If you enter, will you be their match? In these apocalyptic times, they will not hesitate to discard their facades. Lung Ling articulated. Yulong's expression darkened. He had anticipated this very notion. However, if he did not enter, all of Baibi City would surely perish in the cold. On the journey from Baibi City to Hot Springs Island, over 600 of his subordinates had succumbed to illness or freezing. While one might huddle together for warmth, once afflicted with that cursed disease, survival was impossible. For no one would willingly share warmth with the infected, not even he, the city lord. Shimmy, what do you suggest? Yulong asked. I have yet to devise a viable plan. How about this? There are still the Tianyin tribe, the Baishui tribe, the Huolong Bei, and the Jingyi sect. Although some may not be force emperors, they could be considered 9th-tier force kings. We could organize these individuals to enter the Grand Formation together. This way, even if Yijian Gorge intends to bully us, they will have reservations. Lung Ling proposed. Very well. However, I must first confer with the leaders of the 5 great tribes. Yulong concluded, glancing towards Yijian within the formation. Shixiao, Qingyue Shiji, Luo Changzhu, Haoyue Xianzi, and the Ancient One, as well as Brother Chong of the Manga tribe. I have a matter to attend to. Once resolved, I shall return to exchange words with all of you. Yulong respectfully clasped his fists, revealing his opportunistic nature. He was courteous to the members of the 3 great tribes, but referred to Lu Xiangtian as the Ancient One. Ye Feng deduced that the strength of Giant Tree City was comparable to that of Baibi City. Very well. Do engage in discussions and gather more resources before we enter the Grand Formation, Rue remarked nonchalantly. Although numerous individuals lingered outside the luminous barrier, he only required a handful of skilled practitioners to be admitted. After all, the Grand Formation necessitated living energy. The vigor of a king-level practitioner surely surpassed that of a master-level one, correct? Even a 9th-tier master could only endure for a maximum of 7 days before succumbing, whereas a king might sustain their efforts for over a month. As for an emperor, their capabilities were even more remarkable, enabling them to operate continuously and elevate the formation's temperature to approximately 30 degrees. Without the main array plate, Bai Guogua could only maintain the temperature within the formation at a frigid 0 degrees, a temperature still fraught with the risk of contagion from parasitic ailments. It remained a mystery why this infectious disease thrived in colder conditions. As temperatures rose, many individuals only required 2 or 3 doses of deworming medicine to recover. Conversely, a drop in temperature necessitated a month of continuous medication for healing, revealing a stark contrast. This demonstrated that the parasites were averse to heat, yet unperturbed by cold. Before long, Yulong and Lung Ling ventured to negotiate with other formidable beings, uniting all those of king rank and above. Ye Feng sensed that the moment was ripe. He strode towards the refuge, donning his cloak to obscure his haggard visage. Lung Yin, it has been quite some time, he said, approaching the periphery of the crowd where Lung Yin was huddling with her kin for warmth. Who are you? Lung Yin gazed at Ye Feng in astonishment. She had certainly heard of Ye Feng's illustrious reputation from Hot Spring Island, but had not associated the master-level practitioner within the temple with the esteemed island leader. In her mind, a figure of such significance, commanding the attention of myriad races, must surely be an emperor at the very least. Are you perhaps sharing a name with the leader of Hot Spring Island? Lung Yin inquired. Let us discuss that later. Come with me into the refuge. I have matters to discuss with you. We must not let the infant succumb to the cold, Ye Feng urged in a hushed tone. All right, Lung Yin nodded, promptly following in Ye Feng's wake. Junior sister, where are you heading? At that moment, a robust man stepped forward, positioning himself between Ye Feng and Lung Yin. Second brother. This is my friend. Kindly step aside. I need to take the child to the refuge. Lung Yan's expression darkened upon seeing the burly figure. No, you are too beautiful. This fellow clearly harbors ill intentions. Do not accompany him inside, the man asserted. Ye Feng felt a surge of frustration, nearly spitting blood in exasperation. He had pressing matters to discuss, and if not for the consideration that they were on the outskirts of Hot Spring Island, he would have been tempted to unleash a devastating blow. Step aside, he commanded. Lung Yin, equally incensed, forcefully shoved the man aside and strode into the refuge behind Ye Feng. Junior sister, I am uneasy about him. I must follow closely, the robust man, a romantic at heart, insisted, trailing behind them. Ye Feng, indifferent to the man's presence, focused on his significant plans that concerned all of humanity, trusting that the burly figure would not betray them. Upon entering the room, Adolf promptly vacated his seat. Ye Feng then invited Lung Yin to sit beside him. Sister Lung, the Hot Spring Island is now under the sinister control of the malevolent Master Li. You must not venture inside. If you do, he will exploit you as living energy for the Grand Formation. The operation of the Hot Spring Grand Formation requires a substantial energy source, and upon your entry, Rue Yijian and his companions will imprison you within iron cells, ultimately turning you into formation slaves, Ye Feng stated with grave seriousness. My mother was indeed correct. Those from Yijian Gorge are far from virtuous, yet I never anticipated their wickedness to such an extent, Cold Flame exclaimed, her face paling in terror. At that moment, the infant she cradled began to wail weakly. How long has it been since she last ate? Ye Feng inquired. I have not eaten for 3 days. There is no milk, Cold Flame replied, her eyes reddening. Alas, Niu Decao, please search again and see if there is any food left in the shelter, Ye Feng requested. There is none, not a morsel. We ourselves have been starving for 7 or 8 days, Niu Decao lamented, patting his belly. Ye Feng turned to Cold Flame and asked, Sister Long, why did you not let your mother break the ice layer to fish? I believe the strength of the Li Emperor should suffice to shatter over 20 meters of thick ice. Of course, she can, but the aftermath would be chaotic. Once the ice is broken, everyone will scramble for the fish, placing us in a perilous situation, Cold Flame replied, shaking her head with difficulty. Ye Feng observed the throng outside the ice layer. He had never conceived that so many from the great desert would gather, far exceeding the population of Changxing City by 100-fold. Chapter 943. Depart quickly, do not force my hand. The multitude outside was beyond description. Indeed, if everyone remained hungry, there would be no turmoil. However, if someone were to break the ice to fish, it would likely incite a frenzy, rendering the fisher vulnerable. Most individuals lack a broader perspective. They see only the immediate need and will seize food without regard for whether the Li Emperor will cease the fishing. At that moment, a vast number of Li masters surged towards the barrier, encircling it in layers. They slapped weakly against the barrier with their palms. With nearly 1,000,000 Li masters simultaneously striking the barrier, the force was akin to that of a nuclear explosion. The hot spring island lacked an array disk, limiting the grand formation's power to a mere 2 layers. The entire barrier trembled violently. "Hey, cease your assault on the barrier. Everyone retreat," a Li Emperor commanded, his expression icy as he drew his curved blade. In an instant, the first row of a dozen Li masters was cleaved in two. What followed was a gruesome scene, as the bodies were instantly devoured by those behind, who, without the need for cooking, stuffed the flesh into their mouths, blood spilling forth. The Li Emperor's countenance turned ashen. Despite his formidable strength, the sight of these ravenous Li masters sent chills down his spine. What would become of him if he were to find himself outside the barrier? Even as a Li Emperor, could he truly eliminate nearly 1,000,000 Li masters? Most of those who had traversed the great desert to arrive here were Li masters. Only a few, of the 8th or 9th rank, had managed to make the journey. Those who were beneath the following realm perished along the way. "Please let us in. I am freezing to death. I implore you, save us. I am so hungry. I feel I might starve." The outsiders emitted guttural roars akin to those of the undead, sending shivers down the spines of those within the formation. Indeed, what they faced did not resemble humanity, but rather the specters of 1,000,000 famished souls. Originally strolling leisurely on Hot Spring Island, Yijian and his companions could no longer maintain their composure. They seized the city crossbows and armed themselves with the advanced weaponry of the island. The people outside, hearing this, retreated, distancing themselves from Hot Spring Island. However, the outsiders paid no heed and intensified their assault on the light barrier. In an instant, the barrier flickered ominously, as though on the brink of shattering. Do you not comprehend human speech? Open fire on those outside. Countless weapons unleashed a torrent of destruction, sending dismembered bodies flying and drenching the ice in blood and flesh. The remaining lucid outsiders, overwhelmed with fear, hastily fled into the distance. "Stop! Do not fire any further. We must preserve some of our strength," commanded Yijian. Immediately, they sheathed their weapons, but outside, the scene had transformed into a hellish nightmare. The 4 shelters were riddled with wounds, and countless innocents were caught in the absolute zero, instantly frozen into statues of ice. These wretched beings. Niu Decao's eyes blazed with fury. They have slaughtered so many innocent lives and destroyed our shelter. What shall we do now? Another director stood in stunned disbelief. 10 kilometers away from Hot Spring Island, a dozen formidable rulers and nearly 100 ninth-tier warriors observed the unfolding hellscape with shock. How despicable! Yijian and his cohorts have dared to strike at innocent outsiders. Cold Ling's eyes reddened, remembering how half of her kin had perished in the onslaught. Others from different races were similarly affected. Ye Feng strode purposefully towards their location, but on his way, he encountered a familiar face. "Sister Jean? Where is Brother Jean Quan?" Before him stood a disheveled woman, the rightful wife of Jean Quan. You are Ye Feng?" Jean Quan. Jean Quan has already perished during the Battle of Hot Springs, she sobbed as she collapsed into his embrace. Alas, Ye Feng sighed deeply. Jean Quan had been too valiant. In such circumstances, he should have fled with the crowd. "Sister Jean, may you find solace. Rest assured, I shall avenge Brother Jean Quan," he vowed, taking her hand as they made their way into the gathering crowd. Here, a dozen rulers and nearly 100 8th and 9th tier warriors congregated. As Ye Feng approached, nearly 100 eyes turned towards him. "Who are you?" Cold Ling inquired, scrutinizing him. "Family lineage. This is the master of Hot Spring Island." Ye Feng, Cold Yen, cradling an infant, interjected. "You are the master of Hot Spring Island?" Cold Ling appraised Ye Feng, her gaze laden with skepticism. "Indeed, I am Ye Feng. The purpose of my meeting with all of you is to discuss how to breach the Hot Spring Grand Formation and subsequently unite our tribes to annihilate the 5 major races." Ye Feng spoke coldly. "Ha ha ha, you are the Lord of Hot Spring Island? If I am not mistaken, your strength is merely that of a first-order power king." Yu Long remarked, scrutinizing Ye Feng with a hint of derision in his eyes. "I am indeed the Lord of Hot Spring Island. I implore you to believe me." Ye Feng sighed, unwilling to engage in conflict with this group. as their true enemy lay with the 5 major races. You, a mere first-order power king, should step aside. We are here to deliberate on significant matters, Yu Long stated dismissively. Have you reached a conclusion? Ye Feng inquired. What does our deliberation concern you? Yu Long's eyes narrowed. His mood evidently sour. Imposter, step aside. Do you not see that everyone present is a power king of 8th order or above? What business do you have here? Another power king interjected. Indeed, leave quickly, lest I be compelled to take action, came the retort. Ye Feng responded with a thunderous punch directed at the ice layer. The sea erupted, spraying water over 100 meters high, while a plethora of fish and shrimp burst forth from the gaping hole in the ice. Quick, take cover. The group hastily retreated to a distance of several dozen meters, yet they were still pelted by falling ice, crying out in alarm. Meanwhile, from afar, numerous power practitioners rushed over. Ha ha ha, there are fish, there are fish. A throng of individuals eagerly gathered to collect the fish, their crunching sounds echoing. Some power practitioners attempted to leap into the icy hole to catch fish, but after seizing a couple, the hole froze over once more. Undeterred, one began to carve at the ice with a curved blade, only to find the ice layer rapidly extending downward, regaining a thickness of 20 meters. In essence, for every meter he dug downward, the sea would freeze an additional meter. The task of excavating slowly proved futile unless one possessed the strength of a power king capable of instantaneously breaking the ice. Without such power, escape was impossible. After a while, a group of high-ranking outsiders encircled Ye Feng, scrutinizing him closely. Indeed, though you are merely a first-order power king, the power you have displayed is nearly on par with our power kings. However, let me remind you, every individual from One Sword Gorge possesses the ability to defeat foes beyond their rank. You are not significantly superior to them. Chapter 944 Hina, you're not dead? Yu Long finally directed a grave gaze at Ye Feng. Unbeknownst to him, what Ye Feng had just showcased was only a fraction of the Bloodscale's might. Had he unleashed the sacred demon art, these individuals would undoubtedly alter their perceptions. Then, do I now possess the qualification to sit down and discuss matters with you? Ye Feng asked, feeling no need to reveal his true capabilities, content to merely showcase a glimpse of his potential. With the destruction of Hot Spring Island, he desired to maintain a low profile. With the strength you have just exhibited, you indeed have the right to converse with us. Speak. What plans do you have to breach the Hot Spring Grand Formation and expel the 5 major races, allowing us to seize control of the formation? Yu Long stepped forward and settled onto a block of ice. The others exchanged glances and likewise settled down in a meditative posture. Ye Feng nodded, casting his gaze towards the distant shimmering veil of the hot springs. Moments ago, nearly 1 million warriors struck the luminous barrier in unison, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. If we were to mobilize all those of the strength of King and above, in conjunction with the nearly 1 million warriors, we might just breach the great formation surrounding Hot Spring Island. However, we must act swiftly, lest they activate all 10 formation flags simultaneously. Otherwise, the impenetrable protective array of our clan, no matter how many we are, would be unassailable. We must strike effectively and decisively. Ye Feng spoke with gravity, ensuring that his voice reached the ears of the 100 or so senior members present. Ye Feng, could you enlighten us on the current potency of the hot spring formation? Inquired the middle-aged woman, Lung Ling, who held a deep admiration for Ye Feng. She was impressed that he, with the strength of a first-level king, could exhibit prowess akin to that of a first-level emperor. Such a talent would make a splendid son-in-law. It should be noted that within her race, she was the sole emperor sustaining their cause. If Ye Feng were to join them, their lineage would effectively possess 2 emperors, thereby granting them significant influence within the formation. I estimate its current power to be merely at 20% of its full capacity. This level of strength is sufficient to maintain the heat within the formation, at least ensuring the survival of its inhabitants. Ye Feng replied candidly. With your strength as a king, you have become the master of Hot Spring Island. I hold you in high regard. Pray tell, how did you manage to acquire the protective formation of Sword Valley? Lung Ling queried, her tone softened considerably. As a woman, she understood that men relish recounting their heroic deeds, and she sought to win Ye Feng's favor by encouraging him to boast of his accomplishments. Let us not dwell on past tales. Our primary focus must be on breaching the hot spring formation. However, prior to that, we must devise a strategy that conceals our intentions from those within, ensuring a singular, overwhelming attack on Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng remained unaware that the formation disk had already been cast into the abyss, limiting the hot spring formation to a mere 20% of its defensive capacity. At the abyss's bottom, Duo and Hina clutched the formation disk. Is this Guogua's formation disk? Does she? Su Yun covered her mouth in shock. Alas, everything is fated. Chung Li Bean sighed heavily. A melancholic aura spread among the group, and some could not restrain their tears. No, most have not perished. Duo and Hina shook her head. How do you know this? Susan countered, though her tone hinted at a glimmer of hope. She desperately wished for the survival of those on Hot Spring Island. At that moment, Duo and Hina's brow furrowed, and a flicker of light ignited in her eyes. She quickly settled into a meditative posture, her hands weaving intricate gestures. Ah Feng, in the biting cold, Chasing Horse suddenly placed a hand on Ye Feng's shoulder, his previously sharp gaze now softened, almost effeminate. Wait, why did you call me Ah Feng? Ye Feng, in the midst of his discourse, felt a shiver run down his spine. I am Duo and Hina. Chasing Horse adjusted his hair. You are? Hina? You survived? Ye Feng grasped the situation in an instant. Indeed, we are at the abyss's bottom. However, there is no food, and your extension of the sewer system here has rendered the depths a cesspool. It is fortunate you are alive. After Chui Ma finished speaking, she suddenly leapt into Ye Feng's embrace. Ye Feng, caught off guard, found himself in a predicament. His hands hung awkwardly, unsure whether to embrace her or not. The women nearby instinctively shivered at the sight. Lung Ling couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that the master of Hot Spring Island had a preference for men, which was quite unfortunate. As for Lung Yin, who was cradling a baby, she initially felt a chill run down her spine, but soon a hint of relief graced her features. No wonder Ye Feng had rejected her affections in the temple. It was not due to a lack of charm on her part, but rather his own inclinations. The torment that had haunted Lung Yin for years began to dissipate, and a smile returned to her melancholic face. All right, enough with the embrace, Hina. I wish to ask you, how should I resolve this predicament? You are far more astute than I. Please provide some guidance, Ye Feng said as he extricated Chui Ma from his arms. You must deal with the elders of the 5 clans. Otherwise, we shall be trapped here for eternity. There is no food, and the stench is unbearable. Furthermore, there is a beast sealed here, one of level 80 or higher, presumably a pet left by my ancestor in the mortal realm. It poses a significant threat. If the azure little cauldron fails to restrain it, it could unleash a second calamity. Chui Ma's voice, imbued with a feminine softness, sounded both strange and eerie. Very well. I shall confront the formidable foes of Hot Spring Island. However, once they are dealt with, how shall I rescue you all? How long of a rope shall I prepare? Ye Feng inquired. You may need an exceedingly long rope, at least 200,000 meters. This abyss is too deep for us to climb out, Duo Yen Hina replied. The great island is already gravely injured, and even if it were not, could it withstand the 3 opposing currents? I will devise a means to create a very long rope. I will ensure your safe ascent, Ye Feng declared earnestly. All right, my strength is waning. Your safety must come first. Chui Ma's voice grew increasingly robust, swiftly regaining its former tone. After a moment, Chui Ma's gaze flickered, clarity returning to her eyes. Brother Feng, it seems she stammered, astonished. Rest well, you were merely a conduit moments ago, Ye Feng reassured her, patting her shoulder. Ah, does that mean I have a bug in my head? No, please, I beg you. Let Sister Duoyen help me expel it, Chui Ma lamented, her face contorted in despair. Not yet, coexist with the bug for now, Ye Feng responded, turning his attention back to the others. Do you all understand? Very well, Ye Feng. You are familiar with the grand formation of Hot Spring Island. For the time being, we shall follow your lead and recognize you as our leader. Once we enter the grand formation, you will still hold the title of Island Master, but you must guarantee our clan's food supply, several power monarchs spoke up. Chapter 945. Today, I demand your demise. Agreed, then it is settled. Shortly, we shall have all the power masters gather beside the light curtain, blending in among them, and then issue commands. The moment I strike, you all must simultaneously unleash a punch at the light curtain. 1,000,000 fists will surely yield a significant impact, Ye Feng proclaimed, rising with determination. Ready to take decisive action. Understood, a chorus of voices responded in unison. Within the luminous barrier, Rue Yijian observed nearly 1,000 strength masters confined within an iron prison. These individuals had been captured from outside the sanctuary. He dared not treat the citizens of Hot Spring Island as mere pawns in his grand scheme. Otherwise, Bai Guoguo would obliterate the formation, and Niu Decao would refuse to supply them with the medicinal remedy for pests. Despite emerging as the victor, he could not shake off the feeling of being coerced. Returning to the Canyon's lord, several of the formation's slaves were already failing. One strength king had collapsed to the ground. Failed. Rue Yijian's gaze swept across the formation slaves, who, stricken with fear, hastily increased their energy output, causing the temperature of Hot Spring Island to soar. They were acutely aware that if their energy was depleted, they would be subjected to testing the remedy. Although Niu Decao had promised to produce 100 vials of the medicine, it was hardly sufficient. Consequently, the pharmacists of Yijian Gorge began their own research into the remedy, seeking independence from Niu Decao's threats. They all understood the fate that awaited the test subjects. Every potion would be tried on them until their bodies were riddled with wounds. Even at the brink of death, the pharmacists would not spare them, extracting their organs one by one to educate their apprentices. Those who faltered would be seized and sent to the hospital. Oh no, to the Yijian Gorge Hospital, as Rue Yijian stated. Understood. The Strength King rose to his feet. At that moment, Luo Yifei, Changgu, and Lu Xiangtian approached side by side. What is this? Junior brother Luo. It seems you three have developed quite a camaraderie, Rue Yijian remarked, his eyes twitching slightly. Currently, while Yijian Gorge boasted only 2 strength emperors, both at the 5th tier, it still maintained its dominant position on Hot Spring Island. It appeared that little had changed since the past. The Greenery Tribe and Birch Tree City remained in their 2nd and 3rd positions. The tribes of Changgu and Lu Xiangtian could only cling to the 3 major clans for survival. Otherwise, existence would prove exceedingly challenging. Whoosh! Qing Yu flew out from the castle, a hint of delight gracing her features, and in her hand, she held a glowing green token. Senior brother Rue, I bear magnificent news, she exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Oh, could it be that the remedy for pests has been developed? Rue Yijian's body inclined slightly. No, the remedy for pests, even the calamities of this apocalyptic era, pale in comparison to this momentous news, Qing Yu teased, unable to contain her suspense. What is the good news? Rue Yijian felt a surge of anticipation. He has returned. Just now, the token he left behind reacted, Qing Yu said, a blush creeping onto her delicate face. You mean he? Could it possibly be? Rue Yijian's mind spun, overwhelmed by the implications. If that individual had indeed returned, it would be revolutionary news for Yijian Gorge. However, for the other tribes, it would undoubtedly strike like a thunderbolt. Who has returned? Luo Yifei stepped forward, his eyes flickering with an inkling of realization. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed through the air, rivaling the initial bellow of the earthworm monster. The entire luminous barrier suddenly extinguished with a resounding crack. Now was the time. Ye Feng retracted his fist, his figure flashing as he plunged directly into the grand formation. A cacophony of commotion erupted behind him as countless sovereigns and kings of strength leaped into the fray, followed closely by a multitude of masters and warriors of strength. They had previously conspired that when the formation shattered, they would rush into the grand array with unparalleled swiftness. Otherwise, the formation would gradually mend itself. Ha ha ha, I have finally made my entrance. The Jade Dragon descended from the sky, cleaving a master of strength from the green cloak sect in twain. This was merely the beginning. Ye Feng tightened his fists, a fierce wind assaulting his face. 5 or 6 kings of strength were sent hurtling over 30 meters away, their bodies crumpling to the ground like discarded rags. Not good. Prepare for battle. Rue Yijian bellowed in fury, swinging his longsword. 2 kings of strength were immediately slain. A cacophony of explosions ensued. Those within the warm spring formation, some still caught off guard, lost their lives in an instant. After Ye Feng eliminated 3 more kings of strength, he finally collided with Rue Yijian. Boom. Rue Yijian's sword was twisted and deformed from the impact, and he was propelled back 5 steps. In contrast, Ye Feng remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. Brother Rue, I am here to assist you. Qing Yu soared into the fray. Yet, at that moment, a sudden voice rang out. Qing Yu, allow us 7 brothers to meet you instead. As the voice fell, 7 figures obstructed her path. The 7 bandits of the sands? Qing Yu's expression turned cold as she raised her sword. Each of these bandits was a first-level sovereign, and together they could unleash the power of 14 first-level sovereigns. Very well, Today I shall eradicate the 7 bandits of the sands who have plagued Sword Cliff for a century. Niu declared, her sword tracing a circular arc. Layers upon layers of sword energy surged toward the 7 adversaries. Green Sky, having slain 5 masters of strength, finally faced off against the Jade Dragon. Green Old Ghost. We meet again. Today, I shall bring about your demise. The Jade Dragon struck first. Master, I shall assist you. Following the Jade Dragon, a figure soared forth, revealing herself to be a 9th-level king of strength. Hao Yu had now matured to the appearance of a 13-year-old, barely attaining the 9th-level king status. However, she found herself obstructed by Lung Ling. Hao Yu, I never expected your divine cocoon technique to have begun its cycle. Today, dear sister, you have gained quite an advantage. Enough of the chatter, let us begin. Hao Yu declared as she grasped a long whip in her hand. Within Warm Spring Island, experts continued to pour in. Some were kings of strength, others masters. Their numbers were nearly 3 times that of the experts from the 5 clans. For the lower echelons of the 5 clans, this was a one-sided massacre. Boom. A leader of the Green Cloak sect was sent flying 5 meters. He gazed at the 3 adversaries of equal rank before him, unable to suppress his urge to draw his blade once more. Swish, swish, swish. Unfortunately, these 3 would not grant him another opportunity. A blade struck his shoulder. The leader, a scion of a great clan, endured the pain and retaliated with a strike of his own. Thud! A severed head tumbled to the ground. Alas, he was swiftly pierced from behind by a long spear. The assailant secured his body in place and shouted to the others, I have him restrained. What are you waiting for? The heads of the green main warriors rolled onto the ground. Brother Feng, I am here to assist you. Shui Ma rushed over. No, flee quickly. Ye Feng was taken aback. This was a battle between power kings, and Shui Ma was merely on the cusp of first-tier power. His arrival would only serve to hasten his demise. Very well, I shall seek a 9th-tier power king to aid you. Chapter 946. No, please, don't. Before Shui Ma could finish his sentence, a 9th-tier power king landed behind Rui Yijian. Without uttering a word, he thrust his spear forward. Uft! A gaping hole pierced through Rui Yijian's back. Seeking death, enraged, he retaliated with a swift palm, shattering the 9th-tier power king into pieces. Regrettably, Ye Feng seized the opportunity, closing the distance and gripping Rui Yijian's neck with both hands. Blood-sucking technique. Gurgling sounds echoed. Rui Yijian attempted to shake off Ye Feng. But each time he gathered energy, a surge of electricity erupted from Ye Feng, rendering his amassed power futile. Qingyue, Sister Qingyue, please, help me pry Ye Feng off. Rui Yijian, a master swordsman, found himself forced into hand-to-hand combat. Alas, Qingyue was not in a much better predicament. The 7 most notorious desert bandits had completely encircled her. Although she was still managing to fend them off, she could not provide assistance to others. Thud, thud, thud. Heads rolled onto the ground, predominantly belonging to the 5 clans. Faced with enemies thrice their number, even the 5 clans could not hold their ground. Some fled into the rooms, others leaped into the abyss, while some simply knelt in surrender. Yet, these assailants cared not for mercy. They had long been oppressed by the super clans and now saw the perfect opportunity for vengeance. Pleas for mercy were futile. One head fell. The individuals who had sought refuge in the rooms were also pursued by the foreign aggressors, who unleashed a bloodbath. Their thirst for violence insatiable. In the hot spring hospital, Niu Decao anxiously observed the carnage outside through the window. Boom. The door to the room was kicked open, and a person from Baibi City rushed in, wielding a curved knife. Oh, what a stunning beauty. Hee, there's no one here. I'll have my way with you before I kill you. He lunged at Niu Decao. Stop. Xian hurried over. Why are you panicking? Once I'm done, you're next. The Power King pushed Xian aside. No, she is from Hot Spring Island. She is Brother Feng's person. Xian protested. Perfect. I'd love to indulge in a Hot Spring Island beauty belonging to Ye Feng. Step aside. The Power King was unconcerned. Uft. A sword tip emerged from the Power King's chest. Uft. Niu Decao swung her sword, and the Power King's head rolled to the ground. After all, she was now a 6th-tier power master. Dealing with the Power King, especially under ambush, posed no challenge for her. Has Brother Feng led people to attack Hot Spring Island? Niu Decao inquired. Indeed, but Brother Feng has no control over these individuals. I fear that Hot Spring Island may become even more perilous than before, as these individuals possess complex backgrounds, including the presence of bandits among them. Xian replied, his face filled with worry. Angry Duo once again gazed through the window towards Hot Spring Island. A group of outsiders was forcibly dragging several female residents into a wooden cabin, their intentions unmistakably nefarious. Goodness, I feel that these individuals are more uncouth than those from the 5 great clans. What shall we do? Angry Duo was left in a daze. I have no idea. Sean shrugged his shoulders. Within the confines of Hot Spring Island, the grand battle was nearing its conclusion. Nearly 90% of the elite from the 5 clans had been slaughtered. Some had sought refuge in the castle, others in the cellars, while some had simply fled the grand formation of Hot Springs. Now, only the confrontations between the mightiest monarchs remained. Ye Feng and Rue Yijian were engaged in a contest of brute force, yet Rue Yijian soon realized he was surrounded by countless power kings, their weapons drawn. Drenched in blood, their eager eyes fixated upon him. Ye Feng, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Was this one-sided massacre finally drawing to a close? Someone, please assist me by prodding Rue Yijian in the back to inflict some pain. Otherwise, his power is overwhelmingly formidable, Ye Feng called out with great difficulty. The two were locked in a struggle, each gripping the other's throat, neither willing to relent. I shall do it. A power king approached, his spear aimed at Rue Yijian's vulnerable region. However, he merely hovered around that area without striking. This became a torment for Rue Yijian. Indeed, the power kings were exceptionally astute. They understood how to impose psychological pressure upon their foes. This impending strike was far more agonizing than a direct assault. Boom. Rue Yijian's energy finally loosened, and Ye Feng's vampiric technique infiltrated his core. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. It was visibly apparent as Rue Yijian's cheeks became gaunt and his eyes bulged, presenting a rather terrifying visage. Puff. The Power King seized the opportunity and thrust his spear with great force. Ah! Rue Yijian roared, forcefully pushing Ye Feng away. He turned around, eyes blazing with fury, glaring at the Power King, who was instantly struck dumb with fright. Boom. The Power King unleashed a powerful strike, yet Ye Feng stepped forward, taking the blow meant for him. Boom. Ye Feng retaliated with a punch that landed squarely on Rue Yijian's head. It was evident that his head had been crushed into a shape reminiscent of a duck egg, yet he remained standing. Kill. A dozen Power Kings surged forward, their various weapons raining down upon Rue Yijian. Within a mere minute, all that remained was a puddle of minced flesh. Senior Brother Rue. A sorrowful wail echoed as Qing Yu slashed her sword multiple times, driving back the 7 sand bandits, and rushed towards the remnants of Rue Yijian. Boom. Ye Feng's entire body shimmered with golden light as both fists crashed into Qing Yu's chest, sending her hurtling 30 meters away. Hurry, raise your blades. The 7 sand bandits were not about to let this opportunity slip away, simultaneously lifting their knives. Qing Yu, still airborne and unable to regain her footing, was pierced through by 7 curved blades. Puff. She spat out a mouthful of blood, casting a resentful glance at Ye Feng. In the next moment, gritting her teeth, she charged once more at Ye Feng, her disheveled hair giving her an imposing appearance. Bang! The two clashed once again. Yet, Ye Feng discovered that Qing Yu held a bone tile within her palm. At that moment, the tile shattered under the force of his powerful grasp. Ye Feng, perish! Qing Yu exclaimed, retreating 3 steps before charging forward once more. I apologize, holy maiden Qing Yu. Ye Feng roared, transforming into a towering giant, standing 2 meters tall. Simultaneously, 2 golden Sanskrit characters erupted from his body, swirling around him with great speed. A golden aura radiated outward. Boom. Their palms collided, and Qing Yu's body was sent reeling backward. Before she could touch the ground, a terrifying force bore down upon her. Poof. This 5th-tier power monarch from Sword Canyon was instantly reduced to a wisp of green smoke, vanishing without a trace. Dai Yulong, in collaboration with 3 9th-tier power kings, swung his blade with might. No. Ye Feng attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The head of Lu Xiangtian rolled onto the ground. Luo Yifei was engaged in a solitary battle against 2 power monarchs, alongside over 28th and 9th-tier power kings, his strength nearly depleted. Gritting his teeth, he executed a sweeping move that propelled him beyond the light barrier. Alas, outside the barrier lay a throng of power masters, ravenous and relentless, surging towards Luo Yifei in overwhelming numbers. Ah, no, please, no. The cacophony of his screams echoed, but hundreds of power masters were sent flying, only for more to close in. Luo Yifei's cries subsided after half a minute, plunging into silence. Hao Yu's face turned ashen with fear. She clenched her jaw and sprinted toward the abyss. Thinking of fleeing? Where do you think you can escape? Lung Ling and her daughter Lung Yin pursued her relentlessly. Chapter 947. You all attacked together. Hao Yu closed her eyes and leapt into the abyss, the bells on her ankles ringing out with a clear sound. In a corner of the castle, Fu Zheng, a 7th-tier power master, was fiercely battling 5 9th-tier power kings. Blood streamed from his engraved insignia. So powerful. Could this be a genius from a super clan? It must be. Watching a genius fall is quite satisfying. The 5 power kings relentlessly swung their weapons, each strike inflicting yet another wound upon Fu Zheng. Ugh. No. Fu Zheng could no longer endure the pain, his mouth wailing in a continuous lament. Ultimately, this genius from Birch City was reduced to mere pulp, beyond death. At that moment, Ye Feng's voice thundered across the battlefield. Everyone, cease the slaughter. No more killing. He realized that these individuals from the myriad clans showed no regard for martial ethics. They indiscriminately slaughtered anyone they encountered, even their own kin. The fate of the remaining people from Hot Spring Island was all too apparent. Moreover, they had previously conspired that anyone bearing the words Hot Spring on their chest would be spared. Yet it was futile, as among them lurked sand bandits, individuals notorious for their treachery, who disregarded all rules and acted purely on whim. Esteemed clan leaders, I implore you to rein in your subordinates. The only ones remaining are the people of Hot Spring Island, and I do not wish for their demise. Ye Feng pleaded earnestly. Lung Ling and Yu Long nodded in unison, their voices resonating together. Our people, cease the slaughter and gather in this square. Subsequently, a few races responded to Ye Feng's call. However, the majority of the clan leaders remained unmoved, observing coldly from the sidelines. Given the diminutive size of Hot Spring Island, it was only natural to kill as much as possible, allowing their kin outside the barrier to enter and seek warmth. Ye Feng, save me, save me. At that moment, a figure rushed towards Ye Feng from a distance. It was Qing Jun, pursued by several menacing natives who resembled bandits rather than members of a great clan. Ye Feng swiftly positioned himself before Qing Jun. Gentlemen, did I not command everyone to cease the violence? Why do you persist? Ye Feng spoke icily. Who do you think you are? Get lost, or I'll slay you too, the assailants retorted angrily. Die. With a swift motion, Ye Feng's fist struck out, and the bandits were instantaneously reduced to nothingness. This tactic proved effective, as the sounds of conflict on Hot Spring Island gradually subsided. Qing Jun, where's Brother Fu? And Brother Qing? Ye Feng inquired. My brother Qing was surrounded by 10 men. He. Qing Jun could no longer contain her tears, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the calamity. What about Brother Fu? I don't know, he is likely. Qing Jun collapsed into Ye Feng's embrace. Step aside. Another individual approached. It was Niu Decao, who pulled Qing Jun away before diving into Ye Feng's arms herself. Ha! The 7 bandits have arrived, one of the bandits exclaimed, his gaze flitting over Qing Jun and Niu Decao. Ye Feng, these 2 girls are quite appealing. You enjoy them first, and once you're done, we'll take our turn. The leader of the 7 bandits declared. Ye Feng's expression turned icy. Gentlemen, this is Hot Spring Island. Mind your language. We must coexist here. So regardless of your past actions, I expect you to adhere to some decorum. Ye Feng spoke coldly. Decorum? Apologies. But the only things we bandits cherish are slaughter and women. Without these, what meaning does our existence hold? Another bandit of royal might remarked. Oh. Ye Feng slowly pushed Niu Decao aside, casting a frosty glare at the 7 men. At that moment, the hot spring square was teeming with tens of thousands. The entire hot spring island had swelled to a population of 1 to 200,000, nearly filling every inch of land. Since you 7 insist on disrupting the order, I have no choice but to test your capabilities. If I prevail, I hope you will conduct yourselves properly in the future. If I lose, you may do as you please, Ye Feng declared nonchalantly. The 7 bandits exchanged glances, a hint of disdain crossing their faces, for they had not witnessed Ye Feng unleash his full potential. Choose one of us, the leader of the 7 bandits suggested. No need, come at me all at once. Ye Feng replied indifferently. Do you wish for death? Very well, I shall grant you that. The 7 men's expressions shifted, for they had never been so underestimated. Even a 5th-tier royal would not dare to challenge them all at once. In an instant, 7 figures brandished their weapons and lunged towards Ye Feng. This was the opportunity Ye Feng had been waiting for. He raised his fists, and two Sanskrit symbols surged forth. Boom! A small sun began to rise. Before the 7 bandits could reach him, their bodies were sent hurtling backwards, exploding mid-air into a mist of crimson. Ye Feng took a deep breath, slowly retracting his fists, and then cast a piercing gaze over the gathered clan leaders. Is there anyone else? Ye Feng inquired loudly. Silence enveloped the scene. No one dared respond. Those who met Ye Feng's eyes quickly bowed their heads, fearful of his wrath. Is there truly no one else? Still, no one dared to answer. Excellent. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now, I shall lay down some rules. Firstly, there shall be no further killing. Anyone who commits murder will pay with their life. I will appoint several deputy island masters, and together we will establish the laws of Hot Spring Island. Otherwise, it shall no longer be a sanctuary, but a hell. Do you understand? Ye Feng's voice boomed like thunder. Understood. Yes, Master Yi. Your strength is undeniable. We have come to realize that, they replied. Ye Feng nodded. Addressing the prominent clan leaders, Lord Yulong, Lady Lung Ling, Lord Tai Kur, and Lord Luo Xing, you 4 are masters among the Power Emperors. I ask that you take on the role of deputy island masters and form a law enforcement team composed of 9th-tier power kings to patrol Hot Spring Island and halt the bloodshed. Ye Feng spoke earnestly. Agreed. Lady Lung Ling was the first to respond. She recognized that even 10 of her would not match Ye Feng's prowess. This young man was extraordinarily strong. Appearing to be under 30, yet his strength likely reached the 6th or 7th tier of Power Emperor. All right, I concede to you, Lord Yulong nodded. The other 2 reluctantly followed suit. Brother Feng. A figure dashed over. It was Mei Ji. Ah, Mei Ji, you're alive. Ye Feng exclaimed joyfully. He then glanced into the distance. What of Chen Chong, Jin Yimei, and Jin Qi? What has happened to them? Ye Feng asked with anticipation. They perished in the battle for clan power during the conflict at Hot Spring. Mei Ji shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Oh, do not cry. Do not cry. At least you are safe. Ye Feng's voice was hoarse. Brother Feng. Just then, Chasing Horse rushed in, followed by a throng of emaciated citizens of Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng felt a sense of familiarity with them. Chu Shui. He immediately spotted Bai Chu Shui and embraced her. Ah Feng, where have you been? Bai Chu Shui's tears flowed like a kite set adrift. It's all right. I've returned now. How have you been? Ye Feng inquired gently. Bai Chu Shui pointed to the wounds on her face. Are you blind? Chapter 948. Ah Feng. Is it you? From this day forth, I shall protect you all, Ye Feng vowed, before making his way to the dock area. During the reign of the Sword Gorge, the citizens of Hot Spring Island were all relegated to live in the filthy and chaotic dock area. Within the castle resided the elite of the 5 great clans. Qing Jun was taken aback, closely trailing behind Ye Feng, fearful that the group might harm her. Brother Feng, you have come to see us. Ah, Brother Feng. Why did it take you so long to arrive? We have been starved during this time. The people of Sword Gorge gave us fish porridge, but the water used for cooking was tainted with urine. It was utterly disgusting. I have gone 7 days without a single drop of water. A throng of citizens encircled Ye Feng, creating a frenzy throughout the dock area. Everyone quiet down. Now, I need you to gather every piece of rope you possess and fashion it into a single length of 200,000 meters, Ye Feng declared solemnly. Brother Feng, where are we to find such thick rope? Someone exclaimed. Even if we gathered all the rope on Hot Spring Island, we could scarcely accumulate 20,000 meters, let alone 200,000. Brother Feng, you don't mean to descend into the abyss, do you? Finally, one individual demonstrated some cleverness. Correct. If the rope is insufficient, tear your belts and clothes into strips. Regardless, I must descend into the abyss, Ye Feng asserted. At that moment, Adolf stepped forward. Mr. Yi, the rope you require must be quite thick at the top and taper down below. Otherwise, the weight of 200,000 meters of rope would be overwhelming. A thinner rope might snap under its own weight before anyone even begins to ascend. Ye Feng's expression darkened at this revelation. If only I could fly. One of the strength masters lamented. Humans are not birds. How can we fly? What about the giant bird? Ye Feng inquired. The baby bird. I witnessed it being shot down by a strength king. It likely met its end, came the response, causing Ye Feng to slowly close his eyes, reminiscing about his encounter with the giant bird. Never mind, Mr. Adolf. You are the expert in this matter. Please assist me in designing a 200,000-meter long rope. After all, Hina and the others are still alive at the bottom of the abyss. But there is no food, no fresh water, and the stench is unbearable, Ye Feng stated. Previously, He had connected the sewer outlet to the abyss. Hot Spring Island had been established for several years, and the excrement of 200,000 people had been dumped into the abyss. One can only imagine how filthy it must be down there. He had to rescue them. Brother Feng, I have recently been developing a flying device called a helicopter. We have yet to achieve precision in the components. However, with your current strength, you might be able to grasp a wooden plank and spin it continuously, using the centrifugal force to lift yourself into the air. If you wish to descend, slow your spinning. If you wish to ascend, spin faster. What do you think? Adolf suggested, inspired. Indeed. Someone hand me that stick. Ye Feng commanded, grasping the wooden stick and initiating his makeshift helicopter mode. He seized the stick's middle and began to twist it rapidly with both hands. The wooden stick began to rotate slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it lifted Ye Feng off the ground, soaring to a height of 10 meters before coming to a halt. Haha, I can't believe it actually works. Adolf, your spatial imagination is truly remarkable. However, carrying a person on this stick seems rather taxing, Ye Feng sighed. He needed to ascend over 200,000 meters in this manner, while also bearing several companions. This was excessively exhausting. Don't worry, I'll fetch the propeller for you shortly. Its aerodynamic design will be far less strenuous than the wooden stick, Adolf chuckled. What are you waiting for? Hurry, Ye Feng urged anxiously. His wife and child were at the bottom of the abyss, and he desperately wanted to rescue them. Before long, Adolf returned with the device. Strictly speaking, it resembled a slender board with a cylindrical center and flat ends. Brother Feng, remember to rotate it from left to right. That will allow you to ascend. Do not rotate it from right to left, as that will only cause you to descend more rapidly, Adolf instructed. Understood. Niu Decao, Chu Shui, and Zhui Ma. If anything happens while I'm away, seek out Lung Ling or Lung Yan. They will assist you. No time to waste. I must rescue my wife and child. Ye Feng declared, positioning himself beside the abyss. Thousands of citizens gathered around, watching Ye Feng intently. What would become of their fate if he could not ascend from the abyss? They would surely fall victim to enslavement once more. I'm off, Ye Feng proclaimed, raising the stick high and waving it. As he ascended 5 meters, he leaned forward. The sound of a helicopter roared as it descended, quickly vanishing from the crowd's sight. After descending approximately 10,000 meters, Ye Feng found himself enveloped in darkness. Although there was light at the bottom of the abyss, it was too distant, akin to viewing the moon 100 million light-years away from Earth. The artificial helicopter continued its descent, and Ye Feng faintly detected an earthy scent mingled with an unpleasant odor. He gagged and abruptly halted his hands. A cacophony of wails echoed throughout the abyss as Ye Feng plummeted freely towards the depths below. After falling for nearly 10 minutes, he suddenly felt powerful gusts of wind rushing from both sides, causing his body to sway. With a thud, he landed on something soft. Before him stood 4 enormous torches, enveloped in a layer of azure luminescence. Inside the glow, nearly 1,000 individuals stood or sat. What a foul stench! Ye Feng exclaimed, reaching down and discovering a lump of excrement. How unfortunate! He vigorously shook his hand and wiped it against the wall, only to find that the wall was also smeared with filth. Gagging once more, he uttered, Ugh. Ah Feng, is that you? A voice called out. Belonging to Duo Yanhina. Wife, of course it is me. I never expected this abyss to hold such hidden wonders. Ye Feng approached the luminous barrier, preparing to penetrate its depths. Regrettably, this barrier proved even more formidable than the protective clan formation. His previous attempt to strike it resulted in a multitude of tiny blades extending from the surface, piercing his palm with sharp pain. Wait. Allow me to place a curse on you first, Duo Yanhina declared, pointing at Ye Feng. She gestured again. What? Unwilling to concede, Duo Yanhina exerted herself to press against Ye Feng once more. Finally succeeded. Your physical form is too robust. All the curses were expelled from your body. With that, she opened a small gap in the azure barrier. Brother Feng, I have missed you so much, Shinnen exclaimed, rushing forward and leaping into Ye Feng's embrace before Duo Yanhina could. Chapter 949. I shall descend from the heavens, it's all right now. Ye Feng gently patted Chun An's back. Jihai, you are alive. Ye Feng did not embrace Duo Yanhina, but instead wrapped his arms around Wang Jihai, softly patting his back as well. Brother Feng, did you just relieve yourself on me? Wang Jihai fumed, forcefully pushing Ye Feng away. Of course not, Ye Feng replied, raising his hands in surrender. Ugh, how disgusting. At last, Ye Feng faced Duo Yanhina directly. Ah Feng, have you seen that creature on the altar? she inquired. Ye Feng looked up and immediately spotted the enormous worm-like beast, looming over the altar like a mountain. Is that a statue? He asked. No, it is a living creature. And it has reached at least level 80, Duo Yanhina replied. Level 80? An extraordinary beast? Even someone as formidable as Ye Feng was momentarily struck dumb. He had never even encountered a level 30 sand beast. And the sudden appearance of an 80-level creature was utterly terrifying. Is it dead? Ye Feng questioned. It is not dead. I merely employed the curse god cauldron left by my ancestor to temporarily seal it, Duo Yanhina said, her complexion pale. That is good to hear. Ye Feng sighed with relief. What good is that? This is an 80-level extraordinary beast. The seal may not contain it. It could awaken at any moment. And once it does, no one in this world, including those beyond the Gale Zone, will be able to restrain it, Duo Yanhina said, her expression grim. Ah, does that mean its threat is more terrifying than a great calamity? Ye Feng's expression changed. Indeed. Then why not kill it? It cannot be killed. It is too powerful. Its physical hardness surpasses all materials in this world. Even if we were to continuously slice at it with weapons, we could not bring it down. For now, I can only utilize this formation to gradually deplete its energy, but it is futile. Its energy is as vast as the ocean, and the amount consumed by this formation is but a fraction of its total. Upon hearing Duo Yanhina's words, Ye Feng's expression shifted. I shall give it a try. You all wait for me below. With that, he ascended the 1,000-meter-long staircase, step by step, until he reached the altar's summit. As he neared the worm-like creature, Ye Feng felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Its entire body was encased in a murky shell. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and drew forth his curved dagger. Clang! With a swift stroke, the curved blade of the Na city swept through, and Ye Feng seized a massive axe, delivering a fierce chop. The axe flew several meters away, the recoil sending a tingling sensation through Ye Feng's hands. Truly formidable. If armor were crafted from such a shell, would it not be said that even a 9th-tier force monarch could not shatter it? If only I had a drill. A continuous penetrating force would surely reach the depths. Contemplating this, Ye Feng pressed his palm against the shell. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. In the next moment, elation surged within him. This worm creature was extraordinarily powerful. Even the energy contained within its shell far surpassed that of a 36th-tier crystal core. Hina, Susan, I fear I shall remain here for a few more days. Rest assured, before long, those above will manufacture a rope stretching 200,000 meters to hoist us all up. Upon concluding his words, Ye Feng placed both palms against the shell of the worm creature. The energy was so abundant that he felt akin to a rice weevil falling into a grain bin, continuously absorbing energy. Below the altar, Duoyen, Hina, and others watched Ye Feng in silence. A golden halo enveloped Ye Feng's form, growing ever more radiant, while two Sanskrit characters danced and swirled at incredible speed. Truly, it was no surprise that this was an extraordinary beast above level 80. The energy within it compelled Ye Feng's cultivation to instinctively unleash the Brahma's sacred demon art. Simultaneously, on the surface of the golden halo, lightning crackled and flames blazed, causing the temperature within hundreds of meters to surge abruptly. As Ye Feng cultivated and turned his gaze inward, he discovered that not only were the runes on his golden bones shimmering, but even those on his heart were aglow. Concurrently, once the energy filled his dantian, it surged directly towards his mind. Ye Feng's eyes flickered as vivid childhood memories came rushing back. He saw his grandfather, leaning on a cane, carrying him through the mountains to hunt, teaching him to identify various herbs. Grandson, grow up quickly. It will be well once you do. His grandfather's voice resonated with a profound sense of time. Time flowed back once more, revealing a 3-year-old Ye Feng sitting on the threshold, staring vacantly into the distance. Again, time reversed, and Ye Feng became an infant in swaddling clothes. He overheard a man and a woman arguing. All you do is play cards. I and the child have nothing to eat. I do not wish to hear it. Do not speak again. Get out. Accompanied by a furious roar, Ye Feng witnessed a disheveled woman approach. She gently tucked him in, kissed his forehead, and then left the home without looking back. Ye Feng's cries rang out piercingly. The woman paused, her face streaked with tears, yet upon seeing the man at the card table, she gritted her teeth and strode away from the farmhouse. Damn it. All you do is cry. Do you believe I will throw you to your death? The man rose, fuming, and swiftly carried Ye Feng toward the restroom. No, beast. Suddenly, his grandfather rushed in, snatching Ye Feng away. The man had seemed fine just days before, laughing and joking. It's all right. That wretched woman just returned to her family. She will be back in a few days. Yet, as time passed into months, the woman never returned. The man, in a state of despair, neglected his appearance and the cleanliness of his home. One day, he stood before Ye Feng, lamenting, "Child, my dear child, your father is powerless. You must heed your grandfather's words. I would gladly trade 20 years of my life for your safety and health until you reach 20. After uttering these words, he kissed little Ye Feng on the cheek and, burdened, left the home without looking back. Ye Feng's eyes flew open, tears streaming down his face, a flicker of sorrow glimmering in the depths of his gaze. Mother, father. In the far north of Yijian Gorge, desolation reigned. The fierce wind whipped up the yellow sands to heights of over 1,000 meters, forming whirlwinds. As one traversed this region, the air was filled with the sound of sand and stones colliding, akin to countless sharp blades dancing in a frenzied whirl. Indeed, this was the infamous wind zone, encircling the great desert and isolating it into an independent realm. At this moment, within the wind zone, a golden light struggled to advance. With each step taken, he would pour a crystal pill from a small vial into his mouth. Despite this, the gale continued to assail him, making each movement arduous. Junior sister, I have finally attained the true martial realm. As I have promised, one day I shall descend from the heavens and claim you as my bride. The man, enveloped in the golden light, was a youth of unremarkable appearance. Chapter 950. Everyone feels comfortable. Time passed, though the duration was uncertain, and he finally emerged from the wind zone. However, his armor lay in tatters, reduced to mere rags. Brr, how cold it is. Could it be that this calamity in the desert is a bitter chill? He spoke, casting his deep gaze toward the south. Just then, a frown creased his brow as he retrieved a bone tablet from his robe. A crack appeared on its surface. Junior sister? Has Qinghua junior sister passed away? No. She is still so young. A roar of fury erupted, and the surrounding sands whirled violently, as if a golden dragon spiraled in the sky. The youth could not suppress a mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth, he flickered and appeared 100 zhang away in an instant. After a few more flashes, he vanished from sight, moving with the swiftness of a meteor. Above the altar, a golden light flickered as Ye Feng slowly released the worm creature. Ah Feng, have you succeeded? Duo and Hina looked up toward the sky. With a swift motion, Ye Feng appeared beneath the altar. Not quite yet, but I have completed the brain enhancement portion of the third stage. In 7 days, once my mind is stabilized, I shall cultivate the third layer of the soul refinement technique, and then seek to challenge the third layer of the venerable Saint Demon technique. Ye Feng spoke calmly, his demeanor far steadier than before. That's wonderful, brother Feng. If you can reach the third layer of the venerable Saint Demon technique, even the 9th tier power sovereign may not stand a chance against you. Shannon exclaimed excitedly. Ye Feng smiled slightly. The 9th tier power sovereign is already close to the true martial realm. How could I possibly be his opponent? In truth, he contemplated that once he perfected the third layer of the soul refining technique, he would no longer be plagued by inner demons. He could directly harness the energy of the worm creature to elevate his own level to that of a sovereign of strength. With the foundational energy of a sovereign, his cultivation of the third layer of the divine demonic art would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. At that juncture, not only would a 9th tier sovereign be within his reach, but even the long-extinct true martial realm powers would find him a formidable adversary, granting him at least a modicum of self-preservation. Is there anything to eat? Ye Feng inquired, casting a glance at those around him. No. Even if there were food, who could possibly eat in such a foul environment? Su Yun covered her nose. Initially, they had connected the sewers of the 20,000 inhabitants of Hot Spring Island to the abyss, which could be deemed a self-inflicted hardship. This resulted in a thick layer of viscous substance forming on the ground. The walls below were similarly coated with a blackish-yellow layer, not only repulsive but also emitting an exceptionally unpleasant odor. At that moment, Ye Feng's expression shifted. After reaching the brain refinement realm, he sensed an inexplicable awareness within his mind, as if he could perceive everything within several dozen yards, including what lay beneath the ground. Outside the light barrier stood the moonlit fairy. Ye Feng's gaze darted to a particular corner. With a swift motion, everyone drew their weapons, fixating their attention on the exterior of the light barrier. You need not hide. I have already sensed your presence. Is there not a string of bells tied around your ankle? Ye Feng called out toward that corner. After a brief pause, A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was indeed the moonlit fairy. However, she appeared disheveled, seemingly reverted to the appearance of a 14-year-old, her strength barely approaching that of a sovereign. Ye Feng, you have ultimately discovered me. How do you intend to deal with me? She inquired. Deal with you? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and, in a flash, appeared outside the light barrier. You? The moonlit fairy was taken aback, astonished by Ye Feng's astonishing speed, which rivaled that of a fifth-tier sovereign. Moonlit fairy, it seems you have become of little use to me. Perhaps you should consider ending your own life. Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly. The moonlit fairy was momentarily speechless. To reach the fifth-tier sovereign realm required countless trials. How could she possibly take her own life? Ye Feng, your spirit is incomplete, and I am a sovereign-level alchemist. Do you still wish to concoct a soul pill? The moonlit fairy finally found a justification. However, I have already progressed to the second layer of the soul refining technique, and it will not be long before I reach the third layer. The inner demons seem to pose no significant threat to me now. Why would I need a soul pill? Ye Feng grasped her shoulders, immobilizing her. You underestimate the inner demons. The stronger one becomes, the more potent the inner demons grow. The soul refining technique merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Only the soul pill can restore your spirit completely, the moonlit fairy said anxiously, desperate to survive. Oh, is that so? Ye Feng turned his attention to Duoyan Hina within the light barrier. Ah Feng, she is not mistaken. The soul pill is indeed fundamental. You may temporarily spare her. Provided she can produce the soul pill, it is not out of the question to grant her a reprieve, Duoyan Hina replied coolly. Very well. Since my lady has interceded on your behalf, I shall temporarily spare you. Hina, proceed to cast the curse upon her, Ye Feng declared. Understood. Duoyan Hina extended her index finger, aiming it at Haoyue. That won't suffice. She is a fifth-tier power emperor. If she does not relax, my curse cannot penetrate her body. Duoyan Hina remarked. Did you hear that? Relax and withdraw your energy completely, Ye Feng commanded coldly. Very well. Haoyue understood that Dian's intent in casting the curse was to prevent her from being torn to nothingness by the cursed sword threads within the grand formation. Before long, the curse was successfully placed, and with a casual flick of his hand, Haoyue was sent flying into the luminous barrier. However, Ye Feng was still not entirely at ease with Haoyue. He had previously employed the sealing technique of the Brahmin's sacred demon arts to restrict her power to that of a mere warrior. Finding a clean spot, Ye Feng rested for a day and night, then ascended to the altar, placing his hand upon the shell of the worm creature. This time, he practiced the soul refining technique. Countless elements surged towards Ye Feng, and under the immense energy, he attained the third level of the soul refining technique in just 2 days. At least for this moment, his inner demons would never trouble him again. Mustn't stop. Ye Feng pressed his hand against the worm creature once more, unleashing a powerful blood-sucking technique. With the absence of inner turmoil, coupled with a continuous influx of energy, Ye Feng's cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, nearly 10,000 times that of an ordinary individual. In merely 1 day, he broke through 5 levels, directly ascending to the 9th-tier power king. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Ye Feng sensed that the myriad races on Hot Spring Island were plotting something and felt compelled to swiftly elevate his strength. He needed to reach the level of Power Emperor to maintain control. Otherwise, outside Hot Spring Island, there were billions of humans, with nearly 10 million being Power Masters alone. Few ordinary individuals could traverse the vast desert to reach this place. Inside the luminous barrier of Hot Spring Island, the area was overcrowded, with people occupying every available space. Some even relieving themselves indiscriminately. Come, beautiful, it won't cost you anything, and everyone will feel comfortable. Several Power Masters encircled Niu Decao. Step back. This is Hot Spring Island. Be wary of the law enforcement team. Niu Decao trembled in fear. Chapter 951. I shall take you to a mysterious place, oh, lovely lady. Are you suggesting that as long as the law enforcement team is absent, we can indulge ourselves? Splendid. Let us retreat to the depths of the castle for some unrestrained enjoyment. These Power Masters, once genteel, had succumbed to the lawlessness of the apocalypse, observing how some desert bandits acted with impunity. Thus, adopting a mindset of self-preservation, they joined in the revelry. At that moment, the cold and composed law enforcement team arrived. You lot, do not lay a finger on her, Cold Ling stated coldly. Not touch her. The group of Power Masters fearlessly locked eyes with the Power Emperor. Hot Spring Island had become a refuge for over 200,000 people, with 190,000 engaging in reckless behavior. When the law enforcement team was present, they barely restrained themselves. As soon as the law enforcement team departed, they resumed their unruly antics. "Why are you not leaving quickly?" Cold-Ling admonished sharply. The group of power practitioners exchanged glances before nonchalantly departing. Anguish overtook Ongwa's visage. She lamented that the current state was far worse than during the reign of the Sword Gorge, a time when order had not yet unraveled. 100 meters away, several power practitioners dragged a woman into a wooden shack, followed by chilling screams. At that moment, Zhuema found himself in a predicament as well, encircled by several burly female power practitioners. "You are quite robust. Today my 7 sisters and I shall have our fun with you," they taunted. "Get lost." A skirmish erupted, with Zhuema swiftly bound by the 7 women and subsequently dragged towards the dock area. The entire hot spring island was rife with incessant screams, accompanied by raucous laughter, resembling a hellish nightmare. "Senior Lung, what shall we do? Your enforcement team must restore order," Ongwa implored. "Come along, you should join the enforcement team. There are far too many wicked individuals, and humanity has descended into chaos," Lung Ling replied, pulling Ongwa into her enforcement unit. At that moment, Ongwa noticed a man frantically running about. "Come on, my fierce ladies, feel free to indulge in me. Do not hold back." Shan was running about in the nude. Yet none of the female power practitioners seemed interested. "Why does Zhuema attract so many women while I am overlooked? This is unacceptable," Shan lamented, his face a picture of despair. Ongwa turned to see Niu Decao emerging from the wooden shack, a bamboo skewer dangling from his mouth. Following him were 5 female power practitioners, who playfully flicked at him as they passed. "Not bad. I'll seek you out again. See you bright and early tomorrow," Niu Decao said, bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Ugh," Ongwa furrowed her brow in dismay, exclaiming, "What manner of people are these?" Just then, 2 power practitioners began to drag a woman from Hot Spring Island towards the wooden shack. "Let go of me," the woman protested, desperately striking at her captors. Hee, darling. You may not want this now, but soon you'll be begging us for it. Ha ha ha," one of them sneered. "Indeed, our brotherly technique of simultaneous strikes is unmatched. You will experience sensations like never before." As the 2 were about to commit their nefarious deeds, Lung Ling's enforcement team arrived. "Release her," they commanded. The 2 men froze momentarily, realizing they were confronted by the enforcement team. However, they hastily reasoned, "We are already in motion. If we let her go, will the women of your team resolve our predicament?" Boldly insolent, Lung Ling seethed, preparing to take action. Yet, in the next instant, a throng of power practitioners surrounded them, leering at Lung Ling's figure and the predominantly female enforcement team. Hiss! Lung Ling inhaled sharply. "We must leave." With that, she led her team away, retreating in disarray. Enforcement is a measure only applicable when order is intact, but when chaos reigns, enforcing the law exacts a grievous toll. Indeed, the enforcement team could be devoured by those driven by base desires. Currently, there are 4 enforcement teams on Hot Spring Island, and the Yulong enforcement team now faces its own challenges. Before them stood nearly 100 formidable warriors, accompanied by a dozen powerful kings, encircling the enforcement team, among whom was a surprising presence, the mightiest of them all, the Emperor of Power. "Do not kill, and do not force women," Yulong admonished, albeit with a voice that lacked conviction. Yet, the throng of over 100 individuals raised their heads, scrutinizing him from top to bottom. "Brother Yu, I advise you to mind your own business. What is this enforcement team? Frankly, if we so wish, we could easily eliminate all 4 of you," the Emperor of Power stated without reservation. "Junior brother Mo, the Lord of Yi has commanded us to maintain order, as a sovereign in your own right. Cannot you exhibit some awareness?" Yulong's voice was a blend of reprimand and persuasion. "Ha ha ha, brother Yu, have you truly become Ye Feng's lackey? He possesses but the meager strength of a power king. Although his abilities are somewhat comparable to that of an emperor, have you truly lowered yourself to such a state? However, the island of hot springs must uphold some semblance of order. Otherwise, how will we sustain it in the future? Enough of this nonsense. Let us move. I acknowledge your enforcement team, but when you see us reveling, it would be prudent for you to turn a blind eye." Otherwise, the emperor's warning hung ominously in the air. "Let us go," Yulong sighed deeply, retreating to restore order in other areas. While he could not manage the disturbances caused by the emperor, he could certainly address those at the Power King level. "Hey, what are you ruffians doing?" Yulong had barely walked 200 meters when he encountered 5 ninth-tier power kings engaged in robbery. "We have some deworming medicine here. We're taking it for ourselves?" One of the ninth-tier power kings declared, brandishing the medicine in his hand. "Absolutely not. Return it to her. If one wishes to survive here, order must be observed," Yulong chastised. However, the 5 ninth-tier warriors exchanged glances, slowly rising to their full height, hands resting on their blades. "Very well, if you must rob. Do not kill, and do not force women." Yulong's face darkened, and he was compelled to patrol elsewhere. As for the other 2 enforcement teams, while they ostensibly maintained order on the island, their actions diverged significantly when they encountered women or items that caught their fancy. "Hey, let go of that young girl." The Emperor of Power dispatched several warriors, rescuing her. "Little girl, this place is too perilous. Allow me to escort you to a mysterious location," he said. Soon, the young girl found herself taken to the Sun City Fortress, with an uncertain fate awaiting her. In a shadowy corner, Qing Jun gritted her teeth, smearing mud across her face and fashioning an eye patch to cover her right eye, transforming herself into a one-eyed dragon. "Wow, a one-eyed beauty. I've never encountered such a rarity before. I want her." A power master rushed forward, eyes gleaming with desire. "Go to hell." A fierce confrontation was imminent, and Qing Jun swiftly decapitated the last of the power masters, though she was left breathless and fatigued. Her striking beauty drew attention from the power masters, necessitating daily battles, sometimes more than 10, to fend them off. Even the prodigies of the Green Grass Division found their energy waning in the face of such relentless challenges. If a few more individuals were to join, I fear that after so many years of guarding my body, I would have to yield. Chapter 952. You two come over and embrace my waist. Outside the luminous barrier, an innumerable assembly of strength practitioners, including mightily powerful warriors, some strength kings, and a handful of strength emperors, either sat or stood. When the barrier was breached, they had not had the opportunity to rush into the grand formation immediately. Now, to enter, a formidable leader was imperative to coordinate their simultaneous assault on the barrier. Yet, evidently, none possessed such leadership, save for Ye Feng. Boom. One strength emperor, unable to contain himself, shattered the icy layer with a single punch, sending torrents of seawater splashing. Rush. Some strength practitioners dove into the ice hole to fish, while others, driven by avarice, plunged into the depths of the sea. However, within less than a minute, the ice hole refroze, entombing those practitioners beneath the seabed. Boom. 5 kilometers away, another strength emperor made his move. The number of strength emperors Ye Feng had previously organized was merely a fraction, as several had come from distant lands, lacking any connection to the vast desert. Over 100 million people surrounded Hot Spring Island, creating an impenetrable barrier. The outsiders desperately sought entry, while those within were reluctant to leave the comfort of the island, fearing the potential wrath of malevolent forces that could render their lives worse than death. At the abyss's depths, upon the altar, the golden light enveloping Ye Feng fluctuated in intensity. He had cultivated to the 9th tier of Strength King and was now endeavoring to breach the realm of Strength Emperor. Boom. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ye Feng gradually released his grip on the worm creature. "It's hopeless. The bottleneck is too dense to break through." After uttering this, he coughed up another spurt of blood. Swish, swish. 2 figures ascended the altar. They were Susan and Doyen Hina. "Are you all right, Ah Feng?" Doyen Hina inquired as she helped Ye Feng to his feet. "Of course, something is amiss. I did not anticipate the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck from Strength King to Strength Emperor. I have attempted 5 times, and each endeavor has nearly shattered my physical form," Ye Feng replied weakly. "Perhaps it would be wise not to pursue the Strength Emperor realm for now. You are currently a 9th tier Strength King, and with the addition of the Sacred Demon Art, I suspect that even a 9th tier Strength Emperor may not pose a challenge for you," Susan advised. "Very well, since I cannot overcome this threshold, I shall focus on further cultivating the Sacred Demon Art. You may leave. I have no time for rest." With that, Ye Feng placed his hands once more upon the shell of the worm creature. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The creature's energy was overwhelmingly potent. Ye Feng's cultivation at the 9th tier Strength King level had required the equivalent energy of consuming 135 level crystals. Yet, to the worm creature, this energy was but a triviality, underscoring its immense power. After half an hour of absorbing energy through the star absorption technique, Ye Feng utilized this force to cultivate the Sacred Demon Art. Within his inner vision, His marrow had entirely transformed to a deep purple, while his bones radiated a resplendent golden hue, which shimmered through his muscles and skin, forming a dense golden halo. Boom! Two Sanskrit characters emerged from Ye Feng's body, swiftly swirling in a mesmerizing dance. Ye Feng once again applied the star absorption technique on the earthworm monster. Boom! 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 At last, the third golden Sanskrit character emerged, manifesting upon Ye Feng's corporeal form. Ah! Brother Feng has succeeded, achieving the third level of the Vedic sacred demon technique. Below the altar, Qianan was filled with ecstatic joy. The three golden Sanskrit characters spun for a moment, radiating brilliant golden light that seemed almost alive, twisting and contorting in the air. In the blink of an eye, the golden light enveloping Ye Feng's body detached, warping behind him. Boom! A towering 6-meter golden apparition materialized, a perfect mirror of Ye Feng himself. The third level of the Vedic sacred demon technique, the Dharma manifestation of heaven and earth. Duo Yanhina's face lit up with excitement. What is the Dharma manifestation of heaven and earth? Qianan inquired. The Dharma manifestation of heaven and earth signifies that upon reaching the third level, the physical power has reached its zenith. The body cannot contain such formidable energy, and thus it must be transferred to the Dharma body. This Dharma body will mirror the movements of the original, and every strike will possess the might of creation. Duo Yanhina spoke with delight. She had perused the Vedic sacred demon technique and understood the divine abilities corresponding to each level. Time passed, and suddenly, the Dharma body behind Ye Feng dissipated with a whoosh as he released the earthworm monster's shell and slowly rose to his feet. Is this the accompanying divine ability of the third level of the Vedic sacred demon technique, the Dharma manifestation? With this thought, Ye Feng clenched his fists. Boom! Once more, a 6-meter-tall Dharma body emerged behind him. He grounded himself in a horse stance, and the Dharma body mirrored his position, synchronizing with his movements. Taste my palm. Boom! He struck towards the azure light screen. As he unleashed his palm, the Dharma body did likewise. A gigantic handprint appeared on the azure screen, distorting it under immense pressure. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on mastering the divine skill. Qianan and the others hurriedly ascended the altar. But what of mastering the divine skill? Now, we must find a way to escape the abyss. We cannot remain hidden here forever. Ye Feng sighed, pacing around the earthworm monster atop the altar. At that moment, Duo Yanhina's expression shifted. Ah Feng, this azure screen, Xinger can control its size. Why not create some hooks to affix to the outer edge of the screen? Then, let Xinger chant a spell to enlarge the screen infinitely. In doing so, we can ascend alongside the screen to the upper reaches of the abyss. Duo Yanhina proposed. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Hooking onto the periphery of the screen, since it is incredibly sturdy when the screen expands. We can all rise with it to the abyss's summit. Ye Feng rejoiced. Everyone, heed my command. Now, bend all available iron into hooks, and prepare ropes of at least 10 meters in length for each hook, capable of supporting at least 10 people. In due time, my son will elevate you all to the upper reaches of the abyss. Ye Feng's voice thundered forth. Understood. Wonderful, we can finally leave this sewer. I am so hungry. I could starve. Nearly 1,000 individuals joyfully commenced their labors, bending long swords, spears, and curved blades into the shape of hooks. Little Leaf Star was prepared, her hands forming an intricate gesture. Ye Feng was the first to extend the hook outward before pulling it back. The protective shield naturally allowed for easy extension from within, yet retraction from the outside proved challenging. Thus, the hook firmly latched onto the exterior of the luminous barrier. Hina, Susan, come here and hold onto my waist. Son, grasp my thigh, Ye Feng called out. Duo Yanhina and Susan exchanged glances before finally approaching Ye Feng. Susan wrapped her arms around Ye Feng's neck, while Duo Yanhina placed one hand on Ye Feng's shoulder and the other around his sturdy waist. Little Leaf Star also approached, settling on the back of Ye Feng's foot. Duo Yanhina tugged at Little Leaf's collar to ensure he wouldn't fall while forming the gesture. Susan hesitated for a moment before freeing one hand to grasp Little Leaf Star's garment. Chapter 953. Nearly fainted at this moment, Qianan seized the hook, anchoring it outside the luminous barrier. The person clinging to his waist was none other than Xiao Shui. After all, they were nominally husband and wife. I want to hold on to you too, interjected Duo Yan Jasmine. I want to join as well. Immediately, 5 or 6 individuals wrapped themselves around Qianan's arms, thighs, or neck. Don't choke me. If I suffocate, You'll all fall back, Shannon scolded, his face flushed with embarrassment. Wang Zhihai fared the worst. He clutched the hook with one hand, while at least 40 individuals dangled below him. His second and third wives held onto his thigh and waist, while several younger wives hung beneath them, and beneath those, a dozen children dangled. Fortunately, Wang Zhihai had already attained the second level of strength. Otherwise, relying solely on one wrist to support such weight would have resulted in disaster. Ye Feng scanned the crowd, ensuring no one was overlooked, before bellowing, "Son, recite the incantation." "All right." Little Leaf Star nodded, forming an unusual gesture with his hands and uttering an obscure spell. The azure shield began to slowly expand, swiftly reaching over 3,000 meters and continuing to stretch outward. "Son, quicken the pace. I fear some may not withstand the strain on their wrists," Ye Feng urged, glancing down at Little Leaf Star. "Okay." Little Leaf Star changed to a different technique, and the shield's speed accelerated tenfold. Ye Feng observed as the expanding shield enveloped both sides of the abyss. "Son, when I tell you to stop, you must do so, otherwise, I fear the shield will encompass all the humans of Hot Spring Island, and the goo sword threads within will claim their lives," Ye Feng shouted. Little Leaf Star remained silent, his incantation growing more hurried. Ye Feng suddenly looked up, noticing a candle-sized point of light in the sky rapidly enlarging, soon resembling a bulb, and ultimately the size of a head. He realized this was the exit of the abyss, and they were on the verge of seeing daylight once more. At long last, triumph seemed within reach. "My son, you have truly astonished me," Ye Feng exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Suddenly, a cerulean light curtain burst forth from the abyss, emanating from its entrance and simultaneously erupting from the depths of Hot Spring Island. Many were caught off guard, propelled by the force of the light curtain. Its exterior was exceedingly solid, rendering it impossible for ordinary individuals to breach. "What is happening?" Qing Jun found himself thrust against the light curtain, now suspended 20 meters above the ground. What on earth is going on? Niu Decao was also caught in the same predicament. Subsequently, every living being on Hot Spring Island was thrust against the light curtain, gradually pushed towards the island's periphery as the blue light expanded. "Stop! What is happening? Why is this occurring?" Niu Decao exclaimed, realizing that she was about to be ejected from the protective formation of Hot Spring Island. "This is bad. I see him, Ye Feng. What is your intention? Why are you pushing us outside?" Yu Long spotted Ye Feng within the light curtain, gripping a hook. At that moment, the cerulean light curtain blossomed within the protective array of the hot springs. Sensing that the moment had arrived, Ye Feng released the hook, allowing his family to swiftly descend onto Hot Spring Island. The island was devoid of any external beings, as they had all been automatically propelled to the outskirts of the protective formation, left to endure the biting cold and snow. One after another, the others fell gracefully from the air, landing safely. "At last, I am back in the light. I can finally escape that repugnant odor." Wang Zhihai wept uncontrollably. Others shared his sentiments, disregarding the curses hurled by those still trapped in the icy depths. By now, the cerulean light curtain had overlapped with the blue light curtain of the hot springs, yet the area covered by the cerulean curtain was significantly larger, enveloping a radius of approximately 30 kilometers around Hot Spring Island. The outer forces, including Li Shi, Li Wang, and Li Huang, were all thrust to the outskirts. In their fury, they struck the blue curtain, venting their frustration. "Brother Feng, I am still out here." Niu Decao shivered from the cold. "Brother Feng, don't just stand there. Let us in. I am a citizen of Hot Spring Island," Xian called out, pounding against the curtain with a hoarse voice. Meanwhile, those brimming with excess hormones were now trembling from the chill, their previous intentions forgotten. Inside Hot Spring Island, the population had returned to over 1,000. Ye Feng swiftly maneuvered to the front of the light curtain, immediately spotting Niu Decao. "Niu Decao, do not fret. I will let you in," he assured her. "Son, quickly create an opening in the cerulean curtain. Hina, come here and cast a spell for Niu Decao." Ye Feng issued his commands with composure. Without delay, Duo Yin and Hina performed the incantation, while Yi Xing opened a gap in the light curtain. The cerulean light curtain allowed entry, but the blue curtain remained resolute. "This is not good. Hot Spring Island is now doubly protected. I can only enter through the cerulean curtain, but the original blue curtain remains impenetrable," Niu Decao exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, Bai Guogua emerged from the crowd. "Excellent, Guogua. You must find a way to open the protective formation," Ye Feng urged. "I don't have the formation plate." The green light barrier pushed me out of the hot spring formation, and I left the formation plate inside, Bai Guogua replied. This is dire. Someone, quickly find the formation plate. With a commanding shout from Ye Feng, nearly 1,000 people sprang into action. Brother Feng, is this the item? Cheng Libin picked up a white circular plate, though it appeared quite different from the previous one. Indeed, Bai Guogua waved vigorously from beyond the light barrier. Quick, throw the disc to me. Here. After receiving the disc, Bai Guogua found that the blue light barrier immediately opened a gap, allowing her to enter smoothly. Just then, a golden thread flickered by. Not good. Duo Yanhina swiftly pointed at Bai Guogua. The golden thread, which had been accelerating, vanished into the void as Duo Yanhina gestured. What just happened? Bai Guogua asked, puzzled. That was the goo sword thread. If one lacks the goo, they would be sliced into pieces by it, Duo Yanhina explained. How terrifying. Does this mean it's akin to the god spear's restraints in the temple? Bai Guogua, having some knowledge from her past visit to the temple with her master, understood the power of the god spear's restrictions. This is far more formidable than the god spear's restraints, as the latter relies on the residual aura left by my ancestor, which will eventually diminish. However, this green light barrier is different. It is continuously powered by an 80-level beast beneath it, Duo Yanhina elaborated. 80-level beast? Bai Guogua nearly fainted from fright. Chapter 954. A complete lack of resistance. Do not fear. That 80-level beast is sealed and will not harm anyone for now. Ye Feng reassured her. You scared me to death. Bai Guogua patted her chest. Hey, you lot are busy chatting while I'm freezing here. Chasing Horse hopped about in the icy expanse, standing next to Xian. My apologies, I nearly forgot. Son, wife, and Guogua, hurry and let them in. Ye Feng instructed. Immediately. Duo Yanhina cast the goo, and after completing the spell, Yi Xing released the green light barrier. Bai Guogua made a final adjustment to the formation plate, and the blue light barrier opened a gap. The two of them jumped in, their noses running from the cold. Guogua, keep the blue light barrier open. Let the green light barrier work its magic. After all, even if those rascals force their way in, they will be sliced to pieces by the goo sword thread. Ye Feng advised. All right, I'll widen the gap, Bai Guogua replied. With Ye Feng's permission, she vigorously adjusted the formation plate. In the next moment, the blue light barrier split open a 10-meter wide gap. The three of them stepped out from the blue light barrier, standing before the green light barrier and facing nearly 100 million people outside. Citizens of Hot Spring Island, step forward and form a line. I will let you in first. Ye Feng's voice thundered, ensuring that everyone within a radius of several dozen kilometers could hear him. The citizens formed a long queue, surprisingly numbering over 6,000. Originally, there were more than 20,000 citizens on Hot Spring Island. Thus, during the last battle, a staggering 70% perished. Do not crowd. Only those who have undergone the curse may enter the azure light barrier, or else they will be annihilated by the curse blades within. The melodious voice of Duo Yanhina resonated. The citizens felt a surge of joy and nodded eagerly. She then turned her gaze to Yi Xing. My son, please create an opening in the azure light barrier. All right, mother, Yi Xing responded, chanting a spell that tore a 20-meter gash in the barrier. Yi Feng's expression darkened. Such a large opening? However, he quickly shook his head with a bitter smile. It mattered little, for even with the opening, those individuals would not dare to invade, lest they be obliterated by the cursed blades within. Duo Yanhina gestured, cursing 10 citizens who then entered the dual-layered light barrier one by one. It's so warm. I can feel my skin regaining sensation. This is wonderful. From now on, Hot Spring Island will have double protection. Do not rejoice too soon. There are still nearly 100 million people outside. How will they be accommodated? Meanwhile, the citizens of Hot Spring Island were cursed one after another, eagerly entering the barrier as if being reborn. Ye Feng, I am coming in. At that moment, 2 sand bandits, unable to endure the cold and uncurbed by any curse, dashed into the azure light barrier. Hey, you two, get out. Ye Feng's expression shifted. Hee. Ye Feng, do you think we will leave? Now that we are in, there is no turning back. Just as the bandit finished speaking, golden threads suddenly flashed above his head. With a swift motion, he was cleaved in half along with his weapon. What is happening? Before the 2 sand bandits could finish their words, the golden threads multiplied, cutting them into 4, then 8. The relentless slicing reduced the 2 bandits to mere particles, erasing them from existence entirely. The eager refugees instantly paled, standing obediently in place. How terrifying. What kind of formation is this? Those two bandits were of the king of strength level, yet they could not withstand even 3 seconds before being turned to nothing. As you have witnessed, you cannot enter the formation without permission. However, rest assured, I, Ye Feng, am not without compassion. Perhaps in due time, I will offer you all a job. Ensuring everyone has fish to eat and warmth to enjoy, Ye Feng's booming voice echoed. The restless crowd outside quieted somewhat. Though they remained distrustful of Ye Feng, they had no alternative. Soon, all 6,000 citizens squeezed into Hot Spring Island, each having been cursed. Now that the citizens are all inside, it is time for the former residents of Hot Spring Island to enter. Form an orderly line. Those who are not residents should not attempt to sneak in. I possess an impeccable memory, and should you be caught, the consequences need not be elaborated, Ye Feng warned. Indeed, those who were previously eager to move forward halted, their expressions flickering uncertainly. The sheer number of residents is somewhat daunting, exceeding 50,000. Duoyan Hina had no choice but to employ a joint curse, afflicting every 30 individuals. Consequently, upon entering the azure light barrier, the threads of the curse sword shimmered ominously, poised for imminent assault. It resembled a dog vigilant, yet hesitant, uncertain whether to strike without its owner's command. In essence, those ensnared by the joint curse would find their nefarious thoughts towards Duoyan Hina sensed by the cursed threads, leading to their demise. Suddenly, a resident screamed, cleaved in twain by the cursed threads. No. Duoyan Hina quickly recited an incantation, halting the threads, though they continued to swirl menacingly around the burly figure. Ye Feng glanced down, noticing the man's trousers appeared rather unkempt. Had he harbored ill thoughts towards someone? With a flurry, the cursed threads struck again, reducing the man to nothingness. The onlookers outside gaped in horror, their eyes fixated on the golden threads within. What would become of them? They now lacked the courage to assault the grand formation, for even if they managed to breach it, the cursed threads would obliterate them. Did this imply that entering the formation would hinge solely on Ye Feng's whims? They found themselves devoid of any resistance. Amidst the crowd, Yulong and Lung Ling exchanged glances, recognizing the unease reflected on each other's faces. Duoyan Hina toiled until dusk, ultimately placing the curse upon all 50,000 residents. Yet, upon their arrival at Hot Spring Island, golden threads occasionally appeared in the sky, akin to a yellow card, cautioning the residents against mischief. Should they transgress, the yellow card would turn red, resulting in their execution. As the blue and azure barriers simultaneously descended, the temperature on Hot Spring Island surged, swiftly returning to 30 degrees. The crowd, unable to bear the heat, stripped down to mere shorts and leapt into the sea for a refreshing bath. Through the dual layers of light, a blizzard raged outside, where over 100 million shivered in the cold, casting envious, resentful glances at the 60,000 within the island. How you claim you can concoct the soul pill, and the materials are at hand. I demand you produce it immediately. Should you fail, I shall have the curse removed from you, Ye Feng threatened. Ye Feng, the creation of the soul pill is no trifling matter. Only 1 out of 10 furnaces may succeed, and even for a master alchemist, I can guarantee at most 1 successful batch out of 5, Hao Yue replied, her countenance grim. Very well, regardless of whether the soul pill is successful or not, I will reclaim it, unless the quality is so abysmal that its purity falls below 20%. In that case, I shall regrettably remove the curse from you out of humanitarian concern, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. You, Ye Feng, I fear not death, but such a demise would be too humiliating. I shall do my utmost, Hao Yue said, humiliated, as she retreated into the iron cage. Meanwhile, a flicker of hope lingered within her. Fortunately, Ye Feng remained oblivious to the fact that she had unleashed the seal. Otherwise, her survival would have been utterly impossible. With a resounding roar, the 30-ton iron gate clanged shut, imprisoning the moonlight fairy within. Previously, the iron cage served as a source of vitality for the grand formation. Yet now it had lost its purpose. For at the abyss's depths lay an inexhaustible reservoir of life energy, teeming with beasts of level 80 and above. It was likely that the minuscule amount of energy lost by the grand formation would be completely replenished after merely a day of slumber for those creatures. In essence, the energy of such beasts was insatiable. The moment one extracted a fraction of their energy, they could regain it all in just an hour's rest. Moreover, the worm-like monster was currently supplying energy to 2 grand formations. Even if Ye Feng were to rely solely on it for cultivating the divine demonic art in the future, it would suffer not a single hair. Beasts of this caliber could no longer be vanquished by ordinary means. Only sealing could contain them. Residents of Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng commanded, begin immediately to cleanse all lands within a 30-kilometer radius. Dispose of corpses, excrement, and all manner of refuse into the abyss. Now, at once. The residents hastened to comply. For those fortunate enough to enter the protective barrier, it was a tremendous grace bestowed by Ye Feng, and they were determined to repay it wholeheartedly. Assisting in the cleansing of Hot Spring Island was the most fitting form of gratitude. Citizens oversee their efforts. They shall work 8 hours a day, no more, while citizens may contribute only 4 hours daily. Having just reclaimed Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng aimed to solidify the previous system. During the recent war, he had keenly observed the citizens' performances. 99% had fought valiantly, deserving the title of citizen. The residents, however, fell short, with only 80% engaged in the battle, while some had fled beyond the barrier, and others had hidden away. Ye Feng then cast his gaze toward the abyss's depths, where another worm-like monster resided. In the future, frequent descents would be necessary for cultivating the divine demonic art. Thus, the construction of a lift became imperative for convenient access. Yet, to build such a lift, over 200,000 meters of rope would be required. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng approached the outer edge of the barrier, his eyes scanning across Yulong and Lungling. Yulong, Lungling. Do you wish to enter the barrier? Ye Feng inquired calmly. Ye Feng, while you were absent, we established a law enforcement team to protect Hot Spring Island. Now that you have reclaimed it, do you intend to cast us aside? Lungling's frustration was palpable. Though Yulong remained silent, a cold smirk adorned his face. Rest assured, you shall enter. However, before you do, I have a task for you both. Once accomplished, not only will I allow you entry, but I will also ensure that all your kin may enter as well, Ye Feng stated matter-of-factly. Very well, enough with the pleasantries. Quickly state your demands. My kin perish at an alarming rate, each incense stick claiming one. Lung Ling impatiently interrupted. Devise a means to produce 200,000 meters of rope. Bear in mind that the upper half of the rope must be robust. Whether it is rope or iron chain, it matters not, as long as we attain the required length. Moreover, it must be ensured that it does not break when held vertically. Ye Feng has finally revealed his intentions. 200,000 meters of rope, with the stipulation that it remains unbroken when vertical, necessitates that the diameter of the upper portion be at least 5 meters. It is likely that even 100,000 people laboring for a month may find this task insurmountable. Ye Feng, unable to impose such arduous labor on his own people, as his aim is to facilitate a comfortable existence for the citizens and residents, has thus resolved to outsource this laborious endeavor to the outsiders beyond the veil. This serves a dual purpose. It provides them with employment, for he possesses ample frozen fish and deworming medicine. And it also allows him to indirectly or directly subjugate nearly 100 million individuals outside. What? 200,000 meters of rope? And it must remain intact when vertical? Ye Feng, this is a colossal undertaking. Even with 200,000 people, completion within a month is uncertain, not to mention the scarcity of materials beyond the veil. This implies that we must dispatch tens of thousands to procure the necessary materials elsewhere. Yulong, astute as ever, quickly grasped the enormity of this project. Ha, fear not. You may recruit others to join this endeavor. Inform them that those who assist me will earn a daily wage of 100 spring coins. I hereby declare that the price of frozen fish has reverted to 1 spring coin per pound, Ye Feng proclaimed with a smile. 100 spring coins. With frozen fish priced at 1 spring coin per pound, means that a day's labor could yield 100 pounds of frozen fish, Yulong pondered, visibly intrigued. Those afflicted by parasitic ailments primarily suffer from inadequate nourishment and poor living conditions. If the issue of food can be resolved, it is conceivable that the incidence of illness will significantly diminish. Ladies and gentlemen, the utility of spring coins is manifold. They not only purchase frozen fish, but also deworming medicine, and even rudimentary weaponry. Accumulating 100,000 spring coins grants access to a week-long tour of Spring Island, during which my wife will administer a curse upon the visitors for 7 days. They must depart before the parasites expire, lest they fall victim to the curse's lethal grip. Ye Feng asserted loudly. Is that all? Lung Ling hesitated. Furthermore, possessing 1 million spring coins allows for a year-long stay on Spring Island, after which the parasites will perish. Yet one must still depart. Lastly, those who render significant service to Spring Island may, through a majority, vote by the council. be granted permanent residency rights if they surpass 50% of the vote. Ye Feng declared solemnly. Significant service? What constitutes such service? Yulong inquired. For instance, undertaking certain tasks for Spring Island. I shall issue missions, such as eliminating a nefarious individual for which I will offer a bounty in spring coins. Additionally, locating rare herbs will also be rewarded with substantial spring coin bounties. Furthermore, should malevolent forces threaten Spring Island, those who assist in vanquishing them shall likewise receive a bounty. Ultimately, the needs of Spring Island will be inscribed beside the veil, and you may undertake these tasks as circumstances dictate. Chapter 956. Indeed, it is your turn. Ye Feng stated calmly. This is more like it. Yulong nodded, having resolved to achieve great feats and secure his place as a permanent resident of Hot Spring Island, thereby ensuring he would not succumb to the bitter cold. Outside the luminous curtain, the temperature had plummeted to absolute zero, forcing most individuals to huddle together for warmth. Even so, while their bodies were warmed, their heads remained unbearably cold. In the distance, the mightiest of laborers had erected a multitude of ice houses, encasing the entirety of Hot Spring Island in a 100-layered fortress. Ye Feng, I'm taking on the project for the 200,000 meters of rope. Could you possibly spare some food? Yulong inquired. Of course, Ye Feng replied. Wang Zhihai, bring me the checkbook. Yes, Brother Feng. Ye Feng swiftly inscribed a sum of 2 million yuan on the paper, affixing his handprint and signature. All right, you can exchange this for cash with President Wang. With a flourish, Ye Feng tossed the 2 million yuan check beyond the luminous curtain. Yulong skeptically retrieved the check. Enough with the chatter. Convert the 2 million hot spring coins entirely into frozen fish. Understood. Zhihai, send some residents out to fish. There are plenty in Hot Spring Bay. Ye Feng commanded. Yes. The civilization of Hot Spring Island was busily revitalizing itself. Meanwhile, in Na City, an unexpected visitor arrived. With most of Na City's elite dispatched to Hot Spring Island, a small contingent remained. They huddled within the Elder Council, where several large bonfires flickered in the courtyard. Even so, the temperature could only be maintained around -20 to 30 degrees. Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open, and an unattractive young man strode in. The men and women in the courtyard rose to their feet, gazing at him with a hunger for answers. A little girl suddenly pointed at the young man. Look, the snowflakes around him. As nearly 100 pairs of eyes focused, they beheld that a faint golden aura surrounded the unsightly youth. The snowflakes that landed upon this golden light were immediately repelled, unable to penetrate his radiant halo. The young man's piercing gaze swept over the assembly, and with a sudden flourish of his hand, the two doors swung shut. He sat cross-legged beside the fire, extending his frostbitten hands. Now I shall ask, and you shall answer. Do you know of the Holy Maiden of the Clear Moon? The young man queried. What clear moon? What holy maiden? The remaining inhabitants of Na City, lacking in knowledge, were unfamiliar with the Holy Maiden of the Clear Moon. Then, do you know of the Sword Valley? The young man asked again. Oh, I know of Sword Valley. Why? Are you from Sword Valley? An elder inquired. One might say so. Now, I ask you, where have the elite of Sword Valley gone? The young man pressed. They should be at Sword Valley, shouldn't they? That's where they belong, the elder replied. Incorrect. I have been to Sword Valley. They are not present. Speak now, where are the elites of Sword Valley? Perhaps there will be rewards for your honesty. The young man said with a smile. There is but one possibility. We must journey to Hot Spring Island and proceed in this direction. It is said that Yijian Gorge has sought to seize the protective array of the island, and once they reclaim it, they shall remain in the south, never to return. The elder spoke. Indeed, you have answered this question splendidly. I thank you, the young man replied, a sudden crimson gleam illuminating his eyes. If Ye Feng were present, he would instantly recognize that this individual had mastered blood magic. What are you doing? The elder began to utter, but the young man abruptly shifted his form. Boom. The elder was lifted off the ground. The young man's mouth opened, revealing elongated canines, which he savagely sank into the elder's carotid artery. Why are you biting me? The elder gasped, his body shrinking, the very lifeblood within him swiftly drained. Indeed, it is your turn. The young man swiftly flickered again, seizing a middle-aged woman. No, run. A multitude of onlookers, paralyzed by terror, hurriedly fled towards the exit. Yet, the young man reappeared, blocking their escape. He discarded the shrunken corpse of the middle-aged woman and seized a small girl. Grandma, the girl cried out, only to be drained of her blood in an instant. Ah! The young man licked his lips and reached for the next victim. Time passed indistinguishably, and in the elder courtyard, only hundreds of desiccated corpses remained. In stark contrast, the horse-faced youth appeared invigorated, his aura enhanced by a notable percentage. Ha ha ha. 800 years ago, they proclaimed me the unparalleled genius of Yijian Gorge. Nonsense, ha ha. With the spiritual essence of the great desert, how could one possibly attain the 9th-tier power emperor? Only blood magic could elevate me to such heights. Fortuitously, I traversed beyond the wind barrier, allowing me to rectify the limitations of blood magic and finally attain the true martial realm. Having spoken, the young man flickered away, shooting towards the south. Within Hot Spring Island, cleanliness had been swiftly restored, for more than 60,000 had mobilized together, hastening the process. Ye Feng was hosting a grand banquet within the castle. Despite some damage, its core structure remained intact, forged entirely of steel. The most devastated area was the dock, where makeshift wooden shanties had been largely obliterated. The 8 districts fared little better. Their buildings, constructed of stone and of slightly higher quality, were barely habitable. Esteemed guests, on the day of the disaster at Hot Spring Island, I witnessed your valiant contributions, which is why you are all welcome back. Now, please partake of this cup, Ye Feng declared, raising a glass of plain water. All the fruit wines had been consumed by the foreign tribes, leaving them with naught but empty barrels. Brother Feng, when you have the chance, why not brew another batch of fruit wine? Shi Zhengliang suggested. But where could we possibly find fruit now? Ye Feng shrugged. Brother Feng, the desert is home to countless oases. The heavy snow must have buried the fruit trees. And those fruits lying beneath the snow can still be collected to brew wine anew, Shi Zhengliang replied. Yet, are you suggesting we embark on a long journey to the oasis solely for the purpose of brewing this fruit wine? Ye Feng shook his head. For now, amidst the chaos, he sought only to navigate through this calamity with stability. Brother Feng, there are over 100 million people outside. I believe we should provide them with employment. Shi Zhengliang pointed towards the outside. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Very well. Draft a bounty notice instructing them to gather fruits from various locations and bring them to Hot Spring Island in exchange for hot spring coins, which can then be used to purchase frozen fish. Ye Feng decided on the spot. Right away, but how do we set the price? Shi Zhengliang turned to Wang Zhihai. As the bank president was the expert in such matters. Gathering fruits requires searching through the snow, which will undoubtedly consume considerable manpower and resources. Let's say, 1 pound of fruit can be exchanged for 20 hot spring coins, and 1 hot spring coin can be traded for 1 pound of frozen fish, Wang Zhihai stated. That sounds reasonable. I will take care of it immediately. Shi Zhengliang dashed to the holographic screen with a piece of paper in hand. Outside the screen, numerous pairs of eyes were fixated upon him. I've written it. Everyone can read it for themselves. We need fruits, or starchy items like tree heart bread, which can also be used for brewing. Just bring them in, and we will offer 20 hot spring coins per pound, Shi Zhengliang concluded, gesturing towards the bounty notice. All right. A few of the strong men were stirred into action. With their abilities, they could still manage to operate in such weather. Subsequently, several 9th-tier power masters also mobilized, as they too required sustenance to support their families. The drop in temperature accelerated their caloric needs, necessitating more food to maintain their body heat. Brother Yi, come take a look, Ding Tuanchuan approached. What is it? Ye Feng replied. Just come, you'll see, she insisted, pulling at Ye Feng's sleeve and leading him into a wooden cabin. Upon entering, Ye Feng beheld a large bare skin hanging on the wall, marred by a wrist-sized hole. Little, Ye Feng's body quivered. Woo woo woo. Ding Tuanchuan could no longer contain herself, collapsing into Ye Feng's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Enough of the tears, Tuanchuan. This brave bear truly lived up to its name. I've decided that in a few days, we shall erect a tombstone for those fallen warriors. Each Qingming festival. We will pay our respects to them. Ye Feng gently patted her back. Yes, little met a tragic end. Ding Tuanchuan sobbed, her tears like rain on a pear blossom. Let us move forward. We must gather our spirits and look towards a brighter future, while we allow little to rest beneath the earth, Ye Feng encouraged. Leading Ding Tuanchuan back to the banquet. Some individuals, amidst eating and drinking, suddenly broke into tears. The previous hot spring battle had been devastating. Each had lost family members and brothers in that fierce struggle. The population of Hot Spring Island, once around 230,000, had dwindled to just over 60,000, with some families entirely wiped out. Hey, people of Hot Spring Island, please, give me something to eat. Just that fish, throw me the head. I can no longer bear this hunger. A mighty warrior struck fervently against the luminescent barrier, indifferent to the blood that flowed from his wounded hands. Seemingly driven by an insatiable hunger, Yijian approached, pouring a bucket of fish over the edge of the barrier. A cacophony of battle erupted outside, followed by anguished cries. Those near the barrier not only failed to procure any sustenance, but the food was also entangled in the fray, irrevocably mingling with the snow, rendering it inedible. No. Ye Feng shook his head. Yijian, return. Some souls are beyond salvation. I can only ensure the survival of those within the barrier. As for those outside, I am no savior. Ye Feng spoke slowly. Very well, Yijian replied, her expression sorrowful as she returned. I initially felt pity for them and wished to save them, only to inadvertently cause their suffering. The situation had become abundantly clear. With each fish cast from Hot Spring Island, not only was no one saved, but harm was also inflicted. After the banquet, Ye Feng arrived at the training chamber of Sun City Castle, which was filled with an assortment of crystal elixirs and pills, meticulously arranged by the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island. The azure barrier had merely expelled the creatures, while their sacks and various elixirs remained within the island, granting Ye Feng an unexpected boon. With the current formation energized by the living essence of the earthworms, he felt liberated to squander these resources. He resolved to provide the citizens of Hot Spring Island with 4 weekly subsidies of crystal pills, facilitating their rapid enhancement of strength. The residents would also receive a weekly allocation, as they had contributed during the last battle. Of course, there were a few who had not participated, but Ye Feng could not possibly account for each individual without inciting unrest. He clasped 2 crystal pills in his hands and initiated the blood-sucking technique. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes and shook his head slowly. It seems the barrier from rank 9 to rank Emperor is still too formidable. I shall await the concoction of the soul pill and see if I can, with its aid, absorb the energy of the earthworm and achieve a breakthrough. As for the elixirs in the training chamber, he decided to reserve them for the citizens, as they lacked the means to absorb the energy of the earthworm. He could only hope that the 20,000-meter rope would be completed soon, otherwise he would have to bide his time. Days passed swiftly, and soon a fortnight had elapsed. On this day, a familiar figure appeared outside the barrier. Grand Apothecary Qinglan. How splendid. I was just considering sending word for you. What is the temperature like in Longevity City now? Ye Feng inquired through the 2 layers of the barrier. Longevity City has become uninhabitable. The temperature there has frozen even flames, Qinglan replied, shivering. Very well, wait for me for an hour. I shall convene a council and have the 47 members vote to allow you residence in Hot Spring Island. With that, Ye Feng swiftly made his way to the council chamber, where all 47 members were present. I now wish to recommend Grand Apothecary Qinglan. The last time I was gravely injured, she saved my life in Longevity City. I, Ye Feng, earnestly request the council members to cast their votes in favor of her and her people. After Ye Feng finished speaking, he bowed before the 47 representatives. These representatives were elected by various small teams, serving as the voices of their respective factions. Ye Feng, Qinglan was once a resident of Chongqing City. Could her rescue of you harbor ulterior motives? One representative inquired. I am uncertain, but I believe not. She is sincere. If I do not assist her now, they will all perish from the cold, Ye Feng replied earnestly. Enough, a middle-aged man tapped the table. He was Hu Zhua, one of the earliest residents of Warm Spring Island. As the speaker, I hereby officially announce the commencement of the voting. Those in favor of allowing Qinglan to become a resident, please raise your hands. Hu Zhua concluded, his gaze turning towards the assembly below. The representatives began to whisper among themselves, and eventually, one hand was raised, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth. When the count reached 24, Hu Zhua too raised his hand. As the speaker of the council, his authority rivaled that of the island's master. Thus he typically followed the majority's lead. If the votes were few, he would abstain, aligning himself with the prevailing sentiment. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to all the representatives. Please provide me with the resident medallions. Ye Feng bowed deeply once more. Shortly, a representative approached with 171 resident medallions. As Qinglan had brought a total of 171 individuals with her, prompting Ye Feng to implement a collective voting system. Thank you. After receiving the medallions, Ye Feng sought out Duo Yanhina for verification, then guided her to the light screen. Grand Apothecary Qinglan, please form a queue. I am about to administer the curse. Duo Yanhina announced, beginning the incantation through the light screen. Enter now. The two layers of the light screen gradually parted, unleashing a wave of warmth upon Qinglan. Tears welled in her eyes as she, along with the remaining 100 or so Douyin people, stepped into the light. Outside, several strength practitioners, unable to withstand the cold, inadvertently advanced into the light screen. With a series of sharp sounds, they were instantly rendered to nothingness. What just happened? Qinglan gasped in shock. Do not concern yourself with that. I will explain later. Hina, seal the array. The two layers of the light screen closed once more, isolating 1 million individuals outside. At this moment, a multitude of strength practitioners surged into Chongqing City. Upon entering, they began to search for various chains and ropes. After recently consuming a meal of frozen fish, their body temperatures had finally begun to rise. Now, they sought to gather 20,000 meters of rope while their warmth persisted. Let us remove the iron cables from this suspension bridge. There is no one to guard it, one suggested. Agreed, let us work together. Instantly, hundreds of strength practitioners rushed forward. Chongqing City had truly transformed into a ghost town. Even the pyramid was devoid of inhabitants. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Through the collective efforts of hundreds of thousands, they finally returned, dragging a lengthy iron chain from Chongqing City. The chain's length, though not quite 20,000 meters, was certainly close. On the island of Hot Springs, Wang Zhihai was diligently constructing the legendary lift, ensuring that when Ye Feng ascended, he would expend minimal energy. The roar of the motor reverberated through the air. Having a generator makes all the difference. Once the rope is ready, we can harness the rotational force to make the iron frame ascend and descend effortlessly. Brother Feng will be able to descend at will to absorb the energy of the worm monsters. Cheng Li Bin exclaimed with delight. Don't celebrate too soon. We still need to increase the horsepower. After all, this is a rope that spans 200,000 meters. Do you really believe the motor can lift such a heavy load? Even if it can, that extensive rope might very well drag the generator into the abyss. Charlie interjected from the side. Why not secure this generator to the Sun City Fortress, weighing in at 100 million tons? I doubt the rope could drag the entire fortress into the depths. Cheng Li Bin suddenly had a brilliant idea. You're right. Let's get to work and weld this generator onto the Sun City Fortress, he urged. In an instant, the personnel at the hot spring power plant became busily engaged in their tasks. During this time, Ye Feng refrained from practicing and instead worked a modest 8-hour day, spending his evenings strolling with his wife and children around the island. Following the recent hot spring battle, he had sustained serious injuries and was now taking advantage of this leisurely time to recuperate. Brother Feng, at that moment, Chenin approached, hand in hand with Qiu Shui. Oh, Chenin, what brings you here? Ye Feng inquired, puzzled. I've made a decision. It's better to remain with my original partner. I have resolved not to divorce Qiu Shui. From now on, we will live harmoniously together, Chenin declared. Ye Feng turned to Qiu Shui, who appeared visibly uncomfortable. Unable to meet his gaze, it was evident that she genuinely wished to settle down and raise a family with Chenin. Excellent. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness, Ye Feng said sincerely. The women on the hot spring island deserved a place to call home. He couldn't be the sole one supporting them. With Yao Yanha and Susan already in his life, he felt adequately fulfilled. As he continued on his way, Ye Feng encountered Chue Ma, who was strolling alongside a female resident. The two exchanged shy glances, quickly turning their heads away. Their bashful demeanor amused Ye Feng. Let us give them some space, he suggested to his wife and children, taking an alternate route. At that moment, he unexpectedly came face to face with Naire Maisie. She had sustained some injuries in the recent hot spring battle and was currently in recovery. Hello, Maisie, Ye Feng greeted warmly. What is so good about it? Maisie rolled her eyes, continuing on her path. Ye Feng's reluctance to grant her a formal title left her feeling quite frustrated. After walking a bit further, Ye Feng spotted two young natives wielding curved blades, seemingly preparing for a duel. Ding Tuanshuan sat idly on a nearby rock, watching the two with disinterest. Achiza, don't waste your time. Regardless of who wins, I will not marry either of you, Ding Tuanshuan shouted. I don't believe it. It must be because of this Achi. I must defeat him for you to see me in a different light. Come on, let us fight. At that moment, two individuals erupted into a fierce altercation. Ye Feng sighed and chose to take a detour. Sitting alone in the hot spring bay was Yijian, with a striking native man standing behind her. Yijian, are your hands cold? If they are, you may warm them in my fiery embrace, the native man said tenderly. No need, Yijian replied with a frosty expression. At the age of 16, She was of an age where romance was permissible according to the customs of this world. Are you worried my warmth is insufficient? Fear not, for upon seeing you, the flames within me blaze fiercely. If you doubt it, feel for yourself. The youth boldly tore open his shirt, revealing a tuft of dark chest hair. Ugh! Yijian grimaced as though she had swallowed a fly. Come on, touch it. Trust me, my chest is quite warm. The young man stepped closer. Get away. Your presence makes me nauseous. I feel like vomiting. Do you not realize how repulsive you are? Yijian showed no mercy. Ah! The young man's face flushed crimson as he fled the bay in disarray. What a child! So oblivious to how he speaks. Ye Feng sighed and again avoided Yijian. Come, my dear, let us visit the birdcage and check on the little bird's recovery. Ye Feng's expression shifted suddenly. Indeed, it is time to see how it fares, she agreed. The two promptly arrived at the birdcage. The giant bird squatted in the center, its feathers ruffled and far from the radiant splendor it once possessed. The previous injury had clearly affected it profoundly. Little bird, I have come to see you. Ye Feng approached, gently stroking its beak. The giant bird wearily glanced at Ye Feng, then let its head droop heavily to the ground. Ye Feng inspected the bird's abdomen. The wound was extensive, but, fortunately, was gradually healing. Recovery was merely a matter of time. From now on, do not feed it crystal pills. Instead, give it crystal pellets for swifter recovery. Ye Feng instructed the bird assistants. Yes, Brother Feng. I will request it from Director Wang immediately. Once the application is approved, I will sign it, Ye Feng affirmed. After speaking, he lifted Yi Xing into his arms and proceeded with Duo Yen He Na towards the nearby Hot Spring Primary School. The Hot Spring Primary, Secondary, High School, and University were all housed within a single building. Chapter 959. Then I shall rest easy before they could draw near. Ye Feng heard the unmistakable sounds of children reading aloud. Through the classroom window, he spotted Su Yun standing at the podium, addressing a group of children aged 6 to 10. Everyone, turn to page 9. Today we will discuss universal gravitation. Given Ye Feng's current need for a substantial workforce, he placed little emphasis on language and mathematics, opting instead to teach physics and chemistry directly. Ah, it's the island master. A student exclaimed upon noticing Ye Feng. Shoo! Focus on your studies. Do not mind me. I am merely observing. Ye Feng chuckled. Su Yun's face lit up upon seeing Ye Feng. But when she noticed Duo Yen He Na beside him, her expression darkened, and she resumed her authoritative demeanor as an educator. Universal gravitation was discovered by the great physicist Newton, inspired by an apple. Ye Feng ascended to the second-level classroom, where more than 60 children, aged between 10 to 13, were seated. The instructor was none other than Chung Li Bin. On the podium lay a miniature hand crank generator. Pay attention, Chung Li Bin announced, vigorously turning the crank. Before long, delicate currents began to dance upon two golden wires. Did you see that? Electricity does not require extraordinary abilities to manifest. Ordinary individuals like us can also unleash it. Would you like to learn? Yes, echoed the enthusiastic chorus of over 60 students. Ye Feng then proceeded to the third level. To his surprise, the teacher here was Charlie. Class, do you see these two pieces of steel? Which one do you believe is superior? Charlie inquired. A student raised their hand, asserting, I think the one on the left is better because it feels heavier. Is that so? Charlie replied as he forcefully struck the two pieces together. Observe, weight does not necessarily denote quality. Steel's hardness is merely foundational. We must also consider its wear resistance, toughness, and rigidity. Therefore, when evaluating steel, we must conduct various hardness tests, tensile tests to see how far it can stretch, compressive tests to determine the extent of compression before fracture, bending tests to ascertain how much it can flex before breaking, as well as assessments of flattening, twisting, adhesion, and weld joint evaluations. Hence, do not assume that a piece of steel is excellent merely because it is hard. The assessment of steel quality transcends a few metrics and must encompass its overall performance, Charlie stated gravely. The students below listened, spellbound, as they opened the door to a new world. Subsequently, Ye Feng arrived at Hot Spring University, where only 5 individuals occupied the classroom. However, there was no instructor present. They were engrossed in various texts. Books, a collaborative creation of civilized and uncivilized beings, allowed them to engage in self-study, consulting figures such as Wang Zhihai, Chung Li Bin, and Su Yun, esteemed scholars of civilized society only when necessary. Of course, they could also seek knowledge from Ye Feng or other formidable individuals in this realm. My dear, What do you think about sending our son to Hot Spring Primary School next year? Ye Feng inquired with a smile. What can Hot Spring Primary School teach? Our child has inherited divine blood. Certain knowledge will awaken naturally as he matures. The wisdom of the god of war and the god of goo, amassed over hundreds of thousands of years, surely surpasses that of Hot Spring Primary School, Duoyan Hina replied, somewhat resistant. I do not dispute the knowledge of this world. However, I hope it can intertwine with the knowledge from my own realm, potentially yielding remarkable results, Ye Feng remarked. Very well, our son is yours to decide upon. Duoyan Hina conceded with a nod. The couple departed from Hot Spring University and made their way to the hospital. Following the recent tumult of the Hot Spring battle, the hospital's patient count had plummeted. Bai Chuxue was compelled to resume her role as deputy director, but after work, she could only wander Hot Spring Island for an hour before returning to her chamber for rest. The aftermath of the battle left many individuals injured, consequently leading to a crowded hospital. The first snowfall left a native man in distress, clutching his eggs. The last time, a powerful warrior from the Green Meadow had struck him, likely rendering them useless. They probably cannot be salvaged. However, do not despair. The technology on our Hot Spring Island is advancing. Perhaps in due time, we could provide you with iron eggs as a substitute, Bai Chuxue remarked without lifting her head. The resident departed with a discontented expression. Hina, take your son elsewhere to play, Ye Feng suggested, patting Duoyan Hina on the shoulder. To another place? Duoyan Hina glanced at Ye Feng and then at Bai Chuxue, ultimately choosing silence. After the mother and child left, Ye Feng knocked on the door. Doctor, my eggs have swollen. Could you kindly take a look? Ye Feng called out in a high-pitched voice. Visit the urology department. This is the neurology department, Bai Chuxue replied, still engrossed in her work. That won't do. Only you can provide the care I need. Please, just take a look, Ye Feng insisted as he entered. Goodness, are you bothersome? Bai Chuxue looked up and was greeted by Ye Feng's presence. A smile of delight illuminated her face. Where did you acquire that northeastern accent? I almost didn't recognize you. Come sit. Ye Feng took a seat, surveying Bai Chuxue from head to toe. What? Is there something wrong with my face? She inquired. At 31, she was 3 years his senior. No, I merely believe that since your sentencing, you have adopted a more dignified demeanor. With a hint of allure befitting a young matron, Ye Feng flattered. Enough of that. Let's go. It's lunchtime. I'll treat you to a meal in the hospital cafeteria, Bai Chuxue said, naturally linking her arm with Ye Feng's. They proceeded to the cafeteria. The cuisine at the Hot Spring Hospital was commendable, directly overseen by Shi Zhongliang's third disciple. Presently, his prot GS numbered over 100. Quite nice. Braised fish, dry-fried intestines, steamed grouper, as well as tuna sashimi. Complemented by crucian carp soup and tree heart bread, Ye Feng remarked, savoring a piece of fatty intestine, its pungent aroma distinctly authentic. Enjoy it. Have more, Bai Chuxue urged, adding another piece of intestine to his bowl. I find myself puzzled. Don't we lack terrestrial animals on our Hot Spring Island? Where did this intestine come from? Ye Feng inquired between bites. Oh, it was from a patient who had colon cancer. I personally assisted in the removal, Bai Chuxue chuckled. Ye Feng's actions froze momentarily. Just teasing. Eat up. These intestines are from sand beasts. Rest assured, there are no parasitic worms within, Bai Chuxue reassured with a smile. Then I shall eat with peace of mind. Ye Feng continued to indulge. Outside the screen, the biting wind howled, with temperatures plummeting below absolute zero. This frigid air spread toward the vast desert, soon enveloping the One-Sword Gorge. Within the gorge, a portion of the residents still survived, huddled together for warmth, gathering all combustible materials in a desperate attempt to stave off the cold. Chapter 960. He felt a tremor throughout his body. Goodness, why hasn't the Gorge Master retrieved the Great Array? Without it, we shall freeze to death. A warrior lamented. Due to the lack of communication, they remained unaware that the elite forces of Sword Gorge had been utterly annihilated. 2,000 kilometers to the north of Sword Gorge, the chilling temperatures had already begun to permeate the area. The blades of wind, formed by the fierce gales, now moved at approximately half their previous speed. The frigid air had rendered the winds frozen, resulting in a less vigorous gales region than before. This implied that formidable beings from outside, with a willingness to expend some energy, could easily traverse into the vast desert territory. On this particular day, a cloaked youth arrived in Eternal Life City. Observing the large troop on the ice surface, he suddenly vanished in a flash and joined their ranks. Which tribe do you belong to? I don't believe I've seen you before, inquired a strength master, scrutinizing the youth. Oh, I hail from the Niu tribe. The youth casually fabricated a tribal name. Never heard of it. Wait, are you a strength master or a strength king? Why do I sense a peculiar odor emanating from you? The strength master became wary. Oh, I was spitting blood from the cold yesterday. It's only natural for me to carry a scent, the youth replied, weaving his words. Of course. As long as you deliver it to Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng will pay an additional 200,000 hot spring coins. If we manage our resources wisely, we could feast for months. Let's hasten our pace. Once this rope task is completed, we must embark on other missions to earn enough to secure a permanent residency on Hot Spring Island. After concluding, the strength master quickened his speed. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, nearly 10,000 strength masters carried the last segment of the rope to the outer barrier of Hot Spring Island. The youth released the rope, his gaze first sweeping over the blue barrier. However, upon noticing the azure glow, his expression subtly shifted. As a true martial realm expert, he could sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the grand formation. Although the blue barrier's energy was not fully unleashed, he was confident that, even at its peak power, he could breach it. The azure barrier, however, was a different matter, having experienced the protective formations of certain noble clans in the outside world. He recognized that even the mightiest clan's defenses paled in comparison to this one. Brother, may we enter the barrier? The youth inquired. Of course not. To enter the barrier, one must pay. Do you possess hot spring coins? Hot spring coins. A flicker of confusion crossed the youth's face. In their realm, currency also existed, primarily in the form of crystal ores, which human cultivators utilized to absorb spiritual energy for swift cultivation. At that moment, a child was being held by a strength king. Grandpa, what realm is above the strength king? The child asked. Above the strength king is the true martial realm, replied the strength king. And what lies above the true martial realm? The elder responded, the void realm. The youth raised an eyebrow, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. No wonder these desert dwellers are so naive. They can't even comprehend the realm above the strength king. Yet, almost immediately, a twinge of embarrassment flickered across his face. When he had just traversed the Gale region, he too had been naive, believing that the true martial realm was the pinnacle, followed by the void realm, then the semi-divine realm, and finally the divine realm. He perceived that there were merely 4 significant realms, and it appeared that ascending to divinity was not as formidable as it seemed. However, upon truly immersing himself in the Starmon continent, he came to realize that terms like Strength Master, Force King, and Power Emperor were regarded as mere trifles, collectively termed as the Acquired Realm. The Acquired Realm is the most rudimentary level. Above it lies the true martial realm, which focuses on honing the physical body, laying a solid foundation for subsequent energy transformation. Beyond the true martial realm is the innate realm, wherein the vital energy within the body gradually transforms into divine essence. Should one lack a robust physique, even a single drop of divine essence could cause the body to explode. Ascending from the innate realm, one encounters the transformation realm, where, in its later stages, all vital energy in the body is converted into divine essence. Only then does true cultivation commence. Above the transformation realm is the divine essence realm, followed by the void refinement realm, the spirit division realm, the semi-divine realm, the clarity realm, the great void realm, and finally, the divine realm, which is the pinnacle achieved by the spear god in his past training. Upon reaching the later stages of the divine realm, one would transcend the Starmon continent and enter a higher dimension. In essence, cultivation within the Starmon continent is divided into 11 major realms. The acquired realm, subdivided into early, mid, late, and peak stages, the true martial realm, the innate realm, the transformation realm, the divine essence realm, the void refinement realm, the spirit division realm, the semi-divine realm, the clarity realm, the great void realm, and the divine realm. 11 major realms in total. Naturally, such matters need not be conveyed to the ignorant denizens of the great desert. Upon returning from the outside world, Qingmu had acquired an elevated perspective, viewing everyone with a hint of disdain. Yet, he remained preoccupied with the azure light curtain. Initially, he had pledged himself to the Blackwind sect, whose leader was a formidable figure of the early transformation realm. Despite the existence of 8 realms above, the transformation realm was a rare gem within the Starmon continent. The most powerful individual he was aware of was merely a peak spirit division expert. As for the clarity realm, the great void realm, and the divine realm, In his status, he had neither seen nor even heard of them. Reflecting on this, Qingmu strode purposefully toward the light curtain, extending his consciousness to envelop the entire hot spring island. Ye Feng's expression suddenly shifted. Just moments ago, he felt a tremor coursing through him, as if he were being observed. The others, lacking Ye Feng's strength, were oblivious to such scrutiny, with the exception of Duoyan Hina, who also cast a wary glance toward the light curtain. Whoosh! Ye Feng flickered and dashed out of the hot spring hospital, positioning himself beside the light curtain. His eyes flickered as he scanned all the Power Emperor-level experts present. Yet, even combined, these Power Emperor-level experts could not match his strength, and thus, they lacked such capability. Could there be a concealed 9th-tier Power Emperor expert? Ye Feng slowly approached the light curtain, finally fixing his gaze upon Qingmu's face. Qingmu narrowed his eyes. Curious indeed. The young man, though merely at the late stage of the acquired realm, emanated an aura of profound danger that left me perplexed. Had he perhaps mastered some extraordinary divine technique? Qingmu hastily averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Ye Feng's eyes. Yet, Ye Feng fixed his stare intently upon him. Which tribe do you hail from, brother? Ye Feng inquired. Tribe? I belong to the Black Ear tribe, Qingmu replied slowly. Is the Black Ear tribe formidable? Ye Feng stepped closer, nearly pressing his nose against the light barrier. Not particularly. Our chieftain is merely a strength king, far inferior to your esteemed self, Qingmu said nonchalantly. Although he concealed his true strength at the mid-stage of the acquired realm, the air of disdain he exuded was impossible to disguise. It was akin to a human performing before an ant. No matter the pretense, it could not be taken to heart. Not strong? How curious. Have you perhaps cultivated some form of celestial sight or similar abilities that allow you to surveil others? Ye Feng asked, his concern palpable. Ha. Lord Yi, you overthink it. I lack such capabilities. By the way, you mentioned that if we gather 1,000,000 hot spring coins, we could enter the light barrier. Is that true? Qingmu queried. Ye Feng pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, but several layers of scrutiny must be traversed if you wish to enter the light barrier. The process may prove quite cumbersome due to your ambiguous background. Having long navigated the treacherous waters of a barbarous society, Ye Feng had developed an instinctive sense of danger. If he was not mistaken, this youth before him was likely embroiled in some troubling matters. Scrutiny? I comprehend, the youth replied, striding boldly into the throng. Among the over 100 million souls outside, remnants of the One-Sword Gorge could still be discerned, those who had escaped during the great battle outside the light barrier. As for now, Ye Feng was disinclined to account for them. Let them endure the cold outside. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair gazed intently at the youth, his eyes widening in disbelief. He resembles him so closely. Could it truly be him? The elder trembled, extending a finger. Master, who is he? A strength master inquired. Shoo, lower your voice. Tonight, we shall quietly seek him out. This may be our salvation for One-Sword Gorge. Yet, it seems our hopes may be in vain, alas. The elder sighed deeply. Ye Feng returned to the Sun City Fortress. Chase Ma, summon all the council members and high-ranking officials for a meeting, Ye Feng commanded. Brother Feng, it's after hours. Did you not say that even if the sky were to fall, you wouldn't work beyond 8 hours? Chase Ma exclaimed, astonished, for Ye Feng seldom worked overtime. Even if he did today, he would arrive late the following day to offset the hours. Hurry, it's of utmost importance, Ye Feng replied coolly. Understood. Shortly thereafter, over 100 individuals convened in the conference room, nearly half of whom were council members. Honorable Speaker, I propose that the House enact a law prohibiting anyone from entering the light barrier without prior approval. Should anyone permit unauthorized entry, they shall face the death penalty. Ye Feng asserted with gravity. Tiger Claw nodded. Very well. However, if someone were to trespass within the light barrier, would they not be ensnared by the Sword threads? It seems somewhat superfluous, does it not? I believe certain individuals possess the capability to place a goo on themselves, thereby evading these threads, or perhaps even deceiving them into refraining from attack. We must exercise utmost caution and implement dual protection, Ye Feng remarked. Agreed. Once the meeting concludes, I shall convene the House of Representatives, where the 47 of us will devise an appropriate law and sentencing standards. This matter, you as the island master have no authority to interfere with, Tiger Claw asserted. I appreciate your efforts, esteemed speaker and fellow representatives, Ye Feng responded, then turned his gaze to the others. In my capacity as island master, I command you all to maintain the integrity of the two-layered array surrounding Hot Spring Island. Duo Yin He Na and Bai Guogua. You are not permitted to allow anyone entry without a directive from the representatives, nor may any items be brought in. Rigorous procedures must be followed. I do not wish to repeat past mistakes, Ye Feng stated solemnly. Understood, both women replied with a nod. Ye Feng then looked towards Ding Tuan Tuan. Ding Tuan Tuan had now ascended to the rank of first-level Power King. Her innate talent and cultivation speed unparalleled on Hot Spring Island. With a continuous supply of crystal pills, her strength was poised to surpass that of Ye Feng. Naturally, in terms of combat prowess, Ye Feng could easily outmatch her. Ding Tuan Tuan, I hereby appoint you as the Vice Marshal of Land, Sea, and Air. You shall collaborate with Wang Zhihai to assist Grand Marshal Healy Xian in safeguarding Hot Spring Island. Anyone who shirks their duties tonight will face military justice. Ye Feng commanded. Yes, Healy Xian, along with Wang Zhihai and Ding Tuan Tuan, stood in acknowledgement. Although Wang Zhihai harbored resentment towards Healy Xian, he had no choice. The Grand Marshal's position was elected by the citizens, and any dissent would undermine the sanctity of the electoral process. Is there anything else anyone wishes to add? Ye Feng inquired of the assembly. Brother Feng, I aspire to establish an air force. It has long been my dream. We currently have a navy and an army, yet we lack an air force, Chunin stated earnestly. However, our air force consists of but a single combat aircraft, which is currently damaged. It seems you may be the only member, Ye Feng sighed. Brother Feng, Wang Zhihai interjected, rising to his feet. I believe we can temporarily set aside the matter of the air force. Given the frigid conditions outside, we could train a sled dog unit, which would prove far more agile in snowy combat situations. His insight resonated, reflecting his former role as the second-in-command of Hot Spring Island. Approved. But given that the current temperature on Hot Spring Island is 30 degrees, where shall we find a snowy training ground? Ye Feng raised his hands in exasperation. Ha. Not to worry. We can allow a contingent to exit Hot Spring Island for training. Rest assured, those outside will not dare to attack them, as they know that only we can provide them with sustenance and pest control. Wang Zhihai chuckled. Very well then. You and Grand Marshal Healy Xian should discuss this further, and summon Chun and to deliberate on the matter. Let us limit the sled dog unit to 2,000 personnel, with citizens serving as officers and residents as soldiers, Ye Feng decisively concluded. Is there anything else? Ye Feng inquired once more. Brother Feng, the engine is about to be completed, yet we find ourselves in dire need of substantial iron ore. The last shipment from Stone City has been entirely consumed, and we also require a significant amount of fuel, as the supplies from the Yellow Sand tribe are nearly depleted. Chun Li Bin rose to his feet. Why do you need so much fuel? Ye Feng inquired. We have already modified the generator to its smallest form, allowing it to be installed on compact flying vessels. With the generator providing power, we can connect it to the motor, and subsequently, we can affix propellers to the motor, thus enabling the construction of an aircraft, Chung Li Bin explained. Indeed. How much iron, ore, and fuel do you estimate will be consumed in the development of the first aircraft? Ye Feng asked. The more, the better, for the development of an aircraft will undoubtedly require vast resources and manpower. Furthermore, the primitive aircraft of ancient times cannot withstand the spears hurled by the mighty. My intention is to construct a robust, sealed aircraft capable of soaring to altitudes of tens of thousands of meters, Chung Li Bin stated. Perhaps you should start with the most basic aircraft first. Taking too large a step may lead to misfortune. As for fuel and iron ore, do not worry. In a moment, I shall issue a bounty, enticing those outside to deliver iron ore to us. For every ton, we shall offer 2,000 spring coins. Many will eagerly seize such an opportunity, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. This demonstrates the power of currency. Once it takes root in the hearts of the people, it can be wielded to harvest the world, turning the entire globe into his labor force. Brother Feng, you are exceptionally astute, Chung Li Bin praised, giving a thumbs up. Is there anything else? Speaker? Vice Island Master Maisie. Grand Marshal Helixuan? Ye Feng inquired, addressing the three most prominent figures. Nothing further. I must return to legislative duties, Tiger Claw responded, shaking his head. I hereby declare this meeting adjourned. Immediately, the attendees hastily vacated the conference room, shedding their garments until they were clad only in their undergarments. Before jumping into the sea to cool off, the heat within the meeting room had become unbearable. Trapped in a semi-enclosed space with temperatures soaring to approximately 35 or 36 degrees Celsius. Upon exiting, The temperature outside was about 30 degrees, and only the sea could provide them with relief. Outside the luminous barrier, a power user had succumbed to madness, violently ramming his head against the barrier. Heat, heat, heat. That warmth beckons to me. A gust of cold wind swept by, instantly freezing him into a solid block of ice, causing him to collapse rigidly to the ground. The inhabitants of Spring Island had grown accustomed to such occurrences. In a world ravaged by disaster, the demise of a few individuals was hardly unusual, and even attempts to rescue them were futile. When the myriad tribes first entered Spring Island, they recognized the true nature of these people, who exhibited a complete disregard for order, indulging in rampant violence, coercing women, and even compelling men. These smaller tribes were far worse off than during the era of the Sword Canyon's reign, a time when, despite the oppression faced by the Spring Islanders, at least the 5 major tribes, including Sword Canyon, maintained some semblance of decorum. The lesser clans are distinctly different. They were originally the dregs of society, and when they ascend to power, they inevitably bring about an irreversible catastrophe. Qingmu has traveled to a location 200 kilometers away from Hot Spring Island. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his curved blade and effortlessly carved through the ice, extracting a massive block. The chill in the air hardly affected him. A formidable warrior of the true martial realm, yet he thought it prudent to construct an ice dwelling. Who wouldn't he prefer to dwell in a more comfortable environment? At that moment, an elder approached from behind. "Qing, is that you, the Lord of Qingmu Gorge?" The old man, accompanied by his disciple, gazed at Qingmu's silhouette with eager anticipation. Qingmu's body stiffened slightly as he turned to face them. Their eyes met, and from the elder's features, Qingmu felt a faint sense of familiarity. "Is that you, little stone? Where is your ancestor?" Qingmu inquired as he stepped closer. After 8 centuries, he had presumed that aside from the sovereign level, no one would recognize him anymore. "My ancestor passed away a century ago. Lord Qingmu, I never expected your return. I must share some unfortunate news. The second Lord Bai Hong, who succeeded you, has also passed on 400 years ago. The third Lord, Rue Yijian, met his demise at the hands of Ye Feng on Hot Spring Island, a sight I witnessed firsthand." The elder sank to his knees. "Rise, little stone. When I entered the gale wind zone, you were but a child," Qingmu remarked, despite appearing to be in his 20s while addressing a white-haired elder as Little Stone. "Indeed. If I do not ascend to sovereign within the next decade, I too shall meet my end, for my lifespan is nearing its conclusion," the elder lamented. "Rest assured, you shall break through. Now tell me, how is my junior sister? Is she well?" Qingmu's voice quivered slightly as he spoke, though her life card had shattered. He clung to a thread of hope that it was merely the result of the gale winds. "Are you referring to the holy maiden Qinghua? I know, of course. Ever since you left, she has yearned for you, constantly wishing for your return to marry her. However, she too fell victim to Ye Feng," the elder said, casting a seething gaze towards the distant Hot Spring Island. "What?" Qingmu stumbled back a few steps, a tear cascading down his cheek, astonishingly unaffected by the frigid air. "Alas, my junior sister. I once vowed that upon reaching the true martial realm, I would return to marry you. It seems I have arrived too late." Qingmu clenched the hilt of his blade tightly. In the next instant, with a sharp crack, the iron-crafted hilt was crushed to powder in his grip. Outside Hot Spring Island, a long queue had formed. They bore dozens of iron chains, awaiting Ye Feng's inspection. Yu Long and Lung Ling stood at the forefront of the line, gazing longingly at the luminous barrier. The 2 million in checks Ye Feng had previously provided had been exhausted, and they were in dire need of sustenance to support their kin. Ye Feng slowly approached the shimmering barrier, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the other side. Instantly, countless gazes were directed toward him, some brimming with eager anticipation. Ye Feng, having demonstrated astonishing powers in the last great battle, no longer appeared inferior to a 9th-rank power emperor, dispelling any lingering doubts. "Indeed, this iron chain is satisfactory." Ye Feng glanced at the joint of the chain, where it was securely welded with molten iron, rendering it unlikely to break. Yu Long and Lung Ling trailed closely behind him. Ye Feng resembled a supervisor, while Yu Long and Lung Ling acted like foremen, anxious that any displeasure from Ye Feng might compel them to redo their work. "Alas, this is unacceptable. I have already stated that the 200,000 meters of iron chain must taper from thick at the front to thin at the back. Although your several segments may total 200,000 meters, the initial few tens of thousands must be twisted together with 10 strands to ensure they can bear the weight." Ye Feng sighed, marking the inspection a failure. The expressions of Yu Long and Lung Ling shifted dramatically. To procure these iron chains, they had scoured the entirety of Chongqing City. Now, where could they possibly find more? But if you do not provide further funds, our workers will starve. Yu Long implored. Ye Feng's gaze swept over the nearly 200,000 exhausted laborers, their weary eyes pleading for mercy. The heavens are merciful, thus. I shall allocate an additional 5 million in budget. For now, I will advance you 200,000 Windspring coins to ensure your workers do not perish from hunger. Upon finishing, Ye Feng produced a small notebook from his pocket and retrieved a fine brush, exhaling warm breath onto the nib. With swift strokes, he tore off the top sheet. Here, take it, and guard it against theft. Yes. Lung Ling quickly accepted the check, which bore the sum of 200,000 yuan. Yu Long snatched the check and kissed it fervently, knowing it could indeed be exchanged for frozen fish, specifically 200,000 pounds of it. Chapter 963. Speak cautiously when addressing me. Bring these iron chains to Windspring Island first. Chunin, gather your men. Ye Feng shouted into the light screen. Immediately, Chunin emerged with hundreds of individuals. The gap in the light screen remained wide open, as the refugees dared not enter. After 2 weeks of preaching, these refugees had come to understand that entering the Grand Formation would result in being shredded by the goose sword threads within. Chunin seized one end of the iron chain. Follow my lead. 1-2 lift. A segment of iron chain, weighing hundreds of tons, was hoisted aloft. Lord Yi, we shall also procure frozen fish. Once we secure food, we will ensure they enjoy a hearty meal before continuing our search for the remaining iron chains. However, Chongqing City is devoid of iron chains. To seek more, we must venture deep into the Great Desert, which is exceedingly time-consuming. Therefore, Lord Yi, could you consider augmenting the budget once more? Yu Long beseeched. You present a valid point. Very well, in half a month. I shall issue another check for 200,000. But for now, I require your utmost effort in locating iron chains, which need not be exclusively iron. The upper half of the rope must, of course, be made of iron chains. Once we reach nearly 200,000 meters, ordinary rope will suffice. As the pressure there will not be excessively great, Ye Feng stated. Very well, I shall await your advance payment in half a month, Yu Long replied. And with Lung Ling, they departed to exchange for frozen fish. Within the confines of Hot Spring Island, crossbows and cannons were simultaneously aimed outward. They feared that the refugees might seize the opportunity to snatch Yu Long's frozen fish, thereby disrupting normal transactions. Nevertheless, the refugees continued to cast hungry, watchful glances at the two parties engaged in trade. When desperation strikes, people can resort to any means, especially considering that among this panicked throng, there were many adept individuals of the Li Huang and Li Wang ranks. Such individuals were esteemed within their tribes. Would they meekly await their demise? Chieftain, now is not the time for fish theft. Once these individuals have transported the frozen fish to a distance, we shall await our opportunity to rob them. The weather grows increasingly cold, and our hunger intensifies. Even if we do not perish from hunger, what of our descendants? If they do not eat soon, they may not survive a month, one of the Li Huang remarked. Indeed, I have my plans. We shall first focus our attention on identifying who receives the frozen fish. And when they reach the outskirts, we will collectively launch our assault, the chieftain responded. At that moment, the Li Huang suddenly narrowed his eyes, gazing at a sign within the illuminated screen. Another bounty notice? Let us take a look. Perhaps there are simple tasks available. Immediately, a group of Li Huang and Li Wang experts gathered before the screen. Above the sign, 5 large characters were inscribed. Hot Spring Bounty Notice. The first item called for the retrieval of herbs over a millennium old. Once found, each herb could be exchanged for 100,000 hot spring coins. The second item sought to maintain order around the periphery of Hot Spring Island, inviting individuals to join a security company, where they could earn 3,000 to 5,000 hot spring coins monthly. The third item announced an urgent need for high-quality leather garments, requiring skilled women to sew the clothing. Instructors would be provided to guide the process, with fees ranging from 5,000 to 500,000 hot spring coins per piece. The fourth item involved the manufacture of sleds, with prices ranging from 200 to 500 hot spring coins each, with professional guidance available. The fifth item pertained to the creation of aircraft shells, with specialized personnel from Hot Spring Island ready to provide assistance. Those with keen intellect could potentially earn permanent residency on the island. Wang Zhihai is truly a genius. He has expertly devised several stipulations to control nearly 100 million restless individuals outside, at least preventing them from rioting, the chieftain noted. I believe we need not resort to robbery. We could serve as honorable security personnel, earning 3 to 5,000 hot spring coins monthly. Lazily Huang, you should receive at least 5,000. 5,000 coins could provide 5,000 pounds of food, easily sustaining your wife and several sons, suggested Wanli Wang. This is a commendable idea. It would also allow my wife to take the women from our tribe to sew leather garments. After all, my wife is renowned for her craftsmanship. Thus, we have found yet another source of income, the Li Huang exclaimed, inspired by the notion. Chief, your wisdom is unparalleled. Let us hasten to queue, lest the coveted positions be snatched away. Alas, others have already taken their place ahead of us. Quickly, the group hurriedly rushed forward, positioning themselves at the end of the line. Shortly thereafter, Wang Zhihai emerged with a dozen individuals, tightening his coat against the biting wind. They settled onto the chairs beside a sign that read, Wei Yuan Security Company, hiring security personnel in abundance. The advertisement outlined various positions. Security manager, 1 position available. Requirements include a minimum of second-order power emperor strength, a commendable attitude, and unwavering dedication. Monthly salary of 30,000 warm spring coins, plus year-end bonuses. Security supervisor, 10 positions available. Requirements include a minimum of first-order power emperor strength, a commendable demeanor, and strong execution skills. Monthly salary of 10,000 warm spring coins, plus year-end bonuses. Security team leader, 100 positions available. Requirements include a minimum of 8th-order power king strength, a commendable attitude, and strong execution skills. Monthly salary of 8,000 warm spring coins. Security personnel, several positions available. Requirements include a minimum of 5th-order power master strength, a willingness to endure hardships, and a sense of responsibility. Salaries range from 3,000 to 6,000 warm spring coins. Upon seeing the sign, a flurry of figures surged forward from the crowd, swiftly positioning themselves before Wang Zhihai. Astonishingly, all 4 were first-order power emperors. Wang Zhihai's heart raced, and he instinctively placed his hand on his weapon's hilt. What is the meaning of this? Queue up. Do you not understand basic decorum? What? I am a power emperor. You, a mere second-order power master, dare to speak to me in such a manner? The leader of the power emperors fumed. What do you intend to do? I warn you. Should your attitude persist in this manner, I shall never consider you for employment. Wang Zhihai slammed his hand on the table in agitation. The power emperor, gritting his teeth, turned his gaze toward the warm light of the screen, ultimately swallowing his indignation. Behind the 4 power emperors, a long line formed, consisting of power kings, power masters, and some opportunistic power warriors. Now we are getting somewhere. What is your name? Which tribe do you hail from? What position do you hold within your tribe? Wang Zhihai inquired, eyeing the power emperor before him. I am Haiwo Shi, the chieftain of the Changqiu tribe. What position do you seek to apply for? Wang Zhihai asked with an air of arrogance. I wish to apply for the position of security manager. Are you blind? The sign clearly states that a security manager must possess at least second-order power emperor strength. You appear to be merely a first-order power emperor, do you not? Wang Zhihai impatiently gestured toward the sign. How outrageous. I am a power emperor. You ought to speak with more caution. Haiwo Shi bellowed, though he refrained from taking action against Wang Zhihai. To do so would jeopardize any future collaboration with Warm Spring Island, and he would be left helplessly watching his tribe perish from starvation. Chapter 964. Arrogance. Very well, Mr. Wang. I shall apply for the position of security supervisor. Haiwo Shi finally conceded. Your temper is too volatile. I fear you may not be suited for that role. Would you consider the position of security team leader? What? As a dignified power emperor, you would have me take the position of security team leader? How could I possibly accept that? Is the salary paid monthly? May I receive an advance of half a month's pay? Haiwo Shi swiftly came to terms with reality. That will not do. You must work for 3 days first. I can provide you with an advance for 3 days' wages. Ultimately, Astound ascended to the esteemed position of security captain, as Wang Zhihai presented him with a circular insignia, affixed to his shoulder, emblazoned with the words Captain Wei Yuan. After a brief interval, Susan emerged alongside a group of women, erecting a sign amidst the icy expanse. Hot Spring Garment Factory, now hiring. The factory sought 50 fashion designers, requiring not only a pleasing physique, but also a fundamental understanding of garment construction, with a monthly salary of 200,000. Additionally, several seamstresses were needed, demanding dexterous hands and compliance with management, offering a monthly salary of 10,000. A surge of excitement coursed through the queue of security personnel in the distance. They hastily abandoned their line, rushing home to retrieve their wives. Quick, let us line up. Who would have thought that seamstresses earn more than us security guards? If we both work hard for a decade, we could save up $1 million and become residents of Hot Spring Island. My dear, I shall go immediately and bring my sisters along. A throng of indigenous women formed a long line by Susan S. side. Moments later, Chung Li Bean emerged, showcasing another sign. Hot Spring Armaments Factory, now hiring. Ye Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the thriving scene beyond the screen. After all, these were over 100 million vibrant lives. Ye Feng could not allow them all to starve, and thus it was imperative to provide them with sustenance. In garnering a good reputation, he could also secure benefits for himself and Hot Spring Island. At present, the populace was divided into 3 distinct tiers. Citizens of Hot Spring Island comprised the first tier. Residents of Hot Spring Island formed the second tier, while those beyond the screen constituted the third tier. Furthermore, the realm outside the screen was subdivided into numerous ranks. Security managers, fashion designers, and armaments engineers belonged to the upper echelon of the third tier. Next came the security supervisors, senior seamstresses, and apprentice engineers, categorized as the middle tier. At the bottom were the outsourced laborers, with the least fortunate being the unemployed drifters. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. He swiftly turned to survey the distant crowd. Although he observed nothing amiss, the intensity of that feeling was undeniable. Unbeknownst to him, within the throng, Qingmu was fixated on Ye Feng. Ye Feng, why don't you step a little further out? Just 100 meters will suffice. Yet, Ye Feng remained steadfast at the gap of the screen, unwilling to venture outward. Having navigated the starry mist continent for many years, Qingmu was known for his cautious demeanor. He would strike only when assured of a decisive blow. Ye Feng had just been at the breach of the hot spring array, and Qingmu feared that if he acted prematurely, Ye Feng would slip into the array, thus alerting the proverbial snake in the grass. He awaited an opportune moment, one that would render Ye Feng unable to flee. It's getting quite cold. Susan, Old Chung, Zhihai, take your time with the hiring. If it gets too chilly, let someone else take your place while I step inside to warm up, Ye Feng declared, striding toward the opening. The gap yawned wide, and none dared to intrude. It's freezing, my hands are numb. You there, take over my recruiting duties for a while. I'm heading in as well. Wang Zhihai, shivering uncontrollably, rushed into the hot spring array, his nose streaming with cold. The refugees outside gazed with envy and resentment. How wonderful it would be if they could freely enter the Great Formation. Some dreamers immediately entered a realm of fantasy, imagining themselves living in the hot spring island with their family of 5, leading a leisurely life. Occasionally, they would toss out uneaten frozen fish, prompting the disaster-stricken to scramble for it, while they laughed heartily inside. How joyous that would be! Just as these unfortunate souls were lost in their daydreams, 2 beautiful women inside the hot spring island threw out a frozen fish. Ah, quick, grab it! Instantly, one of them snapped out of his reverie and rushed forward, shouting, "No stealing. I saw it first." It doesn't matter who saw it first. It only counts once it's in your stomach. Immediately, he and dozens of other beggars engaged in a chaotic brawl, creating quite a commotion. Inside the luminous screen, 2 young girls burst into a fit of giggles. After Ye Feng entered the screen, he headed straight to Yilian's room. "Little Yilian, how is your training with the Shurui going?" Ye Feng inquired. "It seems there hasn't been much progress. I haven't had any high-purity crystal pills for a long time," Yilian replied. "So, how far can you currently see?" Ye Feng asked again. "I can probably see about 25 to 26 kilometers, but with the heavy snowfall, it's likely only around 10 kilometers now," Yilian answered. 10 kilometers. Never mind. Could you do me a favor and keep an eye on the outside of the screen? See if there's anyone particularly special. Someone like a hidden 9th level power emperor, Ye Feng requested. Ye Feng had initially intended to pat Yilian on the head, but remembering that she was nearly 18, he withdrew his hand. "All right, Uncle Yi, I will help you," Yilian said obediently. Aoki stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing the interior of the luminous screen. Behind him stood an elderly man and a young boy. "Sir, if we wish to enter the Great Formation, it will not be an easy task. Even if you force your way in, you would be cut by the goose sword threads inside. Unless you can obtain the array disc," the elder advised. "Array disc? No need. I I should be able to break his great formation with some time. I've been in the Starmong continent for nearly 800 years, and my understanding of formations far exceeds that of the desert's country bumpkins. However, I must first conceal my strength and pose as an ordinary power master, Aoki replied indifferently. At that moment, two power masters approached from a distance, their shoulders emblazoned with the word security. Hey, what are you three sneaking around here for? Disperse. More than 3 people constitutes an illegal assembly. The two security-level power masters declared arrogantly. After becoming security personnel for Wei Yuan Company, they felt they had found their backing. As the company boasted a total of 11 power emperors, with their manager being a second-level power emperor. With such power, they could only be compared to the 3 super clans of the past in the vast desert. Aoki clenched his fists, narrowing his eyes. What? Do you intend to resist us? We are people from Wei Yuan Company. Disperse immediately. 2 members of the 5th team forcefully shoved the 3 individuals away. Qingmu's fists tightened and then relaxed, followed by a bemused chuckle. Why should I concern myself with these 2 mediocre practitioners? Once I avenge my junior sister by eliminating Ye Feng, I shall return to the Star Dream continent. Chapter 965, Deeply Understanding Justice. I have no desire to linger in this wretched place any longer. However, this azure formation possesses an intriguing quality. It could be transported back to the Black Wind sect. If my master is pleased, he might bestow upon me some treasures. With this thought in mind, Qingmu glanced at the long sword at his waist. This spirit sword, a precious gift from his master, is a second-grade spirit sword capable of slicing through iron like mud. Even an ordinary protective clan formation would find it difficult to withstand a single strike. Time passed swiftly, and before long, over half a month had elapsed. Ilian, have you not detected any anomalies? Ye Feng inquired. No, there are over 100 million people outside. Uncle Yi, are you making this difficult for me? Ilian replied. All right, do your best to investigate. I will also enlist the help of the Wei Yuan Security Company to scrutinize the external population. After finishing, Ye Feng returned to the conference room and summoned senior members, including Wang Zhihai. Zhihai, from this moment forth, I want you to collaborate with the Wei Yuan Security Company to conduct a census of the 100 million people outside. Record their names, ages, and places of origin meticulously. Mark those with unclear backgrounds with a red circle. I will personally investigate them, Ye Feng commanded. Understood, Brother Feng. The census has already been underway for some time. But those unruly outsiders evade our efforts each time, Wang Zhihai responded. That is acceptable. Proceed gradually and avoid exacerbating tensions. After all, the treatment of our people on Hot Spring Island is worlds apart from that of those outside. Should conflicts escalate, the consequences would be dire. Even if we possess the Gu Sword Silk within our Azure Barrier, if 100 million individuals recklessly assault the barrier, do you believe we can withstand it? Ye Feng articulated. True, but rest assured, Brother Feng. I have stratified those 100 million individuals, creating numerous tiers. For instance, there are distinctions between those who are employed and those who are not, forming 2 major classes. Employed practitioners hold a higher status than unemployed ones. Additionally, I have categorized various garments and insignias, fostering a competitive spirit among them. Consequently, those who relish showing off will inevitably incite jealousy among others. In essence, I aim to cultivate mutual rivalry and discord, thereby achieving the goal of divide and conquer, Wang Zhihai said with a cunning expression. Ye Feng inhaled sharply. He was relieved that he had insisted on promoting Wang Zhihai to the position of Deputy Island Master. Although this fellow's abilities were lacking, should he infiltrate the enemy's ranks, it would spell misfortune for Ye Feng. While this approach may seem somewhat unscrupulous, it matters not. They are not citizens of Hot Spring Island. You may resort to any means necessary, but when dealing with our own, such tactics are forbidden. Do you comprehend? Ye Feng cautioned. Yes, I understand. I am a citizen. How could I employ such methods against my own people? Wang Zhihai sheepishly touched his nose. Very well, you may proceed with your tasks. The rope has been sufficiently gathered, and I am now prepared to descend to the depths of the abyss. Once you have arranged for Old Chung to complete the lift, I shall begin my training and subsequently ascend after a period of time. After bidding farewell to Wang Zhihai and others, Ye Feng exchanged affectionate goodbyes with Duoyin and Hina. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the abyss. With a leap, he plummeted towards the depths at a velocity of 1 kilometer per second. As he descended for some time, powerful currents began to swirl at the abyss's bottom, causing his body to sway uncontrollably. In a mere moment, he landed beside a mound of refuse, which included excrement, tattered clothing, and decaying corpses. The stench at the abyss's base was overwhelming. Yet the currents sealed the foul odors beneath, preventing them from rising. Quickly covering his nose with his hand, Ye Feng hastened towards the altar. The colossal earthworm creature lay still, its body resembling a continuous mountain range. Above it, the goo god cauldron emitted a radiant glow, casting fluctuating shadows around. "I have returned," he declared, wasting no time as he pressed both hands against the creature's form. A surge of powerful energy flowed into Ye Feng's body. A golden phantom emerged behind him, mirroring his movements. Utilizing the Dharma manifestation for cultivation, his pace increased tenfold compared to usual. Each punch delivered by the manifestation equated to 10 times Ye Feng's own strength, and its resilience was also an order of magnitude greater than his corporeal form. When employing the manifestation for cultivation, the effects naturally amplified to a tenfold increase. The arduous practice of the venerable sacred demon art, which had previously been exceedingly difficult, now advanced at an astonishing rate. Ye Feng estimated that, at this pace, he would require merely 50 to 60 years to perfect the third layer of the venerable sacred demon art, subsequently breaking through the barrier to the fourth layer. As for the realm of power sovereign, he dared not contemplate it yet. His spirit was still too weak. He needed to await the creation of the soul Dan before daring to attempt the power sovereign threshold, as forcing the issue could lead to a catastrophic collapse of his physical form. On Warm Spring Island, magnificent shelters had been constructed outside the protective barrier. For iron pipes, each approximately 5 meters in diameter, extended from the island. The heated natural gas surged swiftly through these pipes into the semi-enclosed shelters, ensuring the internal temperature remained around -40 to 50 degrees. The closer one was to the heating pipes, the warmer it became, reaching a maximum of 10 degrees above zero. However, these chambers were exclusively occupied by individuals at the power sovereign level, as the average person could not afford such luxury. The nightly cost amounted to 5,000 warm spring coins, typically reserved for the director and their associates. Niu Decao had been dispatched by Ye Feng to serve as the chief director of the 4 cardinal points, and he subsequently summoned 4 power sovereign level directors to become his subordinates. In an instant, Niu Decao felt a swell of pride. "Ha, now I, old Niu, can command 4 power sovereign level experts." Following Brother Feng, it's one word: exhilarating. 2 words: utterly delightful. The 4 great shelters are insufficient to accommodate over 100 million inhabitants, and they struggle even to house a mere million. Consequently, on the outer fringes of these shelters, an array of ice huts has been erected, maintaining a barely sustainable temperature of -200 degrees. It is within these frigid abodes that the unemployed wanderers reside, self-identifying as the Lie-Flat tribe, subsisting on the meager scraps of fish bones discarded by others, which they use to concoct a thin broth for survival. Yet, Ye Feng, in his mercy, sets up a porridge stall outside Hot Spring Island each week, striving to ensure that impoverished families can partake in at least one nourishing meal. As a result, a gradual shift in perspective has occurred among the skilled workers towards Hot Spring Island. They observe that Hot Spring Island, in its profound understanding of duty, ensures the basic sustenance of the most destitute among them. Their initial misjudgment of Ye Feng has softened, though he may appear harsh to the outside world. He ultimately guarantees their survival from starvation, a gesture that equates to the benevolence of a reborn parent, albeit he may not entirely deserve such a noble title. In the realm beyond the light curtain, the populace rates Ye Feng as 6 out of 10, a considerable distance from perfection. Qing Mu now resides within the ice hut, enduring the bitter cold without having consumed a single morsel since his arrival. An elderly man has scrounged some fish bones for him to make broth, yet Qing Mu, with his lofty self-esteem, finds it unthinkable to consume remnants gnawed by others. "Master Qing Mu, have you devised a solution?" the old man inquired, his body emaciated from hunger. "Why fret?" Qing Mu slowly opened his eyes. For a true martial arts master such as himself, abstaining from food for a year merely results in a slight depletion of vital energy. Starvation is not a concern. However, for an elderly man of lesser strength, each day drags on painfully. In the frigid confines of the ice hut, he feels the pangs of hunger more acutely. To alleviate this dreadful sensation, he spends his days watching food broadcasts to the south of Hot Spring Island. "Master Qing Mu, you may be unperturbed, but my apprentice and I cannot wait any longer. If we do not find work soon, we shall perish," the old man lamented. "Very well, seek employment then," Mu replied indifferently. Understood. The old man and his apprentice dashed out of the ice hut, hastening towards the southern part of Hot Spring Island, where thousands of skilled workers congregated. Draped in thick animal furs, they stood transfixed, gazing at the light curtain, drooling uncontrollably. Within the curtain, a colossal table was laid out, at which a stunning woman clad in a bikini devoured her meal with gusto, grease dripping from her lips. The old man swallowed hard, feeling a surge of delight each time he watched the food broadcast. The sight of the bikini-clad beauty was undeniably pleasing, and the wasteful discarding of fish skins into the trash was nothing short of sacrilege. Furthermore, the fish guts, bladders, and entrails, all prime ingredients for a nourishing fish porridge, were being tossed aside. Do you even know how to host a food broadcast? Perhaps I should take your place, the old man finally exclaimed, unable to contain himself any longer. His apprentice, unable to control himself, placed his fingers into his mouth, eyes closed, envisioning his digits as delectable slices of tuna sashimi. Alas, overwhelmed by his fantasies, he inadvertently bit his finger, drawing blood. Some individuals with vivid imaginations smacked their lips, envisioning themselves savoring the culinary delights on display. After indulging in these imagined feasts, what should one do next? A chorus of chuckles erupted among the audience as they turned their gaze towards the bikini-clad maiden. Just then, a gust of cold wind swept through, abruptly returning them to reality. We must hurry back to the shelter. We are freezing and losing our grip on sanity. You can afford to stay at the shelter, but I have no choice but to retreat to the ice hut. Let us flee. A group of people, howling in excitement, dashed back home, where they began to dream of a brighter future while nestled in their frigid beds. A squad of 10 security personnel patrolled between the ice huts. Fools, keep in step. When he steps with his left foot, you must do the same. Maintain our uniformity. We are now representatives of Wei Yuan Corporation, and we must uphold our image and dignity, admonished the security captain. Yes, Lord Li Wang. Yes, Captain. That's more like it. Li Wang's face brightened with joy. After half a month of diligent effort, he had finally been promoted to security captain, earning a modest reputation in the disaster-stricken area. Ordinary individuals aspiring to join Wei Yuan Corporation would occasionally find his words easing their interviews. Thus, every time he returned home after work, his wife and children welcomed him with warmth, washing his feet and offering massages, their pride in him evident. In stark contrast, a seventh-tier Li Wang kept his hands tucked in his sleeves, reluctant to return home as darkness fell. Being unemployed, he relied on his wife to forage for fish bones at the shelter to brew soup, barely sustaining their family of 17. Thus, whenever he returned, his wife and children offered him little warmth or kindness. However, the biting cold was unbearable. Perhaps he would reconsider searching for the position of security captain again tomorrow. With that thought, he strode back to the ice hut. Inside, his wife was busy preparing fishbone soup, her face as cold as the blizzard outside. His children regarded him with indifference, their young brows furrowed in disdain. Ha ha ha, my dear wife, my sons, I have returned. He forced a smile. Found a job yet? His wife inquired without looking up. Rest assured, I will find one. The seventh-tier Li Wang replied awkwardly, attempting to muster some enthusiasm. A long sigh was the only response from his wife. Amor, you must strive for improvement. Look at Bai Shirley, who once shared the status of elder in our tribe with you. He is now a fifth-tier Li Wang and has become the security captain. And you? After all this time, you haven't even become a guard. When will you find work? You cannot keep relying on your wife to expose herself to the elements to scavenge for fish bones. I am, after all, the granddaughter of a chief. Do I not deserve some dignity? Her words left Amor flushed with shame, igniting his anger. Such audacity. I am your husband. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Just watch. I shall strike you down today. In an instant, the ice chamber was filled with the cries of an infant, the piercing screams of a woman, and the thunderous roars of a man. Boom. At the depths of the abyss, thunder rumbled ominously. Layers of golden lightning spiraled around Ye Feng in a frenzied dance. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes, their brilliance radiating with divine light. Through the cultivation of the Dharma form, his progress indeed advanced at an astounding rate. However, the training of the third layer proved exceedingly time-consuming. Even with a formidable beast of over 80 levels providing an energy field, the challenge remained arduous. Ye Feng murmured to himself, suddenly unleashing a powerful punch towards the sky. The golden Dharma form behind him mirrored his action, striking the heavens in unison. Boom. A small black appeared in the void, emanating a tremendous gravitational pull that swept Ye Feng's hair forward, obscuring his entire face. This single punch had astonishingly created a small rupture in space. Ye Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. After approximately a minute, the spatial fissure gradually mended, and the surrounding tempest ceased abruptly, restoring the original state. Next time, I must refrain from exerting such force, otherwise I risk shattering the barrier. After speaking, Ye Feng gazed skyward. He noticed a rope descending from above. As its end approached the troposphere, it twisted like a serpent under the force of the winds. Oh, have they finally secured the rope? Ye Feng rejoiced, leaping into the air to reach a height of 200 meters, barely grasping the contorted rope. With a thunderous roar, he felt his body become as heavy as a mountain, crashing down into a pile of filth. Gagging, Ye Feng managed to pull the rope to a corner of the altar, binding it to a stone pillar. Even so, the powerful currents continued to cause the rope's end to quiver slightly. Chapter 967. This sensation is exquisite. It seems the elevator's construction will take at least a year, as the winds will sway it perilously. Well then, during this interval, I shall continue my cultivation, hoping to solidify my golden Dharma form further. With that, Ye Feng once again employed the blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Far away, thousands of miles from Hot Spring Island, countless blades of wind ceased their flight. The gale force zone, spanning 500 kilometers, had shrunk to over 400 kilometers under the freezing temperatures. Within this zone, several figures trudged forward with great difficulty. Brother, this is a no-man's land. Perhaps there are ancient herbs here, some over 10,000 years old. After all, the spear god hailed from this very place. Upon entering, we might acquire the spear god's legacy. Indeed, once we reach this unclaimed territory, we can freely wield our blood magic without the so-called righteous practitioners pursuing us. As the group conversed, they finally traversed the gale force zone. Hiss, it's so cold. Brother, do you think this extreme cold will penetrate through the gale force zone and spread across the entire storming continent? It is possible, the great wizard proclaimed, that an unprecedented calamity will sweep across the entire continent, likely stemming from this extreme cold. At last, the three figures emerged from the swirling dust. They bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, with hawk-like noses, deep-set eyes, and a faint crimson glimmer flickering within their gaze, reminiscent of three ferocious beasts poised to devour their prey. Let us set forth. We must seek the spiritual herbs and medicines, and thereafter locate the human settlements. This time, we shall enact a blood sacrifice upon each tribe, striving to reach the late stages of true martial prowess. Having uttered these words, the trio vanished into the tempestuous winds. Boom! A radiant golden light enveloped Ye Feng, as arcs of lightning spiraled around his form. Yet, at that moment, he sensed a slight movement from the body of the worm-like creature. This sent a chill of terror coursing through Ye Feng's being. Should an 80-level aberration awaken, the consequences would be dire. He quickly rose, anxiously gazing towards the heavens. It was time to depart from the abyss's depths, for the stench was unbearable. With that, he leaped onto the rope, propelling himself upwards with great force. Each bound elevated him by several dozens of zhang, and after a series of leaps, he vanished from the abyss's bottom, entering the convective layer. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Ye Feng gazed at the light source above, resembling a bulb. How exhausting! He exclaimed. The descent had felt insignificant, yet ascending had consumed 2 full days of his strength. Even with the stamina afforded by the transcendent divine demonic art, he was on the verge of exhaustion. Reflecting on this, Ye Feng removed his belt, securing part of it to the rope and the other part around his waist, suspending himself in midair to recuperate. Fortunately, he had refrained from employing a hand-cranked helicopter to soar skyward. Otherwise, he would have plummeted long before covering even 1% of the distance due to fatigue. After another day and night of struggle, Ye Feng finally ascended to the mouth of the abyss, utterly worn out. Quickly, it is Feng Ge. Cheng Libin was in the midst of installing an elevator, and with the help of several disciples, they hastily pulled Ye Feng up. Feng Ge, how is it down there? Cheng Libin inquired. Are you blind? Ye Feng gestured to his soiled attire. Quickly, take Feng Ge to bathe. Immediately, they carried Ye Feng to the castle. Susan personally came to assist him, scrubbing layer upon layer from his body. How foul! We've changed the bathwater 3 dozen times, Susan remarked, pinching her nose. There is no remedy. The stench from the abyss is inescapable. I have become marinated in it myself, but fear not, it will dissipate in a few days. Ye Feng replied, somewhat embarrassed. After bathing, Ye Feng donned clean attire and strode confidently out of the light barrier. He was assured that with his current strength, even if those outside the barrier intended to swarm him, he would have ample time to retreat within its confines. Greetings, Feng Ge. Wang Zhihai was overseeing his security detail, comprising nearly 100,000 personnel arranged in an endless formation outside the barrier. Due to the overwhelming number of powers, the security forces had begun to engage in their own form of competition. When Wang Zhihai was recruiting security personnel, he mentioned that although fifth-tier strength practitioners could apply for the position, those with greater prowess would be prioritized. Consequently, within the vast army of 100,000 security guards at Wei Yuan Company, strength practitioners were relegated to the most menial tasks. This hierarchy among the security personnel excluded positions such as team leaders, who held a slight managerial role. The most coveted positions were those of patrolling guards within the shelter, who enjoyed the luxury of patrolling in a warm environment, free from the biting cold. Following them were the guards stationed inside the shelter, who similarly escaped the harsh elements. The most numerous and unfortunate were the peripheral patrolling guards. These individuals donned heavy coats, braving the wind and snow during their patrols, while also tasked with recording the information of idle individuals in the ice houses, subsequently reporting their findings to the headquarters of Wei Yuan Security Company. The headquarters would then verify and compile this data before forwarding it to the intelligence department of Hot Spring Island. A portion of the guards turned to Ye Feng with envious expressions. Brother Feng, you arrived just in time. I was about to conduct a parade. Why not take a seat in the sand cart? Wang Zhihai said, eager to please. No need. You carry on with your parade. I shall simply observe from the side. Ye Feng replied, folding his arms behind his back as he gazed upon the vast army below. Surely, the current strength of Wei Yuan Security Company was comparable to that of the former Two-Sword Gorge. It was fortunate that the calamities of this apocalyptic world had congregated so many powerful individuals on Hot Spring Island. Otherwise, how could such a multitude of strength kings and strength emperors be assembled? I shall take my leave, Wang Zhihai declared, swiftly entering the sand cart. The vehicle began to move slowly, circling the perimeter of Hot Spring Island. Soldiers, your hard work is appreciated, came the resonant voices from below. It is no trouble. We labor for the sake of Hot Spring Island and for the King of Hot Springs, they replied in unison, their voices filled with pride. Each individual took pride in their role as a security guard. Their position, while not comparable to that of the island's residents, was significantly superior to that of the unemployed vagabonds. After their shifts, they would intentionally linger at their doorsteps, feasting on fish and meat, provoking envy from the idlers who could only watch with longing. The satisfaction of feeling superior was intoxicating. Of course, these unemployed individuals dared not resort to theft, for their addresses and information were meticulously recorded. Should they dare to commit a crime, the security company would pay them a visit the following day to ensure their compliance. Ye Feng, arms crossed, observed Wang Zhihai's ostentatious display, noting how he flaunted his pretentiousness from start to finish. The guards trembled in the biting wind, their noses running. Yet their eyes shone with determination. Ye Feng couldn't help but feel a desire to disrupt Wang Zhihai's performance. Brother, it's one thing for Wang Zhihai to show off, but dragging you all into this practice, don't you resent him? Ye Feng inquired. I do not harbor resentment. President Wang is our benefactor, and Director Yi is our spiritual pillar. Look here, this is the little booklet President Wang provided us, chronicling Director Ye's heroic deeds. One of the guards promptly produced a small notebook. Not every guard recognized Ye Feng. Most had only caught a fleeting glimpse of him and could barely recall his features. Ye Feng picked up a small notebook and opened it, his eyes gradually widening in astonishment. The illustrious achievements of the great Hot Spring King, Ye Feng, compel all of us in security to pay homage to Mr. Ye Feng, his father, who selflessly sacrificed his life to save others, and his grandfather, an honorable pharmacist who provided free medical assistance to all, are but a testament to his noble lineage. For 20 generations, Ye Feng's ancestors have engaged in virtuous deeds, and at last, a remarkable figure has emerged, Ye Feng, the great Hot Spring King. Our esteemed Ye Feng ultimately united in matrimony with the great god of spear, Duoyan Hina. Their union a celestial match that solidified Ye Feng's dominion over the land. Feeling his face flush with embarrassment, Ye Feng thought to himself how fanciful Wang Zhihai's embellishments were. He was merely an orphan. His father was not a physician, though his grandfather practiced medicine. And regarding his great-grandfather, even he had little recollection, let alone Wang Zhihai. However, as he gazed at the accolades inscribed within the notebook, an inexplicable sense of elation enveloped him. At that moment, Wang Zhihai, having made a complete circuit on his sand cart, finally returned. Standing atop the cart, he brandished the small notebook. Now, allow me to recite the life story of our esteemed Yi Island master. On a tempestuous night, the resounding cries of a newborn echoed through the heavens. At that instant, the village dogs ceased their barking, prostrating themselves on the ground. Even the tigers in the forest halted their hunting, lying low as if to welcome the arrival of a sovereign. The security personnel below were soon engulfed in tears, their sobs resembling kites severed from their strings. Ye Feng, a female guard, overwhelmed with emotion, cried out twice before fainting on the spot. Ye Feng approached a fellow guard and said, "Brother, must you weep so excessively over a mere recitation? Woe is me! How can I refrain from crying? Do you not see those supervisors watching us? If they notice anyone without tears, they will report it to headquarters, leading to salary deductions and hindering our promotions." "Oh, Ye Feng, my great Yi Island master." Ye Feng felt a faint disquiet in his heart. Sensing that such theatrics were distasteful, the guards were not foolish. Perhaps one day, if Wang Zhihai could no longer provide benefits, these guards might hold a grudge against him as well. Just then, a guard stepped away from the group and slowly approached the illuminated screen. Who permitted you to stand there? We are currently reciting the life story of the Hot Spring King. Why are you not crying? Wang Zhihai bellowed in fury. He had aspired to reign, but was acutely aware that his authority on Hot Spring Island paled in comparison to Ye Feng's, thus resorting to forcibly binding Ye Feng to his chariot. Even if he could not claim kingship on Hot Spring Island, a semblance of power outside the illuminated screen would suffice for his satisfaction. "Someone seize him," Wang Zhihai commanded, his hand waving dismissively when he saw the individual remain motionless. 5 or 6 captains of security, all of substantial strength, rushed forward. "Dare to interrupt our esteemed Wang. You shall pay dearly for this today." Just as these formidable guards approached the figure, suddenly, puff, they witnessed a flash of light before the world around them descended into darkness. In Ye Feng's vision, he witnessed the security guard draw his sword, unleashing a terrifying aura that instantly reduced several formidable warriors to mere fragments. "You are Ye Feng, are you not?" Qing Mu, wielding his long sword, advanced step by step towards him. "Pray tell, who are you, and what grievance do we share?" Ye Feng, vigilant, gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. "I inquire only of you. Was it you who killed Qing Yu?" Qing Mu's voice was icy, laced with a palpable intent to kill. "It was not." Ye Feng vehemently denied. He discerned that this individual had come seeking vengeance for the saintess Qing Yu. No wonder he had been feeling so unsettled lately. He had not anticipated the emergence of yet another formidable opponent. Most troubling was the fact that Ye Feng could not sense his aura. This unsightly youth appeared as ordinary as any common person. Yet, how could an ordinary individual speak normally in absolute zero conditions? Swish, swish, swish. Within the hot spring island, dozens of crossbows took aim at Qing Mu. Shunan stepped forward, fixing his gaze intently upon Qing Mu. Release. Thud, 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 thud. The crossbows unleashed a cacophony as they shot towards Qing Mu. However, the young man remained utterly unmoved, radiating a brilliant golden light. Crack, crack. As the bolts struck the golden aura surrounding him, they shattered as if they were mere twigs. It seemed that his physical prowess surpassed even that of Ye Feng. With a swift glance, Ye Feng assessed the situation and realized he was no match for this youth. "I take my leave," he declared, leaping into the air, attempting to evade the young man. Trying to flee, Qing Mu hurled his long sword at Ye Feng. Clang! Ye Feng's 3 protective charms were severed into fragments, and his body was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily into the shelter 20 meters away. Yet, the sword, seemingly animated, spiraled in the air before once again hurtling towards Ye Feng. "What is this?" Ye Feng gasped in shock, swiftly drawing his curved dagger. Clang! The dagger was shattered into pieces as the sword, with inexorable force, struck at Ye Feng's waist. Thud! The golden light was cleaved as if it were mere paper, leaving a gaping wound on Ye Feng's side. "This is bad. Protect Feng Ge." Wang Zhihai swiftly retreated into the sand vehicle, carefully aiming the cannon at Qing Mu. However, just as he was about to fire, the sword executed a swift maneuver. Clang! The sound of metal being rent asunder echoed as the sand vehicle was split in two. The driver sliced in half, Wang Zhihai scrambled from the vehicle, racing towards the light curtain without pause. Everyone, listen up. Hold that fellow. Whoever can restrain him shall receive a doubling of their wages. As Wang Zhihai's voice faded, he leaped into the light curtain. Boom, 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 boom. Four formidable warriors leaped before Qing Mu. Boy, let us exchange a few blows. These warriors faced Qing Mu as if confronting a dire threat, their eyes twitching nervously, their foreheads dark with foreboding. You lot. Qing Mu flicked his finger, and the long sword, which had been poised to strike at Ye Feng, returned to him once more. The speed of the flying sword was astonishing. The four warriors had scarcely assumed defensive stances when the sword swept past their necks. With a resounding thud, four severed heads tumbled to the ground. Ye Feng's figure flickered as he charged once more towards the azure barrier. Hina, quickly, open 10 gaps in the blue light. He bellowed, ensuring that Duoyen Hina could hear him. Within the castle, Duoyen Hina hastily peered out. Closing her eyes, she recited an incantation. The blue barrier shimmered, revealing several openings from all directions. Chapter 969. A glimmer of despair by Guagua similarly maneuvered the array, causing the blue barrier to sprout numerous gaps. Clang! A sword struck Ye Feng once again, scattering his blood scales and causing a torrent of blood to erupt forth. What manner of sword is this? Ye Feng roared, hastily retreating in another direction. Planning to flee? Aoki remained unmoved, deftly altering his incantation. The flying sword continued its pursuit of Ye Feng's backside. Clang! 2 force sovereigns leaped simultaneously, attempting to strike the flying sword with their weapons. Alas, their weapons disintegrated into iron dust upon impact, and their right hands were severed, reduced to a mist of blood. Ah, my hand! My hand! One of them cried out in agony. You wretched scoundrel, I'll fight you. The other force sovereign drew his longsword with his left hand and charged towards Aoki. Puff! Aoki flicked his finger, releasing a powerful burst of energy that obliterated the force sovereign's head. All present widened their eyes in astonishment. Who is this youth? A mere finger can slay a force sovereign? It seems even a 9th-tier force sovereign could not achieve such a feat. Could it be that this young man is the legendary true martial realm? In an instant, those eager guards retreated, their eyes filled with terror as they regarded Aoki. Yet, Aoki refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. His primary adversary was Ye Feng. Clang! The flying sword flashed and struck Ye Feng's back, shattering the 3 Sanskrit characters he had just condensed. Puff! Ye Feng spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ice. He, a mere force king, what does it matter if you possess great powers? In the face of absolute strength, any ability is but a mere flourish. Aoki stepped forward, his form traversing 100 feet in an instant, appearing directly before Ye Feng. With a whoosh, the flying sword landed in his hand. He gazed at Ye Feng, sprawled on the ice, and reached out with his left hand, intending to flip him over. However, just as Aoki turned Ye Feng onto his back, Ye Feng suddenly surged upward, gripping Aoki's neck with his left hand and seizing his arm with his right. Blood-sucking bang. Before he could finish his words, Aoki gave a slight shake, and Ye Feng's body flew backward like a rag doll, crashing into and demolishing an ice structure. The true martial realm and the acquired realm represent a vast chasm in power. Do you truly believe your trivial tricks hold any value? Tell me, were those Sanskrit characters that emerged from you earlier the remnants of the spear god's sacred demon technique? Aoki took a single step and stood before Ye Feng once more, moving with a speed as swift as a specter. Even without the use of his flying sword, Ye Feng could not hope to return to the light barrier merely by relying on his physical prowess. In a fit of rage, he lashed out once more, but unfortunately, Qing Mu's foot pinned him firmly to the icy surface. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force immobilized Ye Feng, rendering him utterly unable to move even a finger. Still wishing to struggle? Very well, I shall first destroy your dantian, Qing Mu declared, his sword turning with a swift motion aimed directly at Ye Feng's dantian. Do not harm my father. A tender voice interjected, causing Qing Mu to momentarily pause. It was in that fleeting second of hesitation that the azure light barrier surged dramatically, enveloping both him and Ye Feng within its confines. Qing Mu's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Suddenly, a glint of golden threads flashed by. He quickly raised his spiritual sword to defend himself, but the golden threads left a faint mark upon its surface. Another 2 golden threads zipped through the air, causing Qing Mu to tremble as he struggled to maintain his grip on the sword. Panic surged within him. He sought to flee beyond the light barrier. However, in the next instant, the azure barrier radiated an intense brilliance, preventing entry or escape. Qing Mu's body collided violently with the barrier, rebounding from the impact. As a flurry of golden threads whirled around, he was taken aback and hurled his sword skyward. The sword spun rapidly around him. But the onslaught continued with 8 more golden threads slicing through the air, causing the sword to falter and lose a fragment of its hilt. Is this a sword array? Damn it! Qing Mu gritted his teeth, his body emanating a brilliant golden glow. The barrage continued, and 16 golden threads surged forth, severing the spinning sword into 3 pieces. Yet its spirit remained, continuing to dance around Qing Mu. Ye Feng, let us reach an accord. Release the array and allow me to leave. I shall cease my vengeance for my junior sister, Qing Mu implored, his previous composure entirely evaporated, replaced by palpable anxiety. Ye Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, retreating to a distance of 1,000 meters. I am afraid I cannot afford to release a formidable opponent such as yourself, he replied, resolutely shaking his head. He was determined to annihilate Qing Mu within the sword array today, come what may. This time, 32 golden threads surged forth, shattering the remnants of the flying swords into fragments. 5 or 6 threads raced towards Qing Mu's body. The sound of metal colliding echoed ominously. The radiance emanating from Qing Mu dimmed, and before he could fully grasp the situation, a multitude of golden threads, 64 in total, surrounded him like predators ready to strike. Ye Feng, let us speak civilly. Should you kill me, according to the customs of the Star Dream continent, debts must be repaid, and your entire hot spring island shall perish with me. Qing Mu's voice turned sharp and desperate. Ye Feng bit his lip, anxiously observing the distant figure of Qing Mu. He had initially feared that the golden threads would not be enough to vanquish him, but he was taken aback by the formidable power of the azure barrier. 64 strands of golden silk surged forth. Qing Mu gritted his teeth, channeling all his vitality into the protective divine light surrounding him. However, after merely a dozen strikes, his protective barrier was effortlessly severed. Yet, upon contact with Qing Mu's body, a garment he wore radiated a brilliant crimson glow, shielding him from the brunt of the assault. Pooh! Ah! A cry of anguish echoed as one of Qing Mu's arms was severed. Pooh! Ah! Both of his legs were cut off at the knees by the golden strands. Pooh! The final golden thread passed, slicing away half of Qing Mu's posterior. Ye Feng, are you truly bringing the wrath of my Black Wind sect upon yourself? I know not what the Black Wind sect is, but I am aware that if I let you escape today, my people shall no longer dare venture beyond the protective barrier. Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. I refuse to accept this. I have cultivated for 8 centuries, I refuse. Qing Mu suddenly hurled himself against the barrier. Yet the azure shield, a sword formation left by the Gu god, remained formidable even after millennia, its power reduced to but 1%. Far beyond what a mere, true martial realm cultivator like him could breach. In the distance, a golden radiance flickered as 128 strands of golden silk approached. Qing Mu stood disheveled, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. Chapter 970. We are all going to starve. Brother Feng is out. Brother Feng is out. Quickly, prepare the bathing water. Zhuema shouted. After the restoration of the previous regime on Hot Spring Island, Zhuema resumed his role as Ye Feng's captain of the guard, overseeing 3 protectors, each possessing the strength of a first-level power king. Ye Feng originally intended to decline this arrangement, as his prowess rendered him in no need of protection. However, the council rejected his request, forcibly assigning him 4 guards. Their rationale was that the island master, burdened with countless responsibilities, would benefit from their assistance, even if they could not provide protection by conveying orders and running errands, thus saving him from trivialities. After bathing, Ye Feng did not share a room with Duoyan Hina or Susan, but instead retreated to the cultivation chamber. The odors below were unbearable, and it was only in the solitude of the cultivation room that he had the opportunity to introspect his own body. His bones had taken on a faint golden hue, while the inscriptions upon them were an eerie shade of dark green. The marrow had transformed entirely into a deep purple. Ye Feng then turned his attention to his heart. After acquiring inscriptions, it could beat up to 3,000 times per minute in critical moments. Typically, when not exerting himself, his heart would revert to a rhythm of 50 to 60 beats per minute. Ye Feng closed his eyes, gradually allowing the essence of his entire being to dissolve into nothingness. In this state, his heart's rhythm slowed to merely 5 or 6 beats per minute. indicating a lowered threshold and a heightened potential. Should there come a day when Ye Feng could regulate his heart's beats from 1 per minute to 100,000, perhaps he would ascend to the 4th tier of the Brahma Saint demon art. Time passed unmeasured, and at last, Ye Feng emerged from the cultivation chamber. Zhuema and the 3 guards had remained vigilantly at the entrance. Brother Feng, 3 hours ago, good news emerged from the iron prison, Zhuema said respectfully. Oh. Ye Feng's eyes brightened as he strode forward with his guards toward the iron prison. As Ye Feng approached the iron prison, he was enveloped by a potent aroma of medicinal herbs. Open the door, he commanded. With a resounding crash, a guard unlatched the iron door, revealing the weary figure of Hao Yue, whose hair was matted and crusted. In Hao Yue's hands were 5 elixirs, one of which was notably pale, while the other 4 bore a mottled black and white hue, clearly indicating their failure as potions. Ye Feng, I have succeeded. I never imagined I would truly manage to refine a soul pill. Regrettably, the purity of the other 4 is only around 57%, Hao Yue said. Exhaustion etched across her face. Very well, hand them over, Ye Feng replied, accepting the 5 soul pills and bringing the successful one to his nose. The sensation was indescribable, akin to the moment one anticipates a savory meal and is suddenly intoxicated by its aroma. He also inhaled the scent of the other 4 pills. While their fragrance was lacking, they could still be useful if refined further using the blood-sucking technique. Hao Yue, your efforts are commendable. Personally, I would like to release you from this confinement, but as a war criminal, even I, the island lord, lack the authority to grant your freedom. The council will not permit it. However, I can offer assistance within permissible limits. What do you require at this moment? Ye Feng placed the 5 soul pills into his satchel. Ye Feng, I acknowledge my status as a war criminal. Could you at least allow me to be outside of this iron prison? Anything but remaining here, Hao Yue implored. That is not an option. You must remain in the iron prison. Aside from that, I can accommodate your other requests, Ye Feng replied coolly. Sighing, Hao Yue cast her gaze into the distance. At that moment, Qingjun unexpectedly appeared. Junior brother Yi, for my sake, might you release our clan leader? Qingjun tugged at Ye Feng's sleeve. I'm afraid you should be in the iron prison as well, but considering your relatively benign nature, I permitted you to reside on Hot Spring Island. I hope you understand gratitude and refrain from making excessive demands, Ye Feng stated bluntly. Within the iron prison, Hao Yue raised her head. Ye Feng, I no longer wish to leave the iron prison. I merely hope for daily access to hot water for bathing, a copper mirror, and some essential clothing. Is that feasible? Certainly. Chasing horse, arrange for someone to procure clothing, toiletries, and a copper mirror, Ye Feng instructed. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, Chasing Horse replied, hastening to find Chunin. Before long, Chunin personally delivered the garments. Ha ha, Brother Feng, these are handpicked for Fairy Hao Yue. Look, he exclaimed, displaying 2 pieces of fabric the size of coins, adorned with delicate strings. What? You expect me to wear this? Hao Yue's face flushed crimson. The scant fabric could barely cover the most modest parts, leaving even the blush of her skin exposed. This is what I prepared for you as trousers, Chunin added, holding up a piece of fabric barely wide enough to encircle her waist. Hao Yue could no longer contain her indignation, clenching her fists tightly. Chunin, this is excessive. Quickly fetch some more modest attire. After all, the Moonlight Fairy is the leader of the Green Meadow clan, Ye Feng said with a swallow, his words heavy with difficulty. Fear not, Brother Feng. Women often favor such emotionally expressive garments. I shall first confine her in the iron cell, then provide her with a more reserved outfit known as the short skirt, Chunin declared, dashing towards the tailoring factory with fervor. Moonlight Fairy, you shall remain here. In a few days, I will return to gather materials, and I will require your assistance in refining additional soul elixirs, Ye Feng continued, then turned to his companion. The guard, Adwa, please notify President Wang to issue a bounty for the materials needed for the soul elixirs, offering double the usual price. Understood, the guard replied, hastening towards the hot spring bank. Wait, never mind. Valtamuli, you too, go to the hot spring bank and have Wang Zhihai announce the materials for the holy water. If there are any finished products, offer a reasonable price, but do not extort too harshly. Yes. The third guard also hurried to the hot spring bank, driven by a sense of urgency. In that moment, Ye Feng felt a profound appreciation for the wisdom and valor of the old-timers in the council, who had thoughtfully assigned 4 guards to alleviate his burdensome errands. After departing the iron cell, Ye Feng, accompanied by the last guard, inspected the hot spring academy. He made a conscious effort not to disturb the scholars, moving quietly and unobtrusively to avoid disrupting their studies. Just as he exited the academy, Chasing Horse returned. Brother Feng, outside the light curtain, Yulong and Lung Ling are searching for you. Oh, I nearly forgot. They must have completed the project involving the 200,000 meters of rope. I need to find them more work, Ye Feng remarked, striding purposefully towards the light curtain. Separated by 2 layers of light, Ye Feng was clad in a simple garment, while Yulong and Lung Ling outside were bundled in several layers of beast leather, resembling inflated balls. Island Master, the rope project is complete. When will the remaining 5 million be settled? Lung Ling inquired. Isn't it sufficient to consult Wang Zhihai? Ye Feng replied, his expression one of confusion. Consult him? That fellow. He always sends a mere bank manager to deal with us. It's nothing but delays. At this rate, we shall starve. Yulong could not help but curse. Chapter 971. Brother Feng has emerged. Brother Feng has emerged. Brother Feng has emerged. Quickly, prepare the bathing water. Chasing Horse shouted. With the reinstatement of previous protocols on Hot Spring Island, Chasing Horse resumed his role as the captain of Ye Feng's guard team, overseeing 3 guards, each of whom possessed the strength of a first-tier power king. Ye Feng had initially intended to decline this arrangement, for his capabilities rendered him in need of no protection. However, the council denied his request and insisted on assigning 4 guards to him. Their rationale was that the island master, burdened with myriad responsibilities, would benefit from their assistance in relaying orders and handling minor errands, thus conserving precious time. After bathing, Ye Feng chose not to share a chamber with Duoyan Hina or Susan, opting instead for solitude in the training room. The odors in the lower levels were unbearable, and only upon reaching the training chamber did he find the opportunity to introspect and examine his own body. The bones had transformed into a pale golden hue, while the inscriptions upon them were a peculiar shade of dark green. The marrow had entirely shifted to a deep purple. Ye Feng turned his gaze inward to examine his heart. With the emergence of the inscriptions, his heart could now beat up to 3,000 times per minute during critical moments. When he refrained from exerting himself, it would revert to a steady rhythm of 50 to 60 beats per minute. Ye Feng closed his eyes, allowing the essence of his being to gradually dissipate into nothingness. In this state, his heart's rhythm diminished to a mere 5 or 6 beats per minute. This indicated that the lower limit of his heart's capacity had been significantly reduced, while the upper limit had soared. If, one day, Ye Feng could master the control of his heart's pulsations to achieve a single beat per minute, escalating to 100,000 beats, it might signify his ascension to the 4th layer of the divine demonic art. Time passed, though it was difficult to gauge how long. Before Ye Feng emerged from the meditation chamber, Zhuang Ma and the 3 guards had remained vigilantly stationed outside. Young Master Feng, 3 hours ago, we received promising news from the iron prison, Zhuang Ma reported respectfully. Oh. Ye Feng's eyes gleamed with interest as he strode purposefully towards the iron prison, accompanied by his guards. As he approached, a potent aroma of medicinal herbs wafted towards him. Open the door, Ye Feng commanded. With a resounding rumble, a guard unlocked the iron prison, revealing the weary figure of Hao Yue, whose hair was matted and crusted. In Hao Yue's hands lay 5 elixirs. One of the elixirs was notably pale, while the other 4 bore a mottled appearance, indicating they were flawed. Ye Feng, I have succeeded. I truly managed to refine a soul pill. The other 4, though regrettable, reached only about 57% purity, Hao Yue said, exhaustion etched upon his face. Very well. Hand them over, Ye Feng replied, accepting the 5 elixirs. He brought the successful one to his nose and inhaled deeply. The sensation was indescribable, akin to the moment one anticipates the taste of meat and is suddenly enveloped by its savory aroma. Ye Feng also took a moment to smell the other 4 elixirs. Their scent was less potent, yet with the application of a blood purification technique, they might still prove useful. Hao Yue, your efforts are commendable. Personally, I would be inclined to release you from the iron prison, but as you are deemed a war criminal, even I, as the island lord, lack the authority to grant your freedom. The council would never permit it. However, I can offer you assistance within the bounds of principle. Speak, what do you require? Ye Feng placed the 5 elixirs into his satchel. Ye Feng, I acknowledge my status as a war criminal. Can you at least remove me from the iron prison? I simply wish to be free from this confinement, Hao Yue pleaded. That is not possible. You must remain in the iron prison. Aside from that stipulation, I should be able to meet your other needs, Ye Feng replied coolly. Sighing heavily, Hao Yue, turned his gaze towards the distance. At that moment, Qing Jun appeared seemingly from nowhere. Junior brother Yi, for my sake, could you release our clan leader? She implored, tugging at Ye Feng's sleeve. Regrettably, you should also be confined within the iron prison, but considering your relatively mild transgressions, I permitted you to reside on Warm Spring Island. I hope you understand the importance of gratitude and refrain from making excessive demands, Ye Feng stated without reservation. In the iron prison, the bright moon rose high. Ye Feng, I no longer aspire to leave this confinement. I merely wish for warm water for my daily baths, a copper mirror, and some essential clothing. Is this request feasible? Of course, it can be arranged. Chui Ma, please ensure that provisions for clothing, toiletries, and a copper mirror are prepared, Ye Feng replied. Yes, I will attend to it immediately. Chui Ma hastened to find Chunin. Before long, Chunin personally delivered the clothing. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng. I have personally selected these for the Fairy of the Moon. Look, Chunin exclaimed, presenting 2 pieces of cloth the size of coins, adorned with delicate strings. What? You expect me to wear this? The face of the Moon Fairy flushed crimson. The scant fabric seemed barely sufficient to cover her modesty, leaving little to the imagination. What is this? Look, I have prepared these trousers for you, Chunin declared, holding up another piece of cloth that barely concealed her essential areas. The Moon Fairy could no longer contain her dismay, her fists clenching in frustration. Chunin, this is excessive. Quickly find something more modest. After all, the Moon Fairy is the matriarch of the Green Meadow tribe. Ye Feng swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. It's all right, Brother Feng. Women often enjoy wearing such intimate garments. I will first throw them into the iron prison and then find her a more modest outfit, a short skirt that fits snugly. Chunin said, racing toward the tailoring workshop. Moon Fairy, you will remain here. In a few days, I will gather more materials. And I need you to refine some more soul pills for me. Ye Feng continued, then turned to the guard beside him. A duo. Inform President Wang to issue a bounty for the materials needed for the soul pills and double the price. Understood. The guard hurried toward the hot spring bank. Wait. Never mind. Vardamuli, you two go to the hot spring bank and ask Wang Zhihai to announce a bounty for the materials for the holy water. If there are finished products, offer a reasonable price without excessive demands. Yes. The third guard rushed off to the hot spring bank, emphasizing the importance of execution. At that moment, Ye Feng felt that the old fellows of the House of Representatives were indeed wise and resourceful. Assigning 4 guards certainly saved him time and effort. Leaving the iron prison, Ye Feng, accompanied by the last guard, inspected the hot spring academy. He refrained from disturbing the peace, moving quietly to avoid disrupting the students' studies. As he exited the academy, Chui Ma returned. Brother Feng, outside the light screen, Yulong and Lung Ling are looking for you. Oh, I almost forgot. They must have finished the project involving the 200,000 meters of rope. I need to assign them more work. With that, Ye Feng strode purposefully toward the light screen. Separated by 2 layers of light, Ye Feng was dressed in a single garment, while Yulong and Lung Ling outside were bundled in 5 or 6 layers of animal skins, resembling inflated balloons. Island Master Yi, the rope project has been completed. When shall the remaining 5 million be settled? Lung Ling inquired. Can't you just find Wang Zhihai? Ye Feng replied, a puzzled expression on his face. Find him? That fellow. He consistently sends a diminutive bank manager to placate us, dragging the matter on indefinitely. At this rate, we shall starve. Yulong could not suppress a curse. Chapter 972, Unappreciative. Wang Zhihai is truly insufferable. Oh, I almost forgot. It seems that once the rope is completed, it must also undergo inspection by the engineering department to assess various parameters such as abrasion resistance, tensile strength, hardness, and aging resistance. You must exercise some patience. Ye Feng advised. What shall we do? The 200 million check you provided us has been depleted 3 days ago. Now, over 100,000 people are daily congregating outside the shelter, demanding their wages. You must settle part of the payment today, otherwise, we shall not dare return to our abode, Lung Ling asserted. Are you frightened? There remains 5 million in outstanding payments, correct? Very well. I shall settle an additional 2 million for you. Upon concluding his statement, Ye Feng produced a small notebook and inscribed the sum of 200 million in full. Upon receiving the check, both individuals beamed with delight. Yulong kissed the check, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It is unclear when this piece of paper, once regarded with disdain, metamorphosed into something precious to him. He dreams of such checks nightly. Ye Island Master, your promptness is commendable. That bald man is truly unworthy. I advise you to remove him from his position sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the conflict will inevitably escalate. After securing the check, the two men did not hesitate to berate Wang Zhihai. Within the confines of the Hot Spring Bank, Wang Zhihai was surrounded by senior bank executives. Chenin, you are now directly liaising with Wei Yuan Security Company. How fares the intelligence? Wang Zhihai leaned back, partially shrouding his face in shadow. Currently, most of the security personnel outside have amassed deposits of several thousand hot spring coins, Chenin reported while consulting his notebook. And the tailor department? What is their financial status? Wang Zhihai turned his gaze towards Susan and Bai Chuxue. The two women glanced at their notebooks. Reporting to President Wang, the wages in the tailor department are quite substantial. At present, the total deposits of the 2,000 female workers in this department have exceeded 50 million, averaging 25,000 hot spring coins per person, Susan informed him. Excellent. From now on, devise a strategy to encourage the female workers in the tailor department to purchase luxurious garments, fostering a sense of competition among them to deplete their savings. Wang Zhihai replied nonchalantly. A flicker of reluctance crossed Su Yun's face. President Wang, if Feng Ge were to discover this scheme, he would not be pleased, she cautioned. I am merely executing Feng Ge's strategy, ensuring that those outside remain perpetually impoverished. If they all become affluent, they will undoubtedly return home to languish and will not heed commands. How then shall we exploit their labor with meager wages? Miss Su Yun, your attire is worth at least 70,000 hot spring coins, is it not? It possesses both style and fabric, crafted entirely from dolphin fleece, Wang Zhihai remarked, causing Su Yun to lower her gaze. Were it not for the labor force outside assisting her, she could not fashion such a garment herself. Even if she could achieve this effect, she would require a minimum of 3 months to create it by hand. Very well, President Wang, we shall execute the orders. Susan nodded. She was far more ruthless than Su Yun. After all, those outside were not citizens, nor even residents. When dealing with outsiders, one must adopt a heartless approach. How else could the idyllic life on Hot Spring Island be sustained? Chenin, do you comprehend? Wang Zhihai turned his gaze towards Chenin. I understand. We will have the security guards with savings purchase clothing and foster a sense of competition among them, Chenin responded. Alas, you are truly short-sighted in every sense, Wang Zhihai remarked, causing Chun to awkwardly cover himself. Men do not prioritize their appearance, thus you cannot deplete their hot spring currency through clothing alone. We must employ alternative methods. For instance, what do men desire? Wang Zhihai inquired. Men, of course, are fond of women, Chenin replied, puzzled by Wang Zhihai's true intentions. Precisely. You shall venture outside Hot Spring Island and gather a group of attractive, yet less empowered women to establish a comfort house. In doing so, the funds of those security guards will inevitably flow into the comfort house. Subsequently, these women will earn money from the guards, and on Susan's side, we will promote clothing to them, thus creating a closed loop. Ultimately, we must ensure that those fellows remain perpetually impoverished, for if they accumulate wealth, they will undoubtedly deposit it in the Hot Spring Bank, reaping interest without laboring. This is the true nature of currency, Wang Zhihai spoke earnestly. Though Susan and Su Yun disdained Wang Zhihai's character, they could not deny the validity of his argument. If everyone were a millionaire, who would undertake the labor? Who would contribute to the creation of a blissful life on Hot Spring Island? President Wang, what if some individuals refuse to partake in consumption and merely save their money? We cannot possibly freeze their accounts, can we? A manager raised his hand. An excellent question. If they refrain from spending, we shall entice them. For instance, we could initiate eating broadcasts, establish several guilds, and invite scantily clad female streamers to perform seductive dances. Kazina, your dance troupe could take the stage. Wang Zhihai pointed towards Kazina, seated at the end of the table. Kazina's face turned pale. What if they remain untempted? She inquired. Good question. In that case, we shall encourage them to start businesses, offering a 3-year tax exemption. They will undoubtedly succumb to temptation, for those who love wealth desire to see their fortunes grow. Once the 3 years elapse, they will surely invest all their money. At that point, we will impose various taxes upon them, such as sanitation taxes and operational taxes, and conduct surprise inspections to ensure they are left destitute. When they reach their lowest point, we will then offer them a menial job tightening screws. Wang Zhihai chuckled sinisterly. You are so cruel. I swear, if I were one of those unfortunate souls outside, I would be the first to eliminate you. Chenin could not help but exclaim. How audacious to insult President Wang. Two elite guards placed their hands on their weapons. Chunin promptly lowered his head in submission. At this moment, Ye Feng had returned to the office, where several documents lay before him. Susan is now tasked with overseeing the garment factory, thus making Dove the personal secretary to Ye Feng. Dove assisted Ye Feng in opening the first document, which was sent from the hot spring bank, already signed by Wang Zhihai and others. Wang Zhihai's actions are rather unscrupulous, truly the epitome of a heartless capitalist. However, it seems that his dealings do not adversely affect me on Hot Spring Island, so I shall sign it. Ye Feng affixed his name and pressed his seal upon the document. The second document came from Chunin, requesting the establishment of a women's comfort center. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment and glanced at Dove beside him. After a period of recuperation, Dove's complexion had improved, her skin radiant. Yet her gaze still bore a hint of timidity, which stirred sympathy within him. Dove, do you think it is appropriate to establish a women's comfort center? Ye Feng inquired. The House of Representatives has decreed that I am not to partake in decision-making. If you deem it acceptable, then it shall be so, Brother Feng, Dove replied cautiously. Given that within the entirety of Hot Spring Island, her complexion was uniquely distinctive, she was easily isolated. I shall sign it. After signing, Ye Feng turned his attention to the third document. Is this a document from outside Hot Spring Island? How did it arrive on my desk? Ye Feng scrutinized it closely. The cover bore the words Bye City. Yulong. Dove assisted him in opening the document, which contained a message penned by Yulong. I beseech the Lord of the island to provide justice for the countless tribesmen who perished in Bye City. A few of my kin escaped here, claiming that a youth with an eagle-like nose slaughtered our entire clan and piled their corpses into a mountain. Based on their descriptions, I surmise that this eagle-nosed youth has mastered the forbidden arts of the great desert, blood magic. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Truth be told, he was reluctant to involve himself in matters beyond the veil of his domain, yet neglecting these victims would only sow discontent. Since he intended to utilize their labor, some semblance of face-saving must be maintained. Thus, he signed the document and replied to Yulong with a message. Rest assured, Lord Yulong, I will dispatch a citizen accompanied by 10 residents to personally investigate Bye City. Should the claims prove true, I shall issue a stern condemnation. After sending his response, Ye Feng chuckled heartily and picked up another document, also sent by a leader of the disaster-stricken. Upon opening it, his expression shifted slightly. He proceeded to examine the remaining 10 or so documents, 7 of which detailed the blood sacrifices conducted by the eagle-nosed youth upon entire tribes. He immediately rose to his feet, pacing the office with his hands clasped behind his back. It appears this matter cannot be handled with haste. The documents indicate that the eagle-nosed individual has been conducting blood sacrifices within one tribe after another. Given the rapidity with which blood magic can be cultivated, should he reach the true martial realm, it would pose a significant threat to our Hot Spring Island. As of now, Ye Feng remains unaware that the eagle-nosed youth is already at the true martial realm, and indeed, stronger than Qing Mu, standing in the mid-tier of that realm. Chasing horse. Enter, Ye Feng called towards the door. The office door swung open, and Chasing Horse strode in confidently. You are to seek out Deputy Island Master Naire Miko and request her to dispatch 100 individuals to discreetly position operatives around Hot Spring Island, in order to track the movements of the youth with the hawk-like nose. Upon discovering his whereabouts, you are to report back to me immediately. Understood? The messenger promptly departed. Another individual entered. Ye Feng called out once more. The door was pushed open, and Adu stepped inside. Adu, I need you to personally venture outside the screen and locate the general manager of Weiyuan Security Company. Instruct him to recruit additional temporary senior security personnel, each possessing at least the prowess of a 9th-tier power king. As for the numbers, ensure he enlists a full 100, for I foresee a significant need for their services. Certainly. Adu strode purposefully towards the outside. At present, the economic power of Hot Spring Island has become quite formidable. Thus, when confronting those blood sorcerers, Ye Feng need not involve himself directly. The mere utilization of hot spring currency will suffice to summon a multitude of skilled individuals at his command. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. At this moment, in the southern vicinity of the temple, a sand cart was braving the storm and snow. Inside the cart sat 7 individuals, the foremost among them being a citizen of Hot Spring Island, a 5th-tier power master. He was accompanied by 6 subordinates, 1 power emperor, and 5 9th-tier power kings. It is a fact that a citizen holds considerable sway with the power masteress abilities. He can command both the Power Emperor and the Power Kings. Such a hierarchy would have been unimaginable in the past. Yet now these Power Emperors and Kings depend on Hot Spring Island for sustenance and employment, thus displaying a respectful demeanor towards the citizen. Lord Niu, should that blood sorcerer prove too formidable, we shall return to report to Island Master Yi, urging him to reinforce our ranks for an encirclement, remarked the Power Emperor. Indeed, our mission is merely to gather intelligence. We must remain discreet, replied the citizen surnamed Niu. At that moment, a figure flickered ahead, a youth standing before the sandcart. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Creak. The sandcart came to an abrupt halt in the frigid wilderness. He possesses at least the strength of a Power Emperor. The Power Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, instantly, machine guns and cannons were aimed at the youth. Brother ahead. From which tribe do you hail? Niu bellowed. The youth, however, merely offered a faint smile before suddenly striking his waist. A golden small sword soared forth, and as it ascended, its blade expanded, swiftly transforming into a massive sword measuring 5 meters in length. Clang! The sound of metal being rent asunder echoed. The entire sandcart was cleaved in two. 2 of the 9th-tier Power Kings were instantly bisected. Not good. The remaining 5 swiftly leapt from the cart, drawing curved blades. Yet in the next moment, the youth flickered, seizing 2 of the corpses, biting down, and began to voraciously drain their essence. It's him. He is the blood sorcerer. Join me. Niu raised his curved blade, hastening towards the blood sorcerer. However, upon glancing back, he found that the remaining 4 had dispersed in 4 separate directions. Particularly, the Power Emperor, with a few swift movements, had already positioned himself 100 yards away. You lot lack any spine. Niu gritted his teeth and fiercely struck the blood sorcerer with his blade. Yet in the next instant, his curved sword was sent flying into the sky. In this secluded corner, one could hardly expect to find such a brave soul. A voice emerged from behind Niu, and he immediately felt a surge of warmth in his carotid artery. 2 minutes later, Niu's lifeless body was cast aside. The hawk-nosed youth did not pursue the fleeing quartet. Instead, he strolled leisurely towards the south. To him, chasing a few individuals was hardly worth the expenditure of energy. After all, with the prowess of the 3 brothers, they could traverse the vast desert without concern for the potential betrayal of that power lord. At the Great Tree City, Baihu gazed in shock at the hawk-nosed youth before him. Who dares to slay the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of Great Tree City? Baihu's grip on her sword trembled slightly, her eyes filled with terror. Just moments ago, this youth had dispatched the 2 9th-level Power Elders with a single strike, leaving them cleaved in half without a sound. I bear no animosity towards you. Here's the deal. Gather your entire tribe below. I have matters to discuss with them. The hawk-nosed youth replied with a dispassionate smile. You? Are you the blood sorcerer who has recently emerged? I believe you have already performed blood sacrifices on several races. Do you think I would fall for your trickery? Baihu raised her sword defiantly. Surrounding her were 7 or 8 power-level puppets, along with 4 elders and several chieftains. Such ignorance. The youth's voice trailed off as he swung his sword. The air was soon filled with the sounds of anguished cries from within Great Tree City. Baihu hurriedly dashed out of the ironwood hollow, plunging into the snow with a soft thud. She had no time to reflect on her pain. Instead, she crawled and rolled away towards the south. Indeed, she was determined to find El Xiang Tian, believing him to still be alive. In the Green Shade tribe, 2 chieftains, both 9th-level power lords, held court. Yet, before them approached the hawk-nosed youth. Who are you? One of the chieftains inquired. That is of no concern to you. Gather your entire tribe in the center of the city. My time is limited. I shall grant you 2 hours, he commanded. Arrogant fool, daring to conduct blood sacrifices here. Everyone, heed my orders and attack. In an instant, the Green Shade tribe erupted in a cacophony of screams. Chapter 974. Feng, it has been a while, Brother Feng. This seal fur shirt is crafted from seal fur, taking 200 people 2 days to complete, priced at 100,000 spring coins. Chun and helped Ye Feng don a striking supplementary shirt. Brother Feng, your physique is already remarkable, and this shirt accentuates your chest and abdominal muscles, making you a veritable embodiment of masculinity. Chun praised. Not only Chun, but also DeFu cast adoring glances at Ye Feng, her eyes seemingly brimming with affection. Ye Feng gazed into the copper mirror, and indeed, the well-tailored garment concealed his flaws while highlighting his virtues. If we were to produce such a garment on our spring island, how much labor would it require? Ye Feng asked the nearby Su Yun. Our spring island lacks the number of skilled artisans, and with our citizens and residents totaling just over 60,000, it is simply impossible to create such a luxury item. Su Yun could not resist the urge to caress Ye Feng's muscular chest. This scene made Du Fu, who was nearby, blush furiously. As one of the earlier members to join Ye Feng's team, she had received attention from men, yet her darker complexion made her shy to accept their advances. Above all, her heart belonged to but one person. She was determined to give her first time to the one she cherished most. With this thought, Du Fu gazed once more at Ye Feng. Clad in an opulent seal fur shirt, he exuded an irresistible masculine charm that left Du Fu utterly captivated. It seemed evident that the influence of those beyond the screen was substantial. With merely over 60,000 of them, it was unlikely they could procure even ordinary garments, let alone luxurious attire. Ye Feng believed it wise to treat those beyond the screen with kindness. Without the support of the over 100 million individuals outside, his island would not be afforded such privileges. Working only 4 hours a day while donning clothes worth tens of thousands was a stark contrast to those outside, toiling 12 hours daily in patched animal skins, reluctant to buy new clothes. Indeed, those who worked longer hours often earned less, while those with shorter working hours enjoyed higher wages and better benefits. As the workday neared its end, Ye Feng tossed aside his documents. Chen Yun and the others exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy as they headed home. However, Su Yun was the last to leave. Once the others had departed, she quietly locked the office door behind her. "What are you doing?" Ye Feng asked, his expression wary. "Feng, it has been quite a while since we." "You know," Su Yun said, loosening her collar slightly. "Please don't. I now have a family, and you should find a husband too," Ye Feng replied. "Not today. In this outfit, you are simply too irresistible." "I can't hold back," Su Yun declared, suddenly pushing Ye Feng onto the desk. It was not until night fell that Ye Feng cautiously opened the office door a crack, peering out like a spy. Seeing no one, he gestured for Su Yun to leave first. Her cheeks flushed, she stepped out. After she departed, Ye Feng returned to his chair, deciding to wait 10 minutes before exiting the office to avoid any misunderstandings. "Brother Feng, may I come in?" Du Fu's voice called from outside the door. Please enter," Ye Feng replied, hurriedly organizing the documents and smoothing his long hair back. Once Du Fu entered, she promptly shut the door. "Du Fu, what brings you here after hours?" Ye Feng inquired. "Brother Feng, I am over 30 now," Du Fu said, fidgeting. "Being over 30, it is high time you find a husband. Who has caught your eye?" "Do tell," Ye Feng chuckled. "I don't have anyone in mind." "Brother Feng, what do you think of me?" Du Fu's voice dwindled to a mere whisper. Ye Feng's thoughts began to race, yet as a principled man, he knew he must maintain a facade of propriety. "Nonsense. I am already a married man. Du Fei, if you have affections for someone, do not hesitate to inform me. Now, I can be considered your superior, and in my capacity as the island's master, I shall act as your matchmaker." Ye Feng spoke with a gravity that resonated in the air. "Brother Feng, I am open to matchmaking. However, as it is my first time, I wish." Du Fei's words trailed off, yet Ye Feng immediately grasped her meaning. Du Fei, it is essential to be aware that the women who have been involved with me seldom find favorable outcomes. They rarely seek other men thereafter. If you doubt this, you may inquire with Su Yun and the others." Ye Feng felt a sense of helplessness, for indeed, the women he had engaged with were of a unique caliber that other men could scarcely match. "Brother Feng, a newcomer has arrived from Green Tree City, claiming to know you." At that moment, a soldier reported. "Green Tree City? Someone I know?" Ye Feng pondered, scratching his head. "What is her name?" "White Fox. She seeks Green Xiangtian," the soldier replied. I shall meet her in person," Ye Feng declared, striding towards the luminous screen. Upon reaching the shimmering barrier, he beheld a captivating young woman. At that moment, White Fox, clad in several thick furs, trembled in the biting wind, clearly experiencing the array for the first time as she gently caressed Ye Feng's luminous barrier. "Master, it has been quite a while. I did not anticipate your presence on Hot Spring Island." Ye Feng approached her with purpose. "Ye Fenger, have you seen your master?" White Fox inquired. Although she had already deduced that Ye Feng was the nemesis who had slain her son, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she could not summon the hatred she ought to feel. After all, she had invested genuine emotions in him during their time in Giant Tree City, rendering her somewhat trapped in her predicament. "I am unsure. He is likely within an ice house." Ye Feng hesitated, ultimately refraining from delivering the grim news to White Fox. "Very well, Please activate the barrier and allow me entry. It is far too cold outside. White Fox shivered. Initially, she had risen to prominence based on her beauty, which had enabled her to marry the Power Emperor despite her strength being at the level of a master. Had her looks been slightly inferior, the Power Emperor would have never taken her as his legitimate wife. Chapter 975. I did not anticipate this. Feng, are you listening? Quickly let my teacher in. It is dreadfully cold outside. White Fox called out once more. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment, then produced 5 hot spring coins. Teacher, here are 5,000 hot spring coins. You may stay in the shelter. Although you may not secure a top-tier room, a standard one should be attainable, with temperatures around -50 degrees. He finished, tossing the coins aside. What is this? What does standard even mean? White Fox gazed at the 5 coins on the ground, making no move to retrieve them. Unbeknownst to her, numerous envious eyes were fixed upon the coins, and several individuals were swallowing hard. After all, that was 5,000. A few security personnel were tempted, as if envisioning 5,000 pounds of frozen fish. Someone, please explain the significance of these hot spring coins to my teacher. Ye Feng commanded, gesturing towards a distant security guard of Power King rank, none other than AMU, who had been compelled by his wife to leverage connections to join the ranks of the security team. Originally a Power King, he had hoped to at least secure the position of a security captain. Due to his foul temper and having offended Wang Zhihai, he faced obstacles in his career and was destined for a lifetime without promotion. Allow me to elucidate, madam. The shelter is equipped with heating pipes from the hot spring island, rendering the rooms quite expensive. There are a total of 127 rooms near the heating pipes, which we refer to as the heavenly suites, maintaining a temperature of approximately 10 degrees. Adjacent to the heavenly rooms are those that receive some warmth, known as the earth rooms, with temperatures around 0 degrees. Further from the heating pipes are the mystery rooms, where the temperature drops to about -10 degrees. Following that are the yellow rooms, which reach a chilling -30 degrees. The least favorable are the human rooms, situated at the edge of the shelter, with temperatures plummeting to approximately -50 degrees. However, they are still preferable to the absolute zero outside. Amur explained with a shiver. The human room costs 5,000 hot spring coins? The White Fox glanced at the 5 discarded pieces of paper on the ground. Not at all. Typically, they are priced at 188 or 238 coins. The heavenly rooms are the priciest, usually costing 5,888 or 6,888 coins, Amur replied. The White Fox remained silent, her expression cold as she turned to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, do you not acknowledge me as your mentor? Of course I do, he replied. But the hot spring island has regulations. Admitting outsiders requires a vote from the council, and the process is rather complex. For now, you should stay in a human room, and I shall take some time to persuade the council members to grant you a recommendation. Otherwise, you will not even qualify for a vote. Ye Feng said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Humph. The White Fox scoffed. Gather those hot spring coins. We shall enter the adjacent shelter. With that, her attendants swiftly collected the coins and strode into the shelter. As the wife of the Tree City Lord, how could she possibly reside in a human room? Thus, she opted for an earth room, costing 2,888 coins for the night. Fortunately, it was a suite capable of accommodating several individuals. These individuals were her attendants. The earth room was significantly warmer, and the White Fox began to remove her furs, revealing her curvaceous, yet slightly elongated figure. There was a window in the room. Upon opening it, a gust of cold air rushed in. At that moment, she noticed a powerful figure, a monarch of strength, swiftly approaching the hot spring island. After a few flashes, the monarch stood before the light screen. Lord Yi, I have urgent matters to report. Suddenly, several figures rushed to the light screen, scrutinizing the monarch. Hong Chao, were you not with Niu at the temple? Where is Lord Niu? Wang Zhihai furrowed his brow. Lord Niu, he was killed by a blood mage, Hong Chao said slowly. What? You allowed a citizen to be slain and returned unscathed? Wang Zhihai erupted in fury. But I was no match for him. He was a blood mage. Hong Chao swallowed hard. Hong Chao was not affiliated with the Wei Yuan Security Company. He had mingled with the citizens as he was temporarily hired by the Hot Spring Island, earning 100 hot spring coins per hour. The advantage lies in the swift monetary compensation, while the drawback is the absence of benefits. After completing this assignment, one is left uncertain of when another lucrative day's wage opportunity might arise. Yet, Ye Feng pushed aside Wang Zhihai, stating, You ventured here in the new generation sand vehicle, and even with your protection as a mighty force, you could not safeguard Niu. Thus, What does it reveal about the enemy's strength? To be candid, I cannot discern his realm. However, he is at least a 5th-tier power, perhaps even the legendary 9th tier. Hong Chao spoke with difficulty, recalling that fearsome sword strike from Tajier. Brother Feng, what should we do? That individual has slain a civilian. Wang Zhihai turned to Ye Feng. Rules must prevail. It would be one thing to kill others, but a civilian's life was taken. Justice must be restored. You are Hong Chao, correct? Do you recall the appearance and aura of that person? Ye Feng inquired of Hong Chao. I remember. Hong Chao quickly nodded. I shall immediately issue a bounty of 100 million spring coins. Whoever avenges the civilian shall not only receive this sum, but also gain permanent residency on Spring Island, along with their direct descendants and spouses allowed to reside there. Ye Feng's voice resonated powerfully. The onlookers outside widened their eyes in astonishment. 100 million spring coins, and the chance to relocate the entire family to Spring Island? My goodness. I must resign from the Wei Yuan Security Company at once and pursue the path of a bounty hunter. An eager force master attempted to rip off his insignia, but was restrained by a companion. Do not act impulsively. One who can force a power tier to flee is not someone you can confront alone. Even a power master requires a team to tackle such a murderer. You should refrain from becoming a mere pawn. Ultimately, the force master regained his composure and returned to patrol. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment before stepping beyond the luminous curtain. To all power tier experts, there is a substantial bounty of 100 million. Who among you is willing to take on this task? In the distance, figures began to emerge from the ice house. Most were power masters, though a few were formidable power kings. One individual caught Ye Feng's eye, yet he quickly shook his head. After several hours, within the premier suite of the Southern Sanctuary, at least 200 individuals had gathered, including 42 power masters, while the remainder were power kings of the 8th and 9th tiers. Ye Feng seated himself at the head of the table, with Wang Zhihai standing beside him. Esteemed guests, I had not anticipated such a congregation of power masters in the vast desert. It seems you have concealed your prowess quite adeptly. Ye Feng addressed the assembly. They remained silent, clearly accustomed to their positions of authority. Master Yi, should we jointly eliminate the perpetrator, how shall the reward be apportioned? A previously unseen 2nd-tier power master posed the question. Surrounding Spring Island, over 1 million individuals had initially gathered. Yet, as the weather grew colder, the island's renown soared, drawing forth powerful beings from distant locales who sought refuge on Spring Island. Chapter 976. They have emerged. Even if they do not consider their own interests, they must think of their kin. And even if not for their kin, surely they must regard the future of their descendants. In a moment, within the secret realm of the Gale Wind Zone, formidable beings began to emerge. Ye Feng believed that there might still be some powerhouses above the 5th tier, yet they refrained from revealing themselves, unlike the Sword Valley, which sought fame and recognition. I will convert the permanent residency of Hot Spring Island into cash and distribute it evenly among the hunters, Ye Feng stated slowly. Indeed, the 2nd-tier power nodded, his gaze flickering, as if weighing some considerations. Those who had cultivated to the level of power monarchs were generally wise and not easily deceived. Only tangible wealth could sway them. Ye Feng's bounty of 100 million had indeed attracted many experts, over 40 power monarchs. The thought was terrifying. Even formidable warriors in the true martial realm might struggle against them. At that moment, a 3rd-tier power spoke up. Island Master Yi. My blood sorcerer can conduct blood sacrifices clan by clan. I estimate its strength has reached above the 9th tier, possibly even the legendary true martial realm. Therefore, we require advanced weaponry from you, such as your crossbows, rifles, artillery, and handguns. After he spoke, several power monarchs nodded in agreement. As for those at the power king level, they were merely there to secure a basic allowance. Ye Feng had previously assured that even if they did not encounter the culprit, on the day the perpetrator was apprehended, each would still receive a guaranteed allowance of 10,000 hot spring coins. Ye Feng turned to Wang Zhihai. Zhihai, what do you think? Brother Feng, you decide. I trust your judgment, Wang Zhihai replied with a smile. Your decision is sufficient. I have faith in your discernment. Ye Feng patted Wang Zhihai's shoulder. Very well. I believe that the large formation of Hot Spring Island will prevent ordinary crossbows from penetrating, so there is no need for stringent control. Instead, we could convert these crossbows into hot spring coins and sell them to the tribes outside the barrier, Wang Zhihai said thoughtfully. After all, with the 2 layers of formations in place, Hot Spring Island is virtually invincible, and these weapons can be depreciated into hot spring coins. Agreed. Prepare some hand crossbows and vehicle crossbows, and assign one sand cart for every 7 individuals. They must radiate from Hot Spring Island to the world. Determined to find the murderer, as the blood sorcerer has taken the lives of citizens, Ye Feng declared solemnly. Understood, Wang Zhihai nodded. The power kings below listened with envy. Initially, they held considerable grievances against Hot Spring Island, as its inhabitants enjoyed abundance while they languished in the harshness outside, causing tensions to escalate. Yet, in that moment, a new thought emerged among them. Since they could not defeat Hot Spring Island, it would be wiser to join it. They could start as residents and later find ways to contribute to Hot Spring Island, with the hope of one day earning a recommendation and becoming citizens. At least 5 or 6 power kings began to entertain this notion. Zhihai, please take a seat and devise strategies with them. I will move about nearby, Ye Feng insisted, gently guiding Wang Zhihai to a chair. This, very well. Wang Zhihai acquiesced and took his place at the head of the table. Ladies and gentlemen, you shall form groups of 7, each equipped with a sand vehicle. The distance between each vehicle must not exceed 10 kilometers. In this manner, you will advance gradually in a grid formation towards the north. Should any vehicle encounter danger, refrain from engaging in combat immediately. Instead, deploy the sky fire cannon to signal for nearby vehicles to provide support. I firmly believe that the blood sorcerer will not be able to eliminate 7 skilled individuals in such a brief time. As long as reinforcements arrive from other locations, a chain reaction can ensue, leading to the swift demise of the so-called blood sorcerer. Of course, I will assign a citizen to oversee your actions, and you must ensure their safety. Should they perish, your bounty will be forfeited. Wang Zhihai grew wary, contemplating the possibility that this group might casually behead someone to impersonate the blood sorcerer, which would leave the Warm Springs Island unable to discern the truth. Very well. The citizen you send must possess adequate strength, lest they succumb to the elements along the way, and you hold us accountable for their misfortune, remarked a third-tier power sovereign, the strongest among the 200 individuals present. Agreed. You shall rest in room T for 1 night, recuperating your energies. Tomorrow morning, I shall have that citizen transport your weapons and sand vehicles, Wang Zhihai concluded, then turned to Ye Feng. Brother Feng, do you have anything to add? Add. Ye Feng pondered, leaning on the table. Esteemed colleagues, as you embark on your hunting expedition, please also promote Warm Springs Island, mentioning that we offer warmth and food supply. However, such provisions must be exchanged for treasures, such as various herbs, materials, crystal pills, or high-quality steel and fuel. Alternatively, any secrets I might be unaware of, such as methods to resolve inner demons or extraordinary martial arts techniques, can be traded for our food, warmth, and pest control medicine, Ye Feng articulated slowly. Master Yi, while we assist in your promotion, shall we not charge a fee? What amount do you intend to offer? Inquired the third-tier power sovereign, a pragmatic individual who refused to incur any losses. Is not each of you guaranteed a minimum of 10,000? Is that insufficient? Wang Zhihai slammed the table. In the next moment, a dozen piercing gazes shot towards him, causing him to shrink back behind Ye Feng. Very well. I shall raise your minimum guarantee to 30,000 Warm Springs coins. Is that satisfactory? Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. After all, Warm Springs coins can be printed at will. Once this group earns their rewards, I shall guide them towards consumption. Ultimately, it is crucial to prevent them from accumulating excessive savings. Otherwise, their newfound wealth may lead to complacency, disrupting economic balance. Deal. The third-tier power sovereign extended his hand. Excellent. Ye Feng grasped it firmly. Upon exiting the sanctuary, they were met by a throng of women gathered at the entrance, brandishing signs and vocally expressing their grievances. It is him, he has emerged. Ye Feng's expression shifted, and he instinctively took a few steps back. What do you intend to do? Wang Zhihai stepped forward, feigning authority. Suddenly, all 200 individuals knelt down. Ye Feng surveyed their signs. We implore Master Yi to revoke his decision. Upon seeing this sign, Ye Feng exhaled in relief, having feared a potential rebellion. Greetings, esteemed individuals. I have acknowledged your requests, and upon my return, I shall allow the vote to determine whether we shall proceed with the cancellation. This decision does not rest solely upon my shoulders, for the island of Hot Springs belongs not to me, but to all citizens. Rest assured, I, Ye Feng, also believe that cancellation is indeed warranted. We share this sentiment. However, I must return to persuade the elders, for only with their consensus can this matter be resolved. After Ye Feng's persuasive efforts, he successfully maneuvered into the luminous enclosure. The group of women outside rejoiced and departed with glee. 30 kilometers away from Hot Springs Island, an array of ice houses had been erected. Within these ice houses, ample charcoal burned, with chimneys ensuring the occupants were not suffocated by smoke. These ice houses formed a labyrinth of alleyways. Chapter 977. Growing impatience at this moment, the alleyways were teeming with people as a multitude of men surged into the area. Chun En and Shi Zhongliang, cloaked in coats, mingled within the crowd. Fish skins for sale, called a laborer, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Fish porridge for sale, shouted a vendor in the distance. However, Chun En and Shi Zhongliang held little interest in these wares. After navigating a few turns, they veered into another narrow alley, which was considerably dimmer. At the entrance of each ice house stood a woman clad in revealing attire, holding a portable stove and whistling at every passerby. Psst, care to have some fun? 150 hot spring coins. Come, indulge. I have not eaten for days. The women, at least of the laborer class, would surely freeze into ice sculptures were it not for the warmth emanating from their stoves. Chun En's gaze fell upon a slender ninth-tier female laborer. What? A ninth-tier laborer is also engaging in this. How much? Chun En's excitement caused his hair to stand on end. 500 hot spring coins. 500 it is. Old sure. Wait for me outside for 2 minutes. I shall return shortly. Wait for what? I have my own interest. Shi Zhongliang was pulled into an ice house by a robust woman. As the perspective widened, the maze of ice houses sprawled out, covering an expanse of approximately 5,000 to 6,000 acres. Yet, upon this small tract of land, millions of people crowded, transforming the area into the most bustling thoroughfare. Night fell, and Wang Zhihai, wearing a hat, arrived at this locale. He lowered the brim of his hat, his furtive demeanor clearly indicating his purpose. With such a dense population here, it is time to impose heavy taxes, and the land prices must rise, Wang Zhihai muttered to himself before slipping into the dim alley. No sooner had he entered than he collided with Chunin. Their eyes met in surprise, and feigning ignorance, they hurriedly passed each other. Wang Zhihai attempted to shrink his neck, peering through the brim of his hat at the women standing beside the ice houses. In this narrow alley, there are at least 100 women, and I must concede that they are all strikingly beautiful, each one a paragon of grace. Today, I have brought a substantial amount of money with me, and I intend to revel from one end of the village to the other. With that, Wang Zhihai exuberantly dashed into the ice house. 5 hours later, Wang Zhihai emerged from the 37th ice house, his gaze unfocused and his steps unsteady. Zhihai, what are you doing here? Upon closer inspection, he noticed Ye Feng. Feng. His mouth was covered by Ye Feng. Having heard of the illustrious Taohua Alley, Ye Feng could not resist the temptation to don some makeup and venture out for an evening stroll. Brother Feng, do you see this bustling district? When we have time, we should establish a tax office here, raise the land prices, and encourage the prosperous merchants to invest in property, thereby boosting the local economy, Wang Zhihai weakly suggested. You are the expert in this area. Just assist Raimai with these matters when the time comes. I prefer not to worry about such things, Ye Feng replied, shaking his head. With over 100 million people, they had encircled Windspring Island 100 times over. This resulted in a dense population in the ice layer surrounding Windspring Island, extending to Chongqing City, which was once a ghost town now bustling with inhabitants, thanks to its existing structures. Outside Chongqing City, numerous tribes continued to migrate here. Among one of these groups, a young man with faintly red eyes followed closely behind. With his hands clasped behind his back and an array of small pouches hanging from his waist, he braved the biting cold in just 2 layers of clothing. Upon catching sight of the brightly lit Chongqing City, his eyes sparkled with excitement. So, the population of this secret realm is concentrated here? I am Ye. Have finally found it. I wonder where my elder brother and second brother are now. Just looking at this castle, it must house hundreds of thousands of people. If I were to sacrifice this city, I might swiftly attain the late stage of true martial. Ye mused to himself, striding towards Chongqing City. As a formidable true martial realm cultivator, he was not devoid of intellect. In such a vast city, there could be powerful beings. Encountering someone of his own realm could pose a risk to his life. At his level, the fear of death is paramount. Even when confronted by a true martial initial stage cultivator, he would prefer to avoid conflict if possible. What if the opponent, despite their lower strength, possessed a formidable background? Those with significant connections might wield extraordinary powers or possess spiritual artifacts bestowed by their elders. Sometimes, a good spiritual artifact could amplify a cultivator's strength twofold, or even 5 or 6 times over. Upon entering Chongqing City, Mo Yi approached a vendor. "Brother, do you have fish porridge? 1 bowl for 2 windspring coins." The vendor cheerfully called out. The cost of materials for a pot of fish porridge was merely 5 windspring coins, yet he charged 2 for a single bowl. With the current chaos outside, Windspring Island had yet to establish a price standard. Anyone could set their own prices. "I would like to inquire if your city lord is present." In the depths of night, a sinister grin revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. "The city lord? We are the clan chief, not the lord of the city." The vendor, noticing the stranger's disinterest in purchasing fish porridge, grew increasingly impatient. "Very well, then. Who governs the city?" Mo Yi inquired once more. "No one governs. This is a city without a master." A city without a master? Then, who possesses the greatest power here? What is their level, and how many are there? Mo Yi pressed on. "Are you not tired of asking? Do you wish to buy fish porridge or not? Fine, I shall have a bowl. Ha ha ha, here is your fish porridge." The vendor's face brightened instantly. "Now, can you enlighten me?" Mo Yi gazed at the unsightly contents of the bowl, his brow furrowed. "All right, I shall tell you, but I do not know." The vendor crossed his arms defiantly. "Do you dare toy with me?" Mo Yi's anger flared. "I truly do not know. The city is filled with all sorts of chaotic individuals, and there is no fixed authority to manage them. Just among the races residing in Eternal Life City, there are at least over 200 types, including the Yellow Sand people, the Duoyan people, the people of the Giant Stone City, the inhabitants of Na City, and even the clergy of the temple. There are far too many. How could I possibly answer your question?" The vendor replied. "Then let me ask you, are there any true martial realm experts among them?" Mo Yi's patience began to wane. The 3 brothers had ventured out to complete a task and occasionally discovered that a certain area of the wind zone was somewhat unstable, prompting them to enter and conduct a blood sacrifice. A year later, they were to return to their sect, lest they be charged with treason against their clan. "Ha ha, you jest. It has been many years since a true martial realm expert has appeared in this land. Oh, by the way, not long ago, it seems someone breached the protective array of Warm Spring Island. According to the elders of the clan, that individual may have reached the true martial realm," the vendor responded. "Oh, you mean to say there is a true martial realm expert nearby?" Mo Yi grew vigilant. It is well known that blood sorcerers are universally reviled. If this information were to reach the Star Continent, he would not only be hunted down by the entire continent, but even his master would be compelled to sever ties. Chapter 978. I am only responsible to Brother Feng. The practice of blood magic relies on the blood of the strong. One must ask, what cultivator could tolerate such an abomination? Indeed, but I must inquire, why are you so interested in this matter? The vendor's wariness heightened. He was an informant for Warm Spring Island, and any valuable intelligence would be discreetly relayed back to the information office. "Nothing in particular, merely curious," Mo Yi replied casually. "Now, let me ask you, how many postnatal realm experts are there here?" "Postnatal realm? What postnatal realm?" The vendor looked perplexed. "You are unaware of the postnatal realm? Oh, I nearly forgot. Your terminology differs. I mean, how many experts of the Strength Emperor level do you have? I believe you refer to them as Strength Emperors here." Mo Yi clarified. The vendor became even more cautious, convinced that this blood-stained individual harbored ill intentions. "There are far too many Strength Emperors. I cannot possibly count them all. Would you care for another bowl of fish porridge?" The vendor attempted to divert the conversation. "That will not be necessary. I wish to wander about," Mo Yi concluded, turning towards the angry sea with his hands clasped behind his back. The vendor promptly packed up and hurried towards the direction of Warm Spring Island. On the island of Hot Springs, in the training chamber, Ye Feng sat cross-legged, with 5 soul elixirs arranged before him. It was no easy feat. Several tons of precious materials had only yielded a mere 5 soul elixirs. Fortunately, the power of currency had enabled millions to assist in gathering these materials. Had he relied solely on the few inhabitants of the island, it would have taken a millennium to amass such a collection. Now, it was time to commence. Ye Feng murmured to himself as he clasped 2 of the soul elixirs in his palms. He wished to test whether the potent effects of the 5 elixirs could propel him into the realm of the Power Emperor. Although he had cultivated the divine demonic art to the 3rd level, his foundational realm was still too low. The last time he faced an opponent resembling a true martial realm master, he had been unable to manifest his law form in time and suffered multiple injuries as a result. Hence, it was imperative for him to break through to the Power Emperor realm. Upon achieving the first level of the Power Emperor, his reaction speed, cognitive processing abilities, and the command of his body by his mind would all see substantial enhancement. At the very least, he would be able to unleash his law form before sustaining further damage. With this understanding, Ye Feng immediately grasped the two soul elixirs tightly. As he absorbed the impurities from within the elixirs, they were gradually expelled through his skin. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, half a day had elapsed. A foul, viscous substance had congealed upon the surface of his skin. These were the impurities from the soul elixirs. He opened his eyes and spread his hands. The two elixirs had shrunk in size, yet transformed into a pure white hue. The purity of the elixirs was 100%. Truly, the renowned soul elixirs warranted the time spent on their refinement. Ye Feng set the two elixirs of perfect purity aside and grasped the other two. By noon the following day, a layer of dark aura enveloped the training chamber, and Ye Feng had become unrecognizable, his skin marred by the impurities of the soul elixirs. In that moment, he finally comprehended why elixirs of higher purity were so coveted. Consuming elixirs of lower purity meant ingesting those foul substances, which could inflict considerable harm upon the body. Subsequently, ordinary cultivators would require months, if not years, to expel all the toxins from their systems. Ye Feng opened his right hand. The final soul elixir had also turned pure white, though its weight had diminished by about half. He took a nearby towel to wipe his face and hands, then pinched one of the elixirs tightly. Now was the moment. Ye Feng flicked his finger, sending the 100% pure soul elixir into his mouth. An enigmatic force enveloped him instantly. A golden aura radiated from within, with arcs of electricity dancing and flames surging, as three Sanskrit characters soared up and down in response to his exertion. Moreover, a layer of coldness condensed upon the surface of the flames. An hour later, Ye Feng opened his eyes, his expression somewhat grim. Was this it? The soul elixir had merely loosened his bottleneck slightly. It appeared that he would require a more potent remedy. With this thought, he struck his hand downwards, and the remaining four soul elixirs all tumbled into his mouth. Ye Feng squinted as the elixirs slid smoothly down his throat into his stomach. Boom! A golden phantom materialized behind him. The ethereal figure shimmered with electric light. As Ye Feng positioned his hands upon his knees, his eyes tightly shut. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, cascaded down his forehead, nearly saturating his garment. Boom! 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 With three successive attempts to breach his bottleneck, Ye Feng nearly cried out in agony. I refuse to believe this. He roared, launching a fourth assault on the barrier. Once more. Boom! Blood trickled from the corner of Ye Feng's mouth. Ascending in rank was akin to filling a vessel to the brim. One must forcefully break the neck of the container to allow the contents to flow into a larger vessel. However, if the thickness of the neck exceeded that of the rest of the container, a forceful impact could lead to self-inflicted harm. Excessive force could shatter the entire vessel, resulting in the collapse of the corporeal form. One final attempt. Ye Feng clenched his jaw, his entire body trembling. Boom! A certain meridian within him shattered, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy into the previously obstructed channel. Outside the training room, Duo Yin, Hina, Susan, Suyun, Baichushua, and Chunin anxiously observed the scene. A golden silhouette emerged from the training room, towering at approximately 10 meters. I recall that Brother Feng's previous manifestation was only 6 meters tall. Has he truly ascended to the rank of Power Sovereign? Chun En's eyes widened in astonishment. Quick, let us see. As shadows flitted, Duo Yin led the group to the entrance of the training room. However, Chue Ma raised a hand to halt them. Brother Feng has decreed that no one is permitted entry into the training room. Those who defy this order shall face death. With that proclamation, he unsheathed his curved blade first. The other three guards followed suit, drawing their weapons. How dare you? I am Ye Feng's legitimate wife. Who do you think you are? Stand aside. Susan stepped forward, locking eyes with Chue Ma defiantly. And what of being the legitimate wife? My loyalty lies solely with Brother Feng, Chue Ma retorted coldly. Just then, a weak voice emerged from within the training room. Susan, Hina, please step back. I have reached the realm of Power Sovereign, but I need 3 to 5 days to solidify my foundation. Ah Feng, are you seriously injured? I can tell. Susan shouted from outside. It's all right. As long as I attain the realm of Power Sovereign, any injury is worth it. Please leave for now, during these 5 days. No one is to disturb me, lest my foundation become unstable. Ye Feng replied matter-of-factly. Very well. Let us go. With that, the group dispersed to their respective homes. That evening, Wang Zhihai arrived at the headquarters of Weiyuan Security Company. The headquarters was established in the Tianzi room of the southern shelter, where the temperature soared to a balmy 10 degrees above zero. Are you certain? Wang Zhihai inquired of a vendor. I am certain. That individual is definitely suspicious. He is dressed in very thin clothing, and his eyes are red, not the result of sleeplessness, but a pale crimson, which I saw clearly. Moreover, he carries a distinct odor. The vendor swore. Excellent. Summon someone to note down his name. Upon verification, reward him with 500 hot spring coins. Wang Zhihai instructed his secretary. Understood. At that moment, the secretary took the vendor away. Summon Yulong, Lung Ling, and all those above the head of the security company. Wang Zhihai instructed the second secretary. Yes. The second secretary donned a coat and departed from headquarters. You, enter the hot springs island and find the island master. Inform him that we have news of the blood demon. Wang Zhihai commanded the third secretary. Wang Feng has just risen to the rank of power emperor and is solidifying his realm. The secretary hesitated. Go as instructed. This concerns the blood demon, and he must oversee the situation, Wang Zhihai urged. All right. After a while, all the captains gathered in the conference room. There were exactly 200 individuals present, with 20 of them being power emperors, while the rest were all power kings of the 8th rank or higher. The mercenaries we recruited last time have already set out. We did not anticipate that the blood demon had already infiltrated near Hot Springs Island. It is time to make our mark, Wang Zhihai stated. That individual has a hawkish nose, with light red eyes, and despite the frigid weather, he wore only 2 layers of thin clothing. He has an average build. Remember these traits, but proceed with caution, for he may well be a 9th rank power emperor. Wang Zhihai spoke with composure. Several power emperors' expressions changed. Are you afraid? Wang Zhihai narrowed his eyes. Mr. Wang, if he is indeed a 9th rank power emperor, should we engage in battle? Even if we employ a sea of troops to subdue him, we would at least suffer the loss of half our personnel. A 2nd rank power emperor rubbed his hands together. Let this be the case. Should we capture him, I will reward 100 million hot spring coins and grant permanent residency on Hot Springs Island. With Ye Feng absent, Wang Zhihai had to make the decision himself. 100 million? Permanent residency? The hearts of the skilled fighters ignited with fervor as they couldn't help but gaze at the azure light screen. Becoming a resident of Hot Springs Island was their lifelong dream. This was indeed an opportunity, though the odds of perishing were 50% as time passed. Even if the temperature did not continuously drop, they could not endure outside for long and had a 50% chance of freezing to death. Rather than waiting to die slowly, it was better to take a bold gamble. I agree. The 2nd rank power emperor was the first to raise his hand. He was the general manager of the Weiyuan Security Company. With him leading, others gradually followed suit. Very well, it is settled then. Feng is currently solidifying his realm and should not participate in this encirclement. It is an opportunity for us to demonstrate our capabilities, proving that even without his direct involvement, we can capture a blood demon, Wang Zhihai declared, slapping the table. Inside the training room of Hot Springs Island, Ye Feng was diligently working to solidify his realm. He had overheard the conversation outside the training room. No matter the gravity of the matter, it cannot surpass Feng's need to solidify his realm. You return and inform Wang that he must handle this himself, Chasing Horse resolutely stated. All right, I will return to relay the message to Wang, the third secretary responded. Rushing back to the refuge. In Taohua village, Mo Yi was leisurely strolling through an alley. Big brother, care for a game? 200 hot spring coins around. A female power practitioner, shivering from the cold, grabbed Mo Yi's arm. Why are you dressed so lightly? Because my internal heat is quite strong, Mo Yi replied, his light red eyes appraising the female practitioner before he followed her into the ice house. Do not remove everything. Merely expose the most vital areas, lest one succumbs to the chill. The female warrior, having spoken, adeptly leaned over the table. However, after a prolonged silence, she sensed an absence of sound behind her and turned her head to look. What are you planning to do? Guess? Mo Yi grinned, revealing 2 menacing fangs. You are a blood demon. Help, help. Just as the female warrior uttered a few cries, her mouth was abruptly silenced. Mo Yi leaned closer to her slender neck, inhaling gently. Such youthful breath, the flavor should be delightful. Upon finishing his words, his mouth opened wide, revealing his fangs with sudden ferocity. Boom. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The ice chamber was shattered by several forces. Mo Yi suddenly stood upright, surveying the surroundings of the ice chamber. To his astonishment, the area was filled with individuals. These figures exuded a dense aura, all of whom were formidable tier emperor experts. Surrounding the tier emperors stood a multitude of tier king experts, outnumbering them significantly. "You are a blood demon?" One of the tier emperors stepped forward. Mo Yi felt a slight heaviness in his heart, but after scanning a 10-kilometer radius and confirming the absence of true martial realm experts, he grinned maliciously. "Ha ha ha, and so what? I have inquired and found that you are all worthless trash. Perfect, I am weary of holding back. As long as I eliminate all of you formidable beings, I shall be free to unleash my blood sacrifice." After declaring this, Mo Yi pointed to his waist. Whoosh! A small sword, half a foot long, soared into the air. Oh no, he possesses the same ability as that previous individual. He can wield a flying sword. The tier emperor was the first to strike. Clang! The clash of blades ensued, and his curved sword was cleaved in two. Huh, something is amiss. The tier emperor looked down, his eyes bulging in shock. For one of his arms had been severed and lay on the ground, due to the biting cold. It took him 2 seconds to realize his arm was missing. The delayed scream erupted. "Everyone charge. Do not let him escape. Ah, my arm, my arm." After issuing the command, the tier emperor let out another agonizing wail. Whoosh! The flying sword darted again, and 2 tier emperors had their heads severed cleanly. "Do not concern yourselves with the flying sword. Rush towards his main body. If we kill him, the sword will cease to fly." Though the tier emperor had lost an arm, he continued to direct the others from the periphery. Whoosh! Another tier emperor fell. Witnessing this, the tier kings simultaneously drew their crossbows. Whoosh! Countless bolts flew towards Mo Yi. Unfortunately, as the crossbow bolts struck him, they were repelled by a golden light. Interesting. What kind of spiritual artifact is this? It can actually distort my protective divine light? Mo Yi squinted, observing the tier king's crossbows. Whoosh! The flying sword spun and instantly cleaved 5 tier kings, blood spraying in all directions. In the distance, ordinary people had already retreated a kilometer away, while the more timid fled even further, 2 kilometers from the scene. At a distance of 5 kilometers, Wang Zhihai and Shunan lay atop an ice house, peering through binoculars at the distant battle. "Goodness, President Wang, I feel this fellow is even more formidable than the last one." Chun An's hand trembled slightly as he held the binoculars. Turning his head, he noticed Wang Zhihai's binoculars shaking even more violently. Chapter 980. Brother Feng is incredible. It's fine. Let that group of security personnel wear him down first. Once his strength is sufficiently depleted, I will let Brother Feng take action, Wang Zhihai said nervously. Thud. 3 more power kings were bisected. Do these insignificant creatures dare to challenge me? Suddenly, as Mo Yi spoke, a sharp sound pierced the air. Instantly, the golden light surrounding him twisted and contorted, sending him flying 5 meters and collapsing the adjacent ice house. 1 kilometer away, a power king loaded a bolt into his crossbow. Alas, only the crossbow can inflict any damage on him. Whoosh! Another bolt was released. Where did he go? The power king's eyes widened in disbelief, locked onto the distance. Seeking death, an eerie voice echoed from behind. Before he could react, he felt the world spin, his head rolling beside the crossbow. Mo Yi gazed in shock at the crossbow before him, never having imagined it could harm him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of power emperors and kings surged forth, surrounding him once more. Kill! For power kings charged at him simultaneously. Thud! A flying sword swept across, its blades slicing through the air. The 4 power kings were instantly reduced to mere flesh and blood. Yet, more power kings continued to pour in. Do you worthless scoundrels have no fear of death? Mo Yi roared, his hands weaving complex incantations. Thud, 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 thud. In an instant, the entire Peach Blossom village was awash in blood, the crimson liquid nearly staining the ice house. After nearly 20 minutes of relentless combat, even with Mo Yi's prowess, fatigue began to set in. Clang! A long spear struck his back, causing him to stagger. Turning around, he saw a first-tier power emperor. Thud! A swift counterattack from his flying sword cleaved the power emperor in 2. Clang! Another peculiar sound rang out as a curved blade slashed across his chest, dispersing some of his golden light. You truly fear not death? Mo Yi's eyes shifted from a pale red to a deep crimson. With a fierce cry, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, claiming the lives of 2 power emperors and 7 power kings. Gasping for breath, Mo Yi looked incredulously at the remaining 20 or so experts around him. In their star-main continent, cultivators were generally quite fearful of death. Yet in this secret realm, these individuals seemed utterly unafraid of mortality. What kind of belief could drive them to disregard life and death? Do not grant him a moment's respite. 1 million hot spring coins are about to be within reach. The one-armed second-tier power emperor picked up a heavy hammer, encircling Mo Yi completely. In contrast, Mo Yi had expended the majority of his energy and could no longer wield his flying sword. The protective divine light had dimmed to an alarming degree, seemingly incapable of withstanding even the most ordinary attacks from the power monarchs. Whoosh! At that moment, a sound of slicing air resonated behind him. Mo Yi swiftly retaliated, deflecting the distant crossbow bolt with a single sweep of his blade. Flee! Wang Zhihai and Chunin hastily distanced themselves from the crossbow, blending into the crowd. Indeed, it was they who had launched the bolt. However, they had overestimated Mo Yi. He could no longer summon the miraculous ability to traverse distances in an instant. It appeared that his energy had truly been depleted. Kill! Die! Mo Yi seethed with fury. A swarm of insignificant insects dared to consider him their prey. Was there no longer any law? Thud! A power monarch met his demise at the edge of Mo Yi's blade. Clang! A spear struck Mo Yi's back, causing him to stagger several steps. Boom! A massive hammer hurtled towards him, propelling him 2 meters into the air. At last, his protective divine light was shattered. A chilling wind swept through, and clad only in 2 thin garments, he began to shiver uncontrollably. Ha ha! Victory is within our grasp, brothers, slay. The second-tier power monarch rejoiced, raising the massive hammer once more. Clang! The sound of metal being cleaved echoed. Mo Yi transformed his weapon into a magic sword, slicing the hammer cleanly in two with a single stroke. The residual force of the sword continued, cleaving the second-tier power monarch in half as well. Not good. He has slain the general manager. What now? The others, leaderless, began to retreat in disarray. What now? Of course, we continue the fight. A voice resounded from 100 meters away, reaching their ears as the last word was spoken. Boom. A figure landed before Mo Yi. It was Ye Feng. Ah, Lord Yi. You have finally emerged. Lord Yi, our energy has been exhausted, but this fellow is too formidable. He still stands. Several power monarchs seemed to find their anchor, positioning themselves resolutely before Ye Feng. Whoosh! Wang Zhihai and Chunin approached, both drawing their crossbows, aiming at Mo Yi in the distance. Previously, the security personnel had been engaged in battle, indifferent to the fates of these individuals. But Ye Feng was different, as the soul of Hot Spring Island. Even if they were terrified of this bloodthirsty demon, they were compelled to fulfill their duty of protection. Zhihai, you take them back. I wish to confront this 9th-tier power monarch and ascertain the extent of his strength, Ye Feng declared, stepping forward slowly. With his keen insight, he could not yet discern Mo Yi's true realm, but based on his aura, he estimated it to be around the 9th-tier power monarch. Little did he know that Mo Yi was actually at the mid-stage of true martial, his strength having been drained to the level of a 9th-tier power monarch due to the recent battle. Let us go, Chunin. We shall operate the crossbow and support Brother Feng. Indeed, the two hurried towards the crossbow. The other 20 exchanged glances and simultaneously scattered in all directions. Do not let him escape. In truth, Mo Yi did harbor intentions of retreat. He had never encountered such reckless lunatics. When one disregards their life, their power could be unleashed to its fullest potential. Yet, judging by the demeanor of this group, it seemed they were utterly convinced of their victory over him. In a moment of rage, reason abandoned him. A swarm of insignificant insects dared to encircle me? Do they fear my escape? Ha ha. Very well. Today I shall unleash a swift reckoning. Mo Yi clenched his fist, radiating a brilliant golden light. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, his hands forming into fists as a golden avatar, towering over 10 meters, erupted forth. Boom! Mo Yi's fist struck through the air. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and retaliated with a punch of his own. His avatar mirrored his movement, delivering a matching blow. The two fists collided, and a radiant golden sun ascended. At the center of their clash, the ice layer within a 500-meter radius shattered, millions of liters of seawater spraying skyward, only to instantaneously crystallize into ice sculptures. Both combatants were evenly matched. However, Ye Feng's avatar flickered uncertainly, while Mo Yi fared worse. His protective radiance completely dispersed, leaving not a trace behind. Again, boom! The two exchanged another blow. Ye Feng staggered back 6 or 7 paces, sliding an additional 10 meters before coming to a halt. In a puff, his avatar also dissipated. Yi did not retreat an inch, yet blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His stubborn pride had compelled him to absorb the force without yielding, resulting in internal injuries. Brother Feng is formidable. Wang Zhihai released the crossbow. Chapter 981. This scoundrel is excessive as a superior. His strength was modest, yet his discerning eye was sharp, instantly recognizing that Ye Feng currently held the upper hand. Boom. The two exchanged yet another blow. Ye Feng retreated 10 steps, while Yi only took a single step back. With a grunt, he spewed blood 2 meters away. Once more, Ye Feng declared, "Bring it on." Boom. Ye Feng did not yield an inch, while Yi was sent flying 20 meters, his garments torn to shreds by the overwhelming force. Kill. Strike down the drowning dog. A group of power monarchs seized the opportunity and charged forth. Thud, thud. Yi swung his blade, instantly claiming the lives of 2 power monarchs. Do not fear. Press on. 100 million awaits. Do not let Ye Feng seize the bounty. The remaining dozen or so seemed to have lost their minds. Clang, clang, clang. Yi parried repeatedly, his wrists numb from the impact. On the 20th strike, his flying sword was knocked from his grasp. Various weapons finally made intimate contact with his flesh. The sound of flesh being sliced echoed. Hey, leave one alive. Ye Feng gasped in surprise, hoping to capture one for interrogation on how to resolve his inner demons. Alas, it was too late. As he leapt forward, Yi had already been reduced to a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. A power king held aloft Yi's mangled head, proclaiming to the heavens, "Ha ha, it is I. I have obtained 100 million hot spring coins. I have succeeded." He had only cried out a few times when the head was snatched from his grasp by others. It was I who dealt the fatal blow. I shall claim the 100 million coins. Instantly, a fray ensued, with the group fighting more fiercely than before. Alas, such a lamentable scene. Ye Feng sighed. As the remaining few transitioned from external conflicts to internal strife, each blow was delivered with unwavering determination. Just moments ago, none had anticipated the prospect of a 100 million reward. Yet, the situation had transformed. Victory was now within reach, compelling them to exert their utmost efforts. Stop. Ye Feng found himself compelled to intervene amidst the chaos. Zhihai, come here. With a swift motion, Wang Zhihai and Chunin approached. Brother Feng, your prowess is astonishing. You managed to slay a 9th-tier power emperor. No, upon further reflection, I surmise his strength may have already ascended to the legendary true martial realm. Wang Zhihai flattered. Brother Feng, I take great pride in you, Chunin exclaimed, suddenly embracing Ye Feng. All right, let go. This is mortifying. Ye Feng forcibly extricated Chunin from his grip. Zhihai, please record the names of the security personnel. Shortly, the 100 million reward will be equally distributed among them. As for the permanent residency of Hot Spring Island, let us convert that into cash and share it among everyone. Ye Feng instructed. Understood, Brother Feng. Have you solidified your realm? Wang Zhihai inquired. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have remained calm, but now I'm infuriated. I had just begun to stabilize my cultivation when I was interrupted by news of the situation escalating here. Enough. I shall return to continue fortifying my realm. With that, Ye Feng vanished into the frigid wilderness. Wang Zhihai stepped forward, surveying the 18 remaining individuals. From an initial count of 200, only 18 stood, including the demise of the general manager of the security company. This served as a testament to the formidable prowess of the blood sorcerer, a master of the true martial realm, and not merely an ordinary one at that. Let me calculate for you. The total bounty amounts to 100 million hot spring coins, and together with the permanent residency of Hot Spring Island, which will also be converted into cash, that brings the total to 200 million. 200 million to be divided among you 18. However, given the current financial strain on Hot Spring Island, do you have any interest in purchasing property? You may acquire residences in the sanctuary, Wang Zhihai tempted. Certainly, we are interested, but we wish to purchase properties within Hot Spring Island, one of the power emperors gasped. I regret to inform you that, as non-residents, even if you purchase a property, you would not be permitted to reside there. However, you can freely acquire properties in the sanctuary. Here is my proposal. I will exchange your 200 million hot spring coins for 250 million housing vouchers. Wang Zhihai smiled. Housing vouchers? What are those? Surely you're unaware. Housing vouchers are a new form of currency specifically for purchasing properties. Can housing vouchers be used to buy food, pest control, or other weapons and clothing? Absolutely not. Otherwise, how could they be called housing vouchers? I protest. I want money, not your worthless housing vouchers. Protests are futile. Return home and await further notice. I shall deliver the housing vouchers to each of you shortly. With that, Wang Zhihai took Chun Un and departed. It was absurd. Such a substantial sum could not be casually handed over. It was essential to bind them tightly with housing vouchers, preventing them from resting idly and ensuring their continued labor for Hot Spring Island. Otherwise, distributing 200 million hot spring coins amongst 18 individuals would result in over 10 million for each. Depositing 10 million into the hot spring bank yields a daily interest of 1,000 hot spring coins. Who would still choose to work for them? After encountering the blood demon earlier, would they still be willing to fight valiantly? Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng finally emerged from the training room. At this moment, his aura was dense, and every movement radiated a formidable presence. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on mastering your skills. Zhuai Ma exclaimed, clasping his hands together in respect. Just a minor achievement in my skills, Ye Feng replied. How many documents are piled up in the office now? They're completely stacked, waiting for your approval, DeFu informed him. Ah, what a hassle. Fortunately, I won't be the island lord next term. I can devote myself to cultivation. I'll select a new island lord then and let them handle the workload. A little unemployment benefit each month will suffice to support my family of 4, Ye Feng thought, feeling a surge of joy at the prospect of shedding his burdens and leading a more leisurely life. Zhuai Ma and the others' expressions darkened. DeFu's face grew even grimmer. They understood that Ye Feng's role as island lord was willingly accepted by them. Entrusting that position to someone else was fraught with uncertainty. What if the new lord acted recklessly? There's still more than a year left, DeFu sighed in relief. Upon arriving at the office, Ye Feng began to review the documents, sometimes requiring DeFu to summarize lengthy passages succinctly, as he lacked the inclination to read every word meticulously. This is a joint letter from the Wei Yuan Security Company? Ye Feng picked it up solemnly. After reading it, he slammed his hand on the desk. Wang Zhihai has gone too far. They risked their lives to earn 200 million hot spring coins, yet he exchanged it for housing vouchers. Notify them to revert the vouchers back to hot spring coins and distribute them accordingly. Also, these coins should not be limited to those 18 individuals. The families of the martyrs must receive their compensation as well, Ye Feng stated slowly. This decision would disperse the 200 million hot spring coins, meaning those 18 individuals would no longer receive 10 million each. Instead, they might only get a few 100,000. Such a meager sum would hardly allow them to rest easy. Indeed, DeFu nodded, jotting down notes. After spending an entire night, Ye Feng finally completed all the paperwork and staggered back home. Chapter 982. Is there any progress? Duo Yin Hina brought a basin of foot-soaking water. Feng, let me wash your feet, she said, squatting beside the basin like a gentle kitten. Hina, you weren't like this before. Please revert to your former self. I am now your wife. Although I am the high priestess, I must also fulfill my duties as a wife, Duo Yin Hina replied, forcibly removing Ye Feng's shoes and extending her long, delicate hands to scrub his feet. It seems marriage truly changes a person. Ye Feng sighed, looking down at Duo Yin Hina from his elevated position. He still remembered when he first met her, a lofty high priestess who was always carried around by attendants. Feng, I can assure you that the individual slain by the sword formation was indeed a formidable warrior of the true martial realm. As for the blood demon you vanquished yesterday, he too was of the same caliber, Duo Yin Hina stated slowly. The true martial realm? A flicker of joy ignited within Ye Feng's heart. Does this imply that I possess the strength to eliminate a warrior of the true martial realm? Ye Feng was overwhelmed with exhilaration. No, did you not grasp my implication? The arrival of a true martial realm warrior in our desolate land signifies something monumental. Duo Yin Hina remarked, her brow slightly furrowing. What does it signify? Ye Feng's brow knitted in confusion. Given the rich spiritual energy of this vast desert, it is inconceivable for a fifth-tier power monarch to emerge. Yet, we now face 2 true martial realm warriors. Thus, I deduce that the restrictions of the Gale Wind Zone have begun to weaken, which indicates that more powerful beings will soon infiltrate the Great Desert, Duo Yin Hina elaborated. More powerful beings? Could there be divine entities among them? Ye Feng inquired. That would be highly improbable. Divine beings disdain to meddle in our affairs. As they are akin to an entirely different species, devoid of any emotional ties to us. Unless, of course, they perceive value in extinguishing your existence, Duoyanhina answered. No matter. We possess a dual-layered protective array for our clan. The energy for this array is derived from that level 80 beast below. If formidable beings do arrive, we can simply retreat within the protective barrier and remain there indefinitely, Ye Feng said, gently pinching Duoyanhina's cheek. No, the array is not impervious. While I currently harness the beast's energy to sustain it, should the seal weaken one day, we would find ourselves at the epicenter of calamity. Moreover, those above the true martial realm can utilize protective divine light to ward off the sword silk of the Gu, Duoyanhina stated gravely. At once, Ye Feng's countenance darkened. This truly complicates matters. It seems even a few days of tranquility are beyond reach. My lady, please advise me on which direction we ought to pursue to fortify Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng queried, reluctant to engage in mental exertion himself, preferring to delegate such matters to others. I am uncertain at this moment, Duoyanhina replied, shaking her head. Ye Feng planned to descend into the abyss 3 days hence, as each descent typically consumed at least half a month. Therefore, he aimed to manage a multitude of affairs and sign a plethora of documents during this interim. Although he ostensibly governed only the over 6,000 citizens of Hot Spring Island, he indirectly managed more than 50,000 residents and over 100 million refugees beyond. Each day brought an unending stream of paperwork. Fortunately, he was now a power monarch, brimming with vitality. An ordinary individual would be utterly exhausted by such demands. The following morning, Ye Feng, accompanied by his 4 guards, commenced inspections of the various factories, beginning with the arms factory, which he prioritized above all. At that moment, the arms factory was replete with a myriad of components. Among them was a flattened aircraft shell, forged from a single piece of steel. Goodness, Lao Cheng, this is remarkable. You have fabricated the shell so swiftly? Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this flattened shell minimizes air resistance, Cheng Li Bin explained. However, merely crafting this shell is an exceedingly intricate endeavor. How did you accomplish it? After Ye Feng finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the various aircraft components. A multitude of engine parts, along with an array of components he could scarcely identify. Large and small, there were at least tens of thousands of pieces, including a significant number of screws. Brother Feng, he chuckled, although the craftsmanship is intricate, it matters not. We have ample manpower. These components are processed in batches by over 100 million workers from external factories, and all we need to do is assemble them. Of course, they are unaware of our ultimate objective. Each factory is responsible for different projects, and the core secrets of the engine remain firmly in our possession. For instance, this screw must be twisted 3 full turns and then loosened half a turn. Moreover, this particular screw requires twisting in an environment of -60 to 70 degrees to ensure it remains intact. Cheng Li Bin incessantly boasted about his achievements. Ye Feng stroked his chin, nodding approvingly. It was no wonder that the armory's civilizational progress was so swift. Many components did not necessitate production at the main factory, but could be entrusted to over 100 million individuals outside. Such a vast labor force, coupled with Cheng Li Bin's modern intellect, naturally expedited the advancement. In truth, Ye Feng overlooked a critical point. Numerous high-end inventions cannot truly see the light of day, as they might threaten the established interests of powerful stakeholders, often stifled in their infancy. However, Wangshuan Island is different. It is a nascent society, devoid of entrenched capitalists, thus avoiding any infringement on vested interests. This means that the current armory benefits from the assistance of 1 million laborers for menial tasks, alongside modern thinkers like Cheng Li Bin, and most importantly, is free from the constraints of capital resistance. The synergy of these 3 elements renders them invincible. What about fuel? Is there any progress? Ye Feng inquired, touching upon a crucial aspect. Brother Feng, as expected, you have pinpointed the core issue. Cheng Li Bin responded, fuel is vital for aircraft. It must be minimal in quantity, yet immense in energy. Otherwise, if an aircraft structure is filled with fuel, it can barely fly a few hundred kilometers. Thus, we are researching a substance that can burn continuously, deliver substantial power, and not harm the aircraft's exterior. Once developed, what speed do you anticipate this fighter jet could achieve? Ye Feng pressed further. At least 50 kilometers per minute. That amounts to 3,000 kilometers per hour, Cheng Li Bin mused. 3,000 kilometers in an hour? Even a true martial realm expert would struggle to target such an aircraft with a spear. Ye Feng nodded, acknowledging the truth in this. Indeed. But we are still in the early stages. Many aspects require refinement. Charlie and I are working tirelessly to develop the optimal fuel, enhance the aircraft's maneuverability, and resolve its landing challenges, Chung Li Bean stated earnestly. I have complete faith in entrusting you with the chief engineer's position, old chum. Let's strive to usher civilization into this world and combat barbarism with technology. Ye Feng and Chung Li Bean exchanged a fist bump. After inspecting the armory, Ye Feng wore a broad smile as he made his way to the Wengchuan Academy. Chapter 983. Regardless, I do not understand these matters. It remains largely unchanged. Yet the number of university students has diminished by 4. How did they drop out? Ye Feng inquired. They graduated. Some have entered ordnance factories as apprentice engineers. Others have joined chemical plants to develop more potent explosives, and some have gone to botanical research institutes to study the formulations of wheat and rice, Bai Chushua explained. Graduated. How swiftly time flies. This hot spring island has been established for 5 or 6 years, hasn't it? Ye Feng sighed deeply. He recalled that it seemed only yesterday he had been cast away on this desolate island. Who would have thought that so many years had passed in the blink of an eye? Indeed. Brother Feng, Bai Chushua nodded. Ye Feng embraced Bai Chushua before heading to the military camp. Wang Zhihai had his legs propped up on the desk, while the figure seated in the main position was He Lishuan. Although he was the supreme commander of the armed forces, he wielded no real authority, being led by the nose by Vice Commander Wang Zhihai. After all, his background as a sanitation worker rendered him vastly inferior in managerial capability compared to Wang Zhihai. Island Master. He Lishuan promptly stood and saluted Ye Feng. Supreme Commander He, are there any significant matters in the military camp lately? Ye Feng inquired with a smile. Nothing major, just that the security company under the Hot Spring Army has been striking frequently, He Lishuan replied cautiously. Ye Feng then turned his gaze to Wang Zhihai. Zhihai, did I not instruct you to assist Supreme Commander He Lishuan? It seems you prefer to monopolize power, he remarked, narrowing his eyes. I dare not, Brother Feng. I indeed wish to assist, but Wang Zhihai pulled Ye Feng aside. However, He Lishuan is quite inept. He entirely fails to comprehend my advanced concepts. Perhaps it would be better for me to assume the role of Supreme Commander, with He Lishuan as my subordinate. Otherwise, my limited authority hampers my ability to implement many initiatives, Wang Zhihai whispered. No, this is the outcome of a citizen vote. Respecting voting rights is the foremost ironclad rule of Hot Spring Island, one that cannot be altered, even if such rights may impede the island's development. I am willing to bear that cost. Ye Feng resolutely shook his head. He understood that while a voting system might obscure the talents of some, his original intention in establishing Hot Spring Island was to uphold equality, striving for absolute fairness. Disregarding voting rights would imply that future governance of Hot Spring Island could breed numerous autocrats, a scenario he wished to avoid. Moreover, the benefits of a voting system outweigh its drawbacks. Why do outsiders strive so fervently to become citizens? It is because citizens possess a certain degree of voice. If citizens were to lose their voting rights, why would they then aspire to become citizens? Very well, Brother Feng. There is one more matter I must inform you of. Wang Zhihai's words were interrupted. Enough, you are the vice commander. For now, let the commander report to me, and you can assist him from the side. Having said this, Ye Feng summoned He Lishuan. Supreme Commander, aside from the security strike, are there any other issues on Hot Spring Island? Ye Feng inquired. As I ponder, I recall that among the myriad of individuals outside, there exists a considerable faction that harbors animosity towards Hot Spring Island. They have formed their own sects, such as the Tiandi Society, the Red Flower Society, and the Yellow Lotus Sect. These factions have declared their independence. Furthermore, they frequently ambush the security personnel of Wei Yuan Company, deeming them as mere lackeys of our island. Heli Xian remarked. Have they ever targeted civilians? Ye Feng's expression shifted. Not at all. As you mentioned previously, anyone who harms a civilian would incur a bounty of 100 million. They possess enough self-awareness to only attack our lackeys, steering clear of civilians, Heli Xian replied. With a sigh of relief, Ye Feng remarked, as long as civilians remain unharmed, that is a relief. Regarding the security of Wei Yuan Company, they hardly qualify as residents. So as the island's leader, I need not place a bounty on their heads. However, we must still deliver a warning. Zhihai, for every security personnel they ambush, offer a reward of 10,000, establishing a revenge fund for each. Whoever avenges the security personnel shall receive the bounty. Wang Zhihai replied, understood. Brother Feng, Not only have 3 factions emerged, but various races have also stabilized outside the barrier. Several prominent clans, under the leadership of the powerful emperor, have many members employed by the security company, creating a complex web of interrelations. Does this matter? Ye Feng retorted. Of course it matters. Over time, these major clans will intertwine through marriages or other mutual interests. It won't take a decade before their population of over 100 million becomes united, forming a formidable force that even Hot Spring Island cannot shake, Wang Zhihai stated solemnly. You have even contemplated the events of a decade hence. Very well. Devise a way to incite discord among the various races, utilizing a strategy of elevation and suppression. They must not unite. We must impose constraints upon them. Ye Feng responded coolly. Brother Feng, I excel in this. In fact, I have already initiated actions. While 2 races were in the midst of a marriage alliance, I provided the bride with 50,000 hot spring coins to eliminate the groom on their wedding night, ensuring her safety. She indeed followed through, and now, what were once amicable races have begun a covert conflict. As they describe it, during the day in the northern region of Hot Spring Island, Weiyuan Company holds sway. But by night, it belongs to their shadow clan, Wang Zhihai reported. Ah, so they have delved into the realm of underworld dealings? When time permits, let us apply some pressure on that shadow clan. For instance, we could marginalize their members working in various factories and dismiss a few to keep them subdued. Ye Feng suggested indifferently. Understood. I shall relay the message shortly. Wang Zhihai glanced at Heli Xian. Of course, this requires the approval of Grand Marshal Heli Xian. Oh, that's quite unnecessary. Just disregard me. I am not well versed in such matters, Heli Xian replied, somewhat awkwardly. Ye Feng raised his hands in resignation and departed from the military camp. Outside the barrier, a plethora of ice structures and peculiar edifices sprang up like mushrooms after a rain. Within an icy chamber, a strikingly handsome leader known as Luke surveyed the hundreds of formidable warriors below. Their mission for the following night was to ambush a patrol from Peach Blossom Village, consisting of 10 guards, none of whom possessed the prowess of a leader. With our collective strength of 200, we could eliminate them in an instant. After the deed, we would thoroughly search their pockets, leaving not a single coin from the hot spring behind. Indeed, this man was none other than the president of the Heavenly Society, Luke's. Due to his foul temper, he had been blacklisted by Weiyuan Company, rendering him permanently unemployable. In a fit of rage, he had rallied a group of disillusioned warriors to form the Heavenly Society, leading a life fraught with peril each night. What if there are citizens among those guards? Someone raised their hand. Luke's expression darkened. Chapter 984. Is there someone? He harbored an intense disdain for the citizens of Hot Spring Island, a group of inept individuals who indulged in excess within the warm glow of their screens, even mocking him with their food broadcasts. Yet, he possessed enough self-awareness to refrain from targeting the citizens of Hot Spring Island. After all, a bounty of 100 million would likely prompt even his father to sell him out, let alone the brothers within the Heavenly Society. These individuals were only aligned with him for the sake of sustenance. Should his head be valued at 100 million hot spring coins, he wouldn't dare close his eyes in slumber, for anyone could be his assassin. That night, Luke's and his 200 brothers lay in wait at Peach Blossom Village, fully aware that every night at midnight, a group of guards from Weiyuan Company would pass through. Presently, the most affluent outside the glowing screen were the workers. Yet killing them would also invoke bounties from various factories. These guards were far easier to intimidate, being unloved by both father and mother. As the hour grew late, a patrol of 10 guards swaggered into the vicinity. They walked with an air of arrogance, occasionally kicking at nearby street vendors, who dared not voice their displeasure. Look, these guards deserve their fate. We are ridding the world of their menace, Luke's declared as he unsheathed his curved blade and pointed forward. Attack! In an instant, hundreds surged forth. The 10 guards were taken by surprise, hastily reaching for their weapons. Unfortunately, in the narrow alley, they were outmatched in close combat, and before they could draw their hand crossbows, 7 of them had already fallen. Only 3 remained, clutching their curved blades, anxiously eyeing the encroaching members of the Heavenly Society. How would you like to meet your end? Luke's face was a mask of malice. At that moment, one of the guards, rummaging through his clothing, finally produced a medal emblazoned with the words Citizen of Hot Spring. Luke's murderous intent evaporated, his countenance darkening. The guard, initially trembling in fear, regained his courage upon witnessing Luke's reaction and boldly held the medal toward him. You'd best retreat quickly. I am a citizen of Hot Spring Island. Who dares to kill me? He proclaimed with conviction. The 200 members of the Heavenly Society fell into an eerie silence, none daring to respond. Who would dare? The atmosphere grew as quiet as a grave. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. You? Do you dare? The security guard's confidence surged as he brandished the metal, directing it towards Lux. In that moment, the metal transformed into a mirror of truth, revealing Lux as a monstrous entity who retreated step by step under the pressure of the emblem. Who else is there? The guard bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. The wind howled ominously. With that, Lux vanished into the darkness, accompanied by 200 followers. Once the last of them had departed, the guard finally exhaled a sigh of relief, carefully tucking the metal back into his bosom. Captain, you've kept your true identity well hidden. I've known you for decades. When did you become a citizen? One of the surviving guards inquired. Hee. Wang Zhihai accidentally left the metal on Anna's bed during his last visit to the ice house. And I picked it up. I never anticipated the power this metal possesses, the captain replied, a look of fortuitousness on his face. This is wonderful. It seems the metal is not too difficult to reproduce. Why don't we head to the Northern Ironworks and have them craft us a replica? You're quite clever. It would be best if each of us had several to take home to our families. This way, they won't be robbed at night, the captain suggested. Just then, a sultry voice interrupted. Sir, come here. It's free. A woman beckoned from the ice house, her long, fair legs enticingly visible. Hey, don't you usually charge me double? Why is it free today? The captain asked, puzzled. Previously, I didn't know you were a citizen. Come on, it's genuinely free. I only hope that in the future, you will marry me, allowing me to become a citizen as well. With a roar, the captain dashed into the ice house. Meanwhile, Ye Feng arrived at the bottom of the abyss, where the colossal worm monster lay sprawled like an ancient titan. He ascended the altar, gently caressing the creature's shell. Incredible. At least level 80. What does this signify? It means that if the energy within you were to erupt, the spiritual essence of the entire desert would double in richness. But for now, I can harness your energy for myself. A self-satisfied smile crossed Ye Feng's face as he pressed his palms against the worm monster's body. With the casting of the blood-sucking technique, Ye Feng felt a surge of power, capable of absorbing 3 times the energy compared to when he faced the 9th-tier Strength King. After all, his bottleneck had been shattered, allowing him to contain and release more energy than before. Before long, a golden apparition, 15 meters tall, materialized above the altar. It mirrored Ye Feng's movements, placing 2 ethereal hands upon the worm monster. In an instant, the potency of the blood-sucking technique surged tenfold. Within just 2 days, Ye Feng had achieved the level of a 2nd-tier Strength Emperor. Once more, he murmured, resuming his cultivation. Without the bottleneck, the pace of his training accelerated dramatically. Describing it as a rapid progression seemed an understatement. 1,000 miles a day. In the Huangsha tribe, a sand cart slowly made its entrance, carrying a total of 7 individuals, led by a 9th-tier Strength Master, none other than Xian. The remaining 6 were all Strength Emperors. Lord Xian, perhaps the blood sorcerer has already ventured to Hot Spring Island, for a blood sacrifice necessitates considerable human habitation. Why don't we return? One of the mighty sovereigns suggested. He even addressed Sean as Sir, as he was a citizen after all. It matters not. A day or 2 is inconsequential. Let us first conduct a thorough inspection of the Yellow Sand tribe and promote the various benefits of Hot Spring Island, encouraging them to exchange all the good things in this world for food and pest control medicine at the island. Sean replied nonchalantly, but what if you were to fall? We 6 would be held responsible, another mighty sovereign impatiently interjected. Although they addressed Sean as Sir, they harbored a deep-seated unwillingness to accept this. You need not concern yourselves with that. I am a citizen, and I shall protect all 6 of you, Sean stated earnestly. You will protect us? Very well, we shall abide by your words. The 6 sovereigns rolled their eyes. Just then, Sean's expression shifted. Ahead, atop an ice-roof structure, a young man sat cross-legged. Even amidst the absolute zero environment, they could detect a hint of blood in the air. Quickly, fire the heavenly cannon and summon the others, Sean urged. At once, one of them grasped the heavenly cannon and aimed it skyward. With a swift motion, he pulled the trigger, and a burst of flames shot into the air. However, after merely 10 meters, a figure appeared in midair, intercepting the heavenly cannon. Mo Shu gazed at this moving iron mass before him, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Is there someone inside? Mo Shu inquired. Chapter 985. I am simply moved. Not going to answer me. Mo Shu's expression darkened as he suddenly patted his waist. A half-foot-long dagger soared into the sky. The dagger expanded rapidly in the wind, soon transforming into a massive Tuzhong sword, which came crashing down upon the sand cart. Dodge! The 7 of them tumbled out of the cart. Clang! The sand cart was cleaved in two. Quite intriguing. This contraption requires neither horse nor spirit beast. What drives it? Mo Shu pointed skyward, and the colossal sword hovered above his head. Why should I divulge anything to you? You 6. Scatter in 6 directions and summon the hunters from the other grids, informing them that the blood sorcerer is in the Yellow Sand tribe, Shan commanded. No, you should run as well. You are a citizen, and should you perish, we would have no explanation for Lord Yi. One of the mighty sovereigns remarked. Enough with the needless chatter, let us hasten, Shan declared, flinging open his coat to reveal a satchel of explosives strapped to his waist, filled with volatile materials. You are quite foolish. Mo Shu pointed towards Shan. This is bad. 2 mighty sovereigns rushed over simultaneously, their curved blades raised. Clang! Both blades were severed at once. And simultaneously, the 2 mighty sovereigns were bisected, collapsing to the ground in anguished cries. Shan rose from the ground and retrieved a fire starter. You 4. Flee in 4 directions without looking back. I will hold him off. Shan remained steadfast in his position. The 4 mighty sovereigns had already retreated a kilometer away. They turned back to glance at Shan. Shan, you should run too. You are a citizen. Your life is precious. One of them shouted. Since I am a citizen, do you think I fear death? Run. With that, Shigu turned to face the blood demon, exclaiming, I shall fight you. Shan ignited the fuse and dashed towards Mo Shu. Seeking death? Mo Shu roared, slashing with his flying sword. With a sickening sound, Shan was cleaved in 2. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosions echoed. Mo Shu was thrown back 20 meters, his garments completely obliterated, leaving him exposed. Shan. In the distance, the 4 Force Emperors paused in unison. Lord Shan. Tears glistened in their eyes. It was only at this moment that they comprehended why the people of Hot Spring Island were considered superior. Despite their lower power, their awareness surpassed that of these individuals tenfold or more. If every member of their tribe were like Shan, they could likely challenge other great clans several levels higher. Run. Summon the others. We cannot let him survive. Just as the Force Emperor finished his sentence, a rumble echoed from both sides. 2 sand vehicles approached, and a multitude of Force Emperors and kings leaped out. Upon sighting the blood demon, they simultaneously aimed their heavenly fire cannons skyward. Puff, puff, puff. The entire grid within 100 miles was stirred. They revved the sand vehicles to full power, hastily converging towards the Yellow Sand clan. An hour later, a fierce battle erupted within the Yellow Sand clan, nearly leveling all of its structures to the ground. After a prolonged wait, one citizen emerged from the ruins. Holding a severed head, it was Mo Shu S. We have won. However, I shall not claim the 100 million hot spring coins. I will inform Brother Feng that this was a joint effort, the citizen declared. Ha ha ha, we have triumphed. Splendid, 100 million. 100 million hot spring coins. The Force Emperors erupted into laughter. Yet, moments later, their mirth transformed into sobs. In this battle, they had lost over a dozen Force Emperors and nearly 50 Force Kings, suffering significant losses. At the bottom of the abyss, Ye Feng's Dharma image resonated thunderously behind him, having reached the 3rd-tier Force Emperor level. With the elevation of his realm, the energy he absorbed increased, allowing his ascension to progress more swiftly. The harder he worked, the luckier he became. The luckier he was, the harder he strove. Finally, after 7 days, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze radiated authority, and a Sanskrit mark appeared on his forehead. 5th-tier Force Emperor. Ye Feng's expression brightened. There exists a bottleneck between the 5th and 6th tiers, and it was precisely this barrier that had compelled Ye Feng to halt his cultivation. It seemed he would require a substantial quantity of soul pills to refine this bottleneck. Should he force his way through, he was certain his physical form would shatter. Ye Feng gradually rose, his piercing gaze sweeping across the altar's surroundings. In the next moment, he clenched his fists tightly. A golden Dharma image instantly rose from behind him, mirroring his own movements perfectly. Simultaneously, Ye Feng's true form began to swell, swiftly transforming into a towering giant of 3 meters in height. A single horn emerged from his forehead, a jet-black appendage shimmering with a steely hue, unyielding in its hardness. Suddenly, a flash of golden light flickered from the brow of his Dharma form, and another horn sprouted forth. In its entirety, this manifestation appeared far more ferocious than before, resembling a demonic deity, with each movement stirring the very fabric of the heavens and earth. His laughter echoed, reverberating through the ground like thunder. Meanwhile, on Hot Spring Island, a group of individuals swimming in the sea were startled as the water erupted violently, churning as if boiling. Did an earthquake just occur? They exclaimed, hastily swimming back to shore, casting doubtful glances toward the abyss. Moments prior, an eerie string of laughter had emanated from the depths, sending shivers down their spines. In an instant, the Dharma form vanished, and Ye Feng's physique returned to that of an ordinary person. At this moment, his eyes glimmered with a pale golden hue, laced with a hint of malevolence. I need to return home, Ye Feng declared, promptly leaping onto the elevator. Thus far, this lift was solely for his use, as no one else possessed the blood-sucking technique required to absorb the energy of the worm-like creature. After 2 days, Ye Feng finally ascended to the surface. Upon his return, he was met with enthusiastic cries. Brother Feng is back. Brother Feng is back. Everyone prepare. A throng of people gathered around him. Suyun approached, holding a cake adorned with a lit bamboo skewer. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. They sang, presenting the cake before Ye Feng. What is this? Ye Feng asked, bewildered. Have you forgotten? Today marks your 30th birthday. Ding Tuanshuan chimed in. How do you know my birthday? Ye Feng questioned, confusion etched on his face. With a gentle smile, Su Yun replied, you work at my company. I reviewed your employment report and remembered. Today signifies your coming of age. Ye Feng's expression froze. Having never celebrated a birthday since birth, primarily due to poverty and a lack of concern from others, he was astonished to discover that someone remembered him in this foreign land. Brother Feng, are you crying? Shunan approached, scrutinizing Ye Feng's eyes. No, I'm not crying, just a bit moved, Ye Feng said, wiping the corners of his eyes. That's good to hear. Now, make a wish and blow out the skewer, Su Yun urged, presenting the cake before him. Thank you, Su Yun. I genuinely appreciate it. Ye Feng, finally have someone who cares, he said, puffing his cheeks. Puff. The cake splattered across his face. All right, you bunch of rascals, Ye Feng exclaimed, seizing a colossal 40-meter blade and giving chase. Bang, bang, bang. Cake pieces were hurled in his direction as the crowd fled in disarray. The playful chaos soon led them to the Hot Spring Square. In the square, a considerable number of citizens from Hot Spring Island had gathered, with a few residents mingling among them. Wang Zhihai astonishingly donned a black suit, complete with a bow tie. Dear guests, welcome to our beloved Feng Ge's 30th birthday celebration. Now, let us invite the man whose face is smeared with cake to the stage, Wang Zhihai announced, gesturing towards Ye Feng below. Uncle Yi, here is a towel for you to wipe your face. Ilian obediently offered a towel. Ah, little Ilian, you are indeed thoughtful. Ye Feng took the towel and wiped his face, finally removing the cake remnants, though his complexion had now turned a shade of black. He tidied his attire slightly and strode confidently towards the stage, eliciting bursts of laughter from the crowd, leaving Ye Feng perplexed. Feng Ge, say a few words. Wang Zhihai extended a mock microphone towards him. Public speaking is not my forte. I would rather sing a couple of songs for everyone. Ye Feng chuckled. What? Wang Zhihai quickly tossed the microphone into the spotlight. On this joyous occasion, I, Ye Feng, wish to convey 3 points. First, I desire happiness for all citizens. Second, I wish for ease among all citizens. Third, I aspire for advancement for all citizens. Applause erupted enthusiastically, with even the residents joining in the clapping. As if at that moment, they had all become citizens of Hot Spring Island. May Feng Ge's fortune be as vast as the Eastern Sea, and his longevity rival that of the Southern Mountains. Wang Zhihai offered his congratulatory words. May Feng Ge celebrate this day for many years to come. Su Yun added her well wishes. May Feng Ge enjoy marital bliss daily, and be a groom every night, Shunan chimed in. Duoyan Hina and Susan simultaneously turned their heads, glaring at Shunan. After the citizens expressed their congratulatory messages, it was the residents' turn. Ye Feng felt drowsy, nearly rolling his eyes in exasperation. Following the residents, the newly appointed general manager of Wei Yuan Security Company arrived, accompanied by 30 beautiful security guards to present their congratulations. May Hot Spring Island dominate the universe and reign supreme, they proclaimed. Immediately, the 30 lovely security guards rushed over, each planting a kiss on Ye Feng's cheek. Ha ha ha, splendid. Splendid. Ye Feng laughed heartily, instantly invigorated. Next were the owners of various factories, along with representatives from the major factions outside the screen. They had been subjected to a day of enchantment, allowing them to move freely within the screen for that duration. Black Horse Garment Factory. May Lord Yi live for eternity and unify the great desert. Blackbird Machinery Factory. May Lord Yi soar to great heights and look down upon the heavens. Ice Crystal Processing Factory. May Lord Yi dominate the world and swiftly attain the true martial realm. Just then, shouts echoed from a distance, followed by the roar of sand vehicles. 10 sand vehicles slowly entered the screen, with a citizen seated in the front one, holding a severed head. Ye Feng furrowed his brow. Ha ha ha, Feng Ge, we have successfully fulfilled our mission. With the cooperation of numerous hunters, we have finally slain this blood sorcerer. Behold, this is his head, catch it. The citizen tossed the head towards Ye Feng. Whoosh. In a flash, Wang Zhihai caught the head. Indeed, as a citizen, you resort to deception. The blood demon has long since been slain by our esteemed Feng, Wang Zhihai declared with anger. A group of powerful royals emerged, casting doubtful glances at Ye Feng. Lord Yi, this is hardly amusing. Are you reluctant to part with your 100 million spring coins? One of the royals exclaimed in fury. 100 million is but a trifle to me. However, you must have truly vanquished the blood demon, correct? Ye Feng replied, idly picking at his fingers. Examine the eyes of that severed head and take a whiff of its foul odor. Does it not belong to the blood demon? The royal was incensed. Ye Feng nodded, accepting the severed head. The eyes were indeed a pale red. Despite its prolonged death, he could still discern its identity. The head also emanated a distinct stench, reminiscent of the last blood demon. What is happening? Could there be 2 blood demons? Ye Feng furrowed his brow. The others were instantly taken aback. Fear not, brother Feng. Regardless, both blood demons are dead, and our spring island is safe, Wang Zhihai reassured with a smile. Alas, you are unaware that the wind barrier may have weakened. These blood demons might be entering from the outside. Ye Feng solemnly shook his head. And what of it if they come from outside? Chenin questioned, perplexed. Do you not comprehend? If external cultivators can infiltrate our secret realm, it signifies that even more formidable cultivators may emerge. Some may even disregard the erased lethal threads. Our spring island is not impervious, Ye Feng stated with a serious demeanor. What shall we do? The assembly of officials became immediately alarmed. After all the effort we put into securing a tranquil existence on Spring Island, why does chaos reign once more? Fear not. At least for now, we are safe. Let us celebrate. Wang Zhihai quickly consoled the crowd. Thus, the atmosphere gradually returned to laughter and merriment, though it lacked the earlier exuberance. Ye Feng's 30th birthday festivities stretched over 3 days. On the 4th day, Ye Feng visited the iron cell. There, he found the ethereal Huya busily engaged in some task, clad in a short skirt. Fair Huya, the latest batch of materials has been gathered. I kindly ask you to refine 2 soul pills, Ye Feng stated, clapping his hands. The strength of over 100 million individuals was indeed formidable. It had taken but a short time to accumulate a new batch of materials for soul pill refinement. This was once an inconceivable feat. Even the combined might of the 3 great clans, Sword Gorge, Green Meadow, and Birch City, would require centuries to gather the materials for a single soul pill. Yet here, with a sound system and the backing of currency, the collection process had accelerated over 1,000-fold. Ye Feng, once this batch of soul pills is completed, will you release me? Huiyue inquired. A dignified 5th-level royal had been reduced to a prisoner, and she felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Rest assured, I vow that upon your successful refinement of 2 soul pills, I shall release you immediately, Ye Feng replied earnestly. Very well, then please have them pass the materials in. And prepare some fuel for me as well, Huiyue nodded. After a month apart, she had noticeably lost weight. Come, pass the materials inside. If the Moonlight Fairy has any requests, do your utmost to fulfill them, Ye Feng stated before turning to leave the iron prison. Inside the 3rd training room of Hot Spring Island, Ding Tuanshuan's head was enveloped in a steam of white mist. Time passed unmarked until a resounding boom echoed within the training chamber. It worked. Success. Outside the training room, a throng of Ding Tuanshuan's admirers erupted in joy. After a while, she emerged triumphantly. Congratulations, Sister Tuanshuan. You are now a 6th-grade Power King. One of the crowd exclaimed. Sister Tuanshuan, I feel somewhat unworthy of you now. Another lamented. The crowd parted as Ye Feng strode forward, firmly grasping Ding Tuanshuan's shoulder. Little Tuanshuan, How have you progressed your cultivation so swiftly? It seems as though you have no barriers. Speak. What method did you employ to break through without harming your body? Ye Feng inquired. Not at all, brother Yi. It simply flowed naturally. I have never encountered a barrier, Ding Tuanchuan replied. Very well, Ye Feng released her. It seemed some individuals were born as prodigies in cultivation, while he belonged to the more ordinary class of practitioners. Were it not for the blood-sucking great method, a remarkable ability, he might still be struggling in the realm of strength masters. Within the birch trees, various explosive sounds erupted. Half an hour later, only a youth covered in bloodlight remained at the scene. Beneath his feet lay a massive pool filled with blood. Strangely, the blood did not freeze in the low temperatures. Rather, it boiled as if it were water. Ha ha ha, this time, I will directly break through to the late true martial stage, the youth declared, his garments shredding as he leapt into the blood pool. A day later, the youth emerged from the pool. Success. Late true martial stage, ha. At this point, I can begin to communicate with the primordial energy of heaven and earth. With this thought, he took a deep breath of the air around him. Suddenly, alarm surged through him as he pulled out 2 bone tokens from his pocket. Both completely shattered. Second brother, third brother, you have fallen. Impossible. In such a spiritually barren place, who could have vanquished true martial experts? Mo Tong inhaled deeply, a vertical eye appearing between his brows as he swept a glance over the broken tokens. Location south. Could it be that in such a desolate area, there exists a being surpassing the true martial realm? Mo Tong's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. Even though his 2 brothers had perished, he still had to weigh the risks of confronting an innate realm master. In the Starmon continent, survival was paramount for practitioners. Revenge was not of utmost importance. He would not hesitate to seek vengeance if circumstances allowed, but if they did not, he would have to swallow his anger. Should he return to fetch reinforcements, or venture south himself? After pacing back and forth several times, Mo Tong gritted his teeth and shattered his life-bound bone token. Far away in the Starmon continent, an elder suddenly opened his eyes, retrieving a similar bone token from his bosom. The Mo brothers have fallen? Observing the surroundings, it appeared they were situated at the heart of the Gale Zone. The elder pondered for a moment before a scornful smile crept across his face. What was there to fear? After all, they were in the Gale Zone, not on the Star Mist continent, and no one would witness the demise of the 3 men. He could easily fabricate a tale, claiming the trio had ventured far afield on a mission. Surely, the other sects would not underestimate the Black Wind sect. However, he recalled the last incident involving Qingmu, whose domino had also shattered. After weighing his options, the elder ultimately resolved against avenging the 3 brothers. In the Star Mist continent, should any disciple of a sect be slain, the sect's master must seek retribution. Failing to do so would signify the sect's weakness, inviting incessant trouble from others. It was a common understanding that once a sect's disciple was wronged, the entire sect bore the responsibility to restore justice. Over millions of years, myriad methods of vengeance had emerged. Some would marry their daughters to their enemies, only for the daughters to ultimately eliminate their foes. Others leveraged intricate networks to exert pressure on their adversaries. For instance, one might present gifts or women to higher-ranking sects, arrange marriages, or force opponents to publicly acknowledge their transgressions in front of prominent factions. In the Star Mist continent, reputation held more value than life itself. A person devoid of dignity would find themselves preyed upon, akin to a wounded fish in the deep sea, attracting various predators to their plight. They were certain of one thing: weakness would invite exploitation, and retaliation was an unlikely prospect. Brother Feng, you must exercise caution. The body of that worm creature just stirred. If it awakens, our first misfortune will befall Hot Springs Island. Wang Zhihai followed Ye Feng down to the abyss's depths, gazing at the colossal beast resembling a mountain. In truth, he had already noticed its movements. It was an 80-level beast. The energy within it was more than sufficient to sustain the grand formation, meaning that even if they drained its energy for a day, it would merely require an hour of slumber to regain its strength. Ye Feng's expression mirrored his unease. What then? Should we devise alternative methods to deplete its energy further? Wang Zhihai suggested anxiously. No, if we draw too aggressively, it may awaken in pain, which would spell disaster for Hot Springs Island. Ye Feng gestured towards the Goo God cauldron suspended in the sky. Upon their first encounter with the Goo God temple, the cauldron had radiated brilliance. Yet now, its aura had considerably dimmed. The sealing power of the cauldron was gradually waning, should it loosen even slightly. Given the strength of the 80-level beast, it could potentially break free from its confinement. Ye Feng spoke gravely. Brother Feng, what shall we do? Wang Zhihai was thoroughly alarmed. An 80-level beast could easily devour the combined might of all practitioners in the vast desert. I have yet to conceive another plan. This creature is indestructible, and with our current armaments, we cannot even breach its defenses. The only viable solution is to seek another hot springs island, disassemble the protective formation, and transport it to a different island. Ye Feng stated with utmost seriousness. Indeed, but where else is suitable for human habitation? Wang Zhihai inquired. After careful contemplation, I realized that once the worm-like creature awakens, it will annihilate all living beings within a radius of 1,000 miles. Thus, our second stronghold must be situated farther away, perhaps in the region of the Black Tree River or the One-Sword Gorge. Ye Feng mused thoughtfully. Brother Feng, I propose the One-Sword Gorge, as it has not yet become excessively cold, whereas the Black Tree River area may have plummeted to a terrifying temperature, Wang Zhihai suggested. Indeed, Zhihai, let us mobilize 2,000 citizens and 6,000 residents, along with the executives from Wei Yuan Company, ensuring at least those of royal caliber. They should travel northward in sand carts to escort Bai Guoguo, carrying the formation plate to the One-Sword Gorge. I believe the inhabitants there have all perished, Ye Feng lamented, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of fate. Chapter 988. A thoughtful consideration. Rest assured, I will ensure the construction of our second stronghold is executed flawlessly. I shall also bring several engineers from the engineering department. The One-Sword Gorge must harbor iron mines, where they can establish our unique fortress, Wang Zhihai declared. Very well, let us ascend. I have refrained from utilizing the worm creature for cultivation these past few days, fearing it may awaken, Ye Feng remarked. With that, the two boarded the lift, swiftly descending to the surface. Upon emerging from the abyss, Wang Zhihai waved his hand decisively. Summon all those with flowers on their shoulders to the office for a meeting, and also call the elderly gentlemen from the Congress. We have significant matters to discuss. He commanded. Immediately, dozens of guards dispersed in all directions to notify the senior officials of Hot Spring Island. An hour later, in the conference room of Hot Spring Island, over 400 individuals filled the vast space to near capacity. Ye Feng occupied the principal seat, with Raimai sitting beside him, while Li Xuan occupied another vice seat. Next to Wang Zhihai, across from them at the main seat, sat the Speaker of the Assembly, Hu Zhua. Zhihai, please convey our thoughts to the esteemed speaker. Ye Feng gestured. Yes, Island Master. Wang Zhihai stood, holding a draft in hand. In a short span, he had prepared his notes, revealing his enthusiasm for authority. I shall explain the situation. There are signs of awakening from the worm creature at the ocean's depths. At that moment, the conference room erupted into a buzz of murmurs, the attendees displaying expressions of terror. They were well aware of the creature's formidable power, an 8th-level beast. Its awakening would be more dreadful than the apocalypse itself. Silence. Silence. Wang Zhihai banged on the table, the din gradually subsiding until it vanished. Therefore, I, General Wang Zhihai, along with Island Master Ye Feng, propose to the Assembly that we relocate a portion of the populace to a more distant locale, establishing another stronghold. Should this stronghold encounter difficulties, we shall have a fallback. Wang Zhihai concluded, respectfully presenting the document to the speaker. The Assembly, though not renowned for its abilities, comprised representatives from various districts, essentially serving as the voice of the over 6,000 inhabitants of Hot Spring Island. Hence, even Ye Feng and Wang Zhihai were cautious not to offend the entire Assembly. As the speaker, I consent to the proposals put forth by Ye Feng and Wang Zhihai. Now, those in favor of this proposal, please raise your hands. This time, Hu Zhua did not waver, but was the first to express his support. The thought of an 80-level beast lying dormant beneath the Hot Springs Island was enough to instill fear even in the bravest of souls. Swiftly, a significant majority of the Assembly raised their hands in agreement. Observing the overwhelming support, the remaining members were disinclined to raise their hands as well. Very well, Master Yi and Wang Zhihai, your proposal has been approved by our Assembly. Now, do you have any detailed plans to share with us? Hu Zhua inquired. Wang Zhihai rose once more. We are preparing to relocate 2,000 citizens, 6,000 residents, along with some senior members from the security company. These individuals will protect the formation of Bai Guoguo as we establish a new stronghold at the location of Sword Gorge. The name I have chosen for this stronghold is the Hot Springs Island Concession at Sword Gorge. After Wang Zhihai concluded, he glanced at the assembly. The name may be lengthy, yet it does not hinder our agreement. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Bourgeois raised his hand again, with a decisive flourish. Yet again, a substantial majority of members raised their hands, leaving only a minority dissenting. This proposal is commendable. The library at Sword Gorge is the largest in the vast desert. I suggest we establish the concession there. What are your thoughts? Chenin proposed. Bourgeois cast a discerning glance at Chun but eventually nodded in agreement. I concur. With that, every member raised their hands in unison, fully aware of the immense value that knowledge holds. In the modern civilized world, one can easily access books online. Yet, in this primitive society devoid of computers, each book's worth is immeasurable. Next, we shall begin the selection process for those who will go to the Sword Gorge concession. This matter will be deliberated by the assembly itself, but I propose that Bai Guogua must be included, for she is a prodigy in formations. Wang Zhihai stated before taking his seat. Very well, let us discuss this immediately. All non-member citizens, please exit. We will need the meeting room for 5 hours. Bourgeois declared sternly. With a rustle, Ye Feng and the others rose and exited the meeting room in an orderly fashion. After a while, the room was left with only a handful of assembly members. Bourgeois tapped the table. Firstly, Ye Feng cannot leave Hot Springs Island. Otherwise, the 1 million people outside the barrier will revolt, and only Ye Feng can quell them, Bourgeois asserted. I agree, however. Ye Feng's 2 primary wives and his son must be relocated to the Sword Gorge concession. One assembly member raised his hand. Isn't that rather harsh? Are you not proposing to tear his family apart? Bourgeois frowned. If the Sword Gorge concession lacks Ye Feng's immediate family, he will inevitably focus solely on Hot Springs Island, neglecting Sword Gorge. Thus, it is imperative to separate him from his closest kin, the assembly member argued. Bourgeois nodded, then turned to the other assembly members. Very well, please draft the list of candidates. After half a day, the assembly finally completed the list. What a tiring process. All right, open the door and let them in. Bourgeois wiped the sweat from his brow. Ye Feng and his companions had been waiting outside the door, and at this moment, they entered with great joy. With the addition of a new stronghold, they could now rest easy, having secured at least one avenue of retreat. If it weren't for the limitation of a single formation disk, they would have even considered establishing more strongholds. Half an hour later, Ye Feng and the others were seated in the conference room. I will announce the list of the migrating citizens, he began. Duo Yen He Na, Yi Xing, Susan, Bai Chuxue, Chenin, and Deputy Island Master Rai Mai Zi will also go to the new stronghold to oversee matters, followed by Ding Tuan Tuan. After a while, the list was finally read out, comprising over 2,000 individuals. As for the selection of residents, that would be handled by Ye Feng and Wang Zhihai, without interference from the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, have you perhaps overlooked my name? Ye Feng raised his hand. There was no oversight. You, Ye Feng, are to remain on Hot Spring Island to oversee affairs, while Deputy Island Master Rai Mai Zi will preside over the affairs in the One Sword Gorge concession, replied Bourgeois with a serious glance at the list. Then, may I request that my wife and children remain on Hot Spring Island? Ye Feng inquired. No, this is a collective decision by the councillors. Bourgeois shook his head. I protest. Ye Feng roared. Protests are ineffective. If the island master insists on keeping his wife and children by his side, we will all resign, Bourgeois declared, prompting dozens of councillors to stand. Very well. How long until I can see my wife and children? Ye Feng asked. The situation is unclear at present. I cannot say. However, you could utilize the weekends to meet with them, Bourgeois replied with a smile. Are you jesting? One Sword Gorge is thousands of miles away. By the time I arrive, it will already be Monday. What nonsense is this? Ye Feng protested vehemently. You could work continuously for 2 months, saving up 16 days. With the aid of the sand cart, you might manage a round trip, Bourgeois suggested. 16 days is hardly sufficient. I fear the time for a one-way ticket won't even be enough. It seems the only opportunity for a reunion with my wife and children will be during the new year. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Island Master Yi, I acknowledge your greatness. But the decisions made by the House of Representatives cannot be altered. Please understand our difficulties. This course of action has been deliberated thoroughly and is not a mere whim. Bourgeois spoke with a tone laden with emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, a shoe was thrown from afar, striking him squarely on the forehead. You scoundrel! If you dare to separate our family, I will take your life. Susan could no longer contain herself. Immediately, Su Yun and others rushed to restrain her. Do not act impulsively, sister. That is the esteemed speaker, Su Yun advised. And what of the speaker? Ye Feng established this House of Representatives for the sake of fairness and justice. Yet this group of old geezers has exploited its power to tear our family apart. Susan huffed indignantly. Chapter 989. I cannot bear to part with you. Bourgeois rose from beneath the table, a shoe print now adorning his forehead. Mr. Speaker, I would like to inquire, if I and Yi Xing were to leave Hot Spring Island, should outsiders wish to enter the barrier, who would place the curse upon them? Duo Hina also raised her hand. After careful deliberation, we have taken this into account. Therefore, once you depart, no outsiders will enter the light curtain, rendering your need for sorcery unnecessary, Tiger Claw stated. Excellent. I would like to inquire who proposed the separation of our family. Duo Hina spoke, her gaze sweeping across the assembly. I am unaware. I seem to have forgotten, but it was certainly not me, Tiger Claw replied, his eyes darting as he raised a shield to place before the table. The other council members instantly felt a chill and lowered their heads. It was a jest, but each of them bore the curse placed by Duo Hina. If she were to unleash her wrath and remove the curse, they would undoubtedly be torn to pieces by the cursed threads. Rest assured, I will uncover the truth. When the time comes, I shall see who possesses such a lack of conscience as to separate our family. Duo Hina sat down, her countenance cloaked in frost. Chairman, Feng Ge and I are a golden duo. Could I possibly remain on Hot Spring Island? Chunin raised his hand. No. You must proceed to the One-Sword Gorge concession, and your wife Qiu Shui will accompany you, Tiger Claw replied while glancing at the list. No. Feng Ge has already been separated from his family. I have made up my mind. I too shall be separated. Chunin protested vehemently. That is not permissible. The proposal to reunite you two was personally suggested by me, to prevent you from cavorting in Peach Blossom Village again, as I caught you red-handed last time. Tiger Claw replied coolly. Oh, you wretched man. Were you not satiated at home that you resorted to seeking indulgences outside? Qiu Shui exclaimed in fury, seizing Chunan's ear and giving it a vigorous twist. Ouch! As the meeting adjourned, Ye Feng walked outside with a solemn expression. After a while, Duo Hina and Susan approached, each linking arms with Ye Feng. Feng, I cannot bear to part with you, Susan said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Do not worry, we shall reunite at least once a year, Ye Feng reassured, wiping away Susan's tears. Feng, rest assured. I will look after our son in the One-Sword Gorge concession, Duo Hina declared. Yes, with your assurance, I can be at ease, my dear Muma. Ye Feng bestowed a kiss upon the cheeks of Duo Hina and Susan. At that moment, little Yi Xing approached. Father, do not worry. Once we reach the One-Sword Gorge concession, I will protect Mother and Aunt Susan. Yi Xing, now 6 years old, exuded the demeanor of a little gentleman. Just then, a young girl clad in white passed by, and Yi Xing's gaze became fixed. In the next moment, before Ye Feng could react, he dashed forward, calling out, Eva, let us go to the amusement park together. All right. The two children clasped hands and departed. Ye Feng sighed, another lovesick pup, alas. 3 days swiftly passed. Outside the light curtain, the scene resembled a festive celebration. Over 1,000 sand vehicles were neatly arranged in the icy expanse. More than 20 power sovereigns, along with over 200 power kings and 2,000 power masters, had already poked their heads out of the sand vehicles. The moment has arrived, and a multitude of citizens emerges from the luminous veil, a sight that fills my heart with exhilaration. Gradually, over 2,000 citizens and more than 6,000 residents step forth, accompanied by their families, children in tow, and the elderly supported. Leading the procession is Rimiko, flanked by Duo Hina and the warmly clad Xiao Yexing, who is crying out in distress, Eva, my dear Eva. Once all citizens and residents have exited, the azure glow of the veil slowly dissipates. A short while later, Bai Guoguo emerges, cradling a rectangular box containing 10 ceremonial flags and a formation plate. Ye Feng and Wang Zhihai personally escort her out of the veil. The personnel from Wei Yuan Company observe attentively. Ye Feng's gaze sweeps over the nearly 1,000 sand carts, prompting the security personnel to poke their heads out and salute him. Upon reaching Yijian Gorge, regardless of your past identity, you may now become a resident of the concession, granted the privilege to dwell within the grand formation and bask in its warmth. Ah, how splendid! At long last, we can reside within the veil. After such a long wait, Today has finally arrived, and I am overwhelmed with joy. I have finally earned the recognition of Hot Spring Island and have become a permanent resident. Before Ye Feng could finish his speech, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Silence, silence. Ye Feng was compelled to unleash a formidable roar, compelling them to hush. As residents, you must safeguard the concession of Hot Spring Island at Yijian Gorge and protect all citizens within. His voice reverberated powerfully. Rest assured, Island Master, this is our duty, came the fervent replies from the crowd. I swear by my son, if a single citizen of Hot Spring Island perishes, I shall unleash my wrath upon the perpetrator. I vow by my wife, if a single citizen of Hot Spring Island falls, I shall take my wife's life. The crowd began to swear oaths, fearful that Ye Feng might deny them entry into the vale. Ye Feng nodded approvingly and approached Duoyan Hina and Susan. Ah Feng, ah Feng. Two soft bodies pressed into his embrace. Dear wives, do not worry. It may not be long before we reunite at Yijian Gorge. And now, my son, come and bid farewell to your father. Ye Feng crouched down. No, I want to say goodbye to Eva. Xiao Yixing dashed over, enveloping Eva in a flurry of affectionate gestures. Ye Feng remarked, this little one has inherited my fine traditions from an early age. Hina, Susan, once we reach Yijian Gorge, please ensure he is well guided and not led astray into early romance. Mind your own affairs, Susan retorted with playful annoyance. Having known Ye Feng the longest, she was well aware of his nature and anticipated that he would not remain steadfast for long after they departed. Yet, she felt powerless to rein him in. At last, all had boarded the sand carts. Duoyan Hina waved fervently from atop the cart, bidding Ye Feng farewell. Ah Feng, as you find yourself alone on the island of Hot Springs, do take care and refrain from engaging in reckless bravado with others. Rest assured, my dear, during your absence, I think of you 100 times each day. Ah Feng, I shall miss you dearly. Susan is also waving goodbye. My love, venture forth without worry. I shall be thinking of you here as well. Father, farewell, until we meet again. Xiao Yixing is also peeking out from atop the sand cart. The preceding sand carts have finally vanished into the swirling snowstorm. Subsequently, nearly 1,000 sand carts followed, each occupied by skilled warriors of the rank of master or higher. Susan, Hina, my son, I shall miss you all profoundly. Wuang Zhihai, this evening let us explore Peach Blossom Village. I have heard it is quite vibrant. Once all the sand carts disappeared into the tempest, Ye Feng swiftly wiped away his tears and turned to Wang Zhihai beside him. Wang Zhihai remarked, Sister Susan warned me before her departure. If she discovers you venturing to Peach Blossom Village, she shall return and castrate me. Feng Ge, please do not put me in peril. Wang Zhihai was taken aback. If you do not mention it, she would remain unaware. It appears that Susan truly understands me. She anticipated my visit to Peach Blossom Village. Let us go this very night, masked, and discreetly stroll about. Fear not, I shall not indulge in frivolity. Merely haggling with the merchants, Ye Feng excitedly declared. Chapter 990. Then I shall trouble you. Feng Ge, why not allow He Li Xian to accompany you? That fellow presents himself as upright, yet I have encountered him privately in Peach Blossom Village on several occasions. Wang Zhihai suggested, appearing troubled. In the Hot Spring Island, he fears but two individuals, Ye Feng and the tempestuous Susan. It is only due to these two that Wang Zhihai can suppress his restless ambitions. Otherwise, he would have long claimed dominion. No, He Li Xian is too taciturn. It would be far more engaging to accompany you, Ye Feng responded solemnly. He found himself at a critical juncture and decided to seize the opportunity for a brief respite. Perhaps a moment of relaxation would enable him to break through his current limitations. Very well. At the third watch tonight, I shall knock on your door with a specific signal. Then, we shall set forth together. Wang Zhihai nodded in agreement. Just then, a nurse from the Hot Spring Hospital arrived. Feng Ge, splendid news. The materials for the first batch of holy water have been gathered. Ah, Zhihai, let us hasten to the hospital. Upon finishing his words, Ye Feng led Wang Zhihai towards the hospital. Once the holy water is successfully concocted, it may indeed revive Tu Ba. Should it be administered to Long Wu, there remains a chance he might regain his complete memories. Presently, Long Wu seems to recall only a few significant figures. However, his knowledge of firearms is ingrained within him, as he continues to fiddle with a handgun. In truth, Ye Feng understood that Tu Ba, Yang Li, and Gu Shan were unlikely to be saved. He had last seen the three of them in a state of severe disfigurement, preserved only by an abundance of ice to prevent decay. Even if their physical forms were revived, what of their souls? What of the memories within their minds? The holy water may resurrect flesh and bone, yet it cannot guarantee the restoration of their souls. However, there is still Long Wu, who merits Ye Feng's willingness to expend a significant amount of holy water on his behalf. Upon reaching the hospital, they found Niu Decao and by Chu Shui diligently organizing the materials. The entire office was meticulously organized, with various herbs, crystals, and minerals arranged according to their classifications, amounting to at least tens of thousands. Brother Feng, the materials have been sorted, but none among us possess the skill to concoct holy water, by Chu Shui remarked. No worries. Let me think. We can have the moon fairy from the iron prison brew it. She can produce soul elixirs, so holy water should be a trivial task for her. Ye Feng replied dismissively. But she might not know the method to create holy water, Niu Decao interjected. It's fine, I'll personally inquire. You all categorize and package these materials into sacks and send them to the iron prison. I'll head there first. Jihai, if there's nothing pressing, you may attend to your official duties. It's still not time to clock out, Ye Feng instructed. All right, understood. The two responded, each diving into their tasks. Ye Feng strode purposefully towards the iron prison. Open the door. A thunderous sound echoed as the guards swung open the gate of the iron prison, allowing Ye Feng to step inside. The iron door slammed shut behind him, enveloping Ye Feng in a sense of confinement. At that moment, he could empathize with the moon fairy's fear, for most humans harbor a fear of enclosed spaces. No one is immune to it. Moon fairy, are you there? Ye Feng called out loudly from the first floor. After a considerable wait, a voice from the second floor responded, Is it Master Yi? Please come up. I shall await you here. There was a certain resoluteness in her tone. Ye Feng's expression shifted as he ascended the stairs, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his blade. Although he was confident that he had surpassed her in strength, one could never predict the extraordinary capabilities of a seasoned fifth-tier power. However, upon reaching the second floor, Ye Feng's eyes widened, and he relaxed his grip on the sword. There stood a woman, nearly nude, with her back to him. Delicate strands of fabric wrapped around her chest and cascaded down her back, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Below, she wore a mere 2-finger-width strip of material that clung to her form, leaving little to the imagination. Unexpectedly, the moon fairy had donned the super bikini sent by Chunin, an ensemble that was more revealing than a conventional bikini, resembling a state of undress. Moon fairy, what is this? Ye Feng stammered, awkwardly touching his nose as heat rushed to his face. The moon fairy slowly turned around, and Ye Feng's eyes bulged in disbelief. With a sudden rush, blood gushed from his nostrils. The scant fabric covering her chest barely concealed her, hinting at her curves, while the lower portion was so revealing that even the grass below was visible. What's wrong? Why are you bleeding? The moon fairy approached, her youthful visage radiating innocence. As she moved, the little fabric she wore shifted tantalizingly, revealing more of her enchanting form. She grasped Ye Feng's wrist and tenderly offered him a tissue to wipe away his blood. Apologies, I've been feeling a bit overheated lately. Aren't you cold in such little attire? Ye Feng discreetly stole a glance at her alluring neckline. The temperature on Hot Spring Island consistently hovers around 30 degrees, leaving me completely unbothered by the chill. Ye Feng, what brings you here? Asked Hao Yu with a serious expression. Yet, her somewhat revealing attire gave off an air of restrained allure. Let me think. Oh, I almost forgot. I came to ask if you could assist me in concocting holy water, Ye Feng inquired. Holy water? Of course I can. Our 3 great clans have learned some methods from the temple. Although our techniques may not be as orthodox as those of the temple, we can still achieve about 80% of the holy water's efficacy, Hao Yu replied, turning slowly, her supple waist swaying gently. That's wonderful. I appreciate your help. Let's pause the soul elixir project for now. The holy water is of utmost importance to me, Ye Feng stated, his gaze fixed intently on Hao Yu's silhouette. Is that the sole reason for your visit? Hao Yu asked without turning, her hands delicately tending to her long hair. Indeed, that is the only matter at hand, Ye Feng said, though his legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. Very well, I will assist you with the holy water. If there's nothing else, you may leave, Hao Yu said languidly. Yet, even as her back faced Ye Feng, her eyes darted about, revealing her true intentions. Clearly, she had dressed in a bikini not merely for casual conversation. As a seasoned player in the game of love, she intended to employ the strategy of feigned indifference to gauge Ye Feng's reaction. Now, Hao Yu accepted the harsh reality, Escaping from her confinement was utterly impossible. Ye Feng would keep her tethered, continually producing various elixirs for him. As the former leader of the Verdant clan, she was not content to be treated like a mere pet, and thus, she resolved to employ more cunning tactics. Moreover, she was adept at understanding men's desires. Once she surrendered her body, her worth would diminish significantly. In such a scenario, she had to play the game of coyness, enticing Ye Feng while keeping him utterly captivated. She also acknowledged that in terms of combat prowess, she was no match for Ye Feng, even if 10 of her united forces were to confront him. Left with no choice, she decided to shift the battleground, seeking to compel Ye Feng to surrender through alternative means. Chapter 991. You can't leave if there's nothing else. You may take your leave, but remember to bring the materials for the holy water, Hao Yu said coolly. Then, I shall take my leave, Ye Feng replied, stepping toward the exit. Though Hao Yu maintained an outward calm, her heart raced with anxiety. Did Ye Feng not appreciate her flirtatious demeanor? Or perhaps he disapproved of her attire? Yet, that couldn't be true. He had clearly been taken aback upon entering. Panic surged within her as Ye Feng's footsteps echoed on the staircase. Soon, he would exit the confines of the iron cell, leaving her to solitude once more. Unable to contain herself any longer, she abruptly turned. Ye Feng. What is it? Ye Feng quickly turned back, their gazes locking in an intense exchange. In that moment, the air crackled with tension. Boom. The sound of a heartbeat reverberated against the iron walls, a flush spreading across Chasing Horse's face. Captain, is something good about to happen? The 3 guards pressed their ears against the wall. In the briefest moment, 2 bursts of hot air escaped from the nostrils of the 4 formidable guards. Captain, can we visit Peach Blossom Village tonight? One guard inquired. Well, I want to be footing the bill. You'll have to pay for yourselves, Chasing Horse replied with difficulty. Still attuned to the sounds emanating from the iron cell. The noises persisted for an unusually long duration, melodious like the song of a lark. An hour later, the bright moon illuminated the scene as Hao Yu sat up and adjusted the scant fabric draping her form. She slowly turned around, a hint of a flirtatious smile gracing her lips. What do you think? The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding. Soon, the enchanting notes of the lark echoed once more from within the iron cell. Later that evening, Ye Feng emerged from the cell, his face glowing with vitality. Is the jailer present? He asked. I am, replied the jailer as a citizen approached, scrutinizing Ye Feng from head to toe. Goodness, I haven't even gotten close. Yet you, Brother Feng, have made your move. Once Fairy Hao Yu concocts the soul elixir and sacred water, we should release her. After all, we cannot indefinitely confine her. She is a 5th-tier power sovereign, and it's time to absorb another citizen, Ye Feng stated with gravity. Oh, the jailer nodded, visibly displeased, contemplating how to address Ye Feng at the Congress later. At that moment, the hot spring hospital delivered an array of materials. Hundreds of packages streamed through the bars into the iron cell. Outside the luminous barrier, a young man donned in a mask gazed in astonishment at the warm oasis of the hot spring island. A sword formation? In such a remote place, how can there be such a sophisticated sword array? It far surpasses our Black Wind Sect's formation. In fact, it is even superior to the Great Clan's protective arrays. What energy source sustains their sword formation? The young man paced before the barrier, his pale red eyes shimmering with intrigue. After the blood sacrifice, his eyes would retain their pale hue for several months, but eventually, they would revert to their normal state. And the lingering stench would gradually fade away until it vanished completely. As darkness enveloped the sky, 4 figures stealthily emerged from the luminous barrier. With Chasing Horse leading the way, his face obscured by a cloth. The other 3 were, of course, Ye Feng's guards, having swapped shifts for the night, ensuring his protection. Brothers, what energy source powers your sword formation? Mo Tong intercepted Chasing Horse and his companions. Why the multitude of questions? We are off duty now and shall not entertain such trivial inquiries. We must take our leave, Chasing Horse replied before vanishing into the swirling snowstorm. After a while, the barrier opened once more, revealing 2 shadowy figures stealthily exiting. The individual at the rear concealed nearly their entire face, leaving only a pair of pale golden eyes visible. Indeed, it was Ye Feng. Ye Feng and Mo Tong exchanged a glance, and an involuntary chill ran down their spines. Then, Ye Feng scrutinized Mo Tong's eyes, confirming their pale red hue. Brother Feng, why haven't you left? As twilight descended, the visage of the young lady remained discernible, Otherwise, in the enveloping darkness, one might only discover an unsightly figure upon entering the ice house. Wang Zhihai was imparting his wisdom from the front. Zhihai, I shall not be attending this evening. You return to the light curtain, Ye Feng stated with a hint of indifference. Why not? I just consumed half a pound of dried red fruits. Wang Zhihai replied, turning back with a puzzled expression directed at Ye Feng. The next moment, following Ye Feng's gaze, he beheld Mo Tong. Ah, very well, I shall return at once. If necessary, I will seek out those few unremarkable women to resolve the matter. Brother Feng, you should also head back. Wang Zhihai felt a surge of alarm within. No, you return first, Ye Feng countered, scrutinizing Mo Tong with keen interest. There was indeed an unmistakable scent of blood about her, and her eyes bore a faint crimson hue. It appeared that the wind zone had begun to shift, heralding an influx of formidable beings into this realm. Who might you be? Ye Feng inquired directly. Who I am is of little consequence. I wish to know, within this sword formation, who is the mightiest among you? What is their realm? Mo Tong inquired with unrestrained directness. The strongest is a being of the void realm, Ye Feng fabricated, hoping to avert conflict. It was best to intimidate this individual with the title of a void expert. Otherwise, troubles would undoubtedly abound in the future. Void realm? Huh, such audacity. If there truly were a mighty being of the void realm within this formation, why are those outside so weak? Would not such a being elevate the strength of those nearby? Yet, as it stands, I have yet to encounter even a true martial realm individual. The highest I have seen are merely a few peak practitioners of the acquired realm. Mo Tong swiftly dismantled Ye Feng's bluff. I cannot provide you with an explanation. Suffice it to say there is indeed a formidable being of the void realm within the sword formation. It would be prudent for you to depart post-haste. Perhaps our clan leader has already sensed your presence, and when that occurs, you shall find it impossible to leave. Ye Feng continued to weave his tale. Indeed, Mo Tong instinctively took a step back. However, he quickly advanced once more. You are merely boasting. If there truly exists a being of the void realm, summon them forth for me to witness. In my lifetime, I have only encountered a senior of the divine source realm. Should a void expert truly be present, I would relish the opportunity to broaden my horizons. Mo Tong articulated slowly, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Chapter 992, before Ye Feng in an instant. He was 90% certain that Ye Feng was fabricating tales, yet what if that remaining 10% held truth? My apologies, but our clan leader would never deign to meet with an ant like you. It would be wise for you to depart quickly. Our clan leader is in seclusion, and when they emerge, you will find your escape impossible. As Ye Feng spoke, he stealthily retreated towards the entrance of the grand formation. When He Na and Yi Xing departed, they had left 4 massive gaps in the formation, creating entrances in the cardinal directions. Citizens and residents could enter freely, yet those who had not been cursed dared not approach the gates of Hot Spring Island. Young man, are you toying with me? Mo Tong's eyes narrowed as he suddenly reached out to grasp Ye Feng. He perceived that Ye Feng was merely at the pinnacle of the acquired realm and deemed it beneath him to utilize his flying sword against such an opponent. Boom! Ye Feng, without any hesitation, exchanged a punch with Mo Tong. After the strike, his muscles tensed, and a layer of golden light emanated from his body, twisting and transforming into a magnificent golden avatar that stood 15 to 16 meters tall. Is this not the divine technique of the god of spear? The Brahma holy demon art, once wielded by him? Ha ha ha, it seems this journey is destined to be worthwhile. Mo Tong laughed heartily, slapping his waist, whereupon a golden small sword soared into the sky. It expanded rapidly, soon transforming into a colossal sword measuring 5 meters in length. This giant sword hovered above his head, exuding an overwhelming sword intent. Ordinary onlookers, sensing this potent aura, retreated to a distance of 1,000 meters, gazing in astonishment at the 2 figures before the luminous curtain. Listen closely, young man. I shall only say this once. Surrender the Brahma holy demon art, and perhaps I may spare you, Mo Tong stated coldly. Apologies, Ye Feng replied, pushing his fists forward and taking the initiative to strike. The golden avatar behind him stepped forward, mirroring his dual fist assault. Boom! The surrounding space seemed to freeze momentarily. Yet, after merely 2 seconds, a resounding explosion ensued as countless layers of ice shattered, sending seawater soaring into the air. Flash! Mo Tong directed at Ye Feng with a finger. The giant sword above him spun and descended directly upon the golden avatar. In an instant, The powerful sword intent caused the avatar to twist, as if it were on the verge of annihilation. This is bad. Ye Feng crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest. Puff! The giant sword effortlessly cleaved through the golden avatar, sending Ye Feng's body flying 20 meters away while the avatar dissipated. However, simultaneously, Ye Feng found himself drawn into the luminous curtain. Attempting to flee, Tong moved swiftly, leaping several dozen meters and crashing into the luminous curtain. His eyes narrowed, his expression shifting. Puff, puff, puff. A strand of golden silk approached, leaving a long scratch upon his giant sword. What? The sword array attacks intruders automatically? This is not good. Tong moved to escape the sword array. Unfortunately, as Doyen Hina had anticipated this scenario, any formidable warrior exceeding the true martial realm who entered the luminous curtain would be ensnared, unable to exit. Boom. The giant sword struck the luminous curtain, yet it didn't even tremble. Instead, it rebounded forcefully, crashing down and demolishing a nearby building. Chirp, chirp. The air shimmered with golden light as two strands of golden silk sliced towards Tong. I refuse to believe I cannot breach this sword array. Maintaining his confidence, Tong pointed at the giant sword. After a spin, it severed the two strands of golden silk and continued to charge towards the luminous curtain. Boom. Still, it failed to penetrate the curtain. Chirp, 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 chirp. For strands of golden silk materialized. Tong's expression grew grave. He pressed his body against the side of the giant sword, performing a hand seal. Unity of man and sword. Tong shouted, propelling both himself and the sword towards the azure luminous curtain. Boom. The giant sword erupted in fragments, and Tong staggered back a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This, not good. He was taken aback, golden light erupting from his body. Puff, 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 puff. For strands of golden silk intertwined and struck at his body. The brilliance of the golden light dimmed slightly, yet it still managed to endure. Kid, I concede. Your sword formation is formidable. Cease your sword formation now, and I shall refrain from unleashing my most potent techniques, Tong declared, attempting to maintain his composure. However, Ye Feng concealed himself behind the sand cart, revealing only a small portion of his head. I am speaking to you. Do not compel me to employ my true abilities. Tong's breath quickened. Ye Feng, with a cold smile plastered across his face, ignored him entirely. You? Do not overstep your bounds. Suddenly, 8 strands of golden silk appeared, once again striking at him. Tong could no longer maintain his composure. His entire body trembled, and a small sword shot forth from behind him. Yet, before the small sword could expand, the 8 strands of golden silk struck, shattering it into fragments. The sword formation possessed this unique characteristic. The initial strand of golden silk was slow in speed and reaction, but as subsequent strands were released, both speed and reaction would accelerate. The more strands there were, the exponentially greater the speed and response became. Vajra Talisman. Tong's countenance changed drastically as he pulled out a talisman from his bosom and abruptly affixed it to himself. In an instant, his body enlarged, radiating a resplendent golden light. Zhi. 16 strands of golden silk emerged. Clang, clang, clang. 16 successive strikes were astonishingly all thwarted by the Vajra Talisman. Kid, today I shall vanquish you. Upon finishing his words, Tong charged towards Ye Feng, bolstered by the Vajra Talisman. Brother Feng, run! Wang Zhihai exclaimed, abruptly pulling the cart crossbow. Clang! A bolt from the crossbow collided with Tong, shattering the cart crossbow into pieces. What the hell is this armor? It's far too tough. Wang Zhihai, frightened, hastily sought refuge behind a nearby object. Tong was about to charge at Ye Feng when, from a distance, 32 strands of golden silk emerged, crossing to strike at him. Clang, 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 clang. The brilliance of the Vajra Talisman dimmed significantly. Ye Feng squinted, suddenly lifting the sand cart over his head and hurling it at Tong with great force. Boom! The sand cart collided with the Vajra Talisman, deforming the front of the cart, yet Tong remained unscathed. Whoosh! 64 strands of golden silk manifested. After a series of clang, 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 the golden light enveloping Tong diminished by more than half. Nevertheless, he swiftly closed the distance, appearing right before Ye Feng. Boom! The two exchanged a punch, sending Ye Feng flying 5 meters away, while Mo Tong only staggered back 2 steps. However, after those 2 steps, he lunged forward, seizing Ye Feng's arm with one hand while the other clutched Ye Feng's neck. Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng reciprocated by grabbing Mo Tong's neck with one hand while his other hand clasped Mo Tong's waist. Blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Ah! Mo Tong was taken aback, his body convulsing as he broke free from Ye Feng's blood-sucking grip. Buzz! A massive swarm of golden silk surged from the distance, resembling dark clouds as they swept towards Mo Tong. Clang, 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 clang. Following a cacophony of explosions, Mo Tong stood stripped bare. The 128 strands of golden silk not only shattered his indestructible talisman, but also reduced his garments to mere tatters. Buzz! The reaction speed of the golden strands grew increasingly rapid. In Chapter 993, a few individuals remained to observe her. Suddenly, 256 strands of golden silk flickered, striking Mo Tong with a velocity akin to teleportation. Ag! A brief, anguished cry escaped Mo Tong amidst a burst of golden light. 512 strands of golden silk materialized, followed by 1,024. Mo Tong's form was severed into nothingness, vanishing without a trace from the realm. Exhaling deeply, Ye Feng felt a wave of relief. At present, the Azure Sword formation, without a presiding master, exhibited sluggish reactions to the initial waves of golden strands. Had the youth charged forth with murderous intent from the onset, the loss of life on Hot Spring Island would have likely exceeded several hundred souls. Fortunately, the youth initially focused solely on defending against the golden strands, harboring no thoughts of indiscriminate slaughter. If only Duoyan Hina and Yi Xing were present, they could have swiftly doubled the number of golden strands, preventing the youth from enduring for so long. Outside the luminous barrier, at least tens of thousands bore witness to the annihilation of the demon by the sword formation, their mouths agape in astonishment, as if they could swallow an apple whole. How terrifying! This is the sword formation of Hot Spring Island. Having missed the spectacle last time, they finally beheld it in its entirety. The upper echelons of Hot Spring Island emerged, their faces etched with shock as they gazed upon the sight of the youth's demise. Hey, Brother Feng. This scroll hasn't been severed. Come and take a look. Wang Zhihai dashed forward to retrieve a scroll. Oh, could it be a method to conquer one's inner demons? Ye Feng exclaimed joyfully, hastily taking a look. The scroll bore several large characters on its exterior, the biography of Mo Tong. What? It's merely a personal biography? What could possibly be interesting about that? Ye Feng sighed. Brother Feng, let us still take a look. Perhaps this biography contains secrets unknown to us, Wang Zhihai suggested. Indeed, everyone gather around to observe. Heli Xian, you should come as well. With the absence of Li Meizi, our authority is now paramount. Ye Feng beckoned to Heli Xian. Oh, very well. Heli Xian approached with a group of followers. Ye Feng endeavored to unfurl the scroll for all to see. Mo Tong, an inner disciple of the Black Wind sect, ranked 79th at the mid-level of the true martial realm, one of the 3 notorious Mo family figures of the Xingming continent. In 774, he exterminated the peak of the acquired realm, Shalong, obtaining a Shalong pill. In 656, he encountered Bai Ping, a master of the early innate realm, and became a disciple under him. In 521, he witnessed the master of the Black Wind sect, a late-stage transformation expert, and pledged loyalty to the sect. The more Ye Feng read, the more intrigued he became. Wait a moment, aren't there only 4 major realms above the true martial realm? Why does this scroll mention at least 11 distinct realms? They are sequentially acquired, true martial, innate, transformation, divine origin, refinement, spirit division, half-divine, void clarity, supreme void, and divine realm. Concurrently, Ye Feng gleaned from the text an approximate understanding of the realm corresponding to the worm monster. Brother Feng, if we were to speculate based on the biography, the level 80 worm monsters beneath the abyss would correspond to the semi-divine realm of the Starmon continent. Wang Zhihai was the most astute, being the first to deduce this. Yes, that seems about right, but lamentably, the strongest among us in the vast desert, the Force Emperor, is merely at the acquired level, which is the lowest tier in the Starmon continent. Ye Feng sighed. He had believed himself to be at the pinnacle of the desert, only to discover that he was but a lowly being in the Starmon continent. The most pressing concern is that the wind barrier has likely loosened, allowing those formidable beings to freely enter the desert. It is akin to a regression to a state of liberation. Brother Feng, do not be despondent. Even that Mo Tong has only encountered experts of the divine origin realm, proving that those above the transformation realm do not frequently reveal themselves. We are not so inferior. Wang Zhihai reassured, patting Ye Feng's shoulder. Indeed. Very well then. Tomorrow, I shall descend into the abyss for cultivation, striving to reach the 9th tier Force Emperor as soon as possible. Once the soul pill of the bright moon is refined, I shall endeavor to break through to the legendary true martial realm, Ye Feng declared resolutely. Just then, Ye Xiaoqiao approached, her eyes shimmering with tears. What troubles you, Xiaoqiao? Were you hurt earlier? Ye Feng was startled. Brother Feng, my grandfather, he is nearing the end of his life. What happened? Ye Feng's heart tightened. My grandfather is currently an 8th tier Force Master, but his talents are too poor to break through to the Force King realm. He has just informed me that his lifespan is nearly exhausted and wishes to see you. Upon uttering this, Ye Xiaoqiao collapsed into Ye Feng's embrace, weeping inconsolably. The others, upon hearing this, wore solemn expressions. They had nearly forgotten that if they could not advance, their lifespans would inevitably dwindle. Let us go see your grandfather. Thus, the senior members made their way to a villa in the Eastern District. Ye Xiaoqiao is a citizen, yet her grandfather was denied citizenship during the voting. As the citizens of Hot Spring Island believed he had contributed little to the island and thus did not qualify. On a bed covered with animal skins, an elderly man gazed blankly at the crowd. After a long silence, he spoke laboriously. Ye Feng, Master Yi. I am here, Ye Feng replied promptly, grasping his hand. Master Yi, I have lived for 271 years, and my only concern is Xiaoqiao. Please take care of her. Once I am gone, she will have no family left in this world, the old man, Yi Huahua, said with great difficulty. Grandfather, Ye Xiaoqiao cried out, collapsing onto Yi Huahua's body in anguish. Rest assured, she shall be my dear sister. Whoever dares to bully her shall face my wrath, Ye Feng vowed with determination. No, she can never be your sister. I can see it clearly. This girl has fallen for you. Would you consider taking her as a concubine? I know you already have 2 legitimate wives, Yi Huahua remarked, before erupting into a violent cough. Sir, the customs of Hot Spring Island forbid the taking of concubines, but rest assured, if Xiaoqiao does not mind, I would be willing. Ye Feng nodded, a hint of melancholy stirring within him. Having spent considerable time in this otherworldly realm, he found that most of his acquaintances had either met their demise through violent means or succumbed to illness. Only this old wildfire had withered away from age. No, I cannot allow myself to perish in such a cowardly manner as wildfire, languishing helplessly in bed. I must ascend, relentlessly engage in cultivation, and ensure the vitality of my lifespan flows abundantly. As Wildfire's eyes gently closed, his legs gradually stretched out. Grandfather, grandfather, Wildfire, Wildfire. Old sir. With the exclamations of those around him, Wildfire exhaled his final breath. A heart-wrenching wail burst forth as Ye Xiaoqiao wept bitterly, leaving a few onlookers gazing at her. Ye Feng sighed deeply and strode out of the villa. In the dead of night, Wang Zhihai did not return to Taohua village but instead settled into his exclusive training chamber. He retrieved a crystal pill of 100% purity from his waist pouch and promptly swallowed it. In the next moment, Wang Zhihai commenced his cultivation. Not only he, but the citizens of Windspring Island and other training rooms ceased their frivolous chatter, instead sitting diligently to advance their levels. Chapter 994. This is the place, come forth. The death of Wildfire profoundly impacted the others, awakening them to the significance of longevity. The following morning, Ye Feng transferred military and political authority to Helixuan and descended to the bottom of the abyss via the elevator. Having witnessed the formidable powers beyond the heavens, Ye Feng no longer dared to be arrogant. He resolved to diligently cultivate to the 9th stage of power sovereign, and, upon the creation of the soul pill of the full moon, strive to break into the true martial realm. At Sword Cliff, snowflakes cascaded from the sky, blanketing the entire area in white. Within some foot pavilions, a few elites from Sword Cliff remained. They utilized various combustible materials to warm themselves. However, on this day, a thunderous sound echoed from outside the southern gate of Sword Cliff. A power king could not resist the urge to crack open a window, peering towards the gorge. In the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. So many carriages. No, they were not carriages, for there were no horses to pull them. Yet these vehicles moved of their own accord. Could it be that the Gorge Lord and the others had returned? The Power King promptly led several high-ranking power masters out of the foot pavilion, eager to welcome back the Gorge Lord, hoping he had brought the array disc with him. Otherwise, in this wretched weather, they could freeze into ice sculptures at any moment. From within a sand cart, Chunin emerged, adorned with a thick hat, revealing just his head. Beside him, another head popped up, his legitimate wife, Chiu Shui. Wife, ha ha ha, this is Sword Cliff. Years ago, Feng Ge and I returned from here, bringing back the array disc that established Windspring Island as the dominant force over millions of miles. Chunin spoke with pride. Chunin, I truly underestimated you in the past. There's a reason Ye Feng always kept you by his side, Chiu Shui remarked earnestly, gazing at Chunin. Absolutely. The foundation of Windspring Island was built through the efforts of Feng Ge and me, fighting tooth and nail. I remember the first time I met Feng Ge. There was no Wang Zhihai at that time. By the way, I even bullied Wang Zhihai back then. In the end, under my guidance, he finally became a significant figure, surpassing me now. Chunin boasted recklessly. My dear, I never anticipated your greatness. Thus, I can truly offer you a chance. At this point, Chiu Shui's delicate face flushed. Although she had already shared a chamber with Chunin, she had not fully surrendered her body to him. Really? That's wonderful, Chiu Shui. The space in the sand cart is quite ample. How about we? Chunin exclaimed excitedly. Chiu Shui glanced at the frigid landscape outside, her cheeks slightly reddening. All right, let us enter and use the curtain to shield the driver. With that, Chunin eagerly pulled Chiu Shui into the sand cart. Not long after, he transformed her into a vision of exquisite beauty. Above the foremost sand carts, Susan emerged, observing the dozens of powerful warriors standing ahead, including a formidable leader. Hey, where's the canyon master? Why are all the carts filled with captives? The leader inquired. Susan replied loudly, Your canyon master has perished, defeated by the warm spring king, Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng, in his mercy, intends to establish a new stronghold in the Sword Canyon and offer you a position. What? You have slain the canyon master. Everyone, assemble and come forth. The leader bellowed. In the next moment, a throng of powerful warriors, numbering at least 50,000, surged around the sand carts. Moreover, more common folk approached in the distance, seemingly intent on seeking retribution. Security of Wei Yuan Company, your moment to shine has arrived. Susan's expression turned icy. Clang. One after another, dozens of powerful monarchs and hundreds of leaders emerged from the sand carts. They required no combat. Merely releasing their aura was sufficient to intimidate the indigenous people of the Sword Canyon. My heavens, so many powerful monarchs? So many leaders? Are these the elite of the entire Great Desert? The leader exclaimed in shock, his sword clattering to the snow. As if a chain reaction, others also relinquished their weapons. Consider yourselves wise, Susan remarked, then turned to the sand cart behind her. Hina, please step out. The lid of the sand cart opened, and Duoyi and Hina peeked out. Sister, let us proceed to the library and establish our stronghold there. Thereafter, we shall have an endless array of tomes, Susan suggested. However, Duoyi and Hina gazed into the distance and slowly shook her head. No, let us head to the sea, 70 kilometers north of Sword Canyon. There, we shall open the shield, covering half the land and half the sea, allowing the sea ice to melt. This is how we will resolve the food crisis. Susan felt intellectually outmatched by Duoyi and Hina's insight. Sister Susan, we should heed her advice. She is correct. If we set the formation at the library, we will be unable to melt the sea ice and thus cannot ensure our food supply, Bai Chushue interjected. I also concur with Duoyi and Hina's proposal, Ding Tuanshuan added slowly. Now, she had ascended to the rank of a sixth-tier leader, the strongest among the indigenous people of Warm Spring Island. Very well, let us continue northward. Susan retreated back into the sand cart. A multitude of sand vehicles advanced steadily, soon arriving at the edge of the Sword Gorge Sea. With a decisive leap, Bai Guogua, clutching the formation disc, jumped off the sand vehicle and stamped her feet upon the ground. This is the place. Someone come here. Immediately, a dozen or so powerful figures approached, respectfully gazing at Bai Guogua, for only she possessed the knowledge to arrange the grand formation, serving as their unwavering backbone. Place this formation flag 10 kilometers to the north, she commanded. Understood, replied one of the powerful figures as he set off to plant the flag. And this formation flag? You will position 10 kilometers to the south. Understood. Before long, Bai Guogua had allocated all 10 formation flags. indicating that their new stronghold would span approximately 20 kilometers in diameter, more than sufficient to accommodate the indigenous inhabitants. Most importantly, the Grand Formation would also encompass a portion of the sea, facilitating the melting of ice and easing their fishing endeavors. As time swiftly passed, a blue luminescent curtain radiated from the central point of Baiguagua's formation, expanding in all directions. When the curtain reached a diameter of 20 kilometers, Baiguagua made swift adjustments on the formation disk, solidifying the grand array. How warm it is! Chunin exclaimed as he dismounted the carriage and shed his outer coat. Following suit, Xiao Shui also jumped down and removed her coat. In the midst of this, Ye Feng couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Baiguagua hesitated for a moment before pouring several crystal pills into the formation's core. The temperature within the grand array soared from -200 degrees to -100, then to -80, 40, 20, and finally above 10 degrees. Guagua, could you raise the temperature just a tad more? 10 degrees isn't suitable for the ladies to wear swimwear, Chunin suggested. No, let us maintain it at 10 degrees. After all, we no longer have the energy from the level 80 beasts, and we must conserve the crystal pills, Baiguagua replied, shaking her head. No worries. We can simply have those outside offer their tributes. We'll harvest their wealth with our hot spring currency, Chunin stated, stepping toward the luminous curtain. Outside, a throng of individuals from the Sword Gorge were curiously touching the curtain, their eyes filled with astonishment. Is this truly the legendary protective formation? Look, the ice inside is melting. It's simply marvelous. Hey, let us into the protective formation. A few boisterous individuals began to pound on the curtain. I'm afraid entry into the formation is not possible. If you're in need of food or suffering from a parasitic affliction, we can provide sustenance and medicine on Hot Spring Island, Chunin replied coolly. Medicine for parasites? Are you saying that this can cure the coughing blood ailment? One of the powerful figures, wrapped in a heavy coat, intruded into the conversation. Indeed, that is precisely it, Chunin said, producing a vial of the parasitic medicine from his pocket. I don't believe you unless you let me try it, the powerful figure insisted, as he had several offspring afflicted with the illness. Who do you think you're fooling? I'll let you try it. What of it? Chunin retorted boldly. Damn it. The powerful figure, enraged, threw a punch toward the curtain. Bang. Alas, my hand. My hand. Oh, it has burst. The Power Master, clutching his fist, cried out in agony. Due to your wildness, I have resolved to withhold the pest control elixir from you, unless you exchange it for crystal pills. How dare you insult me? There is no alternative. You shall remain unfed for several months. Chunin, filled with rage, turned and departed the luminous screen. After all, without Ye Feng and Wang Zhihai present, relying on Chun and to implement the hot spring currency would be a long and arduous journey. He was unaware of how to temper his fury or endure in silence. Ye Feng sat cross-legged upon the altar, his divine form radiating golden light. Boom. The threshold within him was breached, and he successfully ascended to the 6th level of Power Sovereign. Ha! I have succeeded. I never anticipated such an effortless breakthrough to the 6th stage, and without even utilizing the soul pill. Ye Feng felt a surge of joy and pressed his hand once more upon the body of the worm beast. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. With the enhancement of his divine form, the blood-sucking technique's efficacy increased manifold. It was visibly evident that the color of the worm beast's shell lightened and even shrank. A powerful surge of energy coursed through Ye Feng's body for 2 complete cycles before gradually settling into his dantian. Generally, 1 cycle suffices, but Ye Feng, for the sake of caution, always performed 2 cycles. After all, he possessed the blood-sucking technique and the inexhaustible energy of the worm beast. Boom. The energy within his dantian was finally filled, launching an assault on the threshold of the 7th level of Power Sovereign. Very well. I shall break through the threshold in one go. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all the energy from his dantian. Boom. A wave of dizziness engulfed Ye Feng's head, while the scenery around him began to morph. One moment it transformed into a desert, then a rainforest, followed by a beach, and finally a steel city. Oh no. He quickly relaxed his body, allowing the energy to settle gradually into his dantian. It took a full half-hour for the illusions before him to dissipate, yet his countenance grew grim. Had it not been stated that the 3rd layer of soul refining technique could protect one from the torment of inner demons at the Power Sovereign realm? What was happening? A flicker of despair ignited within Ye Feng. His greatest challenge now was the inner demon. Could it be that he had cultivated too rapidly? Yes. That must be the only explanation. Otherwise, the soul-refining technique clearly indicated otherwise. Why had the inner demon returned? Ah, what a thrill! At that moment, a cacophony of wails echoed from above the abyss. Shortly thereafter, Chasing Horse descended to the position of the updraft, propelled downwards to the altar's base. Upon descending into the abyss, they typically opted to leap directly, ensuring swift speed. Yet, ascending required the use of an elevator. Chasing Horse rose from the ground, clutching 2 soul pills. Brother Feng, the Moonlight Fairy has successfully refined the soul pills and also concocted 2 vials of holy water. He brushed off the debris from his attire and hurried towards the altar. Chasing Horse, your timing is impeccable. Ye Feng stepped forward and accepted the soul pill from Chui Ma's hands. Brother Feng, you have been down for 2 months. Shouldn't you return to attend to some paperwork? The documents have piled up in the office, not to mention your entire villa, Chui Ma remarked. Are you all foolish? Don't you know to seek Healy Xian for approval? Ye Feng experienced a wave of headache, contemplating resignation to dedicate all his energy to cultivation. Wait, have I really been down for 2 months? Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment, feeling as if it had only been a few days. Truly, as the ancients said, days in the cave feel like mere moments, while the world outside has aged a millennium. This is unacceptable. The House of Representatives insisted that only the island master can grant approval. If anyone else does, it would be overstepping authority, Chui Ma explained. Curse it, Chui Ma. You should head up first. I will come up in a couple of days. Ye Feng nodded. Make haste, or those old codgers in the House of Representatives will impeach you and dock your salary, Chui Ma said before leaping into the elevator. Ye Feng resumed his meditative posture, purifying the 2 soul pills in his palm. After a day of effort, he tossed a soul pill into his mouth and activated the blood-sucking technique once more. With a rumble, a thick plume of white smoke billowed from his head. At that moment, Ye Feng's skin flushed crimson, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Time passed, and a cracking sound echoed from within his body. 7th-tier Power Emperor? Ye Feng examined his physique and peered into his dantian. It had indeed expanded somewhat, filled with a pale gas, the very essence of his strength. Remarkably, no inner demons had emerged, indicating the significant efficacy of the soul pill. Excellent. I shall attempt to break through to the 8th-tier Power Emperor, Ye Feng resolved, determined to maximize the potential of his descent. He activated the blood-sucking technique once more, this time waiting a full 3 days. Another crack resounded within him. Have I succeeded? Ha! With the soul pill, the blood-sucking technique, and the earthworm monster, my progression speed must be 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. Ye Feng could not contain his exuberant laughter. Chapter 996. After much effort simultaneously, a golden Dharma form emerged from his back. At this moment, the golden figure had shrunk to about 6 meters tall, merely twice the height of Ye Feng's demonized form. However, its golden surface had become more substantial, resembling a beast forged from pure gold. Shall I attempt to break through to the 9th-tier Power Emperor? Ye Feng pondered. Feeling a surge of ambition, he placed his hand on the earthworm monster once again. After absorbing sufficient energy, he cautiously directed a portion of it, beginning to gently impact the barrier of the 9th tier. The barrier was thin, yet Ye Feng feared being overtaken by inner demons. Thus he struck lightly each time. After 9 gentle impacts, he sensed cracks beginning to form in the barrier. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his energy. Boom! The barrier shattered violently. Simultaneously, Ye Feng's dantian expanded by another fifth, a substantial quantity of white gas condensing within. Under his inner vision, he even perceived several strands of white gas beginning to transition into a liquid state, albeit subtly. Ha ha ha! Is this the true power of the 9th Order Sovereign? Ye Feng glanced at his own physique. His skin was as smooth and lustrous as white jade. Yet beneath this pristine exterior lay a terrifying force lurking just beneath the surface. At that moment, a wave of dizziness washed over Ye Feng, and the scenery before him shifted repeatedly. This is bad. He quickly closed his eyes, suppressing the restless energy within him to a freezing point. However, this time, the heart demon was more rampant than before. It took Ye Feng 3 days to completely free himself from its illusions. With a sigh of relief, Ye Feng opened his eyes, a flicker of fear flashing deep within his gaze. The heart demon manifests what you fear most in its illusions. Just moments ago, he had seen his wife and children threatened by a master of the true martial realm. In that instant, consumed by rage, Ye Feng nearly succumbed to a mental breakdown, risking becoming a mere puppet of the heart demon. The peril posed by the heart demon is more terrifying than any threat in the world. For while external enemies may be formidable, they remain rooted in the outside world. The heart demon, however, breeds from within, inescapable and insidious. It can seek you out, while you can do little more than offer various elixirs to placate it. Once the heart demon absorbs the energy from the soul elixir, its next outburst will be even more ferocious. Yet practitioners have no choice but to feed it the soul elixir. If one refrains from doing so, the heart demon will swiftly claim your life, akin to nurturing a tiger at one's peril. No, that analogy fails to encapsulate the heart demon's terror. It is time to ascend. As for the heart demon, it seems I must refrain from overindulging in soul elixirs and seek a genuine solution to this affliction. Ye Feng muttered to himself, directly leaping onto the elevator. 2 days later, Ye Feng's eyes finally beheld the sky. Brother Feng has emerged. Brother Feng has emerged. Wang Zhihai shouted at the top of his lungs. It's merely a matter of exiting seclusion. There's no need for such a commotion. Zhihai, have there been any updates from the Sword Gorge? Ye Feng inquired. Earlier, amidst the heart demon's grip, he had witnessed an unsettling scene, prompting his immediate question regarding the Sword Gorge. Yes, Raimai hasn't yet promoted the hot spring tokens. The development of the enclave can only be completed by those who have migrated there. It seems they've only managed to construct over 100 dilapidated houses thus far. Wang Zhihai replied, Had I known, I would have sent you to the enclave. You would undoubtedly make significant contributions there. Ye Feng sighed. Don't. I can't bear to leave this place. Nor you. Wang Zhihai exclaimed, jumping about in alarm. I see your reluctance lies with the maidens of Peach Blossom Village. Ye Feng remarked, turning his gaze towards Defu. How many documents are piled up now? Come, I will take you to see. Defu responded with a serious expression. After a while, they arrived at the castle, Ye Feng's villa. In the next moment, Ye Feng's mouth dropped open in astonishment, as if he could swallow a papaya whole. What in the world? The entire villa was inundated with documents, with at least 600,000 or 700,000 papers scattered about. No more time for idle chatter. I must get to work. Defu, bring me a table beside the villa. Tonight, I shall burn the midnight oil, he declared. Understood. Ye Feng casually took a few bites before picking up a feather quill to open the documents one by one. The engineering department requested a funding allocation of 2 billion for the development of the latest alloy. I approve. Ye Feng marked a check and inscribed his name. Dove collected the documents for categorization and handed another one over. The Wenquan Garment Factory requested the expansion of 20 branch factories beyond the holographic screen. I disapprove. Ye Feng drew a cross and signed his name again. The third document revealed that the engineering department had developed the latest iridium alloy, achieving a Rockwell hardness of 20 million, while also possessing a degree of flexibility, and requested the Nobel Prize in Metallurgy for Charlie. Ye Feng was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that Charlie would achieve such remarkable hardness in the alloy. For context, ordinary iron typically has a hardness rating between 5 and 10. This implies that if weapons were crafted from this alloy, they could slice through dozens of pounds of steel with sufficient force. Thus, Ye Feng continued to peruse the subsequent information. After considerable effort, it turned out that iridium is an exceedingly rare element. With 100 million people managing to extract less than 2 grams within a month, Ye Feng's expression darkened. Never mind, I shall sign it. Ultimately, Ye Feng acquiesced to the engineering department's request. Despite the rarity of iridium, concentrating all the world's iridium could still yield enough material to construct an aircraft or a vehicle. Alternatively, this could be utilized in the manufacture of bullets. With such terrifying hardness, it could potentially pierce through a planet with sufficient propulsion. After some contemplation, he added a note. Charlie, work diligently, and strive to artificially produce iridium. Love you, kisses. Ye Feng manually illustrated a diagram. He then glanced at the document sent by the Wenquan Academy. The Wenquan Academy requested the establishment of 50 Wenquan Hope primary schools beyond the holographic screen to enlighten the populace, transforming them from savagery to civilization, signed by the principal. Su Yun. Ye Feng pondered for a moment before ultimately signing his name. In the long run, their technology would undoubtedly advance, and relying solely on the limited population of Wenquan Island would not suffice to propel the progress of civilization. As for the individuals beyond the holographic screen, although Ye Feng did not regard them as kin, some foundational workforce was necessary. If these individuals could not even recognize the most basic characters, They would lack the qualifications to become assembly line workers in the future. First, there needed to be a unification of their language, followed by the establishment of various vocational schools to train them as fundamental operators. Naturally, if any exhibited exceptional talent in technology, Ye Feng would not hesitate to promote them and grant a substantial number of scholarships. After all, everything should revolve around technological advancement. Chapter 997. It is settled. Ye Feng once again approved the documents in red, signing his name and appending his thoughts for Su Yun's reference. To approve was not merely to sign. Ye Feng meticulously reviewed each document, applying his judgment and adding his insights at the end. After a month of relentless work, Ye Feng finally completed the last document. Dove, I must indulge in a deep slumber. Please assist me in issuing some bounties. Anyone who can address the root of the inner demons, and upon successful verification, shall be rewarded with 100 million spring coins. With that, Ye Feng collapsed onto the ground, emitting a series of snores. Sighing, Dove dragged him to bed and covered him with a blanket. After 3 days and nights of uninterrupted sleep, Ye Feng finally awoke. He splashed water on his face and strode out of the villa, taking a moment to admire the scenic beauty outside. Inside the light barrier, it was as warm as spring, while outside, snow blanketed the ground. What a splendid view. He then made his way to the office, where over 1,000 documents awaited him. Compared to before, it seemed trivial. He decided to venture out incognito. Stepping outside the light barrier, Ye Feng donned a mask and changed into the attire of an ordinary refugee. Beside the 4 shelters, some workers were laying foundations in the frigid weather. The thick layer of ice, several meters deep, served as a robust foundation. As long as there were no colossal battles, the structures would remain intact. Su Yun was touring the construction of various Hope primary schools, accompanied by several high-ranking officials. Ye Feng approached to observe how she orchestrated the proceedings. Principal Su, we are immensely grateful for the 2 million education fund you have provided for our Hela tribe. Now, the children in our clan can receive the same education as those on Spring Island. A 9th-tier strength king bowed repeatedly, expressing his thanks to Su Yun. You're welcome. This was approved by our leader Yi, who is inherently generous. As long as your future awareness aligns with the system of Spring Island, perhaps one day, some of your tribe members may even become citizens of Spring Island. Su Yun replied nonchalantly. Yes, that's wonderful. I have arranged for several of my great-grandsons to study at the Spring Primary School. As soon as the school is completed, they will enroll. Indeed, in school, status and identity hold no significance. Even the great-grandson of your chieftain must adhere to the reasonable management of the teachers, just like the children of ordinary tribesmen. Su Yun added before moving towards another foundation. Ye Feng felt a sense of comfort in his heart as he continued walking around the perimeter of Spring Island. Here, dense streets had formed, littered with various debris, with no one to clean it up. Every hour, a group of security guards could be seen patrolling the area, creating quite a commotion. The guards wore their hats askew, and some had Spring Citizen badges pinned to their chests. Upon closer inspection, Ye Feng realized these were not genuine badges. They lacked the anti-counterfeiting codes and were clearly forgeries. Never mind. I'll inform the general manager later to address this matter. Ye Feng pressed on around the outskirts of Spring Island, where towering ice houses emerged. Some of these ice houses were even emitting thick black smoke from their rooftops. Blackbird Machinery Factory? Ye Feng noted the security at the entrance. After 2 hours of wandering, he finally exited the industrial area, which housed over 2,000 factories of various sizes, forming intricate chains of production. For instance, a minor clan manufactures a component for a major clan, which in turn supplies a substantial part to a super clan. These super clans meticulously inspect the items before ultimately dispatching them to Hot Spring Island. In essence, despite the numerous factories present, their sole client traces back to one source, Hot Spring Island. As Ye Feng strolled along a pristine street, his eyes narrowed slightly. He spotted a familiar woman walking alongside a man. He recognized her as Xiang Shui, while the man was Feng Ge, the last survivor of the Gaoshan clan. Initially, they walked side by side, but after turning a corner, they vanished from sight. Ye Feng's intuition sparked, and he hurriedly followed suit. The next moment, his eyes widened. Xiang Shui, what are you doing? He bellowed, causing both Xiang Shui and Feng Ge to turn in alarm. With a thud, they simultaneously knelt upon the ground. Xiang Shui bowed her head tightly, while Feng Ge covered his face. At that moment, a multitude of security personnel emerged from the surrounding factory, immediately recognizing both Ye Feng and Xiang Shui. Ah, This man dares to entice the woman of the island master. Brothers, apprehend him, and I shall take pleasure in his torment, declared a security captain of formidable strength, approaching and binding Feng Yingzi's hands. 2 female security officers followed suit, restraining Xiang Shui. What shall we do with the island master? Inquired the captain. Take them back to Hot Spring Island. I shall ensure they pay for their actions today, Ye Feng replied, his face flushed with anger. Just then, Xiang Shui suddenly broke free from the 2 female officers and clung desperately to Ye Feng's leg. Brother Feng, please don't harm us. I know you no longer love me, and I shall never have you. Just, please, allow me to be with Yingzi, she pleaded, bursting into tears. Get away. Ye Feng kicked her aside. You think you can escape so easily? Do you believe I would grant you that opportunity? Meanwhile, news reached Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai, accompanied by a throng of acquaintances, rushed over. Brother Feng, I am aware of the situation. During your seclusion, I sensed trouble brewing between this pair of scoundrels. Rest assured, I shall handle it decisively without compromising your dignity, Wang Zhihai assured earnestly. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Shui and Feng Yingzi were brought back to Hot Spring Island, where Wang Zhihai imprisoned them within an iron cell. At the army headquarters of Hot Spring Island, Wang Zhihai slammed his hand on the table. How outrageous! Brother Feng has devoted his life to Hot Spring Island, yet these scoundrels show no gratitude and betray him. You are all high-ranking officials. What do you propose we do? Wang Zhihai demanded furiously. Let them light the sky lanterns, skin them, and make coats from their hides. Bury them alive. A chorus of high-ranking officials, filled with righteous indignation, clamored for the brutal punishment of the treacherous duo. Very well, it is settled. However, I must warn you, this matter must remain confidential. Should a single word escape your lips, I shall take your life, Wang Zhihai said darkly. In the villa, Ye Feng lay on the bed, his head buried beneath the covers. Memories of Xiang Shui flickered through his mind, over and over again. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he suddenly threw off the blanket, revealing a haggard and pale face. His feelings for Xiang Shui had always been genuine, and she had reciprocated those sentiments. Taking a deep breath, he washed his face and donned his clothes, step by step making his way to the iron cage. Chapter 998. Come and see Wang Zhihai and the high-ranking military officials gathered around. Brother Feng, don't worry about seeing her face. I'll handle it. Do you trust me? Wang Zhihai clapped Ye Feng on the shoulder. Get away. Ye Feng kicked him aside. This is my family matter. I will handle it myself. Hand me the gun and open the cage. Ye Feng spoke coldly. All right, Brother Feng. With a rumble, the door of the cage swung open, and Xiang Shui and Feng Yingzi stood up simultaneously, their eyes wide with fear as they looked at Ye Feng. Wang Zhihai, prepare a sand vehicle for me. I intend to take these 2 traitors far away for execution. Their blood must not taint Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng said with a solemn expression. Understood. Before long, the 3 of them climbed into the sand vehicle. Ye Feng bound their hands and drove northward. After leaving Changxing City, he continued for over 200 kilometers. Xiang Shui and Feng Yingzi held each other's hands tightly, panic-stricken. Creak. The sand vehicle came to a halt, and Ye Feng opened the door, gesturing for them to exit. Come out. His voice was icy. Exchanging glances, Xiang Shui and Feng Yingzi slowly emerged from the vehicle. Walk forward. Ye Feng drew his gun, aiming at their backs. Xiang Shui frequently looked back, her eyes filled with desperation. After walking 200 steps, Ye Feng disengaged the safety. Stop. They both halted and turned around simultaneously. Now, I will fire 3 shots at you. If you survive all 3, you may leave. With that, Ye Feng closed his eyes and fired the first shot. Bang! The sound echoed across the vast prairie. Bang bang! He fired 2 more shots in quick succession. You missed. You missed. Ha ha ha! You didn't hit me. Feng Yingzi exclaimed with delight, unable to contain her laughter. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, raising the gun again. A pang of fear gripped Xiang Shui, and she instinctively shielded Feng Yingzi with her hands. You said you would only fire 3 shots. You must keep your word. Ah Feng. Xiang Shui looked at Ye Feng, terrified. Ye Feng's hand, holding the gun, trembled slightly. After a moment, he let out a long sigh and tossed the gun aside. Xiang Shui, you are right. I promised only 3 shots. Here are 100,000 hot spring coins. You 2 find a secluded place and live your lives well. With that, he pulled out a stack of hot spring coins and tossed them toward them. Xiang Shui hesitated, not daring to pick up the money, but Feng Yingzi hurriedly gathered it, counting each bill eagerly. Remember, never return to Hot Spring Island in this lifetime. And do not let me see you again. Moreover, do not let my subordinates see you. Ye Feng continued, his mood somewhat despondent. Ah Feng. Woo. Xiang Shui sobbed uncontrollably. Ye Feng turned away, no longer meeting Xiang Shui's gaze. You all, leave me. Feng Yingzi quickly pulled Xiang Shui away, and the two of them walked away in tears, gradually disappearing into the snowstorm. Ye Feng walked back to the sand cart, taking a jug of fruit wine and drinking heartily. Only after finishing it did he toss the jug out of the cart. He looked up at the sky. The snow outside seemed to be getting heavier. Thunderous sounds echoed as the sand cart swerved, returning towards the location of Hot Spring Island. Upon returning to the military camp, Wang Zhihai and his group gathered around. Brother Feng, have you dealt with it? Of course, it has been handled thoroughly. You all must cease discussing this matter in the future. Rest assured, Brother Feng. I have already warned those in the know. Anyone who dares to speak out of turn, I shall have their tongue cut out. Wang Zhihai saw this as an opportunity to express loyalty. I must attend to some documents now. You all should return to your duties. It's not yet time to leave. After speaking, Ye Feng strode towards the island masteress office. After 2 days of effort, Ye Feng finally completed some follow-up work. Then, under Defu's guidance, he arrived at Bo Kachin's residence. Tuba's daughter was already 7 years old, with a faint resemblance to her father. Godfather. Good girl. Ye Feng pinched the little girl's cheek and entered Tuba's mortuary. Tuba's body had already begun to deform. With just a glance, he quickly covered it with a cloth. Exiting the room, Ye Feng saw Bo Kachin staring at him in a daze. Brother Feng, how is it? Can he be saved? She asked wearily. Do not worry. I will bring him back to life. Ye Feng grasped the 2 vials of holy water in his arms. He suspected that these 2 vials might not be able to revive Tuba, but they could potentially restore Long Wu's memories. After all, Long Wu had only partially lost his memory. Perhaps drinking the holy water would enable a complete recovery. What should we do? How much longer do we have to wait? Bo Kachin looked at Ye Feng with vacant eyes. For Tuba, she had lived as a widow for 7 long years. Were it not for Ye Feng's presence, she might have remarried long ago. Ye Feng, you cannot expect me to remain a widow forever. Bo Kachin gazed directly into Ye Feng's eyes. As for you, sister-in-law, I permit you to find a new husband. Ye Feng sighed deeply, thinking of Xiang Shui. He realized he was occupying a place without fulfilling his responsibilities, ultimately causing Xiang Shui to seek solace elsewhere. Sometimes, the fault does not lie solely with others. One must also reflect inwardly. All right, you said it. Bo Kachin replied, pointing outside. Darling, go play outside. Your Uncle Yi and I have some matters to discuss. Oh, the little girl immediately left the room. Ye Feng, if you permit it. Then fine. I now need you to understand how painful it is for a woman to remain a widow for 7 years. Bo Kachin looked at Ye Feng with glistening eyes. After 7 years, she could finally be liberated. Countless nights had been spent dreaming of Ye Feng. Now, her long-held desire was finally within reach. Kachin, I regard Tu Ba as both a brother and a dear friend. This is simply unacceptable. You may choose any man you desire on the Hot Springs Island, but it must not be me. Ye Feng resolutely shook his head. However, I am not interested in any other man. You are the only one I desire, Ye Feng. Will you agree? Bo Kachin stepped closer, her forehead merely 20 centimeters from Ye Feng's chin. At the same time, she exuded a potent aura of femininity. 7 years of widowhood had rendered her figure more voluptuous, as if a single bite would unleash a torrent of sweetness. Ye Feng was not averse to the idea. However, he could not betray Tu Ba. Sister-in-law, if it were not for the bond one share with Tu Ba, I would gladly oblige, but under the current circumstances, it is simply impossible. Are you not forcing me to commit an act of treachery against Tu Ba? He gestured toward Tu Ba, who lay upon the icy bed. Come, take a look, Bo Kachin commanded, pulling back the white cloth that covered Tu Ba, revealing his distorted visage. Observe his face. Examine his body. Does he stand a chance of survival? Even if the sacred water could restore his vitality, will he retain his memories upon awakening? Answer me, answer me. Bo Kachin shouted in indignation. Chapter 999. Again Ye Feng slowly closed his eyes. Memories of his time with Tu Ba flickered before him like a slideshow. In the Black Tree River Valley, they vowed to stand by each other till death. Atop the towering fir trees, they intertwined their fates. Within the Snow Mountain tribe, he risked his life to save him. Across the vast grasslands, they traversed together. After what felt like an eternity, Ye Feng finally opened his eyes. Without uttering a word, he knelt before Tu Ba's bed. Brother, my dear brother, I do not know if your spirit lingers near your body. Let us conduct a test. Here lies a hot spring coin. I shall stand it upright. If your soul remains, allow the coin to fall to the left, revealing a portion of the human head. If your spirit has departed, let it tilt to the right, showing the inscription. Brother, I shall begin. Should the inscription be revealed, I promise to care for my sister-in-law and treat your daughter as my own, ensuring her happiness and joy. With that, Ye Feng produced a pure white hot spring coin from his pocket and placed it upright on the table. After this gesture, he extended his hand toward Bo Kachin. Come, kneel with me before Tu Ba, allowing his spirit to decide. All right. Bo Kachin approached, gently lifting her skirt to reveal her snowy calves, and knelt beside Ye Feng in front of Tu Ba. The candlelight within the room stood unwavering, as the two remained silent in their vigil. Simultaneously, the door was closed, ensuring the air within remained undisturbed. In such an environment, the coin would not be swayed by the wind. Ye Feng found himself with no other recourse but to employ this method to ascertain whether Tu Ba's spirit had entered the cycle of reincarnation. Should he have already crossed into the next life, Ye Feng would no longer need to wait. He wished to bring joy to his sister-in-law. After kneeling for what felt like an eternity, the candlelight continued to burn straight, and the coin remained steadfast. Ye Feng's body stirred slightly, followed by a long, drawn-out sigh. It was evident that Tuba's soul had likely transitioned into the next reincarnation, allowing him to acquiesce to Boken's wishes and assist her in resolving certain dilemmas. With this realization, Ye Feng slowly turned to face Boken's profile. Sister-in-law, we have fulfilled our obligations. It appears that Brother Tuba's soul has embarked on the path of reincarnation. No longer dwelling in this world, Ye Feng spoke softly. Boken's cheeks flushed a delicate hue, her head bowed, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. Ye Feng's heart stirred. Boken had been in mourning for 7 years, 7 long years. It would require all of his efforts to soothe the anguish she had endured during this time. Thus, he gently extended his right hand towards her chin. Sensing his approach, Boken lifted her head, her shimmering eyes meeting Ye Feng's gaze. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through the room, causing the candle flames to flicker ominously. Ye Feng's expression shifted as an icy dread coursed from his feet to envelop his entire being. Boken's face paled, and she collapsed onto the floor. With a sharp sound, the upright coin from the hot spring tipped to the side, revealing its inscribed face. Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he cautiously reached out to grasp the coin. Is this the inscribed side? Could it be that Tuba's spirit desires a union between me and my sister-in-law? He dared not ponder further. The preceding events had transcended his comprehension. It became apparent that Tuba's soul had not perished, but remained vigilantly beside his wife and child. Even if Tuba wished for him and Boken to be together, how could he proceed under such circumstances? Why, Ye Feng, he is still here, still nearby. Boken's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears. Ye Feng glanced toward the doors and windows, firmly shut. Where had that wind originated? Clearly, Tuba's spirit persisted in this realm. He resolutely stood the coin upright once more, placing it on the smooth surface of the table. Brother, my dear brother, if your spirit remains, let this coin fall once more, revealing the inscribed side, Ye Feng proclaimed, bowing his head 3 times toward Tuba's lifeless form. Boken, witnessing this, also bowed thrice to the ground. No sooner had the words left his lips than the coin fell again with a sharp sound, once more displaying the inscribed side. Even with Ye Feng's strength, his hands trembled. Anxiously, he righted the coin again. With another sharp sound, it fell yet again, still revealing the inscribed side. Tuba, brother. A tear slipped from Ye Feng's eye. Sister-in-law, I am leaving now, he said softly. Don't go. If you leave, take the body away. I will be terrified. Boken pleaded, gripping Ye Feng's garment, her face a mask of fear. Then, you should move to another room. I will arrange for someone to change your accommodations. Ye Feng replied. Ye Feng, since Tuba has consented, why can't you allow me to stay in your villa? Regardless, your 2 legitimate wives have already departed for the Sword Gorge, so we may commence. At worst, when they return, I shall relocate to another place. I implore you, do not leave. After uttering these words, Bo Kachin wrapped her arms around Ye Feng's waist from behind, pressing her face tightly against his back. Sigh. Very well, shortly. I shall summon Jama to assist you in packing your belongings. You can move into my villa, as there are numerous rooms available. With that, Ye Feng forcefully pried Bo Kachin's hands away and strode out. If Tuba's soul lingers near the corpse, it confirms that the holy water could indeed bring him back. However, with merely 2 vials of holy water, it is evidently insufficient. He must amass a considerable quantity of materials for its refinement. After exiting Bo Kachin's villa, Ye Feng, accompanied by Zhui Ma and others, arrived at Long Wu's chamber. Long Wu was in his room, tinkering with firearms, as if these objects were ingrained in his very essence. Upon seeing Ye Feng, he suddenly broke into a grin. Feng. He only recalled the figure of Ye Feng and their close relationship, but the details eluded him. Stand guard at the door. I shall enter alone, Ye Feng instructed Zhui Ma. Understood, Brother Feng. With a resounding clap, the door closed, leaving only Ye Feng and Long Wu in the secret chamber. Brother Wu. Ye Feng scrutinized Long Wu closely. His skin bore a leaden hue, reminiscent of a corpse. Feng. Long Wu could only utter these 2 syllables. Brother Wu, drink this, consume both vials. With that, Ye Feng reverently produced the 2 small vials. To procure the materials for these 2 vials of holy water, Ye Feng had offered a bounty of nearly 200 million spring coins. Not to mention the costs of refinement, the Moonlight Fairy's labor was essentially free. If her labor were also converted into spring coins, the value of these 2 vials of holy water would likely surpass 500 million spring coins. Long Wu nodded, accepting one of the vials and tipping it towards his mouth. Another. Chapter 1000. A mixture of surprise and joy. Ye Feng proactively opened the other vial for Long Wu. Gritting his teeth, Long Wu downed it once more. In a short while, the skin at the corners of his mouth began to regain its normal hue. Simultaneously, this healthy color radiated from his lips towards his face, ultimately transforming his entire visage from the ashen pallor back to a healthy shade. Brother Wu. Ye Feng exclaimed with delight, intently observing Long Wu. He saw him sitting cross-legged, his previously vacant gaze blinking several times, seemingly regaining a semblance of vitality. Feng, Brother Feng? After an indeterminate period, Long Wu suddenly spoke. Previously, he had addressed Ye Feng simply as Feng, but now he added brother after it. Brother Wu, splendid. Have your memories returned? Ye Feng grasped Long Wu's shoulders, his face brimming with excitement. However, mere moments later, Long Wu's normal complexion gradually darkened, reverting to the earlier ashen hue. Brother Wu, what? Ye Feng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It appeared that the 2 vials of holy water were still insufficient to fully restore Long Wu's memories. In the future, he must prepare more holy water to restore Long Wu to his original color all at once. Feng. Long Wu has once again reverted to his previous dazed state. Sigh. Ye Feng slowly rose to his feet and patted Long Wu's shoulder firmly. Zhui Ma, let us depart. Please send someone to inform President Wang to intensify the collection of holy water materials. The prices of these materials will double, and the more we acquire, the better. Ye Feng stated with gravity. Understood. Zhui Ma immediately set about executing the command. At the edge of the vast desert, within the gale wind zone, 6 figures were struggling onward. Senior brother, it is no wonder that for so many years, no one has dared to tread into the gale wind zone. The gale wind grows stronger against the powerful and weaker against the weak. Even a divine realm expert would face a 50% chance of perishing upon entry. The same applies to those of the true martial realm. The odds remain the same. How astonishing! A young man, enveloped in protective divine light, was laboriously making his way through the gale wind zone. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a countenance like jade. He was shielded by dual layers of golden and silver light, moving effortlessly through the turbulent winds. This time, the sect leader has dispatched us into the gale wind zone's secret realm primarily to avenge the Mo brothers. Additionally, there is Qing Mu. I did not expect Qing Mu's master to be so obstinate, bringing this matter to light for all to see. If we do not exact revenge for them, I fear that other sects will underestimate our Blackwind sect. The consequence of this would be that they perceive us as weak and will come to provoke us one by one. As the middle-aged man spoke, he darted forward, penetrating the gale wind zone by over 20 meters. Whoosh! The surrounding wind blades suddenly surged, causing his light shield to sway precariously. My assumptions were correct. Now that we have entered the gale wind zone, the chance of perishing is only 30%. This indicates that the internal temperature of the gale wind zone has likely plummeted to a terrifying degree, the middle-aged man remarked calmly. After a while, his 5 junior brothers caught up with his pace. Does this imply that even our venerable sect leader can venture into the gale wind zone? A young man inquired. No. Even with a 30% chance of demise, the sect leader would never take such a risk. Do you know how many trials one must endure to progress from an ordinary individual to the transformation realm? Those who reach such heights are exceptionally prudent, adhering to a principle of steady progress. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never set foot in the gale wind zone. Ah, we are nearing the edge. Let us push forward, the middle-aged man declared, his figure flashing as he stirred the gale winds around him. Within the training chamber, Ye Feng gradually opened his eyes. Moments earlier, he had been cultivating the 9th-tier power sovereign, but illusions had begun to manifest before him. It seems that if the issue of the heart demon is not resolved, he will never escape the realm of power sovereign and ascend to the legendary true martial realm. Since advancement is temporarily unattainable, I shall endeavor to channel this energy into other pursuits. With this thought, Ye Feng once again employed the blood-sucking technique, drawing a vast amount of energy from the body of the earthworm monster. Subsequently, he directed this energy towards the venerable sacred demon art. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. Ye Feng opened his eyes once more. The venerable sacred demon technique has been cultivated to its utmost limit, and it is unlikely to reach the 4th tier in the foreseeable future. The subsequent training merely involves compressing a certain substance within the body, compressing and compressing once more. To achieve this to its fullest extent, at least a century of time is required. Only then would there be hope of transcending to the 4th tier of the venerable sacred demon technique. Since advancement in this technique is unattainable in the short term, I shall explore other extraordinary abilities. Indeed, I have recently devoted my energies solely to upgrading and enhancing the venerable sacred demon technique, and it is high time I elevate my other abilities as well. Muttering to himself, Ye Feng once again employed the blood-sucking art. This time, he directed all the energy into his fire manipulation ability. As he absorbed the energy, a sphere of blue flames erupted from the tip of his index finger. The flames, initially the size of a fist, gradually expanded to the size of a head, ultimately soaring to over 5 meters high, twice Ye Feng's height. The temperature in the vicinity surged dramatically to around 80 or 90 degrees Celsius. This terrifying heat caused Ye Feng's hair to curl, transforming it into a mass of spirals in mere moments. Gritting his teeth, he channeled the excess energy into his ice true chi. The clash of the two opposing abilities within him brought forth a torrent of sweat. Boom. At last, the two abilities converged completely. The temperature of the blazing flames plummeted to the freezing point, and as the fire blazed on, the surrounding warmth diminished even further. What was happening? Ye Feng gritted his teeth and flicked his finger. The flames shot towards a nearby stone pillar. In just a second, the pillar was engulfed in flames. Ye Feng abruptly rose, his gaze fixated on the pillar. Instead of melting into magma, the stone was transformed into a flame-shaped ice sculpture. Cold flames. It seemed he had grasped something, yet not entirely. The flames resting upon the pillar did not incinerate it. Rather, they transmuted it into a fiery ice sculpture. How peculiar. Realizing this, he suddenly punched the ice sculpture. Boom. The sculpture shattered effortlessly. However, in the next moment, Ye Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. As the ice sculpture broke apart, the stone pillar was instantly enveloped by a surge of flames, radiating an alarming heat. What kind of fire was this? And what of the ice? Ye Feng stared at his index finger, a mixture of astonishment and elation surging within him. He sensed that the ice true chi and the blazing flames had fused into an entirely new ability, akin to his blood-sucking art, which also seemed to be a fusion of various powers. Thus, he flicked his finger once more. Boom. A burst of blue flame struck another stone pillar, yielding the same result. The pillar transformed into an ice sculpture. Ye Feng flicked his finger again. The ice sculpture shattered, and the pillar morphed into a mass of flames. Chapter 1001. Moved for quite some time, it appears I must bestow a new name upon this divine art. Ye Feng stifled the excitement within, his mind racing. It is imperative to choose a name that is both captivating and distinctive. Perhaps One Yang Finger? 6 Meridians Divine Sword? Or Carefree Finger? No. I cannot simply borrow from others, can I? Lacking in creativity, I must conjure something of my own. I shall call it the Frostfire Finger. It seems somewhat striking, yet a tad cliché. What shall it be named? Never mind. I will simply name it the Ice Flame Finger, concise and to the point, perfectly aligned with reality. Ye Feng, filled with self-satisfaction, settled back into a meditative position and maximized his blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The carapace of the earthworm creature finally withered away completely. Ye Feng felt as though he had at last tapped into the core energy of the earthworm creature. Boom! A golden Dharma form emerged from behind Ye Feng, and in the next moment, it writhed in agony upon the ground. Uft! Ye Feng coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, also curling up on the ground, his entire body trembling incessantly. Just moments ago, his blood-sucking technique had suddenly drawn forth an immense surge of energy. This energy felt akin to detonating a grenade within one's stomach, causing a violent upheaval within Ye Feng's internal organs. Uft! He spat out another mouthful of blood, his aura rapidly diminishing. After a brief reprieve of an hour, Ye Feng slowly rose from the ground, his eyes brimming with terror. Is this the core energy of an 80-level exotic beast? So terrifying? Just a minuscule amount has left me severely injured. Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, the energy from the earthworm creature's carapace could only be termed as vitality. However, he had inadvertently penetrated the carapace and accessed the core energy of the earthworm creature. Divine essence. A single drop of divine essence could rupture the dantian of one in the true martial realm. And Ye Feng had absorbed at least half a drop just now. Fortunately, he had cultivated to the third level of the venerable holy demon, the Dharma form of heaven and earth, which allowed the Dharma form to bear 90% of the damage for him. Otherwise, this single blow could have caused him to self-destruct on the spot. I cannot endure any longer. I must return to recuperate for a while. Next time I employ the blood-sucking technique, I must do so in small sips, not in large gulps. With that, Ye Feng clutched his abdomen and boarded the lift. 2 days later, he returned to Hot Spring Island, his visage pale and weak. Brother Feng, you usually emerge from seclusion looking invigorated, but what has happened today? You appear rather depleted, Wang Zhihai observed with suspicion. Zhihai, Defo, how many documents remain unprocessed on Hot Spring Island? Ye Feng inquired. Too many. Your villa is now overflowing with them, Defo replied. Ye Feng, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Brother Feng, are you all right? The two rushed to support Ye Feng. Pay me no mind. Let us address the affairs of state first. Once completed, I shall need to recuperate for a time. Oh, by the way, I believe the island chief election, held every 2.5 years, should be commencing soon? Ye Feng's expression shifted suddenly, his eyes gleaming with delight. Calculating the time, it is indeed nearly that time. Yes, the island chief transition meeting will take place in 3 days, Defo remarked, her expression darkening with disinterest. Conversely, Wang Zhihai appeared excited, yet out of caution, he feigned nonchalance, saying, No worries, Brother Feng, you could actually serve another term. Rest assured, I shall always be your loyal subordinate. It is abundantly clear that if Ye Feng were to relinquish his position as the island master, the sole individual deemed worthy of ascending to such a role on the entire Hot Spring Island would be Wang Zhihai. No matter. The documents may be set aside for now, to be addressed later, leaving the ensuing chaos for the next unfortunate soul to tackle after the transition meeting commences in 3 days. Ye Feng, brimming with exhilaration, felt as though his internal injuries had significantly lessened in pain. Wang Zhihai, Brother Feng, the change in island leadership is of great significance. The House of Representatives dispatched individuals to inform citizens such as Li Meizi and Susan a month ago. Furthermore, there are a total of 7 candidates for the new island master, as determined by the House of Representatives, Wang Zhihai remarked, evidently invested in the matter. And who might those 7 be? Ye Feng inquired, casually taking a seat beside the abyss. Me, Li Meizi, Su Yun, He Li Xuan, Bai Xiang, Ma Gobai, and the recently popular Mei Ji, Wang Zhihai replied. Ah, quite good. They are all seasoned citizens with strong roots, and should not veer off course. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he could anticipate a more leisurely existence, free from the relentless worries of daily affairs. I shall return to rest for 3 days. De Fei, after 3 days, you will no longer serve as the island master's secretary, as the new master will undoubtedly appoint someone trustworthy as the chief secretary. However, during these 3 days, you must dutifully fulfill your responsibilities, categorizing and organizing the documents, ensuring a smooth handover. Do you understand? Ye Feng said, lightly patting De Fei on the shoulder. Yes, De Fei replied, her face betraying some disappointment. On the outskirts of Hot Spring Island, a transformative landscape was emerging. Factories, companies, tribes, and organizations sprang forth one after another. Wei Yuan Security Company was actively recruiting, necessitated by the management of over 10 million individuals outside. requiring a minimum of 100,000 security personnel, equivalent to 1 guard for every 1,000 people. In the realm of Eternal Life City. At the location of Fury Sea, Yulong and Lung Ling gazed at the ice hole before them, their eyes alight with joy. Splendid. Who would have thought that dismantling the engine from the sand vehicle could yield a continuous cutting force, preventing the ice hole from freezing? Quickly, let our tribes descend to fish. Now, we are the second organization to possess frozen fish after Hot Spring Island. Yulong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Immediately, members of both tribes raised their weapons, emitting ecstatic cries. Frozen fish were tossed from the ice hole, while the inhabitants of White Wall City received them, removing the entrails. In mere moments, a primitive assembly line began to take shape. Ha ha ha, Sister Long, with such an abundance of food, we shall no longer need to plead with Hot Spring Island for sustenance. The only inconvenience remains the requirement of purchasing anti-parasitic medicine, which still necessitates hot spring currency. Yulong said, in high spirits. Moreover, the fuel for the engine must also be supplied by Hot Spring Island, Lung Ling added, dousing Yulong's enthusiasm with a dose of reality. No matter, as long as we do not inform Hot Spring Island. We can avoid Wang Zhihai seizing the opportunity to raise fuel prices. Yulong grimaced at the mere thought of Wang Zhihai. That scoundrel. He always delays payment for their labor, sometimes by as much as 6 months, and at least a month at the least. He has truly put them in a dire predicament. They must also present a red envelope to Wang Zhihai in order to swiftly receive the project funds. At that moment, a team of security personnel arrived, led by Amur. Recently, he had finally set aside his pride and, assuming the identity of Li Wang, had been promoted to the position of captain. From that day on, he returned home each evening to be greeted by the smiling faces of his wife and children. His son would even serenade him with the song The Best Dad in the World, which deeply moved him for quite some time. Chapter 1002, Passion and Adoration. It was said that this song was learned from the Wenquan Hope Primary School, and indeed, the education on Wenquan Island was truly remarkable. Hey, what are you all doing? Amur quickly squeezed through the crowd and immediately spotted a mountain of frozen fish, accompanied by the mechanical roar of machinery. He observed a wheel spinning rapidly in a hole in the ice, preventing the layer from freezing over. At least 1,000 workers toiled beneath the ice, tossing frozen fish to the surface. Upon seeing the personnel from Weiyuan Security Company, Yulong's expression darkened. You can also fish now? And you're using the engine from a sand truck to do so? Amur stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yulong placed his hand on the hilt of his knife. Stop. Cold Ling swiftly pressed her hand against Yulong's wrist. Isn't this Captain Amur? What brings you to patrol our 2-tribe settlement? She called out. Quick, prepare fish porridge. Fish head soup and braised fish. We must treat Lord Amur well. Cold Ling displayed her keen perception. Before the 2 powerful leaders, Amur remained haughty. He rested his hand on the hilt of his knife and swaggered back and forth beside the ice hole, his gaze flickering. You have indeed devised such a method for fishing. Very well. I shall note this in the patrol log, and after it is reviewed by the general manager, it will be sent to Wenquan Island for Marshal Helixuan's perusal, Amur stated calmly. Please, don't do that. Cold Ling quickly grasped Amur's hand, her face adorned with a pleasing smile. Amur, you're not a citizen. Why bother worrying? Instead, let us do this. We surely cannot consume all these frozen fish. And when we sell them, rest assured, you can receive 30% of our pure profits. Cold Ling raised 3 fingers. Amur's expression shifted, his eyes glimmering once more. Although he was now the captain of the security team, earning 8,000 Wenquan coins monthly, his wife had her eyes set on a dolphin fleece undergarment produced by the Wenquan Garment Factory, valued at over 70,000 Wenquan coins. Even with frugality for 2 years, he could not afford it. This seemed to be a pathway to wealth. 30%, how much would that be? Amur inquired. Your monthly dividend would be at least 200,000 Wenquan coins, Cold Ling replied, gritting her teeth and preparing to make significant concessions. After all, with such a vast fishing ground within the tribe, they needed official protection. Otherwise, within 3 days, someone would come to close down their fishing area. That might not suffice. To be honest, there are 10 patrol teams in your area, totaling 100 individuals. This 200,000 Wenquan coins would have to be divided among the leaders of the other 9 teams. Calculating it out, each team would only receive 20,000. Averaging to 2,000 per person, Amur shook his head. My Lord Amur, this matter no longer concerns me. You may devise a way to win over your superior. ensuring that your security chief permits only your personnel to patrol this area. You wish to earn a bit more and then permanently settle on the island of hot springs, do you not? Cold Ling remarked coolly. Amor felt a surge of passion within. Their aspirations were aligned, all yearning to accumulate wealth to reside within the protective glow of the screen, at the very least, sparing their wives and children from the bitter cold of the ice houses, especially at night, when the frigid temperatures rendered him nearly immobile. You overestimate my influence. I can only assure you that my team will not trouble you, Amor replied, shaking his head. Very well, Captain Amor. Since you declined the 200,000 hot spring coins, I shall add another 100,000 to be delivered to your supervisor's desk at that time. You shall find yourself in quite a predicament, Cold Ling said bluntly. The island of hot springs, in the bustling hot spring square, was filled with citizens gathered in clusters, casting predatory glances at several candidates, deliberating on whom to elevate to the position of island lord. Wang Zhihai did not immediately proceed to the square. Instead, he remained in his quarters, where his several wives adorned him with a wig and dressed him in an exquisite suit. Wang Zhihai was not idle either. He held a sheet of draft paper, rehearsing his acceptance speech for when he would be elected as the island lord. Esteemed citizens, honorable council members, and former Lord Yi, I express my gratitude for your support in my successful election as island lord. During my tenure, I shall diligently strive to transform the island of hot springs into a true superpower. No, too cliched, it must possess a touch of originality. The present demographic of the island is predominantly male, thus I need only to appease the majority of men. Let us begin anew. Esteemed citizens, members of the House of Representatives, and former Lord Yi, I thank you for casting your votes for me. My first act as Island Lord will be to legalize the industries of Peach Blossom Village and ensure regular health examinations for them to prevent the spread of diseases. That's the plan. Wang Zhihai's face radiated excitement. Outside the luminous barrier of the island of hot springs, over 20 sand vehicles approached. Inside were Duo Yanhina, Ramiko, Yi Xing, and the couple Chun Un, Ding Tuanshuan, by Chu Xue, and Su Yun, returning from the Sword Canyon. As for Susan, not being a candidate, she remained in the Sword Canyon to oversee matters. However, she had sent word through her younger sister, Su Yun, to cast her vote on her behalf. With a thunderous rumble, the sand vehicles entered through the barrier one by one. Yi Xing was the first to leap out of the vehicle. Son, father. The two embraced tightly. Shortly after, as the 20 vehicles came to a halt, an enchanting beauty elegantly lifted her leg and stepped out from the vehicle, draped in a snow-white coat. Hina. Ye Feng pulled Yi Xing along and exchanged a century-long kiss with Duo Yanhina. Brother Yi. Ding Tianshuan approached, but did not embrace Yi Feng. Considering her age of 21 or 22, she had finally developed a hint of feminine modesty and shyness. Tuanshuan, wait, you? Second-tier power emperor? When did you break through? Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Yi, Ding Tuanshuan remarked. I broke through to the second-tier force monarch in the sandcar half a month ago. As she gazed at Yi Feng, her eyes no longer shimmered with fervor and admiration. Instead, they reflected a mundane restraint characteristic of ordinary interactions between men and women. Yi Feng felt a profound emptiness within. My little Tuanshuan? How has she suddenly become so distant? Feng Ge. Chen approached with Qiu Shui in tow. All right, my good brother. Let's go participate in the Island Master Election Conference. At last, I can lay down my burdens and enjoy a life of leisure, Yi Feng declared, linking arms with Chun En as they strolled towards the square. They secured a prime seat in the front row. Duo Yanhina sat to Yi Feng's left, while Chun En took the seat on his right. The host for this occasion was Chung Libin, who donned a tailored black suit and stood at the podium with a draft paper in hand. Esteemed citizens, honorable council members, distinguished speaker, and Island Master Yi. The fourth Island Master Voting Conference for Wenquan Island is now underway. A thunderous applause erupted. Yi Feng clapped the loudest, for today marked his long-awaited retirement. In the past days, under Yi Feng's leadership, Wenquan Island has blossomed from obscurity to prosperity. Yi Feng, please rise, Chung Libin gestured towards him. Certainly. Yi Feng quickly stood up, bowing respectfully to all present. I ask everyone to extend the highest regard to our former island master. Upon finishing, Chung Libin stood upright and saluted Yi Feng. The other citizens followed suit, raising their right hands in unison. Yi Feng's eyes glistened with tears, yet he managed to force a smile. This achievement is not solely mine. It is a testament to everyone's high awareness. To be honest, I, Ye Feng, have never considered myself particularly clever. However, I have endeavored to employ my modest wisdom to create a blissful little society for us all. After concluding his speech, he bowed once more to the citizens, 2 tears cascading down his cheeks. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly poignant. He had not anticipated such emotion. Blame it on Chung Li Bean. Was it necessary to be so sentimental during a mere election? The thunderous applause resumed, echoing for 2 minutes before finally subsiding. Now, as per the decision of the House, Island Master, you can finally retire and enjoy a leisurely life as a wealthy gentleman. Let's invite the 7 candidates to the stage and prepare to select a new Island Master, Chung Li Bean announced, pointing to the back. Wang Zhihai adjusted his bow tie and stepped forward, followed by He Lishuan, Li Meizi, Su Yun, Ma Jebi, Bai Xiang, and Mei Ji. The 7 stood on stage, each holding a ballot box. Ah Feng, who do you intend to vote for? Duoyan Hina suddenly inquired. To be honest, I wish to cast my vote for Wang Zhihai. In terms of capability and wisdom, he is undoubtedly deserving. Ye Feng responded with a conflicted expression. No, Wang Zhihai possesses capability, yet his character leaves much to be desired. I suggest casting a vote for He Lishuan. Although he may lack certain abilities, such skills can be cultivated over time. I have investigated him through the use of goo insects, and aside from a few occasional visits to Taohua village, He Lishuan has displayed no blemishes on his character. Duoyan Hina's words caused Ye Feng's expression to darken. Well, you have a point, after all. A man's nature is such that being a bit lecherous does not necessarily equate to a corrupt moral compass. Does it, my dear Hina? Ye Feng responded with a forced smile. Duoyan Hina gave Ye Feng a meaningful glance and continued. Character is discerned through the minutiae of daily life. He Lishuan demonstrates remarkable discretion when alone, a rarity among the populace. What do you think? Very well, then I shall cast my vote for He Lishuan. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. The 7 individuals each delivered their persuasive speeches. Unsurprisingly, Wang Zhihai's was the most compelling, while the others paled in comparison. Once all had finished, Chung Li Bean struck the table decisively. Citizens, please prepare your white ballots and form a line to deposit them into the boxes of your chosen candidates. Let us commence, and I ask that the former Island Master lead the way. Chung Li Bean gestured towards Ye Feng. Me? It's quite all right. I'll just wait at the back. Ye Feng replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the thought of facing Wang Zhihai while intending to vote for He Lishuan. No, you are the former Island Master. It is your duty to take the lead, the speaker, Tiger Tooth, insisted. Very well. Ye Feng promptly took a white ballot, followed closely by Duoyan Hina, Chenin, Xiao Yexing, and other citizens. Thousands formed a long line, slowly making their way towards the 7 candidates. Ye Feng lingered in front of the 7, his heart filled with indecision. Su Yun even winked at Ye Feng, while Rai Meizi, though unblinking, cast a gaze at Ye Feng that seemed to draw him in. Meanwhile, Wang Zhihai wore a smile. Confident that Ye Feng would not cast an errant vote, he felt secure. Zhihai, I shall vote for you, Ye Feng declared, then feigned an accidental slip, allowing the white ballot to slide into He Lishuan's box. What? Wang Zhihai's face darkened. Zhihai, do not blame me. It slipped in by accident. Ye Feng chuckled awkwardly. Wang Zhihai maintained a stoic silence, inwardly seething. It should be noted that Ye Feng's vote could instigate a wave of followership. Whoever he supported would likely sway the others. Thus, while the votes of others were inconsequential, Ye Feng's was pivotal, for his prestige on Hot Spring Island was unparalleled. Brother Feng, this box can actually be opened. You may retrieve your ballot and cast it for me, Wang Zhihai remarked nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, that would be too disrespectful to He Lishuan. Never mind. It's just one vote after all. Oh, it's nothing, Ye Feng said, patting Wang Zhihai on the shoulder as he hurriedly exited the scene. Duoyan Hina approached, and after a brief sway of her white ballot, it landed in He Lishuan's box. Wang Zhihai's face turned a deep shade of black as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Duoyan Hina. He had previously gifted her an expensive coat, but never had he anticipated such a heartless betrayal. President Wang, please do not gaze at me in such a manner. In a harmonious union of husband and wife, I shall cast my vote in accordance with Ah Feng's choice. Upon finishing her words, Duoyan Hina gracefully glided towards Ye Feng's position. Yixing approached, extending her white ballot towards Wang Zhihai's box. Wang Zhihai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, it is remarkable that 2 adults lack the foresight that even a child possesses. With a flourish, the white ballot slipped into He Lishuan's box. You? Uncle Wang, I apologize, but I must heed my parents' guidance. for I have yet to cultivate independent thought. I shall vote as my father does." With that, little Yixing dashed away into the distance. The other citizens vigilantly observed Ye Feng's movements, and upon witnessing his support for He Xian, the number of those who followed suit began to swell, akin to a rising stock. With over 6,000 citizens having only half completed their voting, He Xian's vote count astonishingly reached 2,100. In a scenario where 6,000 votes are to be divided among 7 candidates, one would expect each to receive approximately 8 or 900 votes. Yet, He Xian alone garnered 2,100 votes, revealing the emerging choice for the new island leader. After half an hour, the voting concluded, and He Xian's box overflowed. With a few stray white ballots scattered on the ground, it was evident to all that He Xian was destined to be the next island leader. I need not state the obvious. You all should be aware of who the new leader is. However, as this is the transition assembly of Hot Springs Island, we must adhere to the proper procedures. Bring forth the 7 voting boxes to the side of Chairman Tiger Claw, where all members will collectively tally the votes," commanded Cheng Libin. At once, several formidable individuals emerged, each pair carefully escorting a voting box towards Tiger Claw's position. The onlookers gazed with admiration, marveling at the power of civic engagement. Incredible! Is this the power of citizenship? I long to be a citizen. Do not dream. You must first secure a recommendation to have a 1/3 chance of becoming a citizen. The residents emitted a collective sigh of despair. Outside the luminous screen, at least 1 million people jostled together, some utilizing binoculars to witness the live transition of Hot Springs Island. Others perched atop their companions' shoulders. Moments later, some individuals felt moisture at the corners of their eyes, allowing 2 icy tears to cascade down. Do you see? The people of Hot Springs Island are truly remarkable. In contrast, our tribal leaders remain in power as long as they live. I always wondered why so many would go to great lengths to become citizens. Now I understand. In retrospect, it is not surprising that they idolize foreign lands, for citizens of Hot Springs Island indeed wield significant power. As the votes were counted, Wang Zhihai received 347 votes, Su Yun 119 votes, Mei Ji 947 votes, and He Xian 2,911 votes. Congratulations to He Xian for being elected as the island leader of Hot Springs Island with an impressive 2,911 votes. The entire assembly stands to honor leader He Xian, proclaimed Tiger Claw. Upon his declaration, all members of the assembly rose, bowing at a 90-degree angle to He Xian. On this side, Ye Feng also stood up. With his leadership, over 6,000 citizens stood up, their faces adorned with ease and contentment. I, Ye Feng, hereby announce my formal retirement. Henceforth, I entrust the affairs of Hot Spring Island to the capable hands of Lord He Xian. Upon concluding my statement, I bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to He Xian. In an environment of absolute fairness, no one desires to hold power. Rather, they wish to lead a life of tranquility. In stark contrast to authoritarian societies, where individuals vie to attain positions of authority for the privileges they confer, here, the desire is to live serenely. He Xian trembled, still reeling from immense joy, his mind in a state of disarray. Truly, with such a foolish demeanor, how could he possibly assume the role of island master? In the face of significant events, he might struggle to respond. And to think he hailed from a humble background as a janitor, Chunin muttered quietly from the side. Smack! Ye Feng delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. This is the result of a vote cast by all citizens. And what of a janitor? Can a janitor not serve as island master? If only the elite were permitted to alternate in leadership roles on Hot Spring Island, would it still embody the ideals of absolute fairness and justice? It is the very principle of Hot Spring Island to allow every individual hope of becoming island master, irrespective of their capabilities or character. We shall determine leadership solely based on genuine votes, and there shall be no anonymous voting. As it opens the door for underhanded manipulations by certain individuals, Ye Feng asserted with conviction. I apologize, Brother Feng, but I find it difficult to match your pace of understanding. I feel a heavy weight in my heart. After all, I, Chunin, have risked my life for Hot Spring Island, yet I cannot even ascend as a candidate. After 2 minutes, He Xian finally emerged from his stupor. He had never imagined that a former toilet cleaner could now become the leader of Hot Spring Island. Thank you, dear citizens, thank you, Lord Yi. He Xian said, bowing deeply to Ye Feng. The entire Hot Spring Island, within a radius of 50 miles, erupted with applause. the sound of flesh meeting flesh resonating through the air. Not only the citizens applauded, but the residents joined in. And even those beyond the screen identified with the perspective of the citizens, spontaneously clapping their hands. Lord Island Master, here's your speech. Simply replace the name Wang Zhihai with He Li Xian, Wang Zhihai said, looking dejected as he handed over the speech he had labored over for a month. Wang Zhihai. Oh no, I mean He Li Xian, proclaimed that starting today, Hot Spring Island will host grand feasts for half a month. We shall carry forth the policies of our predecessor, Lord Ye Feng, ensuring that all citizens enjoy happiness, ease, leisure, and contentment. Furthermore, my 7 wives, my wife, will no longer don luxurious garments, but instead will wear plain clothes, receiving the same treatment as ordinary citizens. As for my 30+, oh no. My 4 sons' He Li Xian's speech was riddled with blunders, eliciting continual laughter from the audience. He decided to cast aside the speech and rely on his own eloquence. Here, I have a proposal. I wish for Ye Feng to serve as the Vice Island Master of Hot Spring Island, He Li Xian declared, gesturing towards Ye Feng. Me? No. After finally shedding my burdens, you wish to bind me to the chariot once more? I shall gift you a single word. Ye Feng resolutely shook his head. Then, who shall assume the position of Deputy Island Master? Ye Island Master, or rather, Brother Feng? He Li Xian inquired. This matter does not concern me. You are now the Island Master. I have no desire for any position. From this moment forth, I, Ye Feng, shall be but an ordinary citizen of Hot Spring Island, merely receiving a stipend for unemployment, Ye Feng replied, raising his hands in resignation. Perfectly. He could devote all his energy to cultivation, free from the shackles of mundane affairs. Very well, I shall appoint based on the votes received. Meiji, from today forth, you shall serve as the Deputy Island Master, as your votes were the second highest. Wang Zhihai, although your prestige may not surpass mine, your capabilities are exceptional. I hereby declare you will continue as the President of Hot Spring Bank, concurrently holding the title of Grand Marshal of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Ri Meizi shall take on the role of Chief Financial Officer. Bai Chu Shui shall assume. He Li Xian swiftly arranged the significant positions. In contrast, Ye Feng was engaged in playful banter with the nearby Duoyan Hina, completely oblivious to the proceedings. Though the leadership of Hot Spring Island had changed hands, everyone was aware of who truly held the reins. Now, if Ye Feng were to rise and raise his arm in a call to action, He Li Xian would instantly topple. Thus, he believed that as long as he drew breath, He Li Xian would dare not act recklessly. As time passed, the 4 guards by Ye Feng's side gradually approached He Li Xian, assuming the role of the new Island Master's personal protectors. Brother Feng, you are too foolish. Shannon sighed. Who, then, is the true fool? Ye Feng replied slowly. Rest assured, you will understand in due time. That evening, dozens of bonfires were ignited within Hot Spring Island. Some tribesmen emerged from the light barrier, preparing to excavate their kin for sustenance. Ye Feng had previously declared that he would honor the traditions of each tribe. However, after several tribesmen toiled for an extended period, they were rendered utterly bewildered. Damn it! Who has taken our kin? Whoa! Within Hot Spring Island, songs and dances filled the air as the renowned Kazina performance troupe graced both sides of the light barrier, bringing visual delight to all. He Li Xian further announced the preparation of 200,000 tons of frozen fish to provide fish porridge for the spectators outside the barrier. This deeply resonated with Ye Feng, prompting him to relinquish all oversight entirely. Ha, esteemed Island Master, let us drink another toast. I hope that under your leadership, Hot Spring Island will gradually ascend to glory. Wang Zhihai raised his cup. Cheers, ha. He Li Xian's face flushed crimson from drink. Yet he stubbornly continued to imbibe. Chapter 1005. A heart-pounding sensation at that moment. He Li Xian's new secretary approached, whispering softly in his ear, esteemed Island Master. After finishing this cup, refrain from further drinking. The former secretary, De Fu, has delivered the unfinished documents left by Ye Island Master to the office, nearly filling the storage room, awaiting your approval. What? He Li Xian's expression shifted, his piercing gaze instantly directed at Ye Feng. Could it be that Ye Island Master felt more joy than himself? It seemed this fellow had left him with a mountain of unresolved issues. Forget it. When my term ends, I shall leave a mess for my successor. Thus, under the gentle support of the Secretary General, Helixuan slowly made his way towards the office. Creak. As the door swung open, a lament escaped Helixuan's lips. Outside the Hot Spring Island, people donned thick coats, Sipping the fish porridge provided by the island while enjoying the grand performance by the troupe within, their faces aglow with joy. Look, every time there is a significant event on Hot Spring Island, we are fortunate enough to receive relief porridge. It truly is a blessing. I genuinely hope Hot Spring Island organizes large events every month, allowing us to simply relax. Do you feel fortunate? A disdainful smile flickered across the face of a powerful individual. At that moment, 6 figures slowly approached the spot where the relief porridge was served. They wore fur cloaks, their hands not tucked in their sleeves. The 6 soon gathered together. Master, this formation is no simple matter. It is far more profound than the one we encountered in that canyon. Could it be that in this remote location, there are experts above the transformation realm? Unlikely. Given the spiritual energy of this realm, ordinary individuals cannot possibly cultivate to the true martial realm, and even reaching the pinnacle of the acquired realm is quite challenging. This formation may well be a remnant left by ancient cultivators, allowing these simpletons to reap the benefits. See, this formation has yet to unleash even 1% of its power. The middle-aged man, possessing considerable insight, was indeed worthy of being a master at the peak of the true martial realm. According to the information we've gathered over the past few days, the most formidable individual on Hot Spring Island is Ye Feng, who is merely at the peak of the acquired realm and is currently collecting materials related to inner demons. I suspect he has advanced too quickly, surpassing the spiritual energy limit here, thus becoming afflicted by inner demons, he posited. Master, we must find a way to draw Ye Feng out of the barrier. Otherwise, if he does not emerge, shall we remain here indefinitely? In this desolate place? With such sparse spiritual energy, I fear my cultivation may regress, a young man exclaimed, somewhat impatiently. Exercise some patience. After avenging the Mo brothers, we shall return home and obtain 6 spirit-nurturing pills. Perhaps I might utilize one of these pills to directly break through to the innate realm. While you may also reach the pinnacle of the true martial realm, the master replied calmly. But what if the leader bestows upon us pills of low purity? The young man queried. The master's expression darkened. That was indeed his greatest fear. Spirit-nurturing pills with 90% purity and those with 60% purity are both considered pills. It all depends on the leader's intentions. Rest assured, the leader should not be so stingy, the master said nonchalantly. With that thought, he retrieved a pill from his robe. Ah, master, you actually possess a spirit-nurturing pill? The remaining 5 looked on with envy. What is there to envy? This spirit-nurturing pill is a defective one, with only 56% purity. What a pity. It is just 4% shy of becoming a proper pill. Hence, I have been reluctant to part with it, the master replied, a conflicted look on his face. Master brother, you must exercise caution. Consuming such a potion of this purity will yield more harm than benefit, the others urged hastily. I am not foolish. This item shall serve merely as a keepsake, for it contains nearly half impurities. I am not insane enough to ingest it, master brother retorted with exasperation. The Peiyuan pill is renowned for accelerating the transformation of vital energy into divine energy, making it the quintessential elixir for ascending from the true martial realm to the innate realm. For cultivators below the innate realm, it is considered a treasure. However, once one reaches the transformation realm, the vital energy within the body has entirely transformed into divine energy, rendering the Peiyuan pill somewhat redundant. It is primarily used to nourish one's disciples and juniors. Hey, why are you 6 whispering among yourselves instead of watching the performance? Are you attempting to steal something? A group of security personnel approached, scrutinizing the 6 individuals from head to toe, particularly examining the bags at their waists for any valuable items. The Weiyuan company currently lacked oversight, and some of the security staff operated with a dual nature, often seizing valuable possessions in secret. Oh, are you from Hot Spring Island? Master brother forced a smile, addressing the insignificant ants politely. Needless to say, if we were from Hot Spring Island, would we be suffering in the cold out here? Which tribe do you belong to, and what is your name? The security captain pulled out a notepad. Weiyuan company had received directives from above to register the information of anyone they apprehended. Do you intend to record our information as well? Master brother's smile remained, yet a palpable aura of menace emanated from him. Of course. Speak quickly, and let me see if you are in the records, the security captain commanded. Very well. I am from the Black Wind tribe, and my name is Bodazi. These are my companions, Duoma, Tagala, and Mengding. Master brother quickly divulged their true names. Confident that even if they were genuine, the security personnel would be unable to uncover their true identities. The Black Wind tribe does not seem to appear in the records, nor do any of your names. Have you just arrived at Hot Spring Island? Hey, I am asking you a question. The security captain bellowed in anger. Master Brother's patience had been entirely exhausted. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and an aura surged forth. Not good, you. You have concealed your strength. Are you the Power Emperor? No, it cannot be. The Power Emperor would not exude such a formidable presence. Quickly, summon the Skyfire cannon. The security captain shouted, immediately aiming the cannon at the sky. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! Master Brother merely pointed a finger, and the heads of 10 security personnel exploded in succession. The headless corpses did not even struggle. Their vigor instantly extinguished. Not good. Someone has killed the personnel of Wei Yuan Security Company. The ice surface erupted into chaos. Creak. Dozens of sand vehicles redirected their course, aiming their cannons at Master Brother and the others. Within Hot Spring Island, countless soldiers surged to the holographic screen. Their rifles and artillery trained on the area outside the screen. The panicked crowd swiftly parted, exposing Bodazi and his companions to the onslaught. Simultaneously, 10 headless corpses clad in security uniforms lay beside them. Shadows flickered as Ye Feng was the first to arrive before the luminous screen, his piercing gaze directed towards the 6 formidable figures beyond. With a mere glance, an unsettling sensation gripped his heart. Chapter 1006. Rest assured, I know what to do. Hina was indeed correct. The Gale Zone had become unstable, and powerful beings would continually infiltrate Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng sighed. Moments later, the island master, Heli Xian, hastened towards them, accompanied by his entourage. Who are you outside? Why have you harmed the security personnel of Wei Yuan Corporation? Heli Xian shouted towards the screen. Are you the master of Hot Spring Island? Boda Ji's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery as he scrutinized Heli Xian. If his senses were accurate, Heli Xian was merely a force master? If that were the case, the strength of Hot Spring Island was alarmingly feeble, with its master being just a minor force master. That is none of your concern. I demand to know why you attacked the security guards of Wei Yuan Corporation. Heli Xian pressed on, casting pleading glances towards Ye Feng. It was his first encounter with a significant crisis since assuming the role of island master, and he felt utterly unequipped to handle it. The aura of the 6 individuals outside was overwhelmingly powerful. Even through the screen, he could sense their might, akin to that of the 2 who had been slain by the sword formation previously. Kill your security guards? Very well. Let me ask you, did you slay the Mo brothers? What means did you employ? Or do you possess any spiritual artifacts or talismans? Boda Ji appraised Heli Xian from head to toe. He was convinced that even if this man wielded spiritual artifacts or swords, it was improbable he could vanquish true martial realm experts. After all, spiritual artifacts and swords required vitality to operate, and with the limited energy of a force master, the quality of any sword he could wield would be far from exceptional. What Mo brothers? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Heli Xian continued to bicker with the 6 adversaries. Wang Zhihai could no longer contain himself. Troops, heed my command, fire. The others, already growing impatient, simultaneously activated their mechanisms. Thud, 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 thud. Boom, 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 boom. The cacophony of various weapons unleashed a barrage of fire, creating a tempest of snow and smoke that filled the air. After a considerable wait, as the smoke cleared, the 6 figures stood silently in place. Ye Feng focused his gaze. The middle-aged leader radiated a brilliant golden light, effortlessly deflecting the bolts from the crossbow. The other 5, however, were not as fortunate. Their golden shields had diminished significantly, and their complexion appeared rather poor. Clearly, they had expended a substantial amount of energy to maintain their protective golden light, resulting in their pallor. Boda Ji stepped forward, grasping a crossbow in his hand. What? This humble crossbow nearly pierced my protective divine light? He was incredulous as he held the bolt, his sharp gaze fixed upon Heli Xian. Unbeknownst to him, the crossbow had been infused with the newly developed iridium element from Hot Spring Island, enhancing its hardness by several 100,000 times. However, that meager amount of iridium had already been utilized in this crossbow, and it remained uncertain when further extraction of this precious element would be possible. Brother Feng, it would be best if you took charge. Allow Island Master Heli Xian a moment to rest. Wang Zhihai, witnessing the futility of the barrage that failed to inflict the slightest harm upon the 6, could not restrain himself from shouting towards Ye Feng in the distance. Ye Feng sighed, his figure flickering before he landed directly beside Heli Xian. Brother Feng, please step forward, Heli Xian said, understanding the situation and promptly yielding his position. At that moment, those outside the light barrier finally glimpsed the true protagonist. "So, you are the actual controller of Hot Spring Island? Your name is Ye Feng?" Bodazi had long since inquired about Ye Feng's name, and now he stood face to face with the man himself. "Indeed. I would like to ask, by what means did you ascertain that I was responsible for the demise of those true martial realm experts?" Ye Feng inquired calmly. He sensed that the aura of these 6 individuals was only slightly stronger than that of the previous deceased, likely still within the confines of the true martial realm. With the Azure barrier in place, Ye Feng felt no fear towards the 6. His only concern was that these individuals might wreak havoc outside the barrier, destroying their various factories, which would significantly delay the civilization of Hot Spring Island by hundreds or even thousands of times. "Haha, no comment, Ye Feng. I have heard the people outside privately refer to you as the Hot Spring King. Very well, I shall meet you, this king. Come forth. Let us exchange a few blows." Bodazi's face flashed with derision. "The Hot Spring King? Apologies, but I truly had no idea they called me that in private. As for stepping outside the barrier, ha! Do I appear to be a fool?" Ye Feng replied coldly. "Is that so? Ye Feng, I am aware of your formidable sword formations, yet I do not believe you can remain within that formation indefinitely. From this moment forth, we 6 shall stand guard outside the barrier. Should anyone from Hot Spring Island emerge, I shall slay one. If 2 emerge, I shall slay both. I refuse to believe you can hide indefinitely within this barrier." Bodazi retorted icily. You have indeed hit the nail on the head. Within Hot Spring Island, there is sustenance and drink. I could remain here until I naturally wither away. As for the 6 of you, if you believe you can endure such an environment for long, I shan't force you," Ye Feng replied indifferently. "You?" Bodazi's eyes shifted towards the light barrier. "You have 4 conduits connected to the 4 towering structures outside, indicating a profound relationship with those outside. Are you not afraid I will annihilate all your subordinates?" Bodazi, astute, quickly discerned the connection between Hot Spring Island and the outsiders. "Go ahead and kill them if you wish. They are not citizens of Hot Spring Island, not even residents. Even if you were to slay them all, I would feel no sorrow." Ye Feng nearly burst into laughter. He held firm to his principles. If there were citizens outside, he would strive to save them, but if they were non-citizens, he felt no remorse, even if 100 million were to perish. "Master brother, what shall we do? This Hot Spring King is unyielding. Shall we merely linger here? Master brother, how about you try your first-grade spirit sword to see if it can breach the barrier?" One astute individual proposed. "Very well, I shall give it a try. This sword formation is no trifling matter, so do not harbor overly optimistic expectations." After Bodazi spoke, he patted his waist. A small black sword sprang forth, rapidly expanding into a colossal sword 10 meters in length. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Doyen Hina stepped forward, positioning herself before Ye Feng. "Hina, allow that sword to pierce through the barrier, then seal it for me." "I intend to shatter his spirit sword into fragments with the goose sword silk," Ye Feng declared. He felt it imperative to demonstrate some strength to the 6 individuals, lest they grow overly confident and wreak havoc outside the barrier. If the factories beyond were to suffer destruction, the meticulously established supply chain would require another year or 2 to restore. "Rest assured, I know how to proceed," Doyen Hina nodded. "Go." Bodazi gestured towards the barrier. The colossal black sword emitted a thunderous roar as it swung forcefully towards the azure barrier. However, in the next moment, Bodazi was left astounded as the seemingly thick azure barrier was effortlessly cleaved apart by the giant sword, which then flew into the barrier. Chapter 1007. Working late tonight. My black fire sword has entered the sword formation. Apologies, but soon, not a single creature will remain on Hot Spring Island. Bodazi's eyes narrowed as he altered his hand gestures. The black sword surged forward at Ye Feng with lightning speed. Not good. Doyen Hina's expression changed, and she quickly recited 2 incantations. A golden thread flashed, momentarily halting the black fire sword. With 2 more golden threads crossing, the sword was again delayed, its once unstoppable momentum now stymied. Nevertheless, it still surged forward with an overwhelming force, striking at Ye Feng. Boom! Ye Feng clenched his fists, a golden law manifestation appearing before him. After executing these actions, he crossed his arms defensively across his chest. Clang! The law manifestation was instantly extinguished, and Ye Feng's body was violently propelled against the barrier, only to rebound back into the sword formation. Puff, 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 puff. for golden threads traversed the air, striking the black fire sword in a crisscross pattern. Buzz, 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 buzz. The black fire sword, as if possessing a consciousness, emitted a piercing wail, resembling a pet in distress. This sword formation is rather peculiar. Never mind, I shall retract it for now. Outside the barrier, Bodazi manipulated his hand gestures, summoning the black fire sword back to him at lightning speed. Clang! A muffled sound echoed as the black fire sword collided with the barrier, only to be rebounded back into the sword formation. Doi and Hina had already altered the properties of the formation. Previously, it allowed easy entry and exit, but now, it had become a challenge to exit once one had entered. How could this be? Bodazi switched to using both hands for his incantations. The black fire sword spiraled and struck fiercely against the barrier. Buzz! Helix Su-In felt a ringing in his head. The black fire sword was repelled once more. Puff! 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 8 golden threads flashed, striking forcefully against the black fire sword. This is dire. What should we do? Fellow disciples, produce any weapons you have and attack the sword formation with all your might. We only need to create a tiny breach. I simply wish to retrieve my first-grade spirit sword through that opening. Bodazi's face turned pale with anxiety. It is essential to understand that this exquisite first-grade spirit sword was acquired by him through the entirety of his life savings at a trading fair. To have it destroyed within such a trivial secret realm would be a profound insult to the black fire sword. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 spirit swords flew erratically, bombarding the luminous barrier. Regrettably, the azure shield remained steadfast, not even rippling under the onslaught. This is not good, Master Brother. If we continue our assault on the barrier, our spirit swords will suffer damage. Remember, each of us possesses but a single sword. The remaining 5 hastily retracted their swords, examining the blades with the care one would reserve for a cherished child, fearful of any harm befalling them. Bodazi's eyes were bloodshot. Increasingly more golden threads assailed his black fire sword. Ye Feng, let us reach an accord. Release my spirit sword, and I shall turn and leave, causing you no further trouble on your hot spring island. I am a person of renown on the Starming continent, and my word is my bond. Bodazi's voice was hoarse, resembling that of a malevolent specter as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Ye Feng. Ye Feng's heart raced. He discerned that the spirit sword held immense significance for that individual outside. I'm afraid I cannot trust you. Should I return your spirit sword, I fear you would still seek to trouble me. After all, a truce is only viable when both parties possess comparable strength. Clearly, any one of you 6 lords could easily overpower me. Ye Feng shook his head resolutely. Doi and Hina seemed to receive a signal, intensifying the onslaught on the black fire sword. The cacophony of puff, puff, puff echoed as over 1,000 golden threads ensnared the black fire sword. In a mere moment, the sword severed its connection with its master and plummeted to the ground. Yet these golden threads were ferociously relentless, vowing not to relent until the intruder was reduced to nothingness. Puff! Bodazi coughed up a mouthful of blood, the protective golden light surrounding him dimming slightly. Ye Feng, bastard! I swear, even if I must remain here for 100 years or 1,000, I will drag you out and shatter your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Bodazi swore with venomous fury. Stop, Hina. Can you halt the cutting of the gooseword threads? Ye Feng inquired. I shall attempt it. Doi and Hina performed several hand seals. Upon reaching the 9th transformation, the multitude of golden threads finally dissipated, restoring tranquility to Hot Spring Island. Before them, the massive sword shrank to half a foot in length, its brilliance extinguished, transforming into an ordinary iron sword. Ye Feng cautiously approached and grasped the black fire sword. It felt incredibly light, akin to a feather, yet the power it had unleashed moments ago surpassed that of an ordinary city soared by thousands of times. Bodazi's eyes turned ashen. He understood that even if Ye Feng were to return the black fire sword now, it had irrevocably devolved from a first-grade spirit sword into a worthless, inferior flying sword. Simultaneously, the golden threads severed his connection with the black fire sword. What a treasure! Master Helixuan, I have a proposal, Ye Feng said, holding the diminutive sword as he looked toward Helixuan. Oh, please, speak freely, Brother Feng. I shall comply without hesitation. Although Helixuan had ascended to the position of island master, he had yet to fully embrace his authority and remain deferential to Ye Feng. Alas, you are now the island master. Do not be so modest. As a citizen, I propose that this flying sword be taken to the engineering department for analysis. To ascertain its composition and the elements required for its construction, Ye Feng remarked slowly. Indeed, certainly, Engineer Cheng, please take this sword back to the engineering department for research. Once the findings are completed, document them and submit the results to Feng Ge for review. Oh no, send them to my office for my personal examination, He Lishuan clumsily articulated. Cheng Li Bin, feeling disgruntled by He Lishuan's authority, reluctantly conceded, knowing that He Lishuan's nearly 3,000 votes indicated substantial support from the citizens of Hot Spring Island, including Ye Feng himself. With no other option, he took the flying sword to the Research Institute, planning to delve into its mysteries the following morning at 10 o'clock. Engineers work merely 6 hours a day, from 10 to 12 in the morning and 1 to 2 for a lunch break, followed by the afternoon shift from 2 to 6. Beyond the luminescent screen, Boda Ji continued to gaze intently at Ye Feng, resembling a ferocious beast poised to pounce. Hina, close all gaps in the screen. It's time for us to retire for the night, Ye Feng declared, wrapping his arm around Duoyan Hina's slender waist. Wait, Feng Ge. Those 6 individuals are still watching us closely. What should I do? He Lishuan exclaimed, rushing over to block Ye Feng, appearing utterly flustered. What concern is that of mine? I am currently an unemployed vagabond. You can't expect to bear the title of Island Master without responsibility. Figure it out yourself, Ye Feng retorted sharply, pushing him aside. As he observed Ye Feng and Duoyan Hina depart, He Lishuan's mind began to churn. All forces, heed my command. We will work overtime tonight, maintain vigilance before the screen, and ensure all weapons are aimed at those 6 individuals. If they come within range, fire. He Lishuan inhaled deeply, gradually adopting the demeanor befitting an island master. Chapter 1008. At last, an opportunity arises. Understood, Wang Zhihai quickly nodded. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells rained down upon the location of the 6. This time, the 6 had learned their lesson, retreating to a distance of 6 kilometers, yet they continued to observe the inner workings of Hot Spring Island with keen eyes. Let us find a warm place to discuss how to breach his grand formation, Boda Ji finally conceded. Yes, senior brother. After a brief selection process, the 6 rushed into the shelter. Niu Decao had already witnessed their formidable strength and greeted them with a nervous smile. Gentlemen, are you here for lodging? Needless to say, prepare the warmest room available, or else I shall demand your head, one young man barked. Very well, follow me. Niu Decao led them to the coldest room in the shelter, deliberately leaving the windows open to let the frigid air sweep in. Although those at the true martial realm could largely disregard such cold, it was still somewhat uncomfortable. Surprisingly, the warmest room was hardly warmer than the outside. Never mind. They would have to make do. The 6 sat cross-legged in the room, quietly strategizing on how to deal with Ye Feng. Meanwhile, Niu Decao personally went to shut off the heating pipes, ensuring the shelter was as cold as an ice cave. He remained undeterred, instructing someone to deliberately open the outer door, creating a chilling draft between the room and the entrance. Master brother, it seems that Ye Feng's formation may not be so easily breached. If it comes to that, perhaps we should enlist the aid of the elders from the Blackwind sect? No, if you cannot handle such a trivial matter. Do you still wish to obtain that Pei Yuan Dan? Boda Ji shook his head. He had already lost a black fire sword. Failing to acquire the Pei Yuan Dan would be a significant loss. Surely we cannot continue to linger in this manner? Not to worry. Starting tomorrow, we shall investigate whether there are any relatives of the warm spring island outside, or any corresponding industrial chains. Then, one by one, we shall eliminate them. I do not believe that Ye Feng is so cold-hearted as to stand by and watch his own people be slaughtered, Boda Ji replied calmly. Indeed, all beings possess emotions, even us cultivators. Master brother, your strategy is quite astute. The young man, having just flattered him, wrapped his coat tighter around himself. Why do I feel that it's even colder in this room than outside? Perhaps we should stay outside instead? No, let us remain here. At least we have charcoal. Close the doors and windows tightly, and prepare for a prolonged struggle, Boda Ji insisted. In a 30-degree room on warm Spring Island, Duo Yanhina lay, drenched in sweat, against Ye Feng's sturdy chest. Ah Feng, you have become much stronger than before, haven't you? Has your spirit been replenished? Duo Yanhina's cheeks flushed. Of course, I believe that soon, I will be able to give you a true taste of pleasure. Hina, let us make an effort to conceive a sister for Yi Xing while he is still young, so he will have a companion to play with later. If we wait too long, the 2 children may not be able to play together. Ye Feng smirked, playfully toppling duo Yen Hina once more. An hour later, Ye Feng stood naked before the castle window, gazing out at the light curtain. As the former island master, the villa boasted an excellent location and a broad view, nearly encompassing the entire southern expanse. As for duo Yen Hina, she had already succumbed to a deep slumber on the bed, her eyes still glistening with traces of tears. Ye Feng turned back, gently covering duo Yen Hina with a thin blanket, and once again directed his gaze toward the sanctuary. Surely, we cannot remain cooped up within Warm Spring Island indefinitely. Outside, there lie numerous branches and industrial chains. Particularly, there are over 200 factories dedicated to aircraft manufacturing beyond the light curtain. What if those 6 ruffians went on a rampage and destroyed all of his factories? It is time to issue a bounty notice. Ye Feng, still unclothed, sat at the edge of the bed and inscribed the bounty notice on a piece of wood. Bounty notice. All experts above the Power King level, heed this command. Exterminate the 6 foreign invaders, for each one slain. A reward of 200 million Warm Spring coins shall be granted. Additionally, their children may enter the Warm Spring Primary School unconditionally. Their wives shall receive employment at the Warm Spring Garment Factory. One member of the family will be granted a position at the Warm Spring Bank. Herein, Warm Spring Island advises that those outside should organize, uniting all Power Kings and Power Emperors into a single force rather than sending them to their doom one by one. Having completed the bounty notice, Ye Feng donned a pair of shorts and proceeded toward the island master's office. The night had deepened, and He Lisin along with his secretary had yet to find rest, engaged in their late-night deliberations. This document, should I approve it? He Lisin scratched his head in contemplation. I suppose I should, as it pertains to our interests outside of Hot Spring Island. Very well, I shall approve it. He pondered over another document. Should I authorize this one as well? I am utterly fatigued. Feng Ge has truly left me in a dire predicament, burdening me with such a considerable pile of unfinished business. Conservatively estimating, I shall require 3 continuous months to process these files. He Lisin stretched languidly. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Island Master, Citizen Ye Feng requests an audience. Splendid. It is Feng Ge. Quickly let him in, and then secure the door from the outside. He mustn't escape so easily with all these documents. We must detain him to review them together. He Lisin exclaimed with delight. Moments later, the door swung open, and Ye Feng entered, holding a placard. My lord, here is my proposal. I request that you issue this bounty notice and prepare a fund of 12 billion for the reward, Ye Feng stated. No problem. Someone, replicate this placard 100 times and display it around the light screen so that all outside may behold it, He Lisin commanded. Following this, Chasing Horse entered, his expression complex as he accepted the placard. Just yesterday, he had been the head of Ye Feng's guard. Today, he found himself in He Lisin's service, a transition difficult to accept. Once Chasing Horse departed, Ye Feng clasped his hands together. Island Master, if there is nothing further, I shall retire to rest. You have worked hard. With that, Ye Feng performed a deep bow of 90 degrees. After all, this troublesome situation was one he had bequeathed to He Lisin, and he felt a twinge of guilt. In an environment of absolute fairness and justice, no one aspires to hold power. Yet, in a despotic setting, everyone strives to attain such positions, eager for the benefits they offer. Thus, on Hot Spring Island, the inhabitants do not envy the Island Master, nor do they covet positions such as the Grand Marshal or Deputy Island Master. Do not depart just yet. Feng Ge, please assist me in reviewing this document. Should I approve it? He Lisin insisted, grasping Ye Feng's arm. I am not the Island Master. The decision is yours to make. Ye Feng replied distractedly, his gaze fixed on the doorway. No, come. In my capacity as Island Master, I command you to sit beside me. Feng Ge, surely you would not defy the orders of the Island Master, would you? Furthermore, according to the laws of Hot Spring Island, a former Island Master must take at least half a month to complete the handover process. Feng Ge, it has only been 1 day. He Lisin astutely seized the opportunity. Ye Feng's countenance darkened, and he reluctantly took a seat beside He Lisin. This one, I believe, can be approved. As Hot Spring Island is currently focused on the development of technology and civilization, this one should not be approved. It is purely a waste of resources. This one can be authorized, as it benefits the public. Ye Feng continuously shared his suggestions. Before long, the night had progressed to the early hours. He Lisin was fully engrossed in the task at hand when he suddenly turned to find Ye Feng had vanished. How inconsiderate. The former island master has fled through the window? He lamented. Ah, very well, I shall manage this alone. Closed the window, placed several hot spring tacks on the chair, and gathered her long hair, securing it with a rope from the beam to ensure she would not doze off. Inside the hot spring bathhouse, the sound of cascading water echoed. Outside, a group of boys had managed to carve a hole in the wall of the bathhouse, eagerly peering inside. Step aside. It's my turn to look. I want to see Tuan Tuan's naked body. Don't push or shout. If we get caught, none of us will have the chance to see. Ding. Tuan Tuan stood under the spray, gently wiping her exquisite figure with a towel. Warm water cascaded down her neck, flowing over the valley to her flat abdomen, finally trickling into a marsh in the primordial forest. Hey, what are you guys doing? Ye Feng approached with an air of authority. Oh no, it's Brother Feng. Run. The boys scattered like frightened birds. Once Ye Feng confirmed everyone had fled, he eagerly crouched by the hole and glanced inside. A pair of striking black and white eyes simultaneously peered back at him. After a brief moment of shared shock, they both let out a shriek. Ah! Ye Feng quickly made his escape. Ding. Tuan Tuan's voice resonated through the bathhouse, spreading across the entire hot spring island. Come quickly. There's a peeping Tom outside the women's bathhouse. Hurry. The previously tranquil hot spring island erupted in chaos, with numerous admirers. Ding. Tuan Tuan seized the opportunity to seek justice on behalf of her goddess, determined to knock the peeping Tom senseless. A throng of people, torches in hand, rushed past Ye Feng. Seizing the moment, he slipped into the back of the crowd, vowing that anyone daring to steal a glance at Tuan Tuan's nakedness would face dire consequences. The following morning, the 6 members of Bodazi were still meditating. Outside the shimmering barrier of the hot spring island, a crowd had gathered. What? A bounty of 200 million for a kill? One of the strength masters covered his mouth, directing his piercing gaze toward the shelter where Bodazi resided. Yulong and Lung Ling also squeezed their way in, their eyes widening at the long string of numbers. 200 million? They exchanged glances. Brother Yulong, do you think it's feasible? Lung Ling inquired. It's difficult. As we witnessed yesterday, those 6 individuals are formidable, true martial realm experts. Even if we could take them down, many of our strength kings and emperors would perish. Yulong's expression darkened. On one hand, he coveted the 200 million hot spring coins, but on the other, he feared for his life. There's a suggestion below, urging us to gather all the strength kings and emperors to confront these 2. Lung Ling pointed to the notice. Sister Lung, do you have a plan? Yulong's eyes flickered. With nearly 10,000 people to support in their White Wall city, and as a responsible patriarch, he had to toil daily for hot spring coins, leaving him little time for cultivation. In that case, let us reach out to some clan leaders. Some possess extraordinary abilities. Perhaps we could collaborate, Lung Ling proposed. Let us first proceed to the base of the Man-Gu tribe. During Ye Feng's counterattack last time, the white-haired elder of the Man-Gu tribe became a fish that slipped through the net. Subsequently, we shall unite the 3 major organizations. With that, the 2 hurriedly made their way into the distance. Bodazi and his 5 companions remained in slumber until the afternoon, unable to withstand the chilling cold of the previous night. Even a formidable warrior of the true martial realm found it challenging to endure. Master, this cursed place is unbearably cold, especially this so-called sanctuary. It feels even colder than outside, remarked a young man. Enough of your prattle. Let us move around the perimeter of the light screen and inspect for any flaws in the sword formation. Should we discover a weakness, we must strike decisively. Without granting Ye Feng an opportunity to react, Bodazi instructed, walking out of the sanctuary with his hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, the temperature outside was slightly warmer than within the confines of their shelter. Unbeknownst to them, Niu Decao had employed every means at his disposal to ensure the 6 endured the bitter cold overnight. The 6 emerged in single file, causing the surrounding force masters to scatter like birds. They were informants dispatched by the various organizations, diligently monitoring every move of the 6, even reporting the color of their excrement back to their respective factions. The currency gradually revealed a fraction of its power. Ah, good morning. Just then, an elder approached. A force master. Bodazi exhaled a sigh of relief and appraised the elder from head to toe. Who are you? Oh, I am merely an unemployed drifter outside. That fellow Ye Feng pays us a meager wage, forcing me to adopt a laid-back lifestyle. Yesterday, I witnessed the grandeur of several esteemed individuals and was filled with admiration. Thus, I wish to offer the 6 an opportunity to enter Hot Spring Island, the elder said with a smile. Is that so? Bodazi narrowed his eyes. Indeed, once you enter Hot Spring Island, you can eliminate Ye Feng and his companions, and I too shall enjoy the warm climate of the island, the elder chuckled. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bodazi flicked his finger. Boom. The elder's body was torn asunder, erupting in a spray of crimson against the icy terrain. What? Master, why have you done this? The 5 youths gasped in shock. Am I a fool? Upon entering Hot Spring Island, there are countless strands of sword energy that would reduce me to mere fragments. Unless one possesses the formation plate, who would dare to enter? This old fool was clearly attempting to entice us into Hot Spring Island. He must be a spy sent by Ye Feng. Can you not see that? Bodazi, true to his name, deduced the truth with remarkable accuracy. However, he had not anticipated that the elder was not dispatched by Ye Feng at all. The matter of dealing with the 6 was beneath the concern of Hot Spring Island itself. 5 kilometers away, in an ice house, Yulong set down his telescope. Alas, if he sacrifices himself for the clan, his family should at least receive 50 million hot spring coins if we manage to eliminate those 6, Yulong said slowly. Brother Yu, it is premature to speak of such matters. Let us first secure the funds, came the response from behind him. Behind Yulong stood over 40 force emperors, while several hundred force kings lay in ambush within the neighboring ice houses. They represented 1/3 of all the experts in the Southern District. Do not underestimate the Southern District. It is home to nearly 40 million inhabitants, not to mention the countless others who remain unregistered, as some are unwilling to be documented. Beyond the luminous screen, the territory is divided into 4 major regions: East, West, South, and North, alongside the Fury Sea District. The Fury Sea District boasts the highest population, primarily because it encompasses Eternal Life City, where various tribes arrive daily, seeking refuge and establishing residence without formal registration. Among those who survive, there are scarcely any ordinary individuals left. At the very least, they possess the prowess of formidable warriors. Should there be any ordinary folk, they are typically infants safeguarded by their guardians. The Southern District alone houses approximately 40 million individuals, while the other 3 districts collectively amount to around 70 to 80 million. As the reputation of Hot Spring Island grows increasingly prominent, all races from the Great Desert flock toward it. Upon their arrival in Eternal Life City, they are often advised to pay a visit to the godfather of the Southern District, for without his favor, their presence here would be untenable. Now, close the door. We can deliberate on significant matters, a voice emanated from within the ice chamber. The assembly of mighty emperors turned in unison to behold a middle-aged man seated at the table. Half of his face shrouded in shadow, the other half illuminated. He adorned a grand ring upon his finger. I have met the godfather. Yulong stepped forward, bowing at a 90-degree angle to the man who was half in light, half in darkness. The man leaned slightly forward, his forehead reflecting the light. Ah, kiss my ring, he commanded, extending the back of his hand. Yes, Yulong approached reverently, grasping Wang Zhihai's hand to bestow a kiss upon the ring. Now, Wang Zhihai offered his hand to Lung Ling. Although a flicker of discomfort crossed her face, she too kissed the ring. Your Excellency Wang Zhihai, what course of action should we pursue next? Yulong inquired cautiously. Dealing with those 6 individuals is straightforward, yet entirely unnecessary. Consider this. Hot Spring Island currently reigns supreme. They may do as they wish. Keeping these 6 around serves to instill a measure of intimidation toward the island. Do you understand my meaning? Wang Zhihai reclined in his chair, his form enveloped in darkness. I comprehend, Your Excellency. Might this course of action tarnish your reputation? Yulong questioned. Not at all. I should have been the rightful lord of Hot Spring Island. I have rendered significant contributions, yet have received no accolades. Very well. If you citizens wish to play, I shall indulge you. Chapter 1010. Yet another cup for Ye Feng. Wang Zhihai's voice resonated from the shadows. What actions shall we undertake next? Lung Ling asked. We shall observe the developments. We must not allow those 6 to obliterate Hot Spring Island, nor permit Hot Spring Island to eliminate the 6. Let them engage in a deadly struggle, and we shall seize the opportunity to profit from the chaos. Yulong, you may draft a letter to Ye Feng, requesting funds to establish a force of imperial warriors, specifically tasked with eliminating the 6 formidable entities beyond the luminous screen. And what if Ye Feng declines? Yulong inquired. Do not be overly demanding. A sum of 2 million will suffice. I trust that Ye Feng will allocate funds for you. After 7 days, allow him to provide the necessary financing. Once he has invested all his capital, He will find himself in a precarious position, forced to rely on you. Otherwise, his previous investments will have been in vain. Wang Zhihai stated calmly. I understand. Thank you, Godfather, replied Phelan. To be honest, in the past, Yulong harbored resentment towards Wang Zhihai. However, since Wang Zhihai assisted him in obtaining the fishing license, his attitude has since transformed. It appears that Wang Zhihai is indeed a true neutral party. With such a formidable guardian, they, the wandering souls, may thrive amidst adversity. Today, as I rarely visit Hot Spring Island, feel free to voice any concerns. I shall address anything within reason, Wang Zhihai continued, leaning forward, his face illuminated by the light. One of the royal powers hesitated before approaching. He first kissed Wang Zhihai's ring. Godfather, I have a grandson who is quite intelligent. I wish for him to join Weiyuan Security Company as a security supervisor. The royal power said politely. What is your grandson's capability? Wang Zhihai inquired, delicately caressing the ring, exuding an air of authority. Third-tier royal power. However, to qualify as a security supervisor, one must at least possess the royal power rank. Wang Zhihai pondered momentarily, revealing a hint of difficulty. The royal power felt a sinking sensation, bracing himself for rejection. But since you have come to seek my assistance, very well, in 3 days. Your grandson shall become the security supervisor, Wang Zhihai replied slowly. Ah, thank you, Godfather. The royal power exclaimed joyously, fervently kissing Wang Zhihai's hand. Release me. Wang Zhihai pulled back his hand, wiping the ring with a white handkerchief. In return, any intelligence you acquire must be conveyed to me without alteration or embellishment. Rest assured, should I obtain any information, I will mimic that person's tone, gestures, and expressions, relaying their words verbatim, the royal power assured respectfully. Another royal power approached. I have a daughter who has entered the hot spring garment factory, but, as you understand, the factory manager has connections. My daughter is young and beautiful. I cherish her dearly, yet the manager has treated her poorly. She has suffered a broken jaw and a crooked nose. The royal power's voice choked with emotion as he spoke. Do not worry. Those who have harmed your daughter will receive their just punishment. In a few days, you may visit the factory entrance. The manager's jaw will be shattered, and his nose will likewise be distorted, Wang Zhihai stated coolly. No, I wish for you to kill him. Only then can my heart's resentment be alleviated, the royal power insisted. Wang Zhihai's countenance darkened suddenly. He stood abruptly, casting his gaze out the window, seemingly displeased. Is it possible to accomplish this? The royal power inquired. Your name is Danuodi, is it not? Danuodi, what have I done to merit such disrespect? You seek my assistance yet refuse to address me as Godfather. Moreover, your daughter is not deceased. Yet you wish for the demise of that factory manager. This is hardly just. I can only assure you that the manager will be met with a fate as grim as your daughter's, though I shall not take his life. However, I possess the capability to do so. Wang Zhihai furrowed his brow as he spoke. Me? Li Huang hesitated for a moment, grasping Wang Zhihai's hand and bestowing a kiss upon his ring. I understand, Godfather. Perhaps one day in the future, I may seek your assistance, of course. Within the bounds of your capacity, I would never impose upon you to accomplish the impossible. Nevertheless, I hope that day never arrives. Until then, please accept this measure of justice. Wang Zhihai finally revealed a hint of a smile. Thank you, Godfather. I shall return home now and await good news. Of course, return home. Should any valuable intelligence arise, remember to inform me at the earliest opportunity. I shall compensate you, Wang Zhihai replied, once more seated to resolve the troubles of all. Outside the shimmering screen of Hot Spring Island, the snowstorm raged. Bodazi and his 5 companions tightened their coats as they gazed at the interior of the island. Ye Feng, clad in shorts, lounged on a deck chair. Beside him lay Duoyanhina. Ah Feng, allow me to pour you some wine, Duoyanhina offered, filling a glass with fruit wine. This exquisite beverage was procured through considerable expenditure of hot spring coins, crafted from fruits fermented by the delicate feet of 16-year-old maidens, possessing an extraordinarily sweet and fragrant taste. Ye Feng lifted the glass, swirling it before casting a disinterested glance at the 6 figures outside the screen. The 6 men were fixated upon Ye Feng, trembling from the cold, particularly Bodazi, whose piercing gaze seemed lethal. Added the power to kill, Ye Feng would have been reduced to mere fragments. Gentlemen, you would do well to depart to whence you came. You cannot penetrate my grand formation, so why endure this chill? Ye Feng proclaimed, downing the fruit wine in one swift motion. Ah, What a splendid wine. Hina, pour another for your husband. Certainly. Duoyen Hina lifted the wine jug, refilling Ye Feng's glass. Bodazi swallowed hard, his gaze appraising the enchanting figure of Duoyen Hina. What a beauty. Truly exquisite. In all my experience, I have never encountered such a remarkable creature. Ye Feng, your fortune with women is indeed remarkable. Bodazi feigned indifference. Is that so? It seems you are quite taken, but alas, there is nothing to be done. Ye Feng retorted, pulling Duoyen Hina close and planting a kiss upon her tender cheek. Ye Feng, we can sit down and have a proper discussion. Release the grand formation, and I shall bestow upon you a boon. How does that sound? Bodazi tightened his coat. A boon? Are you suggesting I should be reincarnated? You, Bodazi, are a true martial artist. Why resort to such childish tactics against me? Do I strike you as a fool? Ye Feng replied coldly with a smirk. Ye Feng, you are indeed collecting materials related to inner demons, aren't you? Hee hee. All I can divulge is that the soul elixirs you concocted merely serve to appease the inner demons temporarily, ensuring they do not disturb you. Chapter 10:11. Truly a headache. However, the more soul elixirs you offer, the stronger the heart demon becomes. When it next seeks you out, your supply of soul elixirs may not suffice to satiate its appetite. The heart demon, much like a person, possesses an ever-expanding hunger. Unless you choose to forfeit your own cultivation. Bodazi's gaze was indeed piercing, discerning Ye Feng's fatal weakness with ease. Ye Feng paused for a moment, his hand holding the red wine. In the next instant, he downed the wine in one gulp. Whether it is fortune or misfortune, I care not. For if calamity is to come, I shall face it unflinchingly. He would not be manipulated, at worst. He would maintain his strength at the 9th level of the Emperor rank. Coupled with the hot spring grand formation, it should barely suffice. Afon, Duoyen Hina nudged him. As a descendant of the dual deities, she understood the terror of the heart demon better than anyone else. The heart demon does not discriminate. Even those of divine realms can find themselves utterly overwhelmed by it. Do you possess a fundamental solution to the heart demon? Duoyen Hina's voice resonated. Oh, with such a melodious voice, why would one choose to marry Ye Feng? Bodazi's eyes widened, and his 5 disciples were no better, their expressions dulled as if entranced. Bodazi, if you know how to resolve the heart demon, please share it with me. Perhaps the hot spring island could provide you with some sustenance and vermifuge, Duoyen Hina proposed. Food is trivial for us, and at our current level, we could go a year or two without sustenance and remain unscathed, Bodazi replied, the first to regain composure. At that moment, Wang Zhihai returned, still clad in his suit and adorned with a ring. Brother Feng, Wang Zhihai leaned closer to Ye Feng's ear. That was a clever move, pretending to be an adversary to our hot spring island. Was it ordered by the island master, or did you devise it yourself? Ye Feng chuckled, giving Wang Zhihai a pat on the shoulder. Hina, pour Zhihai a glass of wine. Brother Feng, of course it was my own idea. That Heli Xian. Does he possess such wisdom? Wang Zhihai scoffed. Ye Feng's expression darkened immediately. Zhihai, you are increasingly disregarding etiquette. Heli Xian was chosen as island master by 2,900 votes. To disrespect him is to disrespect half the citizenry, including myself. Wang Zhihai's anger flared further upon hearing Ye Feng's words. Yes, I understand. His mood soured. Zhihai, regarding your role as godfather, have you consulted with Island Master Heli Xian? Is he aware? Ye Feng inquired once more. No, he is not aware. Wang Zhihai dared not lie in front of Ye Feng. That is where you err. As president of the Hot Spring Bank and supreme commander of the 3 armies of Hot Spring Island, your every action must be known to the island master, understood? Ye Feng remarked coolly. But this godfather role was chosen for me by outsiders. It has nothing to do with him. Wang Zhihai's face darkened. Of course it has everything to do with him. If the island master disapproves, you cannot assume the role of godfather, nor can you sway hearts beyond the light screen. Unless you are elected as the island master yourself, Ye Feng stated nonchalantly. He understood that Wang Zhihai was a restless spirit. Should he gain control over the more than 100 million souls beyond the light screen, could Heli Xian still keep him in check? Brother Feng, it would have been better if you hadn't mentioned this matter. Just thinking about it ignites my fury. Who told you to cast your vote for Helix? You are fully aware that those citizens would follow your lead, yet you chose to bestow your vote upon Helix, which clearly shows your favoritism. I have followed you since the Black Tree River region, and over the years, my contributions to the organization and to Hot Spring Island have been more significant than the Great Wall itself. Oh, It's one thing to deny me the position of Island Lord, but to have me act as a godfather outside the screen, what business is it of theirs? This is utterly intolerable. The last words from Wang Zhihai were nearly a roar. Since he failed to be elected as Island Lord, he had been feeling quite dejected. And today he finally had the opportunity to confront Ye Feng. Clang! Ye Feng's wine cup fell to the floor. Darling, get out of the way. Zhihai exploded. Ye Feng's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly pulled Dui and Haina back to the castle, slamming the door shut behind them. He was left speechless by Wang Zhihai's tirade. At times, Ye Feng pondered deeply and recognized that Wang Zhihai's contributions were indeed substantial. One might say he was like Cao Cao, while Wang Zhihai was akin to Sun Yu. One managed external affairs while the other handled internal matters, thus transforming Hot Spring Island into the sovereign of the vast desert. However, once their dominion was secured, internal conflicts began to escalate. Helix, with dark circles under his eyes, held the last document in hand. Ha ha ha, the final document. Once I finish this, I can finally go home and rest. I am so exhausted. I swear I will never take on the role of Island Lord again. In a good mood, Helix stamped the last document with approval. At that moment, Shui Ma entered, announcing, Lord of the Island, President Wang seeks an audience. Ah, Zhihai? Please let him in. I have matters to discuss with him, Helix responded. Before long, Wang Zhihai entered, cradling a box in his arms. Ha ha ha, Zhihai, come come. Just as I was about to reorganize the troops, the Grand Marshal of the army arrives. No, Lord of the Island. This is the steel seal of my position as bank president and the steel seal of the Grand Marshal. I hereby resign, Wang Zhihai said with a downcast expression. Zhihai, what on earth is going on? Helix asked, alarmed. It's nothing. I merely wish to take a break. I request the Island Lord and the Council to approve my resignation. Wang Zhihai replied, looking utterly lost. Zhihai, what is this? Is there something we can discuss? Is it about your salary? Helix pressed, gently pushing Wang Zhihai into a chair. I will not sit. I will place the seals of the Grand Marshal and Bank President here. Tomorrow, I will formally submit my resignation to the Council. Farewell. With that, Wang Zhihai unsteadily exited the Island Lord's office. Helix pondered, could it be due to a quarrel with his wife? I must seek Brother Feng's counsel to persuade Zhihai. Accompanied by the guards of Shui Ma, Helix arrived at Ye Feng's villa, where Duo and Haina opened the door for him. Brother Feng, what is it? You seem to be in dire straits, Ye Feng exclaimed, ushering Helix to a seat. Brother Feng, Wang Zhihai just resigned. He will no longer serve as bank president nor as Grand Marshal of the army, Helix exclaimed, drenched in sweat. What? Ye Feng sighed heavily. Wang Zhihai has left. Can you still maintain control over the army? Especially his bank, can you manage it? Ye Feng inquired. Li Xian immediately shook his head vigorously. Of course, I cannot manage it. I am utterly ignorant about banking matters. The military is somewhat easier. At least I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding military management. Li Xian replied. What a headache. Ye Feng exclaimed, patting his forehead. He had no desire to oversee the bank, let alone the military. Island Master, it is well known that I, Ye Feng, have resigned. You should make your own decisions regarding such matters. I truly will not interfere any longer. Chapter 1012. A casual outing with you. He needed to rest properly and could not be burdened with so much. Brother Feng, are you not speaking falsely with your eyes wide open? Anyone can see that I, as the Island Master, am merely a figurehead you have elevated. Everyone understands that you are the true controller of Hot Spring Island, while I am but your puppet. Li Xian was taken aback. What puppet? I stated that I would relinquish power entirely, and I shall not meddle in the management of Hot Spring Island. Now, as a citizen, I command you to leave my villa and do not bother me again. Hina, see him out. Li Xian retorted, you are ruthless. We shall meet again amidst the mountains and rivers. He stormed out of Ye Feng's home, visibly upset. Hina, have Chef Sure prepare a sumptuous meal, invite him, Chunin, Ding Tuan Tuan, and my son, and then please summon Wang Zhihai to join us for a family feast, Ye Feng said wearily. To be honest, if Wang Zhihai were to become as negligent as himself, there would be no one to steer Hot Spring Island. Understood, Duo and Hina replied before heading to the kitchen. At Wang Zhihai's villa, he lay under the covers, ostensibly sleeping, but in reality concealing his feelings of helplessness. Without Ye Feng's platform, his abilities found no outlet, leaving him to quietly remain a jobless drifter at home. Thankfully, his wife and children supported him wholeheartedly. The head of the household. Someone has delivered an invitation for you to dine at his residence. His wife approached him. Is it from Li Xian? Wang Zhihai asked with a muffled voice. No, it is from Brother Feng. Oh, Wang Zhihai quickly threw off the covers. Bring me water to wash my face and prepare my finest suit. Certainly. After so many years of marriage, his wife had become adept at discerning his thoughts. The only two individuals he respected as the head of the household were Ye Feng and Susan. He held no regard for anyone else. It was only natural to feel dejected about not becoming the island master. Fortunately, even without the position of president, it mattered little, as the welfare on Hot Spring Island was astonishingly generous. Each family member received over 10,000 hot spring coins monthly, with free medical care, education, and even meals, making the monthly allowance more than sufficient for their needs. That evening, Wang Zhihai, impeccably dressed in a suit, accompanied his wife to attend Ye Feng's family banquet. He knocked on the door. Duo and Hina personally opened it for him. Ah, it's Zhihai. Ye Feng has been waiting for you in the dining room. Sister-in-law, Wang Zhihai greeted, still somewhat reserved and unable to lower his pride. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Ye Feng, Cheng Li Bin, Shi Zhongliang, Shenin, and Ding Tianxuan were already seated. Quickly, it's Old Wang who's arrived. Old Wang, arriving so late warrants a penalty of 3 drinks. Cheng Li Bin was the first to rise. Indeed, Old Wang, your tardiness calls for 3 drinks. Come, take a seat. Shenin assisted Wang Zhihai in pulling out a chair. Uncle Wang, where has your baldness gone? Have you donned a wig? Ding Tianxuan playfully patted Wang Zhihai's head. You lot, being among friends, why impose such penalties? Anyone who mentions 3 drinks again shall face 30. Ye Feng chided lightly. Wang Zhihai's gaze became momentarily fixed. Brother Feng, do you truly consider me one of your own? Zhihai, let us enjoy the meal. Duo and Hina personally served dishes to Wang Zhihai, a gesture that would have once seemed unimaginable. Me? Thank you, sister-in-law. Wang Zhihai felt a twinge of emotion in his eyes. Everyone raised their glasses to express gratitude for Zhihai's contributions to Spring Island. I acknowledge that among us all, Zhihai's efforts are paramount. Ye Feng lifted his glass. Uncle Wang, I toast to you. Old Wang cheers. Good brothers for life, Zhihai. The group inquired warmly after Wang Zhihai's well-being. As the first drink was consumed, tears streamed down Wang Zhihai's face. That night, at Ye Feng's family banquet, he felt an unprecedented warmth. Even his sister-in-law had served him food. Feng Ge's son, Xiao Yexing, even referred to him as uncle. After feasting, Ye Feng summoned Wang Zhihai to the study. Zhihai, I sincerely wish to retain you. It's not just me. Heli Xian and others desire your presence. You will continue as the president of the One Spring Bank, alongside your role as Grand Marshal of the 3 armies. At worst, I shall bestow upon you a prestigious Yunma medal. Ye Feng spoke earnestly. Brother Feng, among family, there's no need for formalities. I am willing to remain as president of the One Spring Bank and Grand Marshal of the 3 armies. Wang Zhihai nodded. We are all family. Why must one be the island lord? That said, this One Spring Island belongs to all citizens. The island lord seems to hold no real privileges, merely 4 additional guards. All right, I return this to you. Next time, no more sulking. Ye Feng retrieved the seals of the president and Grand Marshal from his drawer. Received it, Brother Feng. If there's nothing else, I shall head home. I have work tomorrow. Very well. I want to insist on keeping you. Work diligently. And perhaps in 2.5 years, you might even become the island lord. Ye Feng personally escorted Wang Zhihai and his wife to the door, granting them due respect. Wang Zhihai, invigorated, dashed homeward, exclaiming, Ladies, no late-night card flipping tonight. I wish to sleep soundly. Remember to wake me in the morning. I have work. With that, he collapsed into slumber. The following day, Ye Feng rose around noon. After freshening up, he took a reclining chair and fishing gear to One Spring Bay. Duo and Hina remained behind to tidy the house, as he was no longer the island lord. The vast villa could only be cleaned by Duo and Hina herself. Today, Xiao Yexing accompanied his father to fish. Son, fishing requires patience. One must wait for the fish to bite, and only after confirming its grasp should you pull firmly. Ye Feng concluded, raising his fishing rod with vigor, successfully reeling in a sizable sea fish. Dad, the fish in the bay are all clustered together. Is there really a need to wait for them to bite? We could simply use a net. Yi Xing remarked disdainfully. Ah, what do you know? I am imparting wisdom rather than genuinely fishing, Ye Feng retorted, adopting a paternal demeanor. If you're not fishing, then why bring the rod? Yi Xing questioned. I am merely passing the time and thought to bring you out for a bit of fun. That's unnecessary. You should return home and help Mom with the cleaning. It's too much for her to handle alone. All right. Little rascal, you carry on with your play. Ye Feng sighed. His son was still young and naturally sided with his mother. When he grows up, he will surely see things my way, Ye Feng comforted himself. At that moment, 6 figures gradually emerged from the icy expanse beyond the light curtain, tightening their coats as they fixated intently on Ye Feng. Hey, you all finally awake. Ye Feng greeted the 6. The 6 remained silent, their gaze fixed upon Ye Feng, causing an unsettling sensation to wash over him. The presence of true martial realm experts was palpable, their mere stare enough to induce discomfort. Creak. Several crossbows aimed at the 6, the operators poised at the triggers, awaiting Ye Feng's command. Esteemed guests, you hail from outside the gale wind zone, correct? You are Bodazi, and the one beside you is Duoma, followed by Tagala and Mingding. Ye Feng named each of them. Ye Feng, how do you know our names? Bodazi's heart sank slightly. Haha, within my domain of Hot Spring Island, the moment you arrive, I can uncover your details thoroughly. You come from outside the gale wind zone. Since you cannot penetrate Hot Spring Island, do enlighten me about the world beyond the gale wind zone, so this rustic fellow may broaden his horizons. Ye Feng added, reeling in another fish. Ye Feng, the world beyond the gale wind zone is vast beyond your imagination. The Xingming continent alone, just one prefecture, is over 100 times larger than your entire Great Desert. Bodazi replied coolly. Then, may I inquire how many prefectures exist in the Xingming continent? Ye Feng cast his hook back into the bay. That I cannot say. In my country, the Black Mountain, there are hundreds of states, each comprising dozens of prefectures. Thus far, I have never ventured beyond the Xin prefecture, which houses over 70 sections. Any sect leader could annihilate your great desert 100 times over. Do you now comprehend my strength? Bodazi spoke with a hint of truth, seeking to subdue Ye Feng with his formidable prowess. I'm not concerned with that. You 6 should return to your Xin prefecture. Here, you will find no advantage. Only mutual torment, Ye Feng replied calmly. Ye Feng, in truth, our visit this time does not solely hinge on vengeance. Your formation is rather intricate. If you were to accompany me back to the Black Wind sect with the array plate, perhaps the sect leader would, in a moment of good fortune, divulge the method to eradicate your inner demons. Bodaji seduced him with words. Array plate? Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. He was uncertain how to maneuver this sword formation, but it likely pertained to the Goo God Cauldron. However, given his current capabilities, he was far from being able to approach the cauldron, let alone transport it away. Are there no alternative methods to eliminate the inner demons? Ye Feng inquired, as he found himself tormented by the inner demons, unable to dare advance to the true martial realm. Haha, in such a remote place as yours, what could possibly capture the sect leader's interest? The only thing of value you possess is this sword formation's array plate. Ye Feng, I perceive you as a prodigy. At such a tender age, you have cultivated to this extent. With a bit more time, you might indeed reach the true martial realm, or even the innate realm, and the transformation realm. Talents such as yourself ought to seek greater opportunities. Confined here, your lifespan will inevitably dwindle. Bodaji believed he had made an impression on Ye Feng and intensified his persuasion. Save your breath, you should return. Inform your sect leader that perhaps one day I shall venture beyond the gale wind zone to witness the star mist continent, but that day is not now. My lifespan remains ample. Why exert such effort? Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. Bodaji's expression shifted. Ye Feng, do you truly intend to be a timid turtle for all your life? Timid turtle? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. These 6 individuals seemed to believe they had him cornered. Their incessant prowling outside the light barrier was quite bothersome. It was an opportune moment to test the current capabilities of the Fansheng divine demon art. You, go summon Hina and Yi Xing, Ye Feng instructed, grasping a young boy and handing him 20 hot spring coins. All right. The boy immediately dashed towards Ye Feng's villa. A while later, Hina arrived. Ah Feng, what is it? Son, you can manipulate the light barrier to expand and contract, correct? Ye Feng ruffled Yi Xing's hair. Of course. Haven't you seen it before? Excellent. Soon, Father must confront those 6 rogues. Their incessant wandering outside is quite vexing. When you observe that I am unable to best them, enlarge the light barrier to ensconce those 6 within. Hina, you shall control the goose sword threads to rend them into fragments. Ye Feng spoke coldly. One must not remain in a defensive position indefinitely. I cannot hide within the light barrier for eternity. Be cautious, as they are formidable true martial realm experts, emerging from a significant locale. Should they possess any extraordinary abilities, It could lead to your irrevocable demise, Hina advised seriously, without attempting to dissuade Ye Feng. Father is so remarkable, going to confront the villains. Yi Xing exclaimed with excitement. Ye Feng remarked, at such a young age, you are quite the warrior. I did not expect that. Hina instructed the citizens and residents near the bay to seek refuge within the fortress. Once the 6 individuals were shrouded within the protective barrier, they were determined to wreak havoc, even at the cost of being sliced into fragments by sword threads, resulting in countless casualties. Ye Feng remarked, indeed. Duoyan Hina moved her lips, employing her sorcery. In the blink of an eye, the high-ranking officials of Hot Spring Island had gathered, including Heli Xian, the deputy island master Meiji, Wang Zhihai, and Ding Tuanchuan. Brother Feng, are you truly going to confront them? Wang Zhihai inquired, his face etched with concern. Brother Feng, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. They can't breach our defenses anyway, Heli Xian advised. No, today I must engage them. I cannot allow them to roam freely outside the barrier. Otherwise, they will eventually discover the flaw in our sword formation, Ye Feng asserted resolutely. Then, take care. Wang Zhihai cautioned, signaling the crossbowmen atop the mountain to stand ready to fire. Ye Feng slowly rose, donning an inner garment crafted from seal fur, followed by a thick sealskin cloak. Outside the barrier, the 6 individuals remained oblivious to Ye Feng's clandestine discussions. Bodaji, do you believe I lack the courage to face you in battle? Ye Feng challenged. Oh, Island Master Yi, you truly dare to emerge? Bodaji's heart soared with joy, though he maintained an air of nonchalance. Senior brother, he is merely boasting. I doubt he will dare to come out. Duoma quickly employed a provocation tactic. With a swish, Ye Feng appeared outside the barrier. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold permeated the air. Quickly, 3 figures moved swiftly, sealing Ye Feng's retreat, while 2 others positioned themselves on either side of him. Bodaji confronted Ye Feng directly. Ye Feng, ha ha ha. I initially thought you possessed some intelligence. I never anticipated your foolishness in daring to engage me outside the barrier. Hee hee. Now I ask you, who possesses your formation disc? Bodaji stepped forward, appraising Ye Feng with a predatory gaze. Ye Feng refrained from engaging in idle chatter. Golden light emanated from his body, and a 6-meter-tall golden avatar materialized. Chapter 10:14. Still not dead? Seeking death? Bodaji narrowed his eyes and extended his hand towards Ye Feng's avatar. In his estimation, even with an avatar, Ye Feng, being of mere postnatal realm, could not possibly match him. He couldn't even be bothered to summon his flying sword. Die! With a resounding boom, Ye Feng unleashed a punch without hesitation. The avatar behind him mirrored his movements. In an instant, the snow on the ground danced in the wind, forming a powerful tornado, stirring the air within a 1,000-meter radius. Bodaji's previously carefree expression vanished. He shifted from grasping to striking, also sending a punch towards Ye Feng. At that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. The wind and snow stilled, sounds faded away. The forces of the two clashed with equal intensity. After a brief pause, Bodaji clutched his chest and spat a mouthful of blood. You? So strong? He was reluctant to accept this reality and abruptly slapped his waist. A small green sword flew from his pouch and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a 5-meter-long giant sword. Clang! The giant sword cleaved towards Ye Feng. So, you possess 2 spirit swords? With one hand shielding his head, Ye Feng grasped the enormous sword with the other. The divine manifestation behind him immediately extended a colossal hand, enveloping nearly half of Ye Feng's body. Simultaneously, the other hand of the divine manifestation reached out to seize the giant sword. Clang! The hand of the divine manifestation was sliced open, yet the excess energy lodged the sword firmly in its palm. Who would have thought the power of the divine manifestation to be so formidable? Previously, I had underestimated my own strength, merely hiding behind the protective barrier. It seems I now possess the capability to contend with those at the true martial realm. Ye Feng's heart surged with elation as he seized the giant sword and swept it toward Bodaji. Bam! Bodaji, taken aback, was propelled 20 meters backward, pointing a finger at the sword. The sword struggled within the grasp of the divine manifestation, emitting a series of piercing chimes. Too late, Ye Feng roared, striking the sword with both hands. Boom! The spirit sword, of considerable caliber, let out a shrill cry, with a significant portion of its radiance dissipating. You? Bodaji gasped in astonishment, swiftly patting his waist. A yellow talisman soared forth, which he clutched in his palm. The diamond talisman. Upon affixing the talisman, A brilliant golden light enveloped him, transforming him into a towering giant, standing 3 meters tall, equal in stature to Ye Feng's demonic form. Ye Feng, you shall meet your demise. Ji advanced with earth-shaking strides, akin to the Hulk, charging toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng discarded the severely diminished flying sword, also striding forward with thunderous steps to collide with Ji. Within and outside the protective barrier, all eyes widened in astonishment, witnessing this clash of titans. Boom! The two figures collided. Ji, enveloped in golden light, was hurled back 20 meters. In contrast, Ye Feng's divine manifestation dimmed only by half. While his body remained steadfast, the force of the impact had been absorbed by the divine manifestation, with only a fraction affecting his corporeal form. Again, Ye Feng denied Ji any chance to recover, leaping 10 meters into the air, his colossal feet descending forcefully upon Ji. Bam! Ji rolled aside, narrowly evading the stomp. However, the layer of ice beneath him shattered, unleashing a torrent of seawater that drenched him from head to toe. Meanwhile, Ye Feng crouched down, tucking his head and limbs tightly. The divine manifestation mirrored this posture, cocooning Ye Feng's body within its protective embrace. Splash! The seawater pelted the divine manifestation, streaming down its translucent form to the ground. Not a single drop touched Ye Feng's body. After a brief moment, Ye Feng gradually stood up. Ji fared much worse. Soaked by the seawater, he was encased in ice, nearly freezing his body solid. Crack! He trembled, shattering the icy prison with a jolt. Nevertheless, Ji's lips were tinged blue, his complexion far from favorable. Quite formidable. It seems your divine manifestation is no ordinary feat. Ji clasped his hands behind him, vigorously rubbing them. It's too cold. My hands are on the verge of freezing stiff. As the eldest disciple, he was a man of pride and would never allow his 5 junior brothers to assist him at this moment. Just knowing it's not simple is enough. Here's my final piece of advice. Leave my territory and return to your Xin County. If your sect leader seeks accountability, simply state that you could not locate the culprit, Ye Feng said calmly. Haha, Ye Feng, are you dreaming? Do you truly believe I cannot subdue you? Ji's gaze wandered, scanning the surroundings. In terms of strength, you indeed surpass me, but let us see how you fare in terms of reaction speed. Wind shadow technique. Upon uttering these words, Ji's body split into 2, then 4, then 8, and finally 16. 16 shadows began to dart around Ye Feng. Ah Feng. Duoyan Hina anxiously approached the light barrier. Father, should I intervene now? Yi Xing exclaimed nervously. No. Ye Feng shook his head. He discerned that Ji aimed to win through speed. Yet, with his keen sight, he was still able to identify Ji's true form. Boom. With a powerful punch, the 16 shadows gradually faded, merging back into a single figure. Ji, astonished, touched his chest and looked at Ye Feng. Leader Yi, it appears I have no choice but to overwhelm you with numbers. Brothers, let us act in unison and strive to capture Ye Feng alive. Eldest brother, we have been waiting for your command, the 5 of them said in unison, drawing 5 spirit swords that soared into the sky, swirling around Ye Feng's towering form like a swarm of flies. Puff! Just as Ye Feng reached out to grasp them, one of the swords sliced through his avatar's palm. But the wound quickly healed with the replenishment of energy. Puff, 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 puff. The other 4 flying swords also left marks on Ye Feng's avatar. Increase the intensity of the attack. We must shatter his avatar. I have realized that his strength is largely due to its influence, Ji commanded, refraining from engaging directly but directing the assault from the front. Puff, 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 puff. The speed of the 5 flying swords suddenly doubled, leaving Ye Feng bewildered. The avatar struck its chest fiercely and reached for the sky with both hands. Puff! One of its hands was severed and fell to the ground. Yet, since the avatar was not a corporeal entity, after consuming some energy, a new hand quickly regenerated. However, the other hand of the avatar caught one of the rapidly darting spirit swords. With a swift motion, Ye Feng seized the spirit sword and swept it towards the sky. Clang, clang. 2 of the spirit swords were sent flying 20 meters away, but they spiraled back and continued their assault on Ye Feng. Not dead yet. Ye Feng's hands danced wildly, wielding his massive sword to sweep around him. The speed of the flying swords was overwhelming. He could only employ the chaotic wind sword technique, striking at anything within reach. Even if struck by the flying swords, it mattered little. for they hit the avatar, not his true self. Occasionally, a sword would attempt to strike his true body, but as the avatar swung, it would deflect the attacking sword. Puff, 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 puff. Chapter 10:15. There's no escape as four spirit swords simultaneously struck Ye Feng's avatar. The once resplendent visage of the head dimmed significantly, as if on the verge of disintegration. The spirit sword grasped by Ye Feng, equally unruly, attempted to evade his control by slicing through the air. Exhaustion set in. His energy was waning. Gasping for breath, the brilliance of the horn atop his head also flickered. Should he instruct his son to expand the light barrier now? Ye Feng hesitated. Truth be told, he had several other abilities yet to be tested, and relinquishing the barrier at this moment felt like a waste. Furthermore, the process of enlarging the barrier required time, and with the reflexes of a true martial artist, it was uncertain whether the barrier could envelop them in time. No, he needed to wear them down further. Only when their speed diminished would the barrier be able to encompass them entirely. Resolving this in his mind, Ye Feng shifted his expression and unleashed the blood-sucking technique. The spirit sword in his hand emitted a piercing cry, akin to a wounded eagle desperate to escape his grasp. Oh no, my spirit sword. Its essence seems to be fading. Domar's face paled. This sword was the most precious possession he owned. In mere moments, Ye Feng's radiated brilliance once more. In contrast, the spirit sword he held appeared dull, and its struggles less vigorous than before. So that is how it is. Ha ha ha. Seizing the spirit sword, Ye Feng launched another strike towards the heavens. With a soft sound, the now soulless sword was effortlessly shattered by the four flying swords, disintegrating into a shower of golden light. Yet, this cascade of gold transformed into chilling air. The remaining swords were ensnared by the cold, their speed halved. With one hand shielding his body, Ye Feng reached skyward with the other. The four skilled combatants were paralyzed with fear and hastily pointed at their respective spirit swords. The four swords gleamed brilliantly, preparing to flee from Ye Feng's. Regrettably, he managed to seize one. Blood-sucking technique. A series of sucking sounds ensued as the spirit sword in Ye Feng's grasp dimmed once more. Retrieving the sword, they resolved to engage him in close combat with the methods of a true martial artist. Bo Daji gritted his teeth, his entire being radiating golden light. The others also stowed their swords, and 5 figures surged towards Ye Feng simultaneously. With a thud, Ye Feng received a punch to the chest, stumbling backward. Another thud. A punch landed on his back. Die. He braved these 2 strikes, extending his massive hand to clutch Bo Daji's neck. Gulp, gulp, gulp. What is happening to my vital energy? Bo Daji was terrified, his spirit nearly leaving his body. He knew that this energy had taken him centuries to accumulate. Piece by piece. Thud, thud, thud. 3 fists struck Ye Feng's back simultaneously, forcing him to release Bo Daji. In that moment, there were no sword energies, no flashy abilities, only 7 figures engaged in a raw, physical contest, the sound of their strikes echoing. With another punch, Ye Feng's was completely extinguished. Yet, his body remained in a 3-meter-tall demonic state. Ye Feng delivered a powerful punch, sending Doma flying 5 meters away. However, despite the discomfort coursing through his body, he gripped Ye Feng's legs tightly. Ye Feng seized his hair and pulled back his right fist, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed, not from Ye Feng's fist, but from another strike that landed on his head, dissipating the energy he had amassed. Father! Yi Xing screamed from behind the luminous barrier. Ah Feng! Duoyan Hina pressed her body against the shimmering screen. Thud, thud, thud. 3 consecutive punches left Ye Feng spitting blood. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he wedged Ming Ding's head under his armpit, while his other hand gripped Doma's hair. Ice flame. The 2 opponents were immediately encased in frigid sculptures. Bodazi charged forward, drawing back his fist. Unfortunately for him, Ye Feng retaliated with a swift kick. Bodazi's body was sent hurtling 10 meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng shoved Doma 5 meters away, grasping Ming Ding's head with both hands and twisting with immense force. The colossal power of the 3rd tier of the divine demonic art caused Ming Ding's head to contort at a right angle, simultaneously shattering the ice, encasing him. As the ice shattered, Ming Ding was instantly engulfed in flames. Ah, it hurts, he cried out, leaping in agony. Gritting his teeth, he soared 50 meters into the air, crashing into the ice layer like a meteorite. The ice shattered beneath him, and he finally plunged into the ocean. Boom. Another ambush struck from behind, preventing Ye Feng from dealing with Meng Ding, forcing him to engage in hand-to-hand combat with several others. Moments later, Meng Ding emerged from the ice hole, his body severely burned. He stood upright, trembling as he touched his neck. Recalling how close he had come to losing his head had his fellow disciples not intervened just in time. The most terrifying aspect was Ye Feng's ice flame technique, truly lethal. In such a remote location, encountering such a formidable adversary was unexpected. Tomorrow's strength would be capable of matching 6 true martial realm fighters in a fierce struggle. Bang! Ye Feng unleashed another punch, sending Tugra flying 20 meters away. Bodazi attempted to charge again, but Ye Feng swiftly seized his shoulder, engaging in a contest of brute strength. Quick! Release him, release him. His hand has a problem. I feel something being drawn from his palm. Bodazi screamed in terror after just 5 seconds of struggle. The other 5, exhausted, could only approach with sorrowful expressions. Some clutched Ye Feng's legs, others pulled his hair, while a few attempted to choke him. The battle among the 7 had reached a stalemate. Pooh! A spiritual sword pierced through Ye Feng's back and emerged from his chest. Now, this is the moment. Embed the sword into his body. Bodazi thought eagerly. Pooh! Another spiritual sword stabbed into Ye Feng's thigh. Originally intended for his heart, Ye Feng's swift kick caused the sword to plunge into his leg instead. Son, now is the time. After Ye Feng shouted, one leg hooked around Doma's waist, while a hand grasped Meng Ding's hair. This is bad. Bodazi sensed an ominous turn of events and forcefully pushed Ye Feng away, his body flying back 20 meters. Thud! A green light curtain expanded towards the group. This is dire. Quickly evade. 3 more individuals fled from Ye Feng's vicinity. However, Doma and Meng Ding were firmly held by Ye Feng, unable to escape. Let go. Let go, let go. The 2 were terrified, striking Ye Feng's body repeatedly. With each blow, Ye Feng coughed up blood. Yet, Ye Feng was resolute, determined to end their lives, refusing to release his grip. Quickly, assist the 2 junior brothers. Use your flying swords to slay Ye Feng. Bodazi's voice cracked with urgency. 2 flying swords shot forth simultaneously. Regrettably, they collided with the light curtain. Return, flying swords. The 2 executed hand seals in unison. Alas, while entering was easy, exiting proved difficult. The swords could only flail within the curtain. Thud! The light curtain enveloped Ye Feng and the 2 others. Ye Feng let out a long breath, simultaneously releasing the 2, his body retreating 50 meters to land beside Duoyan Hina and Yi Xing. Suddenly, a golden thread appeared in midair. Thud! Thud! 2 golden threads manifested. Ah, my hand! Meng Ding's palm was sliced in half, blood gushing forth. Quickly, golden light shield. Gritting his teeth, Meng Ding unleashed a golden light technique, enveloping Doma within its protective glow. Thud! 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 4 golden threads emerged, gliding gently beside the golden shield. Not far from them, 2 spirit swords were relentlessly assailed by the golden threads, emitting continuous shrieks. Thud! 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 8 golden threads appeared, dimming the golden shield significantly. 16 threads emerged, and the shield's radiance faded by more than half. This is bad. I must retract the golden shield. Doma, devise your own solution. After saying this, Meng Ding shrank the shield until it could only cover himself. No, Meng Ding, I lack the golden shield talisman. Please assist me. Doma, bereft of the golden protection, was instantly engulfed by terror. There's no way, everyone for themselves. Gritting his teeth, Meng Ding once again shrank the shield. Ah! Doma trembled violently, his form expanding to twice its size, muscles bulging as he attempted to resist the cursed sword threads. Thud! The golden thread sliced through, decapitating Doma. His once mighty physique crumbled before the threads, akin to tofu. Thud! 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 Other golden threads flickered, and Doma was swiftly overwhelmed, his body shredded into fragments. Blood suspended in the air, continuously sliced by the cursed sword threads until reduced to nothingness. On the other side, Meng Ding's golden shield shattered, exposing his physical form. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at Ye Feng, Master Yi, spare my life. I am willing to be your slave. No sooner had he uttered these words than a massive swarm of golden threads materialized. Thud! 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 Meng Ding, terrified, curled his body into a ball. In the next moment, his hands and feet were severed into fragments, leaving only a torso behind. Hina, cease the sword threads, Ye Feng hastily commanded. Understood. Duoyan Hina altered her hand gestures, causing the golden threads within the array to dissipate into the air. All that remained were two spirit swords, now devoid of their essence. Alongside a human stick, Meng Ding's limbs bled profusely, his lips quivering as if in a plea for mercy or perhaps a curse. Niu Decao, staunch his bleeding. Do not let him perish, Ye Feng ordered. At once, Niu Decao crouched down and opened the nearby medical kit. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Meng Ding opened his mouth, and a black ribbon erupted from within. Before Niu Decao could react, her head exploded like a watermelon. Niu Decao. Ye Feng's eyes widened in horror as he embraced Niu Decao's headless corpse. I shall have your head, Wang Zhihai roared, drawing his curved blade with a sharp clang. The blade struck Meng Ding's torso, only to be rebuffed. You wretched cur, you even wear protective garments? Wang Zhihai exclaimed, tearing open Meng Ding's outer robe, revealing a pale golden garment beneath. As he ripped it, he reversed the blade and thrust it inward. No, do not kill him yet. Duoyan Hina admonished sharply. Sister-in-law, why must we refrain from killing? He has slain Niu Decao. I shall chop him into pieces to feed the fish. Wang Zhihai retorted angrily. Chun Un and the others rushed over, armed with firearms, their eyes ablaze with fury. Although Niu Decao had joined them later, she had bonded well with the group, and none anticipated her demise at the hands of this scoundrel, Meng Ding. Ah Feng, quickly stop them. I know sparing his life must hold some significance. Duoyan Hina turned to Ye Feng. At this moment, only Ye Feng's word could command authority. Cradling Niu Decao's headless body, Ye Feng appeared lost in thought. Everyone, step back. Leave his wretched life for me to torment slowly. After stating this, he advanced towards Meng Ding, seizing his neck and lifting his torso. Ye Feng, you scoundrel. Since death is inevitable, let it be swift. Swift, you say? Ye Feng's finger twitched, and he directly gouged out Meng Ding's right eye. Ah, my eye, my eye. Meng Ding shrieked in agony. Return to me. Ye Feng cradled Niu Decao's corpse with his left arm, while raising Meng Ding with his right, swiftly transporting him to the iron cage. Outside the light barrier, Boda Ji watched as two of his junior brothers lay dead and wounded, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. Eldest brother, we must avenge Meng Ding and Duoma. Tajir approached. Avenge? With what shall we seek retribution? Ye Feng just faced 6 opponents and only suffered a slight disadvantage. Now, there are merely 4 of us left. How shall we take revenge? Enlighten me. Boda Ji reproached his junior. Yet I cannot stand idly by while my fellow disciples are slaughtered. Tajir murmured. At this juncture, our only recourse is to seek assistance from the periphery. Tajir, depart from the secret realm and proceed to Haifengmen. Please request the sect leader to send an elder. And it must be one of innate caliber, Boda Ji stated slowly. Understood. I shall take my leave at once. Tajir nodded and prepared to head north. In that moment, a multitude of figures emerged from the ice dwellings, armed with crossbows and casting sharp gazes upon the 4 individuals. Yulong and Lung Ling stood at the back of the crowd, likewise gripping their crossbows. Brothers, this is an opportunity. With only 4 remaining, we have 800 million spring coins, Yulong shouted. Yulong is right. They have already exhausted their strength. For the sake of the spring coins, charge, Lung Ling exclaimed, leading the charge towards the 4. Damn it. If I cannot deal with Ye Feng, can I not handle you? Boda Ji's eyes narrowed as he charged into the crowd like a cannonball. An array of explosive sounds erupted in succession. Meanwhile, Ye Feng placed the corpse of Niu Decao aside and cast a cold glance at the now diminished Meng Ding. Meng Ding, enlighten me regarding the matters of the Xingming continent. Ye Feng stated indifferently. What matters? Meng Ding replied with a hint of derision in his eyes. Whatever pertains to the Xingming continent, who are its mightiest warriors? What formidable sects exist? Which powerful nations thrive? Share all that you know. Upon finishing his words, Ye Feng placed a branding iron into the furnace. Meng Ding furrowed his brow, and the next moment, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ye Feng, do you truly believe that such trivial methods will compel me to submit? In any case, I, Meng Ding, am destined to die today, so unleash whatever methods you have. The once diminished Meng Ding suddenly displayed a defiance born of wisdom, realizing his fate was sealed and opting for a reckless abandon. Chapter 10:17. Is there a problem? Is that so? Ye Feng retrieved the glowing branding iron, waving it before Meng Ding, allowing him to sense the intense heat emanating from it. Indeed, Meng Ding swallowed hard, his resolve wavering slightly. Experts in penal law typically do not resort to immediate torture. Rather, they employ psychological torment to instill a profound fear in the offender. Should one employ torture outright, the victim having already experienced it, may dismiss its severity, thus becoming more obstinate. I ask you, who is the mightiest on the Xingming continent? Ye Feng inquired coolly, maneuvering the branding iron near Meng Ding's wound. Me? I shall not speak even in death. Meng Ding turned his head away defiantly. Is that so? Ye Feng ceased his courtesy, suddenly pressing the branding iron against Meng Ding's wound. Once his energy was depleted, Meng Ding, despite his robust physique, did not possess much greater endurance than an ordinary person. The scent of roasting flesh wafted through the air, prompting Ye Feng to sniff and return the branding iron to the furnace. On the second level of the iron prison, Hao Yue watched Ye Feng's silhouette with trepidation in her eyes. Ye Feng then picked up a pair of scissors and swiftly cut open Meng Ding's trousers. What are you doing? What do you intend to do? Meng Ding's expression instantly faltered. Ye Feng seemed to have uncovered Meng Ding's vulnerability. Evidently, this fellow held his family's heirloom in high regard. I ask you once more, who is the strongest individual on the Xingming continent? Ye Feng pressed on. I truly do not comprehend. I have lived for centuries and have encountered the most formidable beings, yet they merely reside within the realm of the transformation stage. As far as I am aware, the most powerful individual in our Xin County is the Peach Blossom Old Demon of the Harmony sect, currently at the mid-stage of the divine origin realm. Beyond that, I am unaware. Meng Ding's mental fortitude has finally been breached. Based on your insights, what is the realm of the emperor of that country you mentioned? Ah yes, the Black Mountain Kingdom? Ye Feng inquired. The emperor? What emperor? Meng Ding's gaze remained fixated on the scissors in Ye Feng's hand. You are unaware of the emperor? Ye Feng's brows furrowed. Of course, I am not aware. What on earth are you speaking of? All right then, who governs the Black Mountain Kingdom? Who is the supreme ruler? Ye Feng rephrased. It is the monarch and the empress. Their strength, I have never witnessed, only heard of. Meng Ding was both frightened and in pain, his mind seemingly on the verge of unraveling. What have you heard regarding the monarch's realm? Ye Feng pressed further. I truly do not know, but at the very least, it must be above the spirit division realm, or so I surmise. Meng Ding weakly replied. I shall ask you again, how many formidable sects exist in your Black Mountain Kingdom, and how are these sects constituted? What taboos are present in your Xingming continent? And which sect possesses the most extensive collection of scriptures? Ye Feng exhausted all his inquiries. Outside the light screen, various rumblings gradually subsided. A figure stood unsteadily. It was Bodazi. He slowly turned his head toward the individual nailed to the entrance of the sanctuary, letting out a raspy roar. Junior brother. Just moments ago, they battled fiercely against dozens of Force Emperors and hundreds of Force Kings while on the brink of energy depletion. All three of his junior brothers had been slain, leaving him the sole survivor. Bodazi leaned against the ice house, gazing ahead. Before him stood around a dozen individuals, all masters at the Force Emperor level. Yulong had lost an arm, and one eye along with an ear bore deep gashes. Lung Ling fared little better. Her abdomen was incessantly bleeding, her complexion ghastly pale. The fates of the other Force Emperors were similarly dire, each severely injured. The might of the true martial realm cultivators is truly terrifying. Only now did they grasp the extent of Ye Feng's power. To think that a 9th-tier Force Emperor could single-handedly contend with 6 true martial realm cultivators is a chilling thought. You wretched ants, Bodazi declared, only to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Yulong, brother, I feel so cold. Should we continue? Lung Ling, her spirit long extinguished, asked with a trembling voice. Moments ago, they had exhausted every means at their disposal, yet could not bring Bodazi down. This fellow had too many hidden cards, seemingly conjured from thin air. Each time Lung Ling believed she could vanquish him, he would miraculously produce a talisman, reducing their hundreds of experts to but a mere handful. Yulong's lips trembled, offering no response to Lung Ling's query. Had it been 3 hours prior, he would have unsheathed his curved blade without hesitation, responding with decisive action. Yet now, he had faltered. The other Force Emperors simultaneously regarded Bodazi, their eyes glinting with avarice and trepidation. 200 million spring coins. However, do they possess the means to spend? Upon witnessing the feeble demeanor of this group, Bodazi secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Had these dozen or so peak practitioners recklessly charged towards him, he would have been left without a trump card. Just moments ago, he had exhausted all the talismans, flying swords, and spiritual artifacts he had painstakingly accumulated over his lifetime. Initially intent on eliminating them, he reconsidered, deeming them mere ants. Having spoken, Boda Ji summoned his remaining energy and swiftly made his way towards the periphery of the hot spring island. Phew. Yulong also let out a lengthy sigh of relief. Let us proceed, fellow brothers. We shall transport the 3 corpses to the hot spring island, which will yield us 600 million hot spring coins. As for the others who perished in battle, their compensation. Yulong paused momentarily, hesitant to voice his thoughts first. At that moment, a burly man with a thick beard spoke up. The dead are gone. They can only blame their lack of strength. What compensation? It does not exist. This 600 million shall be divided among us dozen. Upon hearing this, Yulong smirked slightly and glanced at the others. Their eyes scanned the group, and no one voiced any dissent. Thus, it was settled. 600 million would be equally divided among the 14 of them, each receiving at least 40 million hot spring coins. With this sum, they could ensure that some important descendants could pursue further education at the hot spring island, allowing them to bask in the future glory as well. Yulong swiftly made a decision. Let us retrieve the corpses. The dozen powerhouses surged forth, uncovering the bodies layer by layer. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the barrier, carrying the corpses. May I inquire if Island Master Yi is present? Oh no. I meant to ask if Island Master He Lishuan is available? Yulong inquired politely, his demeanor reminiscent of a schoolboy. After all, he needed the hot spring island's acknowledgement of these 3 corpses to secure the 600 million. He Lishuan emerged from the crowd, casting a blank gaze towards Yulong and the others outside the barrier. He had witnessed the earlier scuffle and recognized their efforts. I am here. Are you here to claim your bounty? He Lishuan asked. Indeed, Island Master He Lishuan. We have 3 corpses, all of whom are on the leaderboard. Saying this, he kicked the corpses slightly and turned his face toward He Lishuan. Very well, Manager Wang. Prepare 600 million hot spring coins for them, He Lishuan instructed. 600 million? Wang Zhihai's expression darkened. Is there a problem? Our hot spring island values integrity. Once someone claims a bounty, they must be compensated, He Lishuan asserted matter-of-factly. Chapter 1018. A face full of flattery. Very well. You, go and bring out the money. Wang Zhihai gestured to a bank manager. Yes, at once. The manager promptly departed for the main branch. Wang Zhihai then glanced at the 14 blood-soaked individuals outside the barrier, his mind racing. Congratulations to you all on acquiring such a substantial sum. I have a suggestion. Why not deposit it in the hot spring bank? Considering the current interest rates, depositing 10 million in the hot spring bank would yield you 1,000 yuan daily. If you keep such a large sum at home, it will not generate any profit. Wang Zhihai tempted. Yulong appeared somewhat tempted, directing his gaze towards the other powerhouses. President Wang, regardless of the circumstances, let the money pass through our hands first. I have never seen 600 million. At least allow me to touch it or even kiss it a few times. A man from the Li family stepped forward. Very well, please wait a moment, he replied. An hour later, the manager arrived, accompanied by more than 20 individuals, each carrying a large burlap sack. Throw out the sacks, Wang Zhihai commanded. One by one, the sacks were tossed aside. Everyone, each sack contains 30 million hot spring coins. Please verify the amount. Wang Zhihai crossed his arms, anxiously observing the group outside, fearful they might not deposit the funds. If the money remained in the bank, it would allow him to exert control over them. However, should they carry the cash with them, chaos could ensue at any moment. The group eagerly opened the sacks. Yulong stretched out his lone arm and brought a banknote to his nose, inhaling deeply before planting a firm kiss on it. Ha ha ha, this is the sin of money, and I relish it. Lung Ling caressed the hot spring coins, her eyes sparkling with dreams of the beautiful clothes and bags from Hot Spring Island. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. As the leader of her clan, her people's basic needs had yet to be met. How could she squander hundreds of thousands of hot spring coins on a garment? No, it was impractical. Better to purchase some deworming medicine instead. Oh, and perhaps a few hand crossbows. The crossbows they had bought earlier had proven useful in battle, accounting for 30% of their effectiveness. Had the bolts not run out, they would not have lost so many skilled fighters. Have you completed the count? Wang Zhihai inquired, his face adorned with an overly polite smile. Godfather. Oh no, President Wang. I am entitled to 40 million from this sum. This sack contains 30 million. Please help me deposit it in the bank, Lung Ling stated, tossing one of the sacks toward Wang Zhihai. Wait, let me step out. Wang Zhihai quickly leaped out from behind the screen, a chill breeze causing him to draw his neck in. I have prepared all the documents. Lung Ling, please sign your name here. and press at least 4 fingerprints from both hands. Why must I do it this way? Lung Ling questioned. Wang Zhihai gestured toward the one-armed Yulong. In case one of your hands is injured, you will still have spare fingerprints for verification. Lung Ling's expression darkened, but she still complimented. The hot spring bank truly lives up to its reputation. Your considerations are thorough. Before long, the fingerprints were completed, and Wang Zhihai extracted 3,000 yuan notes from the sack. Here, this is your interest for today. In the future, the principal will remain in the bank, and interest will be dispersed monthly, approximately 90,000 hot spring coins per month, Wang Zhihai explained with a smile. And what about my principal? It's 30 million. Lung Ling felt a tightening in her chest. Rest assured, the principal can be withdrawn at any time. However, should you withdraw the principal, you will forfeit the additional monthly interest of 100,000. Please consider this carefully, Wang Zhihai cautioned. Understood, Lung Ling replied, accepting the 3 banknotes and placing them carefully against her chest. Wang Zhihai then tossed the sack back behind the screen. I also wish to deposit. I will deposit 10 million, proclaimed the burly man with a long beard. Saving 10 million, the monthly interest barely amounts to 30,000. Have you truly contemplated this? Wang Zhihai felt a surge of panic. If these individuals retained cash, they could engage in nefarious activities. What can be done? My clan can barely make ends meet, and the additional 30 million is needed to purchase frozen fish and warm clothing. The burly man with the curled beard said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, so it turns out you're a pauper. Very well, let us deposit 10 million, then. A hint of disdain flickered across Wang Zhihai's face, causing the burly man to feel even more self-conscious. He intended to mock the impoverished with disdainful glances, for otherwise, they would not strive to earn money, and his island would not be able to harvest riches from the world through currency. In short, rivalry breeds among tribes and individuals alike. President Wang, do you have a 3,000 piece of outerwear? The white mink coat worn by Duoyan Hina. Lung Ling could no longer contain herself. The desire for beauty is an innate trait of women. She often dreamt of Duoyan Hina gifting her the coat. My apologies, that garment is exceedingly expensive, priced at 120,000 Wenquan coins. You should consider the cut, the fabric, the stitching and craftsmanship, which involved hundreds of skilled seamstresses laboring for an entire month. This does not even account for the design fees, as the designer is Susan, and they are family. Wang Zhihai replied nonchalantly. What? 120,000 Wenquan coins? It would be better to rob someone. Lung Ling exclaimed in shock. Incorrect, it is far superior to thievery. If you lack the means, do not entertain thoughts of acquiring exquisite clothing. You could procure some scraps from the Wenquan garment factory and have your clan fashion something for you. But I cannot guarantee it will achieve the same effect as your sister-in-law's coat, nor will it bear any label. Wang Zhihai stated coolly, his tone somewhat indifferent. Do you think I cannot afford it? Lung Ling retorted angrily, pulling out 2 stacks of Wenquan coins from another sack, totaling 200,000. I am determined to purchase it today. Lung Ling, the basic needs of your clan have yet to be addressed. I advise you to exercise restraint and wait until you secure a major deal before indulging in purchases, Yulong interjected. No, today. I will compel Wang Zhihai to return to his previous respectful demeanor. Upon concluding her statement, Lung Ling hurled the 200,000 Wenquan coins at Wang Zhihai's face. Take the money and buy me Duoyan Hina's coat. You may keep any excess as a reward. Lung Ling began to act impulsively. Yes, yes, at once, esteemed guest. Wang Zhihai responded with an ingratiating expression. Indeed, Lung Ling's vanity was satiated, and she left feeling elated, clutching the remaining 10 million. She intended to manage it meticulously, striving to ensure her clan could subsist for 2 months. Simultaneously, the clan required an abundance of warm clothing, which would incur further significant expenses. Within the iron prison, Ye Feng held a chicken feather brush, listening while writing. I ask you again, what is the total population of your star main continent? Ye Feng inquired. I truly do not know. Ye Feng, please help me stop the bleeding. I feel as though I am on the brink of death, Meng Ding said, his face pale and weak. Very well, I shall assist you. Ye Feng placed a piece of iron on the fire to heat it up. Chapter 1019. I beg of you. What do you intend to do? Are you intending to staunch the bleeding in this manner? If not, then what? No, please, no. After a while, a chilling scream echoed from the iron cell, abruptly ceasing. Yet, moments later, the agonizing wails resurfaced. Alas! This unfortunate soul had suffered the severance of all his limbs and required 4 cauterizations to halt the hemorrhaging. As for the subsequent treatment, Ye Feng was indifferent. He merely needed Meng Ding to survive a month or two to extract sufficient intelligence from him. Has he fainted already? Truly ineffectual. With that, Ye Feng prepared to depart the iron cell. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Ye Feng, you cannot leave him here. Are you intending for me to remain in the iron cell with him? Hao Yue exclaimed nervously, clad in a bikini fashioned by Chunin. However, he continued, forget it. Fairy Hao Yue, remember, your Green Meadow faction has perished. From this day forth, you are a resident of my hot spring island. I expect you to conduct yourself with integrity and refrain from any attempts to undermine my island. Otherwise, next time, you shall meet your demise, and so shall Qing Jun. Ye Feng's gaze bore into Hao Yue's eyes. Ye Feng, during these days, I have witnessed the advanced system of Hot Spring Island. Rest assured, I wholeheartedly embrace this system. Please, allow me to become a resident first. I shall demonstrate my worth by concocting various elixirs, striving to attain citizenship swiftly. Hao Yue grasped Ye Feng's hand. Very well. Ye Feng nodded, and together they exited the iron cell side by side. With a thunderous clang, the iron cell sealed, confining the corpse of Niu Decao alongside Meng Ding. Intending to subject Meng Ding to mental torment by forcing him to coexist with a body. Chief, Qing Jun suddenly emerged, intertwining her arm with Hao Yue's. Qing Jun, quickly, lend me your outer garment. I cannot bear to wear so little fabric. All right. Qing Jun complied, shedding her outer clothing to reveal only her undergarments. Once Hao Yue donned the garment, the flush on her face began to fade. Ye Feng, what about my residence? She inquired. You and Qing Jun are now residents. You shall reside together for the time being. For your future housing, seek out others in the housing department to apply. However, I advise you to secure employment first, otherwise, residents do not receive unemployment benefits, such as cleaning duties. By the way, I recall you possess alchemical skills. With Niu Decao's demise, you could apply for a position at the Hot Spring Hospital. Given your abilities, you might one day ascend to the role of director. Should you attain the directorship, I will request Lord Healy Xian to provide you with a recommendation for citizenship. Ye Feng stated matter-of-factly. Very well. Hao Yue immediately followed Qing Jun away. Ye Feng stared blankly at the screen, feeling a tinge of despondency. Truly, there was no remedy. Unforeseen events perpetually emerged, leaving him fatigued in their wake. Brother Feng. Suddenly, Healy Xian and Wang Zhihai appeared, dragging 3 corpses into the light. These 3 corpses. Ye Feng scrutinized them closely, astonished. How did they meet their end? If someone could slay a true martial realm expert, it implied the existence of entities surpassing that realm beyond the screen, which he had failed to notice. They perished due to your bounty notice. However, to eliminate these 3, at least several hundred experts perished outside the screen, Wang Zhihai remarked. Oh, what a relief. I thought, what? Never mind. Why drag the body in? It would be simpler to incinerate it directly. Brother Feng, these individuals have indirectly led to the demise of our citizens on Hot Spring Island. We must display the 3 corpses before the light screen, allowing all within and beyond the island to witness the fate of those who slay citizens, serving as a warning to others. Healy Xian glanced at Wang Zhihai and spoke slowly. Ye Feng discerned that this idea originated with Wang Zhihai. Splendid, Healy Xian. You have finally shown some ambition. Perhaps now I can truly embrace a life of retirement. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction, casting an encouraging glance at Wang Zhihai. Once hunched and stooped, Wang Zhihai instantly straightened his posture, proudly shouldering one of the corpses to the side of the light screen. Construct a wooden tower and suspend these 3 corpses upon it, attaching placards to their chests detailing their crimes. Let the outside world of suffering citizens comprehend the consequences of murdering our people, Wang Zhihai proclaimed loudly. Ye Feng and Healy Xian exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Lord Island Master, Wang Zhihai is indeed useful, but he must be kept in check. We cannot allow him to become too arrogant, understood? Yes, Lord Yi. Oh no, Brother Feng. Healy Xian instinctively saluted. Ye Feng sighed, lowering his hand, and returned the gesture. From now on, I entrust Hot Spring Island to you. Whatever happens, do not trouble me again. Thank you. With that, Ye Feng strode toward the castle. That evening, Hot Spring Island held a memorial service for Niu Decao. After all, a citizen had perished, and it was the dean of the Hot Spring Hospital. Healy Xian believed a ceremony was necessary to remind all citizens of their significance. Ye Feng chose not to attend. He felt unworthy, as Niu Decao's demise was indirectly caused by him. Despite knowing Meng Ding was a master of true martial realm, he had let Niu Decao attend to his wounds. For 7 consecutive days, the spirits of the people on Hot Spring Island were low, save for a few children, who laughed and played without a care. During these days, Ye Feng remained occupied, relentlessly interrogating Meng Ding to extract secrets about the Xingming continent. In the One-Sword Gorge concession, Susan was directing the residents in constructing ice houses. She had received news that Duoyin and Hina would return to One-Sword Gorge in a month, alleviating her anxiety about being overshadowed by that woman. At that moment, Bai Guogua blew a whistle. "What is it?" Susan and a group of high-ranking officials approached the light screen. Among the throngs of suffering citizens, a bloodied figure emerged slowly. It was Bodaji. He was gravely injured and currently incapable of leaving the gale zone. Attempting to force his way in would result in him being shredded by the winds. This person resembled a wounded tiger, evoking deep sympathy, Bai Guogua remarked. She sensed that Bodaji was indeed a formidable individual. Bodaji glanced at the light screen before pressing both hands against it. "Please, let me in. I only wish to drink a sip of hot water. I beg you." Bodazi currently harbors no malicious intent. He feels as if his throat is engulfed in flames. Outside, there is no place to boil water. At least 300,000 people from Yijiangxia have surrounded the area, and in the distance, more are approaching. They sense that being near the Grand Formation slightly raises the temperature. Not only from Yijiangxia, but several hundred tribes, large and small, in the vicinity are also migrating here. In the face of apocalyptic calamities, humans, akin to birds, instinctively seek warmth, lest they perish from cold or hunger. Chapter 1020. It has been a long time since I engaged with this device. My apologies, sir, but this is the concession of Hot Spring Island at Yijiangxia, and unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. You may find an ice house to endure the night, Susan bluntly declined. Bodazi shook his head, ensuring he would not faint. Suddenly, 3 figures descended among the numerous ice houses. Elder Moli, the gale zone is truly treacherous. The higher the realm, the greater the gale's might. We have finally made it through. Just moments ago, junior brother Ming met his demise in the gale zone. A middle-aged man spoke slowly. At the forefront stood an elder with a chilling gaze. As snowflakes landed upon him, they inexplicably slid away. Interesting. In such a remote area, there exists a protective formation of this scale. It is quite remarkable, Elder Moli remarked, walking towards the luminous barrier with his hands clasped behind his back. Along the way, he encountered 2 groups of disaster victims blocking his path. Nevertheless, Elder Moli continued, undeterred, walking directly past them. With a series of muffled thuds, several heads rolled to the ground, and none discerned how Elder Moli had struck. Bodazi, looking frail, was retreating when he suddenly beheld the 3 figures. "You, Elder Moli?" Bodazi shook his head, almost doubting his own vision. "Is this not Bodazi? How have you fallen to such a state?" A hint of gravity crossed Elder Moli's previously composed face. Is it possible that someone could injure Bodazi to this extent? Does this mean that even in such a remote location, there are innate realm experts? One must understand, Bodazi possesses true martial pinnacle strength. "I, Elder Moli, I." Bodazi managed to utter a few words before collapsing to the ground. "Give him a chi-nourishing pill," Elder Moli instructed. However, the 2 accompanying him exchanged glances, turning their heads aside. "So stingy? Sigh, allow me to handle this. After all, this young man's master is a close friend of mine." Upon concluding his words, Elder Moli produced a grayish-white pill from his robes. After a while, Bodazi slowly opened his eyes, his complexion slightly improved. "I ask you, who has inflicted such harm upon you?" Elder Moli inquired. "Master Moli, it was Ye Feng. His Hot Spring Island has caused us this suffering. However, with your innate realm prowess, you should be able to breach the formation of Hot Spring Island," Bodazi replied. "What realm does Ye Feng possess?" Elder Moli continued to question, his expression remaining impassive. This time, he had come to avenge his disciple, Qingmu. Firstly, he shares a deep bond with Aoki, and secondly, the entire Xin County is aware of his disciple's demise. If he fails to seek retribution, where will his dignity lie? "He is at the postnatal realm," stated Bodazi. "Are you certain?" Mo Li raised an eyebrow, skeptical that a practitioner at the postnatal realm could inflict grave injuries upon a peak true martial practitioner. "I am certain. You may verify with your own eyes that Ye Feng is indeed at the late stage of true martial. However, I suspect he has cultivated the sacred demon art left behind by the spear god," Bodazi replied. "Ah, the sacred demon art?" Mo Li's previously placid expression suddenly ignited with excitement. Ever since the spear god ascended, the lower realms have been searching for his lost treasures, never expecting that such riches would reside in this remote locale. Let us proceed to Hot Spring Island, Mo Li declared, swiftly vanishing from sight. Wait for me. Bodazi hastily consumed a chi-nourishing pill, managing to restore a meager portion of his strength. 3 figures flickered and closely followed Mo Li. Within the barrier of Sword One Gorge, Susan lowered her binoculars. It appears that Duoyin Henna was indeed correct. The Gale Zone has loosened, and various powerful entities are emerging. Guogua, ensure the array is secure. I must step out for a while, Susan instructed. All right. Bai Guogua nodded in agreement. On Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng and a group stood before the barrier, fervently waving at dozens of sand carts. According to the Assembly's decision, the new island lord had been chosen. Thus, Duoyin Henna, Chunan, Ding Tuanshuan, Yi Xing, and others were set to return to the Sword One Gorge enclave. Goodbye, father, Yi Xing waved from atop a sand cart. Ah Feng, take care. The new year is just 3 months away. We will reunite as a family again, Duoyin Henna urged, waving fervently. The assembly members were elected by all citizens of Hot Spring Island, and she felt compelled to respect their decision. Otherwise, the civilization her husband painstakingly built would crumble. Brother Feng, you appear rather unwell. How about visiting Peach Blossom Village tonight? Wang Zhihai suggested. No, I fear I cannot go tonight. I have an ominous premonition about this separation, Ye Feng replied, his complexion darkening as that foreboding feeling intensified. Inside the sand cart, Duoyin Henna also felt a sense of unease. She glanced back and forth, her mind restless. Just then, a figure landed with a thud atop the sand cart. The cart's hatch swung open, and Ye Feng slid down from above. Ah Feng, Duoyin Henna exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Father, are you coming with us to Sword One Gorge? Yi Xing eagerly inquired. Indeed, I must pay a visit to Sword One Gorge. The assembly merely forbade you from staying on Hot Spring Island. They did not prohibit my journey to the gorge, Ye Feng replied. Wrapping his left arm around Yi Xing and his right around Duoyin Henna, their heads closely huddled together. Then let us depart. You can also manage matters at Sword One Gorge. So far, they have yet to implement currency, and all tasks require citizens to undertake them personally. They are on the verge of striking, Duoyin Henna remarked. Rest assured, I shall also address the monetary matters. The most important thing is that you, I, Yi Xing, and Susan, as a family of 4, must be together. Ye Feng chuckled. At that moment, the manhole cover was opened once more, and Chunan emerged. Brother Feng, are you heading to the One Sword Gorge concession as well? That's splendid. The 2 of us ventured into the One Sword Gorge alone before, bringing back the formation plate that solidified the dominant position of Hot Spring Island. Now, united once again, we shall undoubtedly establish a remarkable enterprise in the One Sword Gorge concession. Chunan assumed a leadership demeanor. Indeed, you are my lucky star. Ye Feng embraced Chunan. Just then, the manhole cover opened again, and Ding Tuanshuan squeezed in. Little Tuanshuan, you're going to make the sand cart too cramped, Chunan said with dissatisfaction. What are you worried about? I'm coming in to bring you some fun things. Look what I have. With that, Ding Tuanshuan pulled out a deck of playing cards and a set of chess from her backpack. Wonderful. Did you make these yourself? Ye Feng exclaimed with delight. The journey from Hot Spring Island to the One Sword Gorge would take at least 2 months, even at full speed in the sand cart. Perfectly. They could engage in games like Landlord inside. Brother Feng, come, let us play chess. It's been ages since I've played this. It's a test of wits. Chunan had already set up the chessboard. Come on, who's afraid? Middle cannon, knight jumps first, linked knights, and the like. Before long, Ye Feng was utterly defeated by Chunan, left with only a general and an elephant. Duoyin Henna and Yi Xing observed, gradually grasping the intricacies of chess. Let us play again. Ye Feng's face flushed with embarrassment, unwilling to concede defeat to Chunan. This time, Ye Feng lost even more miserably. Haha, Brother Feng, how about I give you a knight? Chunan laughed heartily. No more games. I'm getting old and useless. Ye Feng sighed, hoping for some consolation from Chunan. Though you may be aging, compared to me in chess, you still have a youthful spirit, Chunan replied with excitement, resetting the chess pieces. At this moment, Duoyin Henna took Ye Feng's place. Chunan, I have grasped the chess strategies. Let us have a match. You? Sister-in-law, I know you're smarter than Brother Feng. But in chess, you cannot best me. Let us see then. In the first match, Duoyin Henna lost. In the second, she struggled significantly, and in the third, she narrowly triumphed, while in the fourth, she achieved a decisive victory. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days flew by. Shunan looked at Duo Yanhina, acknowledging her prowess. Sister-in-law, you learned so quickly. I'm done. I'm getting old and useless. Shunan abruptly overturned the chessboard. At that moment, Yixing chimed in, Uncle, though you are aging, in chess, you still remain inexperienced. Let us play landlord, sister-in-law, and Yixing. You may simply observe and learn our strategies. Once you comprehend, you can join us. The three then engaged in a game of landlord. Duo Yanhina quickly grasped the strategies and went to assist with driving, inviting the driver to join in a few rounds as well. After a while, the artillery from the lower deck of the sand cart joined in the fun, laughter resonating from within as everyone indulged in the merriment. Soon after, Shunan, clutching a chess set, sought out other sand carts for a sense of belonging. Indeed, half an hour later, boisterous laughter erupted from the adjacent cart. Just then, the front sand cart came to a halt, triggering a chain reaction that caused the following carts to come to a gradual stop. What was happening ahead? Ye Feng lifted the manhole cover, exposing his head to the swirling wind and snow. He beheld 4 figures blocking their path. It was him, his master uncle, Ye Feng. A familiar voice pierced through the storm. Ye Feng swiftly leaped onto the top of the sand cart. Bodaji, you're unscathed? Ye Feng squinted, shifting his gaze to the 3 individuals beside Bodaji. 2 of them were inconsequential, exuding an aura akin to that of Bodaji from before. However, the elder at the forefront emanated an unfathomable presence. Emily took a step forward, scrutinizing Ye Feng from head to toe. Indeed, you have reached the postnatal realm. The prowess of the Fan Sheng Shun Mo skill was indeed formidable, capable of slaying enemies across a significant realm. In their Xiyin County, it was rare for anyone to achieve such feats. You are Ye Feng? Emily inquired, his tone neutral. Indeed, I am the junior. May I ask what brings you to block my path, senior? Ye Feng's heart sank slightly. He sensed that he would struggle to contend with this individual today. To command the utmost respect from someone at the pinnacle of Zhenwu, was that not the mark of an innate realm master? He believed himself capable of annihilating opponents at the peak of Zhenwu with his 9th-tier royal strength, but to surpass 2 great realms to defeat an enemy was evidently unrealistic. You killed Qingmu? Emily questioned. Senior, it was Qingmu who sought to end my life. I was compelled to retaliate in self-defense, Ye Feng replied, discreetly signaling to the sand carts behind him to make a hasty retreat. He understood that a fierce battle was inevitable and wished to shield his wife and child from harm. This was all anticipated. Ever since Qingmu ascended to the Zhenwu realm, he has grown arrogant. It is not surprising that he instigated trouble. While I can absolve you of responsibility, you cannot expect me to let my disciple die in vain, Emoli stated, his tone seemingly less resolute. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Ye Feng. Your perceptive wisdom and understanding of righteousness are commendable, senior. I am grateful for your comprehension. If there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall ensure that any compensation is duly provided, Ye Feng earnestly proclaimed. Were he unencumbered, he might have fled at that moment. However, the circumstances were different now. If he ran, Duo Yanhina and his son would be captured. Could you provide me with a hand-copied manuscript of the Fan Sheng Shun Mo skill you practice? Emoli inquired. Certainly, Ye Feng nodded, retrieving the complete volume of the Fan Sheng Shun Mo skill from his garments. After all, it was not a unique tome. He had acquired this version from the Grand Elder of the Sword Gorge. Please accept this, senior. With a flick of his wrist, Ye Feng sent the leather scroll to Emoli, who caught it with trembling hands, gradually unfurling the scroll. Indeed, it does not seem fabricated, Emoli exclaimed with palpable excitement, flipping to the next page. As a formidable figure in the Western County, he possessed his own discernment and was aware that Ye Feng was not attempting to deceive him with counterfeit goods. After a while, Emoli had thoroughly perused the entire volume. Senior, I have provided you with the Fan Sheng Divine Demon technique. May we now be permitted to depart? Ye Feng inquired. Emoli paused momentarily, tucking the animal skin scroll into his embrace. Ye Feng, this Fan Sheng Divine Demon technique can indeed alleviate the animosity between us. However, I have heard that you have slain Meng Ding and Duo Ma. Emoli remarked nonchalantly, seemingly preparing to renege on their agreement. Ye Feng sighed deeply. He had hoped to resolve matters without resorting to violence, yet he found himself consistently compelled to act. They are not your disciples, are they? Ye Feng countered. Although they are not my disciples, They are core members of the Black Wind sect. As an elder of the sect, if I had not witnessed this, it would be one thing. However, having seen it, I must take some action. Ye Feng, what do you now possess to barter with me? A flicker of derision danced in Mo Li's eyes. The intellect of cultivators in such a desolate locale was not particularly high, and he could not believe they truly thought he would spare them. Senior Mo Li, are you intending to default on our agreement? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, his fists gradually clenching. This Mo Li was no ordinary foe. He needed to inflict severe damage in the first strike, or he would have no opportunity to retaliate. Ha ha, Ye Feng, you dare to accuse this elder of defaulting? Such an insult. Now I have found my justification to eliminate you. Mo Li chuckled darkly, placing his hand at his waist. In the next instant, Ye Feng crouched, a manifestation emerging from behind him. Tenfold force unleashed. Boom. With the augmentation of the Chongyang technique and the Fan Sheng divine demon technique, Ye Feng unleashed a punch that halted the surrounding snow and wind. Not good, swiftly evade. Mo Li's expression shifted as he vanished from sight. However, the two individuals behind him remained oblivious. Boom. A dark point materialized in the void. A tremendous gravitational force simultaneously drawing both true martial realm experts into its depths. Their bodies were visibly shredded by the spatial power of the dark point. Ugh! Two brief cries of agony echoed. Chapter 1022. He awaited this opportunity 100 feet away. Mo Li slowly reappeared. Yet at this moment, his hair was disheveled, his complexion ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. As for Bo Deji, he was astute. He had sensed the impending danger earlier and had retreated to a distance of 100 feet, thus narrowly escaping disaster. After unleashing that punch, Ye Feng felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his kidneys. Both the Chongyang technique and the Fan Sheng divine demon technique were exceedingly energy-consuming. The combination of these two techniques had propelled his strike far beyond the ordinary. Father, this is a crystal pill. Catch. Yi Xing tossed a crystal pill from atop the sandcart. Upon catching the pill, Ye Feng immediately activated the blood-sucking technique. Regrettably, the prior exertion had been too great. A single crystal pill was insufficient to replenish his energy. Hina, take them away and flee towards Hot Spring Island without delay. I can hold them off. Ye Feng spoke without turning back, his gaze icy as it locked onto Bo Daji and Mo Li. Hold him? Mo Li's expression turned cold, signaling Bo Daji with a glance. Understood. Bo Daji swiftly maneuvered, landing behind the convoy and lifting another sandcar to smash into the adjacent one. Boom. The two vehicles were rendered inoperable, their occupants reduced to mere pulp. Fury ignited within Ye Feng as he rushed toward Bo Daji. At that moment, a figure flashed ahead, unleashing two formidable forces that surged forth like a tidal wave. Before Ye Feng could even come into contact with the oncoming force, his clothes began to disintegrate, and his body was sent flying backward. The figure revealed itself to be Mo Li, who had circled around with astonishing speed, thwarting Ye Feng's attack on Bo Daji. Bo Daji let out a sigh of relief and lifted another sandcar. Whoosh! The figure flickered again as Ding Tuanshuan and two powerful warriors leapt from the sandcar, aiming their crossbows at Bo Daji. Brother Yi, stay focused on that old man. We can handle the injured Bo Daji, Ding Tuanshuan shouted. Ye Feng breathed easier. Ding Tuanshuan had finally matured. Tuanshuan, you and the two warriors should keep him occupied, ensuring he doesn't destroy any more sandcars. I'll try to resolve this battle swiftly. Upon finishing his words, Ye Feng clenched his fists and unleashed a thunderous roar. His body instantly doubled in size, transforming him into a towering giant over 3 meters tall. A single horn sprouted from his forehead, and simultaneously, a 6-meter-tall golden manifestation emerged behind him, sporting a similar horn. The two stood together, enveloped in crackling electricity and roaring flames. This was the third level of the Fan Sheng divine demon technique. Ha ha ha. If I reach this third level, with such physical strength, I will soon convert my vital energy into divine energy. Mo Li exclaimed with uncontainable joy, his form blurring as he reached for the manifestation. Ye Feng stepped back, crouching his stance and tightening his right fist. Boom. Mo Li was forced back several steps, barely regaining his footing. In contrast, Ye Feng felt a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, the manifestation flickering erratically. Indeed, quite impressive. Although you are at the acquired realm, your physical strength after practicing the Fan Sheng divine demon technique rivals that of a pinnacle true martial practitioner. Yet, regrettably, your reaction speed still leaves much to be desired. Mo Li's voice echoed unpredictably from both sides. Confounded, Ye Feng could not discern his direction. Reluctantly, he began to unleash a flurry of punches, attacking in all directions. Boom! Snowflakes danced in the air, and the yellow sand below was stirred up. Bang! Mo Li's palm struck the back of Ye Feng's manifestation, retreating gracefully and denying Ye Feng any chance to counterattack. After a brief pause, a hidden force erupted, creating a large hole in the manifestation's chest. As the manifestation was an entity of pure energy, it could not be said to be wounded. However, energy from other areas rushed to fill the void, causing the manifestation's brilliance to dim and its power to diminish significantly. Whoosh! Ye Feng gasped heavily, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Although the chaotic wind fist could defend against attacks from all directions, it drained his stamina excessively. His adversaries merely needed to hide in the shadows, waiting for the moment he exhausted himself to strike a fatal blow. This was the suppression of realms. Meanwhile, Bo Ji had engaged in a fierce battle with Ding Tuanshuan and his companions. Dozens of sand carts intermittently launched shells, aiding Ding Tuanshuan's assault. Bo Ji, already gravely injured, relied solely on a qi-nourishing pill to sustain his energy and found himself merely at a stalemate against Ding Tuanshuan and his allies. Boom! Before Ye Feng could react, he received another punch from behind. Gritting his teeth, he curled his body into a ball. His Dharma form mirrored this action, enveloping his true self in a tight embrace. Unable to withstand a single strike, his realm was too low. Even with the unparalleled prowess of the Brahmin's sacred demon technique, he could not contend with me. Mo Li's voice remained unchanged as he appeared directly in front of Ye Feng, waiting for this very opportunity. Death! Boom! A surge of blue flames erupted forth. What is this? Mo Li was taken aback, and before he could evade, he was engulfed by the flames. Ye Feng suddenly stood upright, gazing 40 meters ahead. There! An ice sculpture in the shape of flames emerged, encapsulating Mo Li in a frozen prison. Unfortunately, as a practitioner of innate realm, the ice sculpture could only hold for 2 seconds before fissures began to form. Crash! Mo Li broke free, just as he was about to unleash a harsh retort, when a wave of searing flames enveloped him, making his protective golden light crackle ominously. Mo Li roared, leaping 100 meters into the air, his body contorting into a scissor shape, aiming to plunge into the sand in an attempt to extinguish the fire. With Ye Feng's cultivation growing, the potency of his flame technique also intensified, making it exceedingly difficult to extinguish once ignited. Ye Feng would not grant him the opportunity. With a swift movement akin to a rabbit striking an eagle, he leaped into the air and landed a punch on Mo Li, thwarting his extinguishing plan. The flames blazed fiercely, causing Mo Li's eyes to sting painfully. Simultaneously, his protective divine light flickered, on the verge of extinguishing. Gritting his teeth, Mo Li rolled on the ground, but rolling could not suffocate the flames. Instead, their power surged. Whoosh! In desperation, he leaped 80 meters high once more, his body again taking the scissor shape, attempting to dive into the sand. Boom! Ye Feng delivered another punch, interrupting his plan to extinguish the fire. Ye Feng, you scoundrel! As a man, let me first extinguish the flames. Mo Li's voice came through the blaze. He sensed the energy being absorbed by his protective divine light to counter the ferocity of the flames. Impossible. Ye Feng's expression turned cold as he danced around the flames, denying Mo Li a chance to land a decisive blow. Damn it! Mo Li howled, leaping 50 meters high again, his body compressing into a scissor form. Chapter 1023. Do you have a way? This time, Ye Feng refrained from attacking him, partly due to his dwindling energy and partly because he sensed that Mo Li would not be foolish enough to continue his relentless assaults, fully aware that he would inevitably be struck mid-attack. Indeed, suspended in the air, Mo Li unleashed a furious roar. Why do you not strike me? His body fell straight to the ground, landing without sinking into the sand. With a third leap into the air, he aimed to provoke Ye Feng into attacking, intending to channel all his internal energy to annihilate him. However, Ye Feng remained at a distance, avoiding direct confrontation. Old fool, do you think me a simpleton? Ye Feng scoffed coldly, sniffing the air. He caught the scent of roasted meat, evidence that a portion of Mo Li's protective divine light had been breached, the flames directly scorching his flesh. How amusing. Mo Li half knelt on the ground, his mouth issuing a continuous wail of despair. Master! In the distance, Bo Ji witnessed this scene, utterly flabbergasted that even with innate strength, he had been vanquished by Ye Feng's bizarre tactics. Distracted, he received a sudden strike from Ding Tuan Tuan on his back. Blood gushed forth. Ding Tuan Tuan had now attained the rank of a second-tier power monarch, the strongest among the trio attacking him. "Step aside, let me handle this," Chunin shouted from within the sandcart. "Quick, duck!" The three of them hastily dropped to the ground. With a loud thud, a shell was fired from the sandcart, crashing directly into Bo Ji's head. Boom. He was sent flying 20 meters, engulfed in flames. It hurts. Inside the sandcart, Chunin loaded another white phosphorus shell. This incendiary burned at temperatures soaring to 1,000 degrees. With Bo Ji's current capabilities, he could not even summon his protective golden light. Enduring excruciating pain, he leaped 50 meters into the air, plunging into the sand. 3 seconds later, the sand shifted violently as Bo Ji emerged. "How dare you use fire against me? Today, I shall first destroy your sandcart," Bo Ji declared, striding toward Chun's vehicle. "Tuan Tuan, save me," Chunin cried out from within the cart. Boom. The flames that had extinguished on Bo Ji reignited. White phosphorus possesses this peculiar trait. Once temperatures exceed that of human skin, it spontaneously ignites. Thus, it is typically stored submerged in water. What is happening? Bo Ji plunged back into the sand. Meanwhile, Ye Feng observed as Mo exhausted all his energy to extinguish the flames engulfing his body. Even so, he was left panting, his eyes rolling back, on the verge of losing consciousness. Boom. Ye Feng would not grant him a moment's respite, charging in with a punch. Mo was sent flying 20 meters. "Come again. Do you think I fear you?" Mo seethed, retaliating with a punch of his own. The two exchanged blows, each evenly matched. However, Ye Feng's strength was relentless, and he launched another strike. "You wretch!" Mo fumed, his face flushed with rage. Boom. Once again, with a single strike, Mo did not retreat an inch. Yet blood gushed from his mouth. Ye Feng staggered back 7 steps, but did not cough up blood. "Do not waste it, give it to me." A shadow darted in, gripping Mo's neck tightly. "Gurgle, gurgle. Your palm is draining my blood. No, you are siphoning my energy. You are a blood mage." Mo gasped in astonishment, his face reflecting sheer terror. Clearly, in the star-misty continent, the mere mention of a blood mage instilled dread in the hearts of many. Ye Feng ceased to be courteous. One hand drained blood while the other seized his spiritual sword and plunged it into Mo's dantian. Uffed. His energy finally loosened. Gurgle, gurgle. Boom. The golden Dharma form soared into the air, instantly doubling in size. It was indeed divine essence, yet its purity paled in comparison to that of the worm monster. Ye Feng murmured to himself, amplifying the potency of the blood-draining technique. The energy he consumed was replenished in an instant. "Ye Feng, let us speak civilly. I am an elder of the Black Wind sect. Spare me this once, and I shall recommend you for entry into the sect." Mo's countenance changed dramatically. "Ye Feng, you scoundrel, do you truly seek my life?" Mo could no longer maintain his dantian. Following a piercing scream, Mo's neck withered instantly, followed by his chin, chest, and head. The blood-draining technique not only depleted his energy, but also drained every last drop of blood from his body. After some time, Ye Feng casually flicked his wrist, sending Mo's desiccated corpse flying into the distance. Uffed. The golden Dharma form vanished into thin air. Ye Feng promptly seized Mo's waist pouch. Inside, he discovered several vials, 2 small tomes, and 2 finger-length spiritual swords. As expected of an elder, this is far more than those of the true martial realm possess, Ye Feng mused, then turned his gaze toward the distance. Ding Tuan Tuan and the others intensified their assault. Chunin launched 2 more white phosphorus grenades. Bodazi's body collapsed amidst the flames, twitching uncontrollably. "Hey, take his waist pouch. There might be valuable items inside," Ye Feng urged hastily. Ding Tuan Tuan was startled, using her broken sword to pry it open. A burning waist pouch falling to the ground. They buried the pouch in the snow. Chunin emerged from the sandcart. 10 minutes later, they opened the waist pouch. Inside lay but a single elixir. Ding Tuan Tuan held up the ruined cultivation pill. "Its color is dreadfully dark. Ye Ge, can you refine it?" Ding Tuan Tuan inquired. "Leave it to me," Ye Feng replied, glancing at Ding Tuan Tuan and the other 2 power emperors, who bore varying degrees of injury. Particularly, Ding Tuan Tuan had a knife-like gash across her cheek, adding a touch of wildness to her appearance. Duo Yanhina led Yi Xing out of the sandcart. Feng. It seems that powerful individuals will continuously pour into the Great Desert. The One-Sword Gorge's territory is no longer safe, Duo Yanhina remarked. However, if we place all our eggs in one basket, what if the worm monster awakens? My hot spring island would be doomed, Ye Feng sighed. Why don't we reinforce the great formation of the One-Sword Gorge? Perhaps there are other methods, Duo Yanhina suggested. Do you have a plan? Ye Feng retorted. Perhaps. I can give it a try. If we proceed another 200 miles, we'll reach the temple where the divine spear left by my ancestor resides. The restrictions of the spear might be able to integrate with the formation of the One-Sword Gorge, Duo Yanhina replied. Then let's go. Get in the vehicle, Ye Feng said, pulling Yi Xing into the sand vehicle. Dozens of sand vehicles continued to move forward. The recent battle had destroyed 7 of them, but fortunately, it wasn't a significant issue. They could always squeeze in. Brother Feng, that old guy's strength surpassed even Bodazi's. Bodazi is at the pinnacle of true martial, which means you could now eliminate experts in the innate realm, Shonen exclaimed, staring at Ye Feng in astonishment. Chapter 1024. Please give me something to eat. I'm starving. It was merely a stroke of luck. Thus far, I have gradually become more proficient in using my abilities, and I believe I will improve even more in the future. Ye Feng thought with a hint of pride, though he remained modest in speech. To be able to eliminate someone at the initial stage of the innate realm while being at the peak of the post-heaven realm is indeed a significant leap across 2 major realms. Brother Yi, shall we play a game of landlord? Ding Tianchuan proposed. No, I need to go to another sand vehicle. There are matters I must attend to. After saying this, Ye Feng swiftly climbed out of the hatch and jumped into another sand vehicle. This one was larger, providing Ye Feng with a private space. He took out the Peiyuan Dan and gently rubbed it between his fingers. Judging by its color, it was clearly a waste pill. However, the fact that a master like Bodazi was willing to carry a waste pill suggested its extraordinary origins. Realizing this, he immediately grasped the Peiyuan Dan and initiated the blood-sucking great method. Time flew by, and a day passed swiftly. An unpleasant odor emanated from Ye Feng as the impurities from the Peiyuan Dan were absorbed into his body and expelled through his skin. Opening his palm, he revealed a pure white pill, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. What a lovely aroma, Brother Feng. What delicious food are you consuming? The driver asked without turning his head. Just drive. Keep your eyes on the road, Ye Feng replied, tossing the Peiyuan Dan into his mouth. The human body possesses an inherent ability to discern. When one salivates upon seeing something, it indicates a profound need for it. Upon seeing the pill of 100% purity, Ye Feng salivated, confirming his body's urgent requirement for such an element. A strange energy surged through Ye Feng's meridians, gradually circulating with the great Zhou. In the next moment, this peculiar energy began to strike against his great bottleneck. Not good. Stop the vehicle. Everyone get out, quickly, Ye Feng bellowed. With a screech, the driver turned his head, perplexed, looking at Ye Feng. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Damn it. Get out of the car, and keep the other sand vehicles away from me. Fast. As Ye Feng shouted. A law avatar automatically emerged behind him, pressing the driver back into the sand vehicle. Take him out. I can no longer contain myself, Ye Feng shouted with great effort. A group of individuals rushed forward, extracting the driver from the sand vehicle, and fled to a distance of 1,000 meters before halting. Ye Feng could no longer restrain himself. A roar erupted from his lips, reverberating like thunder. His divine form, initially 6 meters tall, surged to 30 meters. Towering majestically with authority radiating from his eyes. Boom. The bottleneck was struck once more. Ye Feng spat out half a gene of blood. Enduring the excruciating pain, he summoned energy anew. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He was determined to ascend to the true martial realm. Only then could he contend with the incessant harassers. Boom. A dazzling display of lightning enveloped the area within 100 meters, golden light radiating forth. 3 Sanskrit characters danced amidst the shimmering brilliance. Buzz, centered around Ye Feng. The snowfall ceased within a radius of several thousand meters. A dark cloud surged forth. Step back, Duo Yanhina exclaimed, pulling everyone back to 3,000 meters, gazing in shock at the apocalyptic scene unfolding in the distance. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, intertwined with jagged lightning. After a considerable time, the lightning coalesced and struck fiercely at the divine form. The might of the heavenly thunder was terrifying. As the divine form raised its hands, it was instantly reduced to ash by a massive bolt of lightning. Then, with unstoppable force, it bore down upon Ye Feng's corporeal body. Boom! Ye Feng's garments were utterly torn apart, and his vitality diminished by at least half. Brother, has Feng Ge done too many bad deeds to be struck by lightning? Shannon asked anxiously. Duoyen Hina shot him a glare. This is a tribulation. Ah Feng is breaking through to the true martial realm. Ah, I see. Shannon nodded in understanding. Boom. A second bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Ye Feng's aura waned to its nadir, and with a soft thud, he collapsed to the ground, exhaling a plume of black smoke. His once pure skin had transformed into charred blackness. The dark clouds dispersed in an instant, the thunder ceased, and snowflakes once again began to fall gracefully from the sky. Ah Feng Ge, Brother Yi. A group rushed over. However, at this moment, Ye Feng had already settled into a cross-legged position, eyes tightly shut, his expression a tapestry of intensity. Do not disturb him. Duoyen Hina kicked Chenin away. Why can't we? Feng Ge is gravely injured and needs bandaging, Chenin shouted. He is consolidating his realm and cannot be disturbed. Otherwise, all his previous efforts will be in vain, Duoyen Hina explained. Very well. What shall we do? Bring the sand vehicle over. Encircle him completely, and you too. Stand guard to ensure no one disturbs him, Duoyen Hina commanded. Instantly, everyone set to work, forming a protective barrier around Ye Feng. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. In the icy expanse, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his gaze shimmered with a faint golden hue, and the Sanskrit character between his brows gleamed resplendently. In a brief moment, the character vanished, and Ye Feng's features reverted to that of an ordinary human. Feng Ge, you are awake. Chenin approached, sizing up Ye Feng. Indeed. Wait. Let me take a moment for introspection. After saying this, Ye Feng immediately closed his eyes. His energy had doubled in intensity compared to 7 days prior. His mental fortitude had also grown significantly stronger. Most gratifyingly, even without resorting to the divine demon technique, his physical prowess had improved by a notable margin. Ha ha. Ye Feng burst into laughter, causing the surrounding snowflakes to swirl. Chenin, in pain, covered his ears. This prolonged laughter persisted for a full minute before subsiding. Let us proceed towards the temple. With a flicker, Ye Feng appeared beside Duoyen Hina in an instant. Shall we? Duoyen Hina, with a slightly awkward expression, linked her arm with Ye Feng's. For some reason, ever since her husband ascended to the true martial realm, an unfamiliar aura surrounded him. Dozens of sand carts made their way to the temple. Along the route, one could occasionally glimpse groups of disaster-stricken individuals, forming a penguin-like formation as they sluggishly made their way towards the hot spring island. It wouldn't be long before the population near the hot spring island would likely double. Please, give us something to eat. I haven't had anything in 2 months. A disaster victim lay on a sand cart, their face emaciated to a skeletal shape. Get away, move aside. Chenin emerged from a manhole cover, prodding him with a spear. However, more disaster victims surged forward. Please, we're starving. Just give us something. Even scraps will do. Ah, I can't take it anymore. Some victims, having barely uttered a few cries, collapsed to the ground. Ye Feng discerned that these individuals were at least of the strength level of warriors, comparable to the golden armored guards of Mong Yen Lai in the past. Chapter 1025. A sense of trepidation, but now they were reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, tormented by hunger to the point of resembling ordinary people, or even less. The closer they got to the temple, the greater the throng of victims became. They loitered around the temple like lost souls. Occasionally, some spirited individuals would pull these people into the darkness, their intentions unclear. Feng Ge, should we circumvent the temple? From atop the sand cart, Chenin could already see the iron tower area of the temple. It was beyond description, a veritable sea of humanity. It seemed that some tribes had taken the temple as a refuge. Ye Feng too disembarked from the sand cart, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. In the iron tower area, every balcony was packed with disaster victims, and the ground was no better, a veritable mountain of bodies. The sand cart could not possibly traverse this area. Yet, the sheer density of people had inexplicably warmed the climate in this region of the temple, far more temperate than it had been moments ago. Feng Ge, do you think we should still head to the altar area? Chenin inquired. Ye Feng sighed, glancing at Duoyen Hina. Hina, are you certain you can bring back the spear goddess confinement to the One-Sword Gorge enclave? I have only half a certainty. Duoyen Hina replied. Ye Feng fell into contemplation. The turbulent wind zone had become unstable, and a multitude of experts would emerge from there, first passing through the One-Sword Gorge enclave. Relying solely on the protective clan formation, it seemed unlikely to withstand the relentless influx of powerful beings. Only the sword formation of the Hot Spring Island can withstand those beneath demigod strength. Thus, the great formation of the One-Sword Gorge must be reinforced. Otherwise, among those formidable beings, there will inevitably be someone capable of breaching the protective array of our clan. The sand cart maneuvered around the temple, halting 50 kilometers to the north. You shall remain in the convoy and await my return. Anyone daring to approach the caravan shall be executed without mercy. I will personally venture into the altar area to see if I can acquire the divine spear, Ye Feng stated calmly. To his surprise, no one attempted to dissuade him with warnings against recklessness. Perhaps having witnessed his annihilation of innate realm masters, they had gained immense confidence in his abilities. Although the temple was rife with refugees, there were no true martial realm experts among them. The sand cart rumbled forward, leaving Ye Feng behind. Ahead lay a group of refugees who had noticed the convoy long ago, but had not dared approach due to their overwhelming numbers. Now, seeing Ye Feng alone, they rushed toward him. This fellow possesses enough flesh to sustain us for several days. The leader of the refugees, without a second thought, unsheathed his curved blade. The once gleaming blade was now dulled to a dark brown, evidently stained with the blood of many. Ye Feng showed no courtesy. He drew his blade and executed a swift strike. A wave of cutting energy surged forth, and the group of refugees fell without a sound, all slain. Sheathing his sword, Ye Feng strode toward the Iron Tower district. Just then, a severed hand suddenly grasped his ankle. Is this a remnant of neural response? Ye Feng's heart sank, and he stomped down on the severed hand. Yet, it clung tightly to his ankle. Something was amiss. Ye Feng drew his curved blade and lifted the hand. The 5 fingers of the severed hand clawed at the air as if attempting to grasp something. Is this a zombie? Ye Feng's expression changed dramatically. He flicked his blade, severing the hand in two. Ugh! Even someone as formidable as Ye Feng nearly retched. Within the palm lay a blood-red worm, about the thickness of a finger, writhing amidst the flesh. The underside of the worm was covered with numerous circular suckers, firmly adhering to the flesh. Disgusting. Ye Feng struck down with his blade, slicing the worm into 5 or 6 segments. Strangely, however, the worm did not perish. Its severed body writhed desperately in the snow, and shockingly, the segments began to reconnect. Ye Feng felt every hair on his body stand on end. This worm cannot be killed. Gritting his teeth, he stomped forcefully on the worm. Bang! The worm burst, releasing a foul fluid. Truly resilient, to survive being severed, it appears only obliteration will suffice. Ye Feng wiped his foot in the snow. Goodness. This time, Ye Feng was horrified. From the viscous remains of the exploded worm emerged countless tiny, hair-thin worms. Upon contact with the snow, they rapidly twisted and expanded in size. In the blink of an eye, these slender larvae had transformed into creatures as thick as threads, and their growth showed no signs of halting. A few of the worms ceased their writhing and suddenly lifted the upper halves of their bodies, directing their heads towards Ye Feng's face. What are they planning? Ye Feng felt a jolt of alarm. In the next moment, these wriggling beings launched themselves at his visage. Ye Feng vigorously slapped at his mouth, eyes, and nostrils. Just moments ago, he sensed at least 5 or 6 larvae infiltrating his orifices. Damn! Boom! A radiant golden light erupted from Ye Feng's body, enveloped in searing flames, instantly incinerating the larvae. He shuddered and slowly turned to survey the scattered remnants of limbs. Indeed, several hands were still feebly writhing in the snow. Logically, without body heat, these severed limbs should have succumbed to the freezing temperatures rapidly. Yet, these dismembered hands remained unfrozen, their controlling worms seemingly thriving in the cold, defying the laws of physics. Ye Feng flicked his fingers, and a fireball the size of a human head hurtled forth, igniting the remnants entirely. Amidst the crackling flames, he fancied he heard a sharp, vengeful scream. Was it the worms that produced such a sound? Can these creatures even emit cries of anguish? Ye Feng couldn't help but take a few steps back, then cast his gaze towards the densely packed, disaster-stricken populace in the Iron Tower district. Were these unfortunate souls entirely under the control of the worms? Otherwise, how could they have survived so long in such frigid conditions without shelter or sustenance? The mere thought of mingling with this throng of puppets sent shivers down his spine. He felt no fear in the face of innate-level adversaries, even negotiating terms with them. Yet, confronting these unknown humans instilled a sense of dread within him. Who could say whether these worms could infect him? Unable to resist, he stepped forward, observing the 5 or 6 disaster victims ahead. They were scrutinizing him in return. Ye Feng's heart convulsed. Their gazes and movements were increasingly reminiscent of something other than humanity. Particularly, one victim, upon locking eyes with him, had pupils that narrowed into straight lines, mouth slightly agape, reminiscent of a lion spotting its prey. "Can you speak?" Ye Feng inquired. The victims exchanged glances but did not respond. Instead, they approached him with determined strides. "If you can talk, then speak. Don't come any closer." Ye Feng gripped his curved blade tightly. Chapter 1026. A slight shift, however. The victims disregarded his warning, charging straight at him, some with mouths agape, drooling grotesquely from the corners. Damn! A wave of blade energy swept through, instantly dismembering the victims. Yet, to his dismay, they did not halt their advance. Instead, they crawled towards Ye Feng, undeterred by their injuries, exuding an air of reckless defiance. Vengeful children? Ye Feng immediately recalled the vengeful children he had encountered by the coast. At that moment, their gaze mirrored that of the afflicted. Boom! Ye Feng flicked his fingers, igniting a mass of flames that engulfed the dismembered limbs. Sharp and vengeful cries echoed from within, reminiscent of the sounds made by insects. This is dire. It seems entering the temple through the Iron Tower district is unfeasible. I must take a detour. With a few quick movements, Ye Feng vanished into the throngs of people. Half an hour later, Ye Feng circled to the northwest of the temple, where towering altars had been erected. After a brief hesitation, he leapt skyward, soaring 100 meters high, suspended in midair. Ye Feng's gaze fell upon the divine spear situated in the heart of the temple. Although the temperature here had plummeted to a terrifying degree, the spear continued to radiate brilliance. Simultaneously, he noticed a multitude of humans in the altar area, moving about mindlessly, akin to zombies in a film. With a sigh of relief, Ye Feng recognized that the infected here were not as densely packed as in the Iron Tower district. Realizing this, he swiftly maneuvered over the towering city wall, landing with a resounding thud in the altar area. Ahead, a dozen afflicted individuals were pacing back and forth, and they immediately spotted Ye Feng. Whoosh! A burst of flames erupted, igniting the afflicted in an instant. Yet, even as the fire enveloped them, they fearlessly charged toward Ye Feng. Whoosh! A blade of energy shot forth, reducing them to mere fragments. Without pausing, Ye Feng darted toward the location of the divine spear. Along the way, he encountered several groups of infected individuals, but their sluggish movements allowed him to disregard them entirely. Boom! Ye Feng landed on the outskirts of the divine spear's barrier. To his surprise, he found a throng of infected congregating just outside the barrier. They wandered restlessly around the golden veil, seemingly yearning to enter, yet terrified of the golden threads within. Had someone arrived from outside? At that moment, a voice resonated from within the divine spear's barrier. Ye Feng's expression shifted. Narrowing his eyes, he peered through the faint golden curtain toward the center of the barrier. To his astonishment, there were over 40 individuals crammed in the center. They stood with arms crossed, shivering from the cold. "Who are you?" Ye Feng's voice echoed through. Swish! Countless infected turned their heads in unison, directing their attention toward Ye Feng. "We are the survivors of the temple. Do not approach those afflicted. They are no longer human. They will consume flesh and drink blood. If they drain your blood, you too will become one of them," a woman's voice called out from within. "Isn't this akin to a zombie apocalypse?" Ye Feng's eyes narrowed as he flicked his fingers again. Boom! The flames swept through the infected before him, reducing them to ashes. Moreover, the flames possessed a contagious property. Anyone near the fire would ignite. In an instant, the area outside the barrier was filled with piercing screams. Those infected struggled desperately in the inferno, one by one collapsing to the ground. The roaring flames surged over 30 meters high, nearly enveloping the divine spear's barrier entirely. "What kind of fire are you using? How can it ignite in such frigid temperatures?" The chamber resonated with a mixture of astonishment and elation. "Do not concern yourselves with this matter. Once I have eradicated the infected surrounding us, you shall be free to emerge. Upon your exit, make your way to the Sword Gorge. There lies a new sanctuary." Ye Feng leaped onto a towering stone pillar, evading direct contact with the infected. Although his divine powers rendered him immune to ordinary contagions, one could never be too cautious. The conflagration raged for a full half-hour before the surrounding infected were reduced to ashes. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, his form blurring as he dashed into the confines of the divine spear's barrier. Suddenly, a golden thread materialized. Before the thread could approach, he found himself beneath the divine spear, nestled among a throng of survivors. He had underestimated their numbers. At least several thousand were crammed together. The weakest among them were of the strength master level, with a significant presence of strength kings and 2 or 3 strength emperors. Yet, whether they were emperors or masters, they trembled violently, having lost considerable weight. "How long have you been hiding here?" Ye Feng inquired. One of the strength emperors stood, scrutinizing Ye Feng from head to toe. "We have been sheltering here for over a year. Do you possess any food?" the emperor asked. "None. You are a strength emperor. Why not break free from the temple?" Ye Feng pressed. "The outside is teeming with infected. Should their blood splatter upon me, I too risk infection. Moreover, what awaits us beyond? The frigid temperatures render any escape futile," the emperor replied, his eyes clouded with anxiety for their plight. "Venture to the Sword Gorge. There you will find warmth and sustenance," Ye Feng urged. "Food." The emperor exchanged glances with 3 others of his kind, letting out a long sigh. "We dare not consume it. The moment one perishes, the cursed worms within their bodies proliferate rapidly. The mere thought repulses me. Who would dare partake? It is not land-based food I speak of, but the sea fish found by the shores of the Sword Gorge," Ye Feng clarified, lifting his gaze to the divine spear above. "I just came from the Sword Gorge. The Sword Sea is now frozen, with ice layers reaching 20 to 30 meters thick. We only recently broke through the ice, yet the low temperatures swiftly refroze the seawater. Trust me, go to the Sword Gorge. I assure you there will be food. Besides, I intend to attempt to retrieve this divine spear." Upon finishing his words, Ye Feng cast a sharp look towards the spear. "You? Retrieve the divine spear? Do not harbor such illusions. We, the several strength emperors, have attempted for over 6 months and have not even managed to budge it, let alone approach it. Unless you possess some extraordinary method," the emperor retorted. With a sigh, Ye Feng abruptly leaped 50 meters into the air, grasping the divine spear with his right hand. He pulled down with all his might, yet the spear remained immovable. Undeterred, he soared again, and in midair, a golden Dharma appearance manifested. The Dharma extended its colossal hands, grasping the divine spear, and exerted a tremendous downward force. The entire altar trembled as a flurry of golden threads began to writhe chaotically. They not only carved through the periphery, but even ventured into the midst of the survivors. Flash! Several Force monarchs led the escape from the encompassing shadow of the divine spear. A few Force practitioners, caught off guard, were directly severed in half by the golden threads. In midair, Ye Feng radiated a brilliant golden light, with writhing worms emerging from his arms. Boom! The divine spear finally loosened slightly. Chapter 1027. My dear, keep it for yourself. He resolutely embraced the divine spear with his entire law manifestation, then utilized the increasing gravitational force of the law manifestation to drag the spear downward toward the ground. Whoosh! A multitude of golden threads danced wildly, ensnaring a Force monarch who failed to react in time. In an instant, his flesh and blood were completely sliced away, revealing a crimson skeleton. Run! The others were paralyzed with fear, lamenting their lack of speed, desperately fleeing toward the outskirts. Ah! Ye Feng's body trembled, unleashing the 3rd layer of the venerable Saint Demon art, combined with the blood scales and his initial stage of true martial strength. The ground shook as if the heavens were collapsing. The divine spear, once suspended in the air, crashed to the ground. In that moment of impact, it rapidly shrank, soon transforming into an ordinary spear just over 2 meters long. This spear's appearance was so unremarkable that it was even inferior to the simplest of spears. Who? Ye Feng was overjoyed, grasping the spear in his hand, his eyes shimmering with golden light. This was the principal weapon of the spear god from ancient times. Ha ha ha! Ye Feng could not help but burst into laughter. However, after a few chuckles, he sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. From various altar locations, masses of infected individuals began to approach, their vacant gazes fixed intently upon Ye Feng. Very well, today I shall test the weapon of the spear god. Ye Feng murmured to himself, energy surging throughout his body as he pointed the spear at the infected beings. PFF. Huh. Ye Feng was taken aback. I point. Why does it not explode? I point again. I shall keep pointing. Ye Feng employed various methods, yet the spear seemed utterly ineffective, merely an ordinary wooden spear. This is a disaster. I should return to consult Hina. Ye Feng slung the spear over his back and swiftly maneuvered past a multitude of infected beings. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The infected, sensing his presence, began to pursue him. After running 5 or 6 kilometers, he finally caught up with the group of survivors, who were surrounded by a horde of infected, struggling in a desperate fight for survival. These infected beings became increasingly active in the colder temperatures, effectively trapping the thousands of survivors. Forget it. I shall rescue you one last time. Ye Feng gathered the energy within him and pointed at a distance. A torrent of flames erupted, instantly raising the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Run. Several force monarchs took the lead, hastily followed by the survivors. Ye Feng did not wait for them, dashing at lightning speed toward the north of the temple. Along the way, he encountered a significant number of infected beings, who indeed appeared more active in the frigid weather. Yet now, Ye Feng has transformed beyond recognition, his speed surpassing theirs by an entire dimension. In less than 10 minutes, he had departed from the temple and beheld the distant convoy parked ahead. Brother Feng, hurry. We have been waiting for you for so long, Chenin called out, vigorously waving from the top of the sand vehicle. A surge of joy filled Ye Feng's heart as he gently caressed the divine spear. At last, he had managed to bring forth the artifact of the spear god. He trusted that his wife's intellect would surely know how to activate its restrictions. However, another thought crossed his mind. Please wait for me a moment longer, Ye Feng declared, and without hesitation, he stripped off his clothing, standing bare in the snow. Even then, he felt uneasy and flicked his fingers, igniting his precious garments in flames. Meanwhile, he subjected his curved blade and various weapons that had come into contact with the infected to the fire, striving to eliminate the tiniest larvae within. After completing this, Ye Feng remained restless, jumping around the bonfire, utilizing the intense heat to eradicate the source of infection. What on earth is Brother Feng doing? Is he running around naked? Chenin inquired, perplexed. After a while, Ye Feng returned, his bare form causing Ding Tuanshuan to avert her gaze in discomfort. Look, Daddy is naked. Daddy has transformed. Little Yexing pointed at Ye Feng. So ugly. Yours is so ugly. Look, mine is so much more radiant. Little Yexing boasted, a sense of superiority blossoming within her. Uft. Ha ha. Chenin burst into uncontrollable laughter. Eventually, Ye Feng settled into the sand vehicle, draped in Duoyan Hina's coat. The situation unfolded as such. This calamity was not solely a result of extreme cold, but also a terrifying contagion of parasitic worms. As temperatures plummeted, the true power of this affliction gradually revealed itself. Ye Feng shared the events encountered within the temple with everyone. Oh, Ding Tuanshuan shivered at the thought. Women often harbor a fear of clusters. Upon hearing that the worms not only infected humans, but that bursting them released numerous larvae within, she could hardly bear it. As I anticipated, I deduced over a decade ago that this would manifest as an unprecedented catastrophe, Duoyan Hina solemnly acknowledged. So, will this disaster spread beyond the Gale Wind district to the Starry Dream continent? Ye Feng inquired. I truly do not know, but the extreme cold has yet to abate. I suspect that the areas beyond the Gale Wind district will also be affected, for many powerful beings can enter the Gale Wind district, which speaks volumes in itself. Duoyan Hina responded. Alas, this is truly dire. Ye Feng lamented, rubbing his forehead in distress. The convoy continued onward as Ye Feng retrieved his long spear, placing it beside Duoyan Hina. Hina, this is the spear left by your ancestor. However, I intended to use it to vanquish foes. Yet it seems to have transformed into an ordinary weapon devoid of divine power since leaving the altar, Ye Feng sighed. Duoyan Hina nodded, cradling the spear in her hands. In the next moment, she closed her eyes. The knowledge sealed within my mind erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. I could not ascertain how much time had passed when Duoyan Hina slowly opened her eyes. To unleash the power of the divine spear, a sacrifice is required. However, in this place, such a ritual is unfeasible. Upon our arrival at the Yijian Gorge concession, I shall construct an altar anew and procure offerings, perhaps enabling the complete manifestation of the spear's formidable capabilities. After articulating this, Duoyan Hina returned the spear to Ye Feng. Dear, you should keep it, after all. I cannot activate the spear's power. It would serve you better than it would me. Ye Feng promptly handed the spear back. Meanwhile, on the distant hot spring island, Heli Xian gazed in astonishment at the scene outside. The barrier was nearly overwhelmed with individuals, all disheveled and seemingly frenzied, pounding against the light screen. I beg you, grant me some deworming medicine. I can pay in installments. Otherwise, my son shall perish. Oh heavens, I do not seek food. Just give me the deworming medicine, quickly. Oh, at least 10% of our clan is infected. Hurry, we need the deworming medicine. Chapter 1028. Granting you a chance to survive. Heli Xian's lips turned pale in terror. His mind in disarray as he cast a pleading glance toward Wang Zhihai. Director Wang, what do you suggest we do? He inquired. The island master should instruct the hot spring hospital to work through the night to produce the deworming medicine. The million individuals outside are our laborers. If they perish, who shall sustain the idyllic life on Hot Spring Island? Wang Zhihai replied. Yes, the hot spring hospital. Following the formula left by Duo. Expedite the production of deworming medicine. Speed is of the essence. Heli Xian's roar resonated through the skies of Hot Spring Island. Outside the barrier, the crowd's fervor began to subside as they ceased their frantic pounding, settling into a meditative posture amid the snow and wind, awaiting the production of the deworming medicine. With Duo absent and Bai Chuxue having gone to the Yijian Gorge concession, the hospital found itself leaderless. However, Hao Yue, complying with Ye Feng's request, managed to secure a position as a nurse at the hospital, given her alchemical prowess. Meanwhile, the esteemed apothecary Qing Lan was also diligently occupied within the hospital. Although her medical expertise paled in comparison to Duo's, she could replicate the deworming medicine's formula with relative ease. Heli Xian and Wang Zhihai arrived at the hospital to oversee operations, eager for the swift processing of the deworming medicine. The hospital is understaffed. Quick! We must recruit more personnel, or we will exhaust ourselves without being able to supply the over 1 million individuals outside with the necessary medicine. Qinglan exclaimed. Very well. I shall immediately go to the residential area to recruit. We can also assist with simple packaging tasks, Wang Zhihai responded. Leave 500 soldiers behind. The rest shall come to the hospital to aid in packaging. Shizheng Liang, have the kitchen staff join us as well. Engineer Chung, temporarily halt operations at your munitions factories and send the workers to assist at the hospital. We cannot allow those laborers outside to perish, otherwise, who will shoulder the burden of maintaining our blissful existence on Hot Spring Island? Heli Xian followed Wang Zhihai's directives. Understood. Very well. Immediately, several individuals swiftly gathered their subordinates. As for recruiting workers from outside the barrier, those individuals had not been cursed, and entering the Grand Formation would result in their annihilation. Thus, the production of the insect-repelling medicine relied solely on the citizens and residents within the barrier. Even Ilian came to lend a hand. Anyone capable of assisting, including children, was enlisted for part-time work at the hospital. Time flew by, and before long, more than half a month had passed. The Yijian Gorge concession was now within sight. Ha ha, Sister Susan, it's me, Chunin, I'm back, Chunin exclaimed, waving his coat atop the sand vehicle. Susan's expression remained stoic. So you've returned. But why act as if you're someone of great importance? Chunin replied, Bai Guogua has released the barrier, and dozens of sand vehicles have successively entered. Ye Feng jumped out from the sand vehicle, and Susan's gaze instantly froze. Ah Feng, Susan, my dear, they embraced tightly, sharing a kiss that seemed to span a century. Ah Feng, why have you come to Yijian Gorge? Did that group from the House of Representatives show mercy? Susan caressed Ye Feng's face. It's a long story. I have significant matters to attend to here in Yijian Gorge, Ye Feng stated, wrapping his left arm around Susan's slender waist while extending his right hand toward Duo Yanhina. Duo Yanhina's expression turned somewhat awkward. She did not approach, but instead surveyed the entirety of the Yijian Gorge concession. Everyone, follow the orders and construct the altar according to this blueprint. Speed is of the essence, Duo Yanhina commanded, handing a plan to Chung Li Bean's apprentice. Yes, sister-in-law. I will attend to it immediately. The engineer took the blueprint and began discussing it with a group of individuals. Outside the barrier, a multitude of Yijian Gorge residents gazed blankly at the interior, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Guogua, release the barrier and select some robust individuals from the disaster-stricken outside to assist in building houses and erecting altars. Otherwise, with our limited numbers, the timeline will prolong excessively. Duo Yanhina ordered. Bai Guogua first glanced at Duo Yanhina, then at Ye Feng, and ultimately decided to release the Grand Formation. Previously, They had refrained from doing so due to the lack of a strong presence within. Now, with Ye Feng, a formidable master, overseeing, even allowing 50 powerful individuals to enter would pose no threat. He could certainly maintain order. Under normal circumstances, if they dared to admit so many strong individuals, the concession would swiftly change hands. Although Hina was no longer the island lord's wife, her commands still held weight. Everyone was merely acting on Ye Feng's behalf. Ye Feng hesitated momentarily before charging out of the barrier into the swirling snowstorm. Everyone, our concession is in dire need of a substantial labor force. At least those with a strength of 5th tier or higher. Those willing to come in and work, I can permit your entry and compensate you with hot spring coins. These coins can be exchanged for frozen fish, insect-repelling medicine, and even some weapons. Once you accumulate enough hot spring coins, you can even purchase the right to reside permanently within the barrier. Ye Feng's voice thundered, ensuring that all within a radius of several kilometers could hear him. Since he was allowing these individuals to enter, he might as well promote the currency. This seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? A number of formidable masters gradually emerged. Are you truly determined to allow us entry into the light barrier? Certainly. Ye Feng nodded in affirmation. The Strength King exchanged glances with several clan members, a trace of barely perceptible scorn flickering in their eyes. This scene had long been noted by Ye Feng. He gestured towards the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present something remarkable. With that, Ye Feng's body trembled, and a manifestation of his law emerged. He struck the heavens with a powerful punch. Buzzing, the sky transformed dramatically, snowflakes spiraled away, and a spatial rift appeared in the firmament, drawing in all surrounding snowflakes with its formidable pull. This rift endured for a full 30 seconds before gradually sealing itself. After a brief moment, the world returned to its previous tranquility. The Strength King's expression shifted, the mockery in his eyes vanishing, replaced by palpable trepidation. Ha ha ha. I merely demonstrated what a spatial rift entails. Now, you may enter the light barrier. As long as you dutifully perform your tasks within, Hot Spring Island will provide you with hot spring coins, granting you a chance to survive. Ye Feng spoke with an air of refinement, yet his tone was laced with menace. You lot, simply work diligently inside, and there shall be no issues. Should you misbehave, that punch earlier would have been directed at you. Immediately, several Strength Kings and Strength Masters formed a line to enter the light barrier. In the distance, some external Strength Emperors lingered, choosing to observe rather than immediately proceed inside. Hina, inquire how many workers Chung Li Bean's apprentice deems appropriate. Once we secure a sufficient number of workers, we shall cease recruitment. Ye Feng addressed the interior of the light barrier. Bai Gong, how many workers do you think we need? Duo and Hina turned to Bai Xiang. Bai Xiang had formerly become Chung Li Bean's disciple and was now an engineer. Let us start by recruiting 1,000 for initial tasks. If that proves insufficient, we can enlist 10,000. I intend not only to construct an altar at Sword Canyon, but also to erect several castles forged entirely of steel here, ensuring they rival my master's Sun City fortress. Bai Xiang spoke slowly. Ah Feng, he wishes to recruit 1,000. Very well, 1,000 it shall be. Ye Feng glanced at the throng of disaster victims. Everyone, have you heard? We are only recruiting 1,000 individuals, so please form an orderly queue. Upon entering the light barrier, do not wander aimlessly. Each must fulfill their respective duties. Most importantly, refrain from teasing the women inside. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to dismiss you, and Hot Spring Island shall never employ you again. Ye Feng's voice resonated powerfully. Those who had previously maintained a semblance of restraint could no longer hold back upon hearing that only 1,000 would be recruited. They surged forward, clamoring to line up. Matters of pride pale in comparison to the urgency of hunger. It is paramount to first fill one's belly. Bai Xiang then led a group to form a temporary recruitment team. Anyone deemed qualified would be granted entry into the light barrier. At this juncture, strength was secondary. Attitude was of utmost importance, and it must be commendable. If individuals with poor attitudes were allowed into the aura, they could potentially wreak havoc. Ye Feng could only serve as a deterrent. It was impossible for him to monitor this group of laborers at all times. Hey, you scoundrel! I instructed you to line up. Did you not hear me? The Power King retorted, what? I am a dignified 9th-tier Power King. And you expect me to stand behind these inferior Power Masters? In this place, distinctions of nobility and lowliness were irrelevant. Once on Hot Spring Island, all were mere workers. How outrageous! Do you know who I am? I am the chieftain of the Hylida tribe. If it were not for the sake of my people's sustenance, would I be queuing behind you? Furious, the Power King exclaimed. With a sigh, Bai Xiang slowly approached him. Do you see this man? I intend to blacklist him for a year. For the next year, he and his Hailadu kin shall not receive any employment. Bai Xiang instructed several technicians. Are you seeking death? The Power King swung a fist in anger. However, in the next instant, his punch connected with Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng, moving with remarkable speed, intercepted the blow meant for Bai Xiang. Ah, my hand, my hand. The man cried out in agony, clutching his injured fist. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he swiftly wielded his blade. With a decisive swipe, a hand fell to the ground. Ah, my arm, my arm. After punishing the disruptive Power King, Ye Feng sheathed his sword and cast a warning glance over all the Power Kings and above present. They bowed their heads in submission, none daring to meet his gaze. Among the crowd, several Power Emperors hesitated briefly before joining the queue. Previously, they had prided themselves on their superiority, looking down upon the Power Kings and Power Masters. Yet, upon witnessing Ye Feng's prowess, they found it easier to set aside their pride. In a savage society, such dynamics prevail. If a beggar were appointed as your superior, you would undoubtedly resist, unwilling to submit to his authority. However, if one capable of ending your life were to oversee you, it would feel entirely reasonable, and your pride would diminish. In such a brutal society, strength reigns supreme. The powerful become the law, becoming akin to deities. Ye Feng stood guard outside the aura for 2 days. During this time, another Power King caused a disturbance, only to be dealt with by Ye Feng and subsequently blacklisted for a year by Bai Xiang, barring him from employment. Finally compliant, the Power King knelt, pleading for Bai Xiang's mercy, and only then was his blacklist lifted. Over the course of 2 days, 1,000 laborers were successfully recruited. Yet, outside the aura, a long line remained, with at least tens of thousands still waiting. Among them were men and women, the young and the old, Power Kings, Power Masters, and even Power Emperors. Is this all we have managed to recruit? After braving the bitter cold for over a day, this is the outcome? One lamented. I can't believe I waited 2 days in line. Had I known that the recruitment for Hot Spring Island was so limited, I should have come sooner. Now, I must return home. I refuse to accept this. Please, I beg you, provide us with one more opportunity for work. The air was suddenly filled with a chorus of anguished cries, reminiscent of rampaging sand beasts. Ye Feng sighed and summoned Chunin. You should also recruit some workers, perhaps security personnel, to allow them access within the barrier and train them diligently to form a formidable army. Most importantly, have Su Yun indoctrinate them. Once they are successfully brainwashed, they can be officially employed, Ye Feng suggested. All right, so am I the Grand Marshal of the concession? Chunin inquired excitedly. Of course, with Wang Zhihai absent, you may as well assume the role of Grand Marshal here, Ye Feng affirmed, giving Chun and shoulder a reassuring pat. Chunin, filled with enthusiasm, set off to recruit workers, while the cacophony outside finally subsided. The onlookers gazed at Chun and with eager anticipation, their faces adorned with expressions of flattery, fearful of being overlooked. Ye Feng then summoned Susan. Susan, you should also recruit. Establish a garment factory or something similar. We need to hire more female workers and cleaners. Otherwise, these tasks will fall to the citizens and residents. Understood. Susan promptly busied herself. Women, come this way. Skilled hands of all abilities are welcome. The hot spring garment factory is in urgent need of workers. Hurry over. Some female laborers hesitated briefly before lining up in front of Susan. Inside the barrier, Bai Xiang sighed deeply. It truly takes Brother Feng. Sister Susan has been here for 6 months, yet has not managed to develop the concession. However, the moment Brother Feng arrives, prosperity swiftly follows. I believe it won't be long before we enjoy a life of luxury. After speaking, Bai Xiang began directing several apprentices to lay out lines and establish a foundation. Crafting the shape of the altar, Ye Feng sensed it was nearly time. With a swift motion, he retracted himself within the barrier. Thus far, the citizens of the concession resided in rudimentary wooden houses, as crude as they could be, an abysmal sight. Yet, he was confident that monumental changes were on the horizon. After 3 days of rest, Ye Feng returned to the vicinity of the barrier, with Duoyan Hina standing behind him. Hina, I would like you to take me to the wind zone, to see what it is truly like, Ye Feng stated. The wind zone is over 2,000 kilometers from Sword Gorge. What if unrest arises among the people while we are away? Duoyan Hina questioned. Ye Feng pondered for a moment, glancing at the newly recruited laborers. These workers were diligently toiling, not once lifting their gazes. Bai Xiang had warned them that failure to work earnestly could result in dismissal. Let us wait until nightfall to slip away quietly. But first, we should inform Susan. He decided. As night fell, Ye Feng and Duoyan donned black coats, their faces obscured by dark furs. Chapter 10:30. This is becoming intriguing. Inside and outside the barrier. Nearly everyone was huddled in their homes, asleep. Particularly outside the barrier, as night descended, temperatures plummeted. The disaster-stricken inhabitants, lacking food, resorted to early bedtimes and late risings to conserve their energy. Thus, at this hour, nearly all were fast asleep. Let us go. I'll carry you, Ye Feng said, adopting a horse-riding stance. Duoyan smiled, effortlessly leaping onto Ye Feng's back. In a series of swift movements, the two exited the barrier, heading north towards Sword Gorge. The temperature in the north is slightly higher, hovering around -2 degrees Celsius. This time, Ye Feng opted not to use the sand vehicle, relying entirely on his own physical strength to run. Strangely enough, his speed surpassed that of the sand vehicle by an immeasurable degree. The only drawback was the considerable energy it consumed from his body. After more than a day, Ye Feng set Duoyan down, his gaze heavy as he looked ahead. Whirlwinds descended from the sky, causing a tempest of dust to rise from the ground, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Is this the gale zone? Ye Feng inquired. Further ahead lies the gale zone, Duoyan replied. Although she had never ventured into the gale zone, fragments of her bloodline memories were awakened, allowing her to recall scattered snippets. After all, it is the memory of a dual deity. Only when her power reaches a certain level can fragments of her memories be released. Otherwise, if all her memories remain stored within her, she would likely be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of knowledge before she could even begin to process it. Ye Feng nodded, leading Duoyan step by step out of the whirlwind area. A kilometer ahead, flashes of cold light flickered, accompanied by various sharp wind sounds that resembled the wails of countless vengeful spirits, sending chills down one's spine. The gale zone? Ye Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. Every man desires to explore, and crossing this gale zone would lead to a far broader world. Ah Feng, you don't intend to leave the great desert, do you? Duoyan sensed Ye Feng's thoughts. Why not? He retorted. That so-called Black Wind sect has troubled me time and again. Now that I have attained the true martial realm, I can no longer remain a passive target. Otherwise, they will continue to seek me out incessantly. I must make the Black Wind sect aware that I, Ye Feng, am not merely a victim who endures. Sometimes, I shall surprise them with my own initiatives. This is the essence of humanity. Ye Feng spoke with a calm conviction. His words held truth. In a classroom, if one student is easily bullied, others will inevitably follow suit. However, when that oppressed student finally retaliates and stands up to his tormentors, his peers will regard him with newfound respect, hesitant to lay hands on him again. Whether children, adults, or cultivators, the human condition remains universal. Of course, adults and cultivators are equally aware of this nature. Yet, if they perceive someone as easy prey, they will succumb to the temptation to bully. Human nature leans towards malevolence. Education and societal structures exist to conceal this malevolence, for without them, society would descend into chaos. Do not go. If you leave the gale zone, you will achieve great renown and leave a significant legacy, yet it could cost you your life. If you remain here, you may not gain fame, but you will live a life of happiness and stability. Duoyan tightened her grip on Ye Feng's garment. Hina, do you not wish for me to venture outside? Ye Feng turned back, grasping her hand in return. Personally, I would prefer you not to leave the gale zone. But if your heart desires to go, I shall not restrain you. For if your heart longs for the outside world, keeping you here would only leave behind a mere shell. What I desire is your complete essence, rather than merely a shell, declared Duoyan. Ye Feng let out a deep sigh. He acknowledged that ever since he had ascended to the true martial realm, his heart had grown restless, yearning to explore the fabled Starmong continent. He could not possibly confine himself to a life of a local magnate in the vast desert. Such a fate was incongruous with his character. Dear, let us depart. Even if I must leave the gale wind zone, it shall not be now. At least for the next few decades, we shall share our days and nights together. Who knows? We might even welcome a second child. Ye Feng said as he embraced Duoyan. A sweet smile graced her face as she gently rubbed her tender cheek against his chest. Her mindset diverged from that of other women. She would never cling too tightly, yet when faced with something beautiful, she would savor it fully, embodying the essence of living in the moment. In contrast, the women Ye Feng had encountered in civilized societies would strive to cling to joy and beauty, only to find it dull once they succeeded in holding on. The gale howled, and the yellow sand swirled. The couple nestled closely together, creating a paradoxically beautiful scene. At that moment, a flicker of movement caught their attention, and two elderly figures emerged simultaneously from the gale wind zone. As they stepped forth, they laid eyes on Ye Feng and Duoyanhina. Is it true? This secret realm actually harbors human life? Ha ha ha, Brother Tuol. It seems we have truly discovered a treasure. One exclaimed. Indeed. Look at the pair in this realm. The man is handsome, and the woman is strikingly beautiful. Especially her, my heavens. I have never encountered a woman with such an aura. She is simply captivating. The two elders approached Ye Feng and Duoyanhina without hesitation. Ye Feng's expression shifted slightly. He sensed that both possessed innate martial prowess. Duoyanhina's countenance also changed as she extended a long finger from her sleeve. Ha ha ha, Brother Tuol. We can indulge ourselves without restraint. After all, we are not bound by the iron laws of the Starmon continent here, the elder in white said, completely disregarding Ye Feng as he reached out toward Duoyanhina's bosom, treating her as if she were his personal possession in his own backyard. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. With a roar, a golden avatar erupted from his back and seized the elder's hand. Ha ha ha, look. The inhabitants of this secret realm dare to resist. This is becoming entertaining, the elder in white remarked, pulling back on Ye Feng's avatar. Ye Feng's expression changed as he felt a tremendous force acting upon the avatar, causing both his physical form and the avatar to topple toward the elder. Duoyanhina swiftly retreated 50 meters away, knowing that her presence would only hinder Ye Feng's performance in this precarious situation. Ice flame. A layer of icy energy erupted from Ye Feng's fingertips, striking the elder in white. In an instant, the elder was transformed into a statue of ice. Alas, this elder was far more powerful than Emoli. The ice sculpture lasted but a second before shattering with a resounding crash. A conflagration enveloped the elder, yet not a trace of panic graced his countenance, for he was shrouded in a cerulean aura, which entirely repelled the flames from his surface.